Chapter 1 Dreams, Do Not Deride Dreams. June. In fairly hor soft morning in Xuan City, the ground still radiate sheet. 9th Street is renowned das he favorite huntofiuth, not merlijuada marketing but because I trulid livers. If I weary a DJ woody love, social dancing. Their hythmic sound soft music spill from the barsan catifs on either side, all featuring the trendiest barsan soft moment. Occasionally, a streamer is seen dancing on the street, live streaming telephone, with the camera highlighting her fair complexion and long legs, while in reality, she squitty ordinary. Inane rahara videos can be photoshopped, who engages in online romance beautiful. Sue walks along the street with Amuskan, muttering the sentiment internal before entering Gabara head. In truth, heist note fond of such places, the vibrant lights and intoxicating atmosphere seduce money, but the prefers a food-soaking spa. Both options entail spending money, yet drinking harms the body and is costly. To Sui, food-soaking is a remarkably healthful form of entertainment. It is affordable, offering both footbaths and a buffet that heat esteem in a trivela luxury hotel. I texel cost-effectiveness, allowing for an apinthy club after soaking. Suhi approaches the bar, orders a cocktail, removes mask, and begins drink. Leaning against the bar, his gaze sweeps over the throngs of fribblers within the establishment, his eye slightly unfocused reaches into his pocket, producing a pack of wine hallu cigarettes. He takes on, placing it at the corner of his mouth, ignites it, and exhales a ring of smoke. Melancholy on depth and lafum, as if a very wispa smoke harbor sadly off its sound. In the distance, two girl straw lover, clad in revealing attire crop tops and onim shorts tatter even shorter than Suhi's own underwear. Hey, handsome, maestialicus, I just ariandum being punished by my friends. Fed girl's large eyes shimmer with an innocent allure. Sorry, but I'm allergic to saliva, Suhara plisculi, cigarettinto. Oh well, she concedes, turning away with a hint of disappointment. Su headouts there remain derofiscok teleno nego, there is no denying the struggle if being exceptionally handsome. Sechen counters with women have a becama to numerous account. However, within theorem of women accustomed to various stars, these a type showed little appeal for him. Just then, a familiar scent wafted through the air. It is an fragrance, blending through it aromofinkan 30 notes of a diviran olfactorid like thatsu hedors. If shek nui o or retrally allergic to saliva, would she regret missing gutone possible romance? A melodious voice emergesni rb. Suha turns to a sound. Drapedna simple longris, topped with a baseball cap, her face is obscured by a black mask. I don't need sick attention, Suha say slightly, as my curling at the corner of his lips as she discards the half-smoked cigarette and lip share cap playfully. How many times must I say, the best concealment is to cover the essentials, not everything, forteton lim more conspicuous, becoming the center of photos attention. Is it possible that I desire sick attention? Thedro responds softly. Suher places thick upon her head, continuing with Akil, a superstar likely soon visiting Gabarand meeting an ordinary person. Such a narrative acudis a trend in social media. Sui, can you be serious forens, lesuan France momentarily before relaxing and door an ordinary person is a musical genius in the entertainment industry. You have over 50 million followers in Weibo, you become a golden producer in just 2.5 years, and the predict you might become a legendary figure in less than 5. Arathos accolade Stillman, Su interjects, a faint smiley in his lips. Yes, on supana time, they belong get to him. In fact, Su harbors a deep secret. One morning when he was 5 years old, he woke with memorias of a past life. Indeed, he's a reincarnator reborn from Earth to Blue Star, endowed with invaluable memories. From a youngage Suha carefully mapped out his career path in his past life. He was a new master sharing musical short videos, deeply immersed in music. However, duetto a natural voca flora preventing him from hitting high notes, he abandoned the singer's path in favor of becoming a music producer. At 20, has signed a contract with a company as a music producer, leveraging the songs preserved in his memories, and after 2.5 years of imitation or inspiration from those songs, Harosito Beko mi renowned producer, even elevating Lisu into her position as a superstar. Yet, Su acknowledged his folly on overlooking the power of capital in this world. The entertainment industry has a stage for capital. Whoever they wish to promote will rise, and whoever they choose to destroy can be swiftly annihilated. To brain I through in the industry, one must have the backing of a company's resource. Otherwise, no matter how exception elf works, they will remain and notice under capital suppression. Therial soft Chinese music industry dictateth that without me, one must sell themselves the rights to a new commerce works belong to their management company. Of course, once they achieve fame, they may negotiate a better terms with their company. After becoming gasset after producer, Xuan tended to discuss his rights with the company, only for them to demand commercialization offering to renegotiate his contract if he was willing to exploit this ones. However, Su refused, believing such actions would tint his integrity would earn wathity serve down to void what was not rightfully his. This ultimately led to a breakdown in negotiations, resulting in the company claiming the rights to his previous song and even confiscating his stage name, Suhi, rendering it unusable in the future. How tragically ironic it painfully roll such are the methods of capital. Suhi, if I were willing to commercialize our work, Warner Mira consider restoring your name, Li Zuan say softly, hergazupen him. Dudits minute division with, and upon my return, the Keniasilla sideline, even if I become a legend, Su has smile fades, his breath quickening. He has a generally amicable disposition and religious sangry, but it does not mean his impervious to irritation. Being sidelined by the company feels akin to having dedicated 1.5 years to agamy, nearly reaching maximum level, only to have a thegaming company claim as account walled be furious? President do a skedmeto telly out hotify a decline, they will it do fen gasamethaname Suhi, Li Zuan says, pressing her lips together. Duito familial issues, Suha has always remained behind the scenes, although the name Suhi enjoys considerable famine the industry few know his true identity. Hueld befit for it, Su has goffs, thegaming company not unless store claim his account butyl so amps to see afra to carry his name. Su is the top figure beneath the legendary musical deity, holding significant commercial value. The company possesses the capability to secure high-quality songs. Do foam nalfi nuto to the industry, is president does nephew, enthused his transition seems natural. Capital wields scandalous methods of squeezing money, as well as endless deceitful practices. The purchase of songs from others and credit their lyrics and melodious to Sui, allowing du fing tost pin to thilamele tunder that name, capitalizing in Suha's followers' loyalty. Bravo, Suha claps, President du wistrally clever. Li Zuan persuades, you wouldn't want the name Suhito Besalid, would you? Suha shakeshishid, but don twish to elpothers rise dear children. Li Zuangas as intently of them, have a outrally made up your mind? Suhez miles. Of course, Ethema Mantija President do a pasabma mindan swigarut off this company, I want loop back. Le Zuan frowns, you were bane knave. Sui wave shishan dismissively, you've been brainwashed be capital. Let's break up Le Zuan low worsher head, Harias focused on theground. Superstar Le Zuan and Suhir bandesa couplane thepa blyseed boot with Suez change of art, there is no need for them to remain together, especially zing Kethy company forbids their interaction. Suhai taken aback, quick lyriganing composure. I cane levity out of superstardom I can continue to leverage Matalan to make you a music legend. Sui don't be foolish. Who also would retain you after leaving Warner, without the name Sui na mater homelodia songser, they want gain traction. There is no talent that can triumph over capital at pure luck that have been selected by the capitalist and remarks with a bitter smile. So, yin licorice the person of that name, Suhi observes feeling ganon familiar distance from Li Xian. Suhi, you are indeed talented, but a lent is worth less against capital. You represent love, while it Hatnamir presents dreams. I am sorry, but it cost me dreams. Dreams do not deride redreams. Su henids, I concur, let's break up. There is no drama, no harsh words changed. As Li Zuang gazesset Su has indifference, she turns away without a trace of longing. Watching her retreating figure, Suhi feels an unexpected calm wash over Ishiart. Everything is lost now when his girlfriend is gone. Helen Stogas as skyward at a 45-degree angle, halting gistiers, butyl he sees blending spotlights tot near lyser as retinas. The burning liquor courses down his throat, leaving gasting in his vocal cords. Suhe has never been drunk, so he's incurred no tolerance. He only remembers snatching the keyboard from the bar's performer and playing Gareth and Ed melody in a place deemed vulgar be many. Thepisia skaldewa dinginadream. Haha done lie released as nepotophatus suhian hadfan sklamrin furtherest, butha never had the opportunity until tonight, finally fulfilling that lingering desire. After finishing the composition, has come a town consciousness when he woke, it was already the next day. The room silently gleamed white, and the June sunshine poured through the window, warming his face most pleasantly. Yethish throbbed painfully. As Suhi massaged his temples and set up, has suddenly realized he was completely naked, with a tingling soreness at his lower back. His initial shock quickly transformed into horror. Am I not clean anymore? Chapter 2. Let us pretend last night never happened. What the hell? Did I just get picked up? So he gazed at the chaotic scene on the bed, taking a long moment to process his surroundings. His memories were fragmented, having indulged a bit too much in drink after performing that piece, The Wedding in My Dreams, at the bar. It seemed a young lady had approached him. He couldn't recall her face, but her ample bosom was vivid in his mind, regrettably clad in rather conservative attire. Wait, to be picked up in such circumstances, oh dear, what's the big deal? The odds of winning the lottery are slim. He inspected his sides carefully, breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming that nothing untoward had occurred. So he sought to find his phone in his shirt pocket in his pants pocket. No luck, the phone was nowhere to be found. This is outrageous. Not only was I robbed of my dignity, but also of my belongings? What use is my phone to them? They can't even crack the password. Strangely, however, his wallet and over $200 in change remained untouched. Was it really a robbery? Oh, how tragic. Young men must learn to safeguard themselves. My 23 years of cherished chastity, just like that, gone. So he hugged his knees, tears streaming down his face. Regardless of the circumstances, life must carry on. First, a trip to the hospital for a checkup, then a plan to reclaim his account. With that thought, Sui rose from the bed and began to put on his pants. Ding, host memory awakening detected. The entertainment system is about to activate, guiding the host to the pinnacle of entertainment on Blue Star. The mechanical voice in his mind left Sui utterly astonished, his hands slackening, causing his pants to fall to the floor. It wasn't the system's emergence that surprised him, but rather the phrase host memory awakening. My memory awakened at 5 years old, didn't it? Was it a glitch in the system, or was it his memory that was at fault? It awakened at 5? You're asking me? With the little I can recall, I was almost standing at the pinnacle of Blue Star's entertainment. This was largely thanks to his previous life as a music-sharing content creator, managing to remember a few songs. Defying his family's objections, he enrolled in a music program at university, acquiring extensive knowledge in arrangement, which allowed the name Suhi to ascend to the heights of the entertainment industry. Cough, cough, not in the absence of a musical genius, Suhi indeed stood at the top of the industry. Wow, that impressive? It's average. Don't change the subject. Just as pride bloomed on his face, it vanished again. The system had arrived late, yet it wasn't entirely too late. Had the system been present earlier, he would have already achieved legendary status, only to have his top-tier account snatched away by that treacherous Warner Entertainment, resulting in a far greater loss. Detecting the hostess' inner fury, system activation in progress. System activation successful. The host will earn reputation points for releasing works, which can be used to customize creations or enhance the hostess' professional skills. A friendly reminder, the required reputation points will vary based on the quality of the work. The system will periodically issue tasks, which the host may choose to accept or decline. Host, Sui, age at 23, current reputation 0, ding, a beginner's package has been granted to the host. Would you like to open it? Open. A fiery excitement surged within Sui. Previously, he believed the few songs he could recall had been stripped of copyright by Warner, leaving him with little to draw from. Thankfully, the system had arrived. Sui was determined to reclaim all that he had lost. Rai smile, ding, the beginner's package has been opened for the host. You have obtained the song, The Initial Dream. Copyright has been registered for the host, and the song has been successfully placed in the system's repository. Sui's breath caught momentarily. He recalled this song. It had been immensely popular in his past life, and he had once wished to draw inspiration from it. Alas, it felt somewhat dated compared to him, and he could only remember fragments, leading to its abandonment. With the system activated, Sui felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had previously thought he was outwitted by capital, having exhausted his ideas, unable to seek revenge, but the system had now flooded his mind with an entire universe of entertainment resources. If he didn't soar from this, he would be the very definition of failure. If talent cannot conquer capital, then I, Sui, shall become capital myself, the greatest force in the internal entertainment scene and across all of Blue Star. As he donned his pants, Sui silently resolved within himself. It was somewhat audacious to speak of such ambitions, considering Warner Entertainment was one of the 4 major entertainment corporations, wielding countless methods to suppress a mere producer. They controlled public opinion, dictating what the masses could see and what would remain hidden from view. Li Xian once wisely remarked, there is no talent that can defeat capital, it is merely talent that has been chosen by capital. And now, if Sui dared to declare himself as Sui, a deluge of legal letters would surely follow, for the name Sui belonged to Warner Entertainment and had no association with him anymore. Having gathered his belongings, Sui suddenly froze upon glancing at the nightstand. There lay a sum of 20,000 yuan. Isn't this an insult? I am a man with principles. It's as if they think I'm a gigolo. With that, Sui picked up the 20,000 yuan, preparing to pocket it. Just then, a slip of paper fluttered down, and he deftly grasped it. Let us pretend last night never happened. The elegant script, punctuated by 3 exclamation marks, betrayed the young lady's heightened emotions, but wasn't it she who had initiated the conversation? Sui struggled to recall, but it seemed inconsequential now. In the realm of adulthood, unexpected occurrences are commonplace. He had cherished his chastity for 23 years, intending to bestow it upon his future wife, only for it to vanish in an instant. Somewhat melancholic, yet not overwhelmingly so, what loomed larger was a sense of frustration. The chastity lost, yet he couldn't even remember the feeling. What a predicament. Sui sighed and shook his head, tucking the 20,000 yuan into his pocket. Just as he prepared to leave for the hospital to check for any issues, he suddenly froze, for upon the pristine hotel sheets lay a blossom of crimson, reminiscent of a plum flower. No way, right? Shocked, amazed, in disbelief, ecstatic. Surely, this is reason enough to forego the hospital visit. After all, it was his first time. He couldn't possibly have contracted anything, right? So, everyone experiences their first time. He felt he had not truly lost out, nearly regretting the inability to recall the sensations of that moment. Sui furrowed his brow, striving to recollect the events of the previous night, but apart from the ample bosom, nothing else came to mind. This wasn't entirely Sui's fault. Every man harbors a wish to ensure that their offspring are not left wanting after marriage, making them particularly sensitive to such matters. After pondering fruitlessly for a while, he regretfully shook his head, only to step on something as he took 2 steps forward. Bending down, he discovered a cherry-shaped earring. Cinderella left her crystal shoe. He picked up the earring and pocketed it. Upon descending in the elevator to the lobby, a thought struck him. Approaching the front desk, he awkwardly yet politely addressed the receptionist. I'd like to check out. Sui felt a twinge of disappointment. The room had been booked under his ID. After inquiring about the events of the previous night, he learned that the receptionist had already changed shifts and knew nothing of the matter. With that, he took his 100 yuan deposit and left the hotel. Alas, the room was paid for by the girl, and he had been given 20,000 yuan as compensation. But why on earth did she take his phone? Chapter 3. My dearest, I no longer deserve you. Xuanqing City, the largest commercial office building in Jiangbei. After Ling Qingmeng parked her car in the garage, she donned a mask, grabbed her bag, and entered the elevator. It was no longer working hours, so the elevator was devoid of its usual crowd. The upscale office building boasted mirrors in its shops, and Ling Qingmeng found herself staring blankly at her reflection. Her eyes were slightly reddened, and there were 2 red patches on her neck. She adjusted the collar of her white shirt to conceal the blemishes. Ding! The elevator arrived at the designated floor. President Lin. Upon entering the company, the receptionist greeted her. What was meant to be a simple salutation startled Ling Qingmeng. Ahem, good morning, Shaoli. She waved at the receptionist and hurriedly passed through the office area towards her own office. Good morning, Qingmeng. President Lin. The office area appeared spacious, yet it housed only 3 individuals. 1 man and 2 women. Qingmeng seems a bit off today. Isn't that the outfit she wore yesterday? Indeed, she wore that same outfit yesterday. President Lin is known for her fastidiousness. Even in summer, she changes her clothes daily. And she's late today, the 3 employees whispered amongst themselves. Ling Qingmeng arrived at her office, locked the door, and finally let out a sigh of relief. She plopped onto the sofa, reclined against the backrest, and grabbed a cushion, collapsing into a daze. How could this happen? How could I allow myself to be taken advantage of? 24 years of chastity, just gone, surrendered to a stranger. She spoke as if reciting a mantra, vigorously tugging at her hair. Due to work-related stress, she had felt restless the previous night and, upon passing by Jiujie, impulsively decided to drink at a bar. Little did she know, she had overestimated her alcohol tolerance, and 1 cocktail was all it took to leave her inebriated. In her hazy state, she seemed to hear a familiar tune. Yes, it was her idol Sui's piece Wedding in a Dream. Not only the first half but the latter part continued seamlessly, quite beautifully. In that moment, she had mistaken the man playing the piano for her beloved idol. Ah, Ling Qingmeng, you foolish girl. There was no idol, he was merely a pretty boy, nothing more than a handsome facade. The thought of waking up next to that unfamiliar man drove Ling Qingmeng to the brink of madness. In this chaotic entertainment industry, she had turned down all unspoken rules, fiercely guarding her 24 years of chastity. Ling Qingmeng unzipped her bag and retrieved a photograph from the innermost compartment. It depicted a masked figure, with only his captivating eyes visible, framed by sharp brows and a confident demeanor. Woo-woo. My idol, I no longer deserve you. Ling Qingmeng cried out, her sobs echoing loudly as she clutched the photograph. He had never revealed his face online. This photo was a clandestine capture taken backstage at an event. Countless nights, she had held this photograph close as she slept. Of course, Ling Qingmeng would never admit to being infatuated. As a young woman, having an idol who doubled as a beloved figure was a source of immense joy, especially when that idol was Suhi, the one who declared his songs would always be free for all to enjoy. Yet, the thought of having that photograph of her idol in her bag while engaging in such intimate acts with another man, wasn't that a form of betrayal? Ling Qingmeng's mental state began to unravel. Suddenly, her phone rang from within her bag. She wiped her tears and rummaged through her belongings to find a phone that was not her own. It belonged to the stranger from the previous night. Given her unique profession, she feared that he might take advantage of her vulnerability while she slept, so she had taken his phone upon leaving. However, in an attempt to avoid being perceived as a thief, she left behind 2,000 yuan meant for employee salaries, along with a note. A ridiculous one-night stand. Hello. As soon as she answered, Ling Qingmeng realized it was not her phone and felt a wave of annoyance wash over her. She was about to hang up when a melodious voice with a hint of sophistication came through, laced with surprise and curiosity, culminating in an almost excited tone. Who are you? Where's my brother? He is not here. Ling Qingmeng hung up and promptly turned off the phone. As a woman, she could recognize the tone of gossip in that voice. Alas, men who frequented such places were rarely good-hearted. They were typically only after one-night stands. Although she conceded that the man was exceptionally handsome, surpassing even the most popular stars, Ling Qingmeng was not a shallow person. Beauty was merely a fleeting facade. Though her body may no longer be worthy of Suhi, her heart remained steadfastly his. A knock resounded at the door. It was her manager, a Zhao. Qingmeng, Lao Yang has left. A Zhao's voice was filled with regret. Let him go. Remember to send flowers on my behalf. Ling Qingmeng gritted her teeth. It was precisely because of Lao Yang that she had sought solace in the bar. Qingmeng Studio was a venture solely founded by Ling Qingmeng, and having risen to prominence in the entertainment industry, she was well acquainted with its myriad rules. To continue advancing amidst the capital-driven dynamics, she understood the necessity of adhering to its regulations, particularly those governing women, especially beautiful women, where the expectation of sacrificing one's body was all too common. Under the persistent insinuations of her former agency's head, Ling Qingmeng chose to pay a hefty breach of contract fee and subsequently left the company, using her remaining funds to establish her own studio. Her dreams had once been grand. She aspired to create a realm within the entertainment industry devoid of unspoken rules. Naturally, that aspiration still lingered, albeit now accompanied by smaller hopes that her remaining artists would not depart. Once housing over a dozen artists, only 3 remained, along with herself, her assistant, and the receptionist. They amounted to a mere 6 individuals. The sense of defeat was palpable. Otherwise, Ling Qingmeng would not have sought refuge in alcohol. Although Haisher Entertainment is not a major company, they have backing from Warner, which affords them some advantageous resources. Lao Yang's move to Haisher certainly promises a brighter future than what we can offer here. At Zhao side, large companies prioritize appearances, while smaller ones require talent. Lao Yang was the best vocalist in their company, so it was only natural for Haisher Entertainment to extend an olive branch to him. His acceptance of a more promising agency was equally understandable. When our company flourishes, he will surely regret his decision. Ling Qingmeng's demeanor was soft, yet she could be resolute when necessary. But with Lao Yang gone, who will participate in the Voice of the People competition we signed up for? A Zhao queried quietly. Voice of the People was a competition program hosted by Xuan Television, inviting various entertainment companies from Xuan City to compete. One company had declined to participate, leading the program to approach Qingmeng Studio to fill the gap. Let Hanin go? Ling Qingmeng pondered before responding. Hanin could work. After all, we need someone to fill the void, a Zhao replied with a wry smile. What do you mean by filling the void? Participating without aiming for the championship is akin to being a dead fish. Are you hoping for the 50,000 yuan prize? Ahem, shallow, am I that type of person? Ling Qingmeng shot a Zhao a glare. Go tell Hanin to give it her all. A Zhao hesitated, but what about the competition song? The organizers require a new song. Ling Qingmeng contemplated before replying, I'll check on Yuego. Come, I should be able to procure a song for Hanin. A Zhao looked at her skeptically. Do you still have money? I could always sell my car. In truth, even if you were to rely on your previous earnings as a dual-threat top-tier artist, you could live comfortably without any worries. Why put yourself through the strain of being a boss? Why not just shut down and run away? I, Ling Qingmeng, am not one to easily concede. My fate lies in my own hands. Hey, what happened to your neck? Oh, just a mosquito bite. Chapter 4. The rhythm is exquisite. Kyoto Warner Entertainment, the office of the general manager. Du Detao and his nephew Du Feng were engaged in a tea drinking session. After a gentle knock, Li Xian pushed the door open. Upon seeing her, Du Feng's face brightened with joy. He was about to rise when Du Detao's glance halted him. Xiao Xian has returned, come over and share some tea. Du Detao gestured towards the sofa beside Du Feng. Mr. Du, Feng, Li Xian greeted the two men. Du Detao poured her a cup of tea and presented it before her. The trio sat in silence for a protracted moment. Finally, Du Detao's fingers lightly tapped the tea table, and he broke the silence, asking, "What did he say?" Li Xian pursed her lips, ultimately managing a bitter smile as she shook her head. "He said he won tea be coming back, that was to be expected," Du Detao replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips, though the left side of his face still throbbed from the blow dealt by Su He. "In that case, we cannot be blamed for being unyielding. Mr. Du, perhaps I should try reaching out to him after a while. He is rather proud. In his current state of anger, he will undoubtedly refuse any counsel. Once his temper cools, things will be different," Li Xian suggested, looking towards Du Detao. "No need," Du Detao shook his head. "I understand his character well. If he truly wished to commercialize the name Su He would have done so long ago. Su He had achieved his current stature in his 20s, his pride would never allow him to commodify his name at the expense of his fans. However, nurturing a golden producer incurs considerable promotional and operational costs. Although Su He's songs consistently topped the charts and garnered immense streaming and download numbers, all of his compositions were made available for free to the audience. Initially, this was deemed a prudent strategy by the company, believing he was building his reputation. Yet, even as he ascended to a golden producer, the relentless pursuit of profit would not permit him to continue this way. It must be understood that the fame and reputation of the name Su He, even without charging for songs, could yield immeasurable income simply through public appearances, participation in variety shows, or live streaming. In this era of traffic and fan economics, capital has devised comprehensive strategies to profit from fans. This would allow Su He to maintain his persona of not charging while simultaneously finding innovative ways to generate revenue. If Su He were to cooperate, it would be a win-win, yet his obstinacy was well known. The board, naturally, would not want to miss out on the peak of his popularity as a golden producer. They would reclaim all song copyrights, withdraw the usage rights of the name Su He, effectively sidelining him. This was a tactic frequently employed by entertainment companies, and in Su He's case, it was even more convenient since he had never revealed his face to the public. They could easily find a substitute to assume the name, as the ownership of Su He belonged to the company. Do we really have to do this? He is still so young, and his song royalties amount to quite a sum each year. His talent, given adequate resources and time, could very well lead him to become a musical genius. Li Xian's eyes reflected her reluctance. Do you think the company would support a producer unwilling to commercialize their talent to become a musical genius? Du Detao sipped his tea. What good is talent? How much can those song royalties even amount to? The company has to sustain numerous artists. If he refuses to generate income, others will gladly step in. His agitation grew, even causing him to spit while speaking. In this age of universal entertainment, talent was abundant. To gain capital's endorsement, one must commercialize. What company would willingly support someone who does not bring in revenue? Li Xian glanced at the teacup in her hand before setting it down. Very well, she sighed, shaking her head in resignation. As the star who had been elevated by Su He, she had done all she could. Du Feng, prepare to take the stage at the music gala. You shall assume the mantle of Su He. Du Detao directed his gaze towards Du Feng. Understood. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Du Feng's eyes. He had just returned from studying in the United States last year, specializing in popular music at a world-renowned music institution. His expertise was no less than Su He's. Furthermore, he had long been displeased with Su He's arrogant demeanor within the company. As a favored talent, even the once illustrious Du Feng had to address Su He as senior during their encounters. However, with Su He now ousted from Warner, and his uncle bestowing the name upon him, Du Feng felt a sense of vindication and indescribable exhilaration. All right, I must meet with the board to relay this news, Du Detao announced, rising to exit. Just as Li Xian intended to leave, Du Feng called out to her. Xiao Xian, I know a delightful Western restaurant, would you care to join me? He invited. I have matters to attend to later, Li Xian declined with a shake of her head. My uncle suggests that before the music gala, our Xian He couple should interact more, allowing paparazzi to capture some photos for exposure. This will make my identity reveal more seamless. He quickly embraced the role of Su He. Su He and the diva Li Xian were known as a couple in the entertainment industry, with a significant portion of her fans being supporters of their pairing. They were celebrated as a golden duo. Very well then, Li Xian hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded in agreement. Genius golden producer Su-hee to attend the music gala. Breaking news, popular diva Li Xian spotted dining with a mysterious man. The most enigmatic producer in the entertainment industry, Su-hee, is set to make his debut, and fans are ecstatic. Warner Entertainment reveals that Su-hee will release a personal physical album for diva Li Xian by year-end. The internet was ablaze with news about Su-hee. This most mysterious golden producer in the entertainment industry was finally set to appear on camera, much to the delight of fans who had long awaited this day. Ah! Is my husband Su-hee finally making his appearance? Let me reiterate, Su-hee is mine. Hee, what does it matter, you who call him husband? Su-hee and Li Xian have been paired for so long. True to his name, Su-hee is directly producing an album for our diva. I need only say one word, buy. Of course, I will buy it. After having benefited from so many of Su-hee's great songs for free, supporting his physical album is a must. Anticipating the music gala, eagerly awaiting Su-hee's new album. The audience's response exceeded expectations. Many had anticipated some criticism regarding Su-hee's newfound fame, claiming he had forgotten his roots, charging for songs previously offered for free, now seeking to profit through an album. However, such sentiments were rare, as any dissenters would quickly face backlash online. Their collective sentiment was clearer: they had enjoyed Su-hee's music for long enough, and everyone owed him the cost of an album. Hee, the rhythm is exquisite. Su-hee sat before his computer, a Huangalu cigarette perched between his lips. The ethereal smoke stung his eyes slightly. He squinted at the barrage of critical comments beneath one particularly disparaging remark, noting the thousands of replies berating him. He felt a mix of anger and a touch of gratitude. The reason he offered his songs for free was not overly complex. He merely wished to share the fruits of the labor from music industry predecessors, acting as a mere conduit to provide comfort to others, nothing more. Moreover, there were numerous avenues to monetize a song. Charging was but a fraction of the possibilities. Even without charging, he could still earn a considerable income. Truly, it's unbearable. Suddenly, his newly acquired phone buzzed. It was a video call on WeChat. Upon seeing the caller, a faint smile graced his lips. Fatty, how rare of you to call me. Come out for a foot massage, same place as before. Chapter 5. Hey, what happened to your face? It looks like you're having an allergic reaction. In the city of Xuan, there are numerous branches of a particular establishment known for foot baths. It offers a comprehensive experience that includes foot massages, entertainment, mahjong, and buffet dining. In fact, one can even sing karaoke in the private rooms. The technician, Sun Qian, who is number 56 on the roster, is an old acquaintance of Su-hee approaching her 30s. She possesses exceptional skills and applies a commendable amount of pressure during the foot massage. Su-hee, it's been a while since you last visited. I've missed you dearly, she exclaimed. Sun Qian is a woman of conversation, and in her line of work, being able to engage with clients is essential. After all, it can be quite awkward to remain silent with guests from all walks of life. Among all her patrons, however, Sun Qian holds a particular fondness for Su-hee. He is undeniably more handsome than most celebrities, and unlike many other customers, he genuinely comes to enjoy the foot bath experience. I just returned to Xuan a few days ago, and here I am. Sister Qian, you're looking increasingly beautiful, Su-hee replied, taking a deep breath and smiling lightly. It must be said that foot baths indeed have a remarkable ability to soothe one's spirit. Under Sister Qian's skilled hands, the frustration sparked by Warner had begun to dissipate. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. A rotund man with a round face poked his head inside, and upon spotting Su-hee, his face broke into a wide grin. Huh, Su-hee, you're already getting a massage, huh? Su-hee shot him an irritated glance and retorted, Fatty, you called me here for a foot bath, yet you show up late. Traffic was terrible. Your brother Jiang just landed and was eager to see you. It's a sign of true friendship, right? The hefty man plopped himself down onto the sofa beside Su-hee, causing it to creak under his weight. Sister Qian, is Ling available? I'll check for you, Sun Qian said as she wiped her hands on a towel and retrieved her phone to message a colleague. So, our genius producer, I've heard you're finally ready to make an appearance. Aren't you afraid that your dear President Su will find out? Fatty reclined on the sofa, turning to Su-hee with a grin. Your sources are quite well informed, I see. Of course. After all, your brother Jiang is making waves in the US financial sector, turning 500,000 into 5 million within a year. What a financial prodigy. Fatty, whose name is Li Jiang, has known Su-hee since childhood. They are as close as brothers. While Su-hee pursued music in university, Li Jiang opted for finance. He studied abroad and always made it a point to visit Su-hee upon returning home, regaling him with tales of his triumphs in the American financial arena. I've grown tired of hearing about it. Is it really worth bragging about turning 500,000 into 5 million for an entire year? Sui said, feigning annoyance as he poked at his ear. Ah, you won't understand. Jianggu's achievement of a tenfold increase in the financial realm is comparable to your status as a top producer in the entertainment industry. Both are prodigious talents. Prodigious fatty, Sui said with a dismissive tone. Alright, we're all prodigies here, Li Jiang conceded with a nod. Sui raised an eyebrow in surprise. It seemed that Fatty had matured in his outlook. He remembered the first time he had called him Fatty, and how Li Jiang had ignored him for an entire week. Now, he had come to terms with it. Let us get serious, are you really planning to give up? Li Jiang inquired, leaning forward with genuine curiosity. Do I strike you as the type? Sui replied with a sardonic smile. Not at all. I recall when I snatched an eraser from you, and you retaliated by tossing my entire pencil case away. A Scorpio never lets things slide. Li Jiang shook his head. Ah, you understand me well, Sui chuckled softly. So, are you staying for good this time? Absolutely. With my credentials, I'll be treated like royalty in the domestic financial sector. Li Jiang boasted, patting his chest with pride. He remained silent. At that moment, the door to the private room opened once more, and a girl in her 20s entered, carrying a foot bath basin. Is Ling here? Li Jiang greeted her with a smile. It's rare to see you, Jiang. Ling said as she set down the basin and began to massage Li Jiang's feet. Ow. Not long into the massage, Li Jiang suddenly yelped, retracting his foot. Looks like Jiang's kidneys aren't in the best shape lately, Ling teased, her eyes sparkling with amusement. I was just working on the kidney reflex zone. Not bad, Li Jiang. It seems fine dining agrees with you, Sui quipped. Nonsense, Jiang's kidneys are perfectly fine, I just wasn't used to it, Li Jiang protested vehemently. He extended his foot again, exclaiming, come on, target the kidney reflex zone with full force. The private room erupted into a cacophony of exaggerated sounds. Eventually, the ruckus subsided, and Sui's voice broke the silence. Fatty. What? I'm planning to register an investment company. You're going big, huh? If I'm going to pursue excitement, I might as well go all the way. Better not mess with a Scorpio. Need any help? Do I even need to ask? Of course, with me, the financial prodigy, by your side, Warner won't stand a chance. Prodigious fatty. Hey, what happened to your face? I was licked by a dog. Chapter 6. Is this not akin to a nap arriving with a pillow? After washing his feet, Sui chatted for a while with Li Jiang at the foot washing city before finally heading home. He applied a bit of anti-allergy ointment on his face, then lay on his bed and took out his phone. Although Li Jiang, his childhood friend, was often unreliable, Sui recognized his professional capabilities. It was certain that Warner was monitoring his every move. As one of the 3 top entertainment companies in the domestic industry, Warner possessed the power to have Sui blacklisted by well-known entertainment firms. If he wished to re-enter the industry, not only would he have to abandon his stage name Sui, but he would also find it impossible to gain entry into major companies. The path of a producer was one he must embark upon, for he needed to reclaim everything that belonged to him through this identity. However, this time he needed to prepare thoroughly, leveraging the resources of a planet at his disposal to establish himself as the largest capital in the domestic entertainment scene. Given the vast ambitions of entertainment companies, he planned to establish an investment firm. Starting from behind the scenes, once he had amassed sufficient assets, he would step into the limelight and surprise Warner. Of course, these were merely foundational ideas. The subsequent operations would be drafted into a proposal by his accomplice, and the two would discuss the details later. The immediate priority was to earn some reputation points. Only with reputation points could he customize more works within the system. With this in mind, so he opened the YouGao.net app. Currently, without a singer and hindered by his inherent vocal limitations, the quickest way to release music was to sell the songs outright. YouGao.net, as the most popular music trading forum in the industry, served as a platform where countless music producers monetized their works. The website was divided into 2 sections. One was a forum for casual banter and exchanges, while the other was a marketplace for various music sales. In this world, the vast majority of song copyrights were held by Capital, which naturally sought to protect its interests from any threats. With Capital and official involvement, plagiarism was akin to encroaching upon the cake of Capital, thus the consequences of copying were severe, resulting in industry-wide bans, making it rare for anyone to dare to plagiarize. Consequently, musicians felt secure in selling their works online. The types of music copyrights were diverse, with various selling methods available on YouGao.net. Some renowned music producers retained their copyrights and authorship, merely selling the rights to perform.
Another method involved bundling all rights to a song for sale, a practice most prevalent among newcomers to the industry. Lacking fame and channels, they could only sell their creations on such public trading platforms, often pricing a song at only a few hundred yuan. Besides newcomers, there were also industry veterans who had signed contracts with their own entertainment companies. To avoid conflicts of interest, many of these veterans operated under pseudonyms to earn extra income. Due to company restrictions, they often had to bundle all rights to a song for sale, sometimes even foregoing authorship, which had become an unspoken rule in the industry, with these veterans selling a single song for sums reaching into the hundreds of thousands. The account levels on Youthful were based on transaction amounts, requiring 100,000 yuan to elevate a level. These veterans, due to their substantial sales, boasted high levels. They only needed to post a thread to attract buyers who would specify their requirements, tailoring their offerings accordingly. The buyers were not ordinary singers, many were popular singer-songwriters within the circle who, in order to maintain their original artist personas yet lacking inspiration, would visit Youthful to purchase songs, subsequently attributing the lyrics and melodies to themselves as original works. These unwritten rules were well understood within the industry. Naturally, buyers could also post threads on Youthful to solicit songs through bidding. If a veteran happened to have suitable works or discarded drafts, they would participate in the bidding.
What was the password again? Sui had previously earned some extra cash on Youthful.
Although his pseudonym was only at level 5, it was still preferable to a standard account, and besides him, no one knew this alias. Youthful had done an excellent job of ensuring user privacy. Otherwise, many veterans would not resort to pseudonyms to earn extra income. He entered his birthday but found the password incorrect. After some contemplation, he input Li Xian's birthday and, surprisingly, succeeded in logging in. ID Xinghe level 5 title beginner producer transaction count 3. This account, while not particularly high in level on the website, could easily set a price of 10,000 for a song. However, Sui could not possibly sell the initial dream for only 10,000, though he did not intend to sell the copyright, merely the singing rights. He certainly could not part with it for just 1 or 2,000. After changing the account password, so he began browsing the forum, seeking a heart-wrenching love song about heartbreak, requirements, male singer, primarily detailing the inability to move on after a breakup, contemplating suicide yet reluctant to part with an ex-girlfriend. Copyright type all rights reward 500 submissions of 50 Catmaster. This price, even a dog would shake its head.
Flying groundhog, what the hell, bidding for 500 bucks, are you trying to shoo away beggars? Air guzzy you damn, this is too competitive. 500 is a pittance, yet there are still 50 fools bidding. Mechuan and Ikuzi Isai musicians today are worse off than dogs. You all go ahead, I'm lying flat. Dream of waves, hey, aren't you the first to submit a piece while claiming to lie flat? Suhi, amused, scrolled through the comments. Indeed, competition existed in every industry, and musicians were no exception. Under the pressure of capital, many of the lowest-tier musicians could barely afford a meal. 500 for a song was indeed very little for those with some achievements, but was a few days' worth of living expenses for struggling musicians. Thus, even with a mere 500 in rewards, numerous musicians still submitted works. I haven't visited the site in a while. The people here remain so entertaining, and their words are delightful. After browsing the forum for a time, so he finally recalled that he had yet to attend to important matters. He continued scrolling down and suddenly, a rolling announcement appeared on the website, big order announcement, to be revealed in 5 minutes. Generally, on Youthful, only orders exceeding 500,000 would be considered significant. Such orders would trigger a rolling announcement at the top of the site. Furthermore, users who achieved level 10 and activated pop-up notifications would receive alerts for big orders. He waited for 5 minutes, and the bidding post finally appeared on the forum. Seeking a song, preferably one that is uplifting and motivational, requirements, ideally sung in a female pitch, moderate difficulty, with inspiring lyrics encouraging people not to forget their dreams and to forge ahead. Reward 500,000. Copyright type all rights, submissions 0. Is this not akin to a nap arriving with a pillow? A slight smile crept across Suhi's lips. However, the fact that this buyer sought all rights posed a dilemma for him. Having experienced the situation with Warner, he had come to understand the paramount importance of copyright, and thus even when selling songs, he would not relinquish the rights. Considering this, he chose to observe for a while to see if he could negotiate with the buyer. Just as he was pondering this, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, raising an eyebrow slightly, pulling out a yellow Crane Tower cigarette from his pocket. He lit it and chuckled. Sister, what made you think to call me? Chapter 7. Losing a phone is trivial, but losing one's heart is catastrophic. Hey, brother, who was that woman this morning? A melodious voice, imbued with a hint of gossip, resonated from the other end of the phone. What woman? Sui felt a sudden jolt in his heart and asked with a touch of unease.
Could it be that his fleeting encounter had reached his sister's ears? Unthinkable.
Hee, you little rascal, don't pretend to be innocent. When I called earlier, a woman answered. Her voice did not belong to Li Xian. And is the illustrious golden producer really keeping a mistress on the side? The teasing tone of his sister was unmistakable. Stop spouting nonsense. Am I the kind of person to keep a mistress? Su, he retorted, mildly irritated.
I lost my previous phone and bought a new one. I retrieved my number from the service center today.
Sui's sister, Su Muyen, was 3 years his senior.
Ever since childhood, she had been a quintessential two-dimensional beauty, and at 26, she still reveled in anime. Thus, upon graduating from university, she joined an anime company, where she has risen to a supervisory role, earning a modest reputation in the industry.
Of course, like Sui, she also had a strained relationship with their father. Su Jinghua, their father, had always aspired for his children to become poets or writers, yet Su Muyen adored anime while Sui pursued music. With age, Su Jinghua found it increasingly difficult to nurture a secondary career, and thus bore resentment towards the two siblings. Both Su Muyen and Sui possessed stubborn temperaments, firmly believing in their choices, which led to a prolonged estrangement from the Su family home. Is that so? Su Muyen responded, a hint of disappointment evident in her voice. What do you want from me? If it's nothing, I'll hang up. Sui felt a twitch in his eye and spoke sullenly. What does she mean by is that so? Does my lack of a mistress disappoint you? Is this how my sister perceives me? Is it not because I saw your message? I heard you're making an appearance. You're quite bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of our father coming at you with a cleaver to berate you at your music gala?
Su Muyen chuckled lightly.
Rest assured, even if he shows up, he won't find me, Sui replied with a wry smile. What's going on? Su Muyen was taken aback.
I was shown the door by Warner. The stage name Su-hee has been given to someone else. Sui felt a tinge of awkwardness, recognizing the lack of glory in his predicament. However, given their close bond, he felt no need to conceal the truth from his sister. Silence enveloped the call for several seconds, and just when Sui thought the signal had faltered, Su Muyen's voice broke through with a somber tone. Damn Warner, where's my knife?
Brother, gather at Warner's entrance. I'll reclaim this stage for you. It's merely an entertainment company. How dare they brazenly exploit others without consequence?
Her voice grew hurried and intense, losing its alluring quality and taking on a more aggressive edge. Hearing her words, Sui felt a warmth spread within him. Sister, it's futile to be angry. I'll just accept my misfortune. Now that you said that, I'm reassured. Su Muyen suddenly returned to her playful self.
Su-hee?
Su Muyen laughed lightly. Since childhood, whenever you utter such words, it's a sign of impending calamity for the other party.
Su-hee, am I really that kind of person?
Su Muyen teased, no need to explain.
I understand, whatever you choose to do, I will support you. If it comes to that, let us storm Warner together and tarnish this unscrupulous capitalist's reputation.
Su-hee tugged at the corner of his mouth.
Just as he was about to end the call, Su Muyen asked in a peculiar tone, I noticed online that people are still fanning the flames of the Su-hee and Li Xian couple. Could it be? You guessed correctly, I broke up with Li Xian, Sui scoffed. And then you found a new girlfriend?
The inquisitive tone returned with vigor.
I've told you, I do not have a new girlfriend. What about that girl who answered the phone? She was the thief who stole my phone.
All right, losing a phone is trivial, but losing one's heart is catastrophic, my foolish brother. One last time, she is not my girlfriend. Sui hung up the phone and disposed of the cigarette but in the ashtray, exhaling deeply. He felt utterly defeated. His sister was wonderful in many aspects, yet her penchant for gossip was exasperating. However, he never anticipated that the woman would dare to answer the call. Not long ago, he had reported his number as lost and obtained a new SIM card. The previous card was no longer operational, otherwise, he could have called back to verify. That with a resounding slap to his forehead, so he berated himself for his foolishness. Why seek out someone else after a one-night stand? Did he truly believe that a woman in such circumstances would harbor genuine feelings?
At 8 in the evening, Sui opened the Weigao website.
The post offering a reward of 500,000 had already garnered 80 submissions. He glanced at the levels of the submitters, most of whom were newcomers. As he scrolled down, he noticed 2 level 20 accounts at the end. Little B, Winter Melon, these 2 IDs seem somewhat familiar, Sui mused, clicking on their profiles. They seemed vaguely recognizable, but he couldn't recall any direct interactions. These level 20 accounts had reportedly earned 2 million through song sales on Weigao. It's essential to note that while Weigao could be a lucrative platform for newcomers, for established figures, it served merely as a side gig. To amass 2 million on this site indicated a producer of notable capability. Moreover, Youthful featured a ranking system, and a level 20 could easily find themselves among the top 100, a testament to their prowess. Yun Hui commented, "Let us disperse, with 2 level 20 big shots involved, there's south no place for us."
Air Guzzi added, "Didn't T Winter Melon's song make it to the top 10 of the new song chart?" Yuan Dao remarked, "Didn't T Little B also make it?"
The last song he sold to Left Bank Entertainment stayed at 8th for a full 5 days.
Confession noted, "These two aliases must belong to high-level producers, it's just a matter of discovering their true identities." The Flying Field Mouse lamented, "These big shots are raking in profits in reality while snatching our opportunities online. It's utterly outrageous." Indeed, after the two big names entered the fray, no further submissions were made, although, aside from the buyer of the post, other users could not hear the submitted songs. The account registrations provided insight into their actual capabilities.
Producers in the domestic entertainment industry earned hundreds of thousands to millions, and those who ranked among the top 100 were undoubtedly formidable figures. Furthermore, both individuals had songs that previously reached the top 10 of the new song chart, ensuring their market credibility. Thus, many producers, seeing no hope, ceased their submissions. The allure of 500,000 was undoubtedly significant, yet one must possess the strength to claim it.
Regardless, it won T hurt to submit. The initial dream perfectly aligns with their requirements, so he thought, forwarding a demo of the song. He added a note at the end, only selling the rights to the song's performance. If interested, please contact me privately. I have sent my WeChat ID for further discussion. Once he completed these tasks, he shut down his computer and prepared to rest. His back was still sore. Although Sister Qian had given him a massage earlier, prolonged sitting always led to discomfort. Chapter 8, How wonderful it would be if the company had a producer. On Uedo Online. The competition between the two titans, Little B and Winter Melon, over the same song has sparked extensive discussions. This circle is neither too large nor too small. While it may seem that there are millions of producers online, the number of those who can truly make a living from this profession is exceedingly rare. Moreover, those who amass wealth through songwriting are even more scarce. The stakes are high. Two titans vie for a lucrative contract worth 500,000. Who will ultimately prevail? Some enthusiastic individuals have even opened a betting thread on the forum. "I'm placing my bet on Little B. After all, he's a powerhouse on the new song charts." Ha, as if Winter Melon hasn't made it there before?
I believe it's a 50-50 chance. Both are of high caliber as producers. It merely depends on who has the luck to win the favor of the client.
It doesn't matter. I am blindly betting on Winter Melon. Little B will undoubtedly secure this song.
In the forum, everyone is wagering their forum coins on their favored titan. Given that both have similar standings and reputations, the support rates from forum coins even reflect a near tie.
At that moment, the titan known as Winter Melon finally made an appearance. "Winter Melon, Little B, my friend, I'm in urgent need of funds. Could you let this one go?" "Little B, I'm afraid not.
A song I submitted was recently returned by a client, and it perfectly meets the thread creator's requirements."
"Winter Melon, is that how you treat a friend?" "Little B, my apologies." "Winter Melon, well, let us see whose song is better." "Little B, is there really any need to see? It's obviously going to be mine." Their exchange has drawn a multitude of onlookers.
Little B truly is a titan. He dares to bid on such a major contract even with a mere draft. It seems Winter Melon's momentum has faltered.
The tension is palpable.
Now we have a spectacle to behold. Neither titan is willing to concede, so it's a matter of who can win the thread creator's favor.
Hey, hurry over to that thread. Someone has submitted a new entry.
Initially, everyone was engrossed in the rivalry between the two titans. Unexpectedly, another submission has come in. Normally, when a titan steps in, others tend to refrain from further submissions unless they are even more formidable. Instantly, everyone rushed to see who this newcomer was. Upon discovering that the submitter was merely a level 5 account, their calm demeanor quickly dissipated.
Star River, I've never heard of this person? What the hell, how can it be a level 5 account? What a waste of expressions. How dare he? 2 level 20 titans are already in the fray, and he still submits. Damn, wasting my time. Who spread the rumor that a level 50 giant entered the game? Get him out and shoot him for 10 minutes. Rumor mongering is truly despicable. Calling a level 5 as level 50. What are you thinking? A giant like that is likely close to being a gold medal producer in reality. Someone at level 50 wouldn't even bat an eye.
Generally speaking, accounts at levels 20 or 30 on Uedo Online, if their true identities were uncovered, would certainly belong to well-known producers. Those above level 50 are likely to include some gold medal producers. Such individuals stand at the pinnacle of the industry, revered by all newcomers and those who have yet to make a mark. Therefore, when someone claimed a level 50 titan was involved, a throng of spectators instantly gathered. Upon realizing it was merely a level 5 account, they were enraged.
Look, what else did he note?
Only selling the singing rights for the song.
If interested, please add WeChat for detailed discussion. Haha, this is hilarious. A level 5 isn't exactly a novice, yet he is still trying to retain the rights for such a major contract? Perhaps he thinks he can retain the rights after earning a few $100,000. Lucky guy, he made a quick buck, but that's all it will amount to. With Winter Melon and Little B in the game, even if he sells all rights, it's impossible, let alone keeping them. Everyone, burdened by the pressures of life, seized this opportunity for amusement. Such entertaining occurrences naturally spread across various chat groups. Soon, a multitude of people arrived to observe. Within no time, the comments section of this thread soared past 10,000. Due to the sheer volume of comments, the thread remained perpetually popular. 3 days later, Star Dream Studio office area, Ling Qingmeng was browsing the submissions on Youthful online. Beside her was her assistant, Zhao, while 3 remaining singers of the company sat across from her. This 50,000 was secured by Ling Qingmeng mortgaging her beloved car, marking a gamble of significant stakes. If she could win the championship, she would not only recover her car but also acquire a song for free. Furthermore, she could receive promotional assistance from the local television station for the song. Although the promotional capacity of a local station is limited, it could still save her tens of thousands in marketing costs, and who knows, with a stroke of luck, she might even land a spot on the new song charts and gain some recognition. This was Ling Qingmeng's plan. She had to stake her beloved car and produce a great song. How wonderful it would be if the company had a producer, she murmured to herself while flipping through the submissions on the forum. Indeed, the primary reason our studio struggles to retain talent is the lack of a capable songwriter. While everyone possesses talent as singers, without good songs to perform, they cannot achieve notable rankings. Assistant Zhao nodded in agreement. In the music industry, while finding singers is relatively easy, locating a good producer, let alone a talented one, proves to be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Star Dream Studio is merely a small establishment. Supporting a few singers is already a challenge, let alone a producer. If this song turns a profit, I'll grit my teeth and hire a producer for you. Ling Qingmeng clenched her fist, painting a hopeful picture for her employees. But we need to find a handsome one, spoke Chenqi, a girl in her 20s sporting leather pants and a jacket, exuding a punk vibe. Her voice was slightly nasal yet resonated with depth and strength. Little Qi, you're not looking for a producer, you're seeking a handsome husband. Zhang Xiaohan quipped, slightly annoyed. Lin Qingmeng's song was specifically for her, so she was particularly excited. Having been with Star Dream Studio for a while, she typically sang songs worth a few hundred yuan. Now, her boss was finally willing to splurge on a 50,000 contract, and Zhang Xiaohan felt she was on the brink of flying high. At the very least, we need a mid-tier producer. An entry-level one is no different from purchasing a song from Youthful online. The remaining employee, a man in his 30s, appeared to be well-groomed and exuded a sense of calmness. Shui Liang, once a contestant from a talent show who had soared to fame after winning, faced a downturn due to his refusal to lip-sync on stage, leading to conflict with the organizers, resulting in his being shelved by the company. After a few months of success, he faded away. Over the past decade, he had been adrift, full of talent yet lacking a platform to showcase it. No matter how hard he tried, it felt futile. This world is so realistic. Many possess talent and ability, yet it remains of little use. Rising to fame relies on connections and playing the role of a subordinate to capital. Let us put the matter of producers aside for now. We should focus on selecting a song. Everyone, please help me review and decide which one to use. After all, we are spending 50,000. Ling Qingmeng felt she had overshot her ambitions. She could hardly afford to hire even a mid-tier producer, so she quickly shifted the focus of the discussion. Chapter 9. Does he think he is a gold medal producer? Why are there only a little over 80 submissions? Ling Qingmeng furrowed her brows. In her view, a budget of 500,000 on the website should attract at least a few hundred contributors. Right, although she only allowed 3 days for submissions, that hardly seemed a short period for this platform. In the realm of song trading, the majority of participants are either newcomers or part-time veterans, and newcomers can churn out songs at an astonishing pace, far surpassing the veterans, yet the quality often leaves much to be desired. The veterans typically sell their discarded drafts for a little extra income, so they usually have ready-made songs. With a sense of confusion, Ling Qingmeng opened the back end of her post. There, she found over 80 songs available for preview. Let's listen in the order of submission, Zhao suggested, noticing Ling Qingmeng's uncertainty.
Alright then, with over 80 songs, it wasn't necessary to listen to every single one. Most of the submissions were from newcomers, with lyrics and compositions that were quite rudimentary, and some didn't even meet the standards for beginners. Soon enough, they had listened to over 50 songs. Zhao took notes, recording the songs that Ling Qingmeng and a few singers found somewhat appealing. Out of the 50-some songs, only 3 caught Ling Qingmeng's attention as being tolerable. These people, honestly, do they not have any self-awareness about whether their songs are worth 500,000? Ling Qingmeng's mind buzzed. After enduring too much electronic rubbish, she felt increasingly irritated. This platform is akin to Taobao. It's tough to sift out quality items, requiring a bit of luck. So, Lin, try not to be too upset, Xuan consoled with a gentle smile. Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan both nodded in agreement with Rai smiles. True high-end customization is sought after in real life through major entertainment companies, platforms like youthful. Cater to the lower market or to newcomers seeking to earn a little. Most participants here are indeed novices, some of whom haven't even mastered composition software and simply cobble together a song to sell. Let us finish listening, there aren't many left, Zhao said, taking the mouse from Ling Qingmeng. Ling Qingmeng leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms, and kicked her high heels against the table corner to make space for Zhao.
This is making me so angry.
Though Ling Qingmeng had a striking figure, the weight of it made it difficult for her to maintain a forward-leaning posture. She longed to rest her chest on the table, but with Xueliang present, she refrained from such an undignified gesture. Relax, Qingmeng got. If the fans knew that the charming and cute Ling Qingmeng was actually a tough girl behind the scenes, I wonder how they would react, Chen Qi joked.
Isn't it because the management company crafted this persona for me, forcing me to act all cute in front of the camera? It's exhausting.
Ling Qingmeng sighed heavily. In the entertainment industry, every artist has a persona. Ling Qingmeng appeared sweet and adorable, yet her personality was rather brash, bordering on a bit fierce. However, her management insisted she embody a cute and charming image. This left Ling Qingmeng struggling to feign innocence on camera. Qingmeng, you're using your savings to support us so we can earn a living. It makes me want to cry. Zhang Xiaohan wiped away a tear. Her comment was half in jest, as it reflected a truth but was delivered in a light-hearted tone to avoid heaviness. What do you mean I'm supporting you? I'm a capitalist. You all need to help me make money in the future, Ling Qingmeng retorted with mock annoyance.
Don't worry, Qingmeng. Even if we can't pay salaries, we won't betray the company like that old Yang.
Chen Qi vowed, patting her unremarkable chest, casting a somewhat envious glance at Ling Qingmeng's ample bosom.
Don't mention that traitor. He ruins the mood.
Ling Qingmeng waved dismissively.
Let us focus on selecting songs, Xueliang interjected, noticing the conversation had drifted too far. As the elder brother of the team and the most mature individual in the studio, he quickly redirected their attention. With his reminder, everyone fell silent. Zhao clicked on the next song.
Finally, after sifting through over 80 songs, only 3 remained. Zhao suddenly exclaimed. Ling Qingmeng, who had been on the verge of dozing off with her arms crossed, was jolted awake as her head dipped.
What happened?
She pursed her lips, perplexed. It seems the last 2 songs were written by 2 level 20 producers, Zhao exclaimed in surprise.
What? Level 20? Is that true? Chen Qi and the others sat up in shock. On
a level 20 status signifies a transaction amount of 2 million. Such producers in reality are at least senior producers. Even their discarded drafts are likely to possess commendable quality.
Let us hurry and listen.
Ling Qingmeng immediately perked up. She had almost given up hope but was pleasantly surprised. Level 20 giants. Zhang Xiaohan's voice trembled with excitement. These were songs penned by producers capable of landing on the new song charts top 10. If they could perform such songs, wouldn't they soar to fame? Zhao clicked on the song title Little B. The prelude began, a rousing melody filled the air, and the demo was typically masked by synthesized computer sounds.
Though electronic sounds lack emotion, as singers, they could assess the song's quality based on the lyrics and composition. This song seems more suited for a male vocalist, doesn't it? Chen Qi swallowed hard. The lyrics are a bit tough. I don't think I can handle it. Zhang Xiaohan shrank back. Though her voice had power, the lyrics were evidently crafted for a male singer, hastily adjusted for a female pitch. The melody was quite good, but the lyrics fell short, clearly repurposed from unused drafts. However, even a discarded draft from a producer of this caliber held a certain quality. Let us listen to the next one, Ling Qingmeng said hesitantly to Zhao. Zhao nodded and clicked on the song titled Winter Melon.
This piece began with a piano prelude, complemented by strings. The lyrics were tailored to portray a feminine image, yet the melody lacked the catchiness of the previous song, particularly in the chorus, which didn't leave much of a lasting impression. As the song concluded, silence enveloped the room. One had good lyrics, the other a good melody. Ling Qingmeng found herself in a quandary.
Which one should we choose? She swallowed again.
Both songs boasted quality, befitting of level 20 giants, yet neither was flawless. Each had its strengths and weaknesses, leaving them in a dilemma. Let us have Xuan decide, since she'll be the one singing, Ling Qingmeng suggested, turning to Zhang Xuan. Zhang Xuan quickly waved her hands. No, let Qingmeng choose. After all, you spent so much money, and I'm worried about making a poor decision. It's alright, just pick one. Ling Qingmeng waved dismissively, feigning indifference while internally panicking. This was 500,000, if they couldn't recoup it, her beloved car would be in jeopardy. Then, I'll choose. Wait a moment. Just as Zhang Xuan was about to make her selection, a Zhao interjected, there's still one more song.
Should we listen to it? Another song?
Lin Qingmeng raised her eyebrows in surprise. This producer is level 5, but their requirements seem to reflect those of a novice. A Zhao's expression was somewhat peculiar.
What do you mean? Zhang Xuan inquired.
He only sells the rights for performance, not for other aspects, a Zhao said, clicking on a submission titled Galaxy.
Ah.
Lin Qingmeng leaned forward, peering at the computer screen, muttering, the initial dream.
50,000 and he won sell the rights. Does he think he is a gold medal producer? Chapter 10 Boss, I want this song, just this one. Lin, would you like to give it a listen? A Zhao ventured to ask. Forget it, it would be a waste of time.
Lin Qingmeng shook her head and then turned to Zhang Xuan. Have you made your choice, Hanin?
Zhang Xuan's expression displayed her dilemma.
It is often the case that when faced with a single song, the choice is rather straightforward. However, when two songs are presented, the dilemma of choice arises, one with excellent lyrics, the other with a captivating melody.
How to decide? Let's give Hanin some time to consider. After all, we're not in a rush. I think the title of Initial Dream is quite intriguing. Perhaps there will be a delightful surprise? A Zhao suggested, reaching for the mouse to prepare for a preview.
Having listened to so many songs before, one more would not make a difference.
What surprise could there be? Can a level 5 account surpass a level 20 expert? I see it as mere luck that they sold a few songs and leveled up, and they don't even sell copyrights, Lin Qingmeng scoffed. There are two types of revenue from songs. One is the copyright fees, where platforms pay for the rights to play the songs, and some variety shows also pay for performance rights. The other is the performance fees that singers earn when participating in shows, which constitutes labor compensation and is often the primary income for many singers. For top-tier singers like Lin Qingmeng, a single performance can command fees ranging from hundreds of thousands to $1 million. Within the industry, there are certainly producers qualified to retain copyrights, but they are far from numerous. No singer or company would be foolish enough to purchase a song that relies solely on performance fees without the potential to earn from copyrights. Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, renowned producers like Sui possess their own fanbase and are entitled to earn copyright fees, allowing singers to profit from performances of their songs sufficiently. 50,000 and still not selling copyrights? Even if I, Lin Qingmeng, were to buy those rookies' trash songs, I would never purchase a track from such arrogant individuals. Lin Qingmeng leaned back in her chair, arms crossed defiantly. How resolute, how assertive. A Zhao lightly clicked the mouse, and the preview began. If pride has not been dashed against the cold waves of reality, how would one understand the effort required to reach distant shores? The electronic synthesized female voice was still present, yet this particular electronic sound was distinctly superior to others, with articulation that was less rigid and even conveyed some emotion. As the melody filled the air, Zhang Xuan's brows furrowed sharply, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Chen Shi, who had been fiddling with her freshly manicured nails, widened her eyes in surprise upon hearing the song. Shifting her position slightly, she crossed her legs and perked up her ears, listening intently. Shui Liang raised his head slightly, his ears twitching in response. Lin Qingmeng's arms, crossed over her chest, involuntarily trembled, her rosy lips parting in astonishment. The initial dream tightly grasped in hand, the place I yearned to go. How could it turn back halfway? As the chorus played, A Zhao turned slightly, only to find Lin Qingmeng inexplicably beside her, and she almost kissed Lin Qingmeng's face upon turning her head. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lin Qingmeng snatch the mouse from her hand and crank the volume to the maximum. The song reverberated throughout the office. Several singers began to sway to the rhythm unconsciously. The initial dream will undoubtedly be realized. Only when true desires are fulfilled can one be said to have reached paradise. When the song concluded, the office fell into a brief silence. Lin Qingmeng's demeanor shifted, her earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by an awkwardness as she covered her chin and waved her hand dismissively. Humph. It was nothing special. Chen Shi cast a peculiar glance at her boss.
Indeed, true to her nature, Ling Qingmeng would not admit to anything. Even if the world were to end, her tongue would remain defiant.
Boss.
Zhang Xiaohan slid off her chair and clung to Ling Qingmeng's thigh.
Hey, what are you doing? Ling Qingmeng started at the sudden embrace. Boss, I want this song, just this one. One hand clutched Ling Qingmeng's thigh while the other pointed at the computer screen. Is it really that good, this song? Ling Qingmeng recalled her previous remarks, feeling a flush of heat rise to her cheeks. So quick to make a conclusion, weren't we? How could she possibly backtrack now? Whoa, boss, I really want this song, I want it. Zhang Xiaohan pouted and clung tighter to Ling Qingmeng's leg.
Sigh, Ling Qingmeng sighed, her face a portrait of helplessness. She bent down, extending her finger to lift Zhang Xiaohan's chin. Since you insist so fervently, as a caring employer, it would be unkind of me to refuse. With that, she took out her phone, opened the private chat interface, and located the account named Xinghe. Sure enough, the other party had sent her their WeChat information.
Boss. Qingmeng Jia, you are the best boss and sister I could ever ask for.
Zhang Xiaohan exclaimed excitedly, nodding her head vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. She adored the song. Both the lyrics and composition resonated deeply with her, and she had nearly cried even while listening to the demo. This song evoked a powerful sense of resonance within her, and she felt that if she were to sing it, she could elevate her performance to a whole new level. I'll have a chat with them first and let you know the outcome shortly. With that, Ling Qingmeng stood up, gently disentangling herself from Zhang Xiaohan's grasp, and made her way to her office. With just a few hours left before the submission deadline, she had ample time to communicate. Moreover, since the other party chose to connect via WeChat, it indicated that there was room for negotiation. She couldn't deny that the song was indeed impressive, not only captivating Zhang Xiaohan but also leaving an impact on Ling Qingmeng. It was utterly unexpected that a level 5 account could produce such a delightful piece. Ling Qingmeng recognized that the song was perfectly tailored to Zhang Xiaohan's vocal timbre, akin to a bespoke creation. Upon returning to her office, she had just closed the door when ding-dong.
A notification chimed from her phone.
The producer named Xinghe had accepted her friend request. Ling Qingmeng reasoned that since she intended to negotiate, she ought to demonstrate her sincerity. Thus, she promptly sent a video request, believing it to convey more earnestness than a mere voice message. After all, a producer capable of crafting such a song must possess considerable skill. Perhaps her allure could entice them to come work for her. Alas, Ling Qingmeng lamented the sacrifices she made for her singer employees. However, what she did not anticipate was that the moment she sent the video request, it was immediately declined. Ling Qingmeng stared at her phone in bewilderment.
I'm on the toilet, if you have something to say, make it quick.
A rather colorful message appeared on the screen.
Ling Qingmeng's forehead was adorned with a series of neatly arranged black lines. Chapter 11, Can such a person even open a studio? Teacher Xinghe, I am the initiator of the post on Uego Online.
Your song, The Initial Dream, is highly favored by our singers. Ling Qingmeng suppressed her nausea, holding her phone at a distance from her delicate face, tapping away with her index finger as if the unpleasantness could somehow traverse the digital realm.
A minute passed with no response, and just as her patience was waning, a terse reply came through, and then? How audacious!
Ling Qingmeng slammed her palm on the table, nearly cursing in frustration. Taking a moment to calm herself, she rephrased her message. It's just that Teacher Xinghe's requirements pose a bit of a challenge for us. After all, you are aware of the industry norms. Selling songs without selling the copyright is quite contentious. There is no room for negotiation regarding the copyright.
However, I can reduce the price.
Upon reading the response, Ling Qingmeng furrowed her brows slightly. She could sense the other party's unwavering stance, yet, if they relinquished the copyright, once the song became popular, it would merely fatten Teacher Xinghe's coffers, leaving her studio with no claim to future royalties. Wouldn't that render her a complete fool? With that thought, Ling Qingmeng pressed the voice key, straining her throat. Teacher Xinghe, please consider it. I am Ling Qingmeng, the first-tier singer Ling Qingmeng, sob. Your voice isn't suited for this song, and even if you were to sing it, it wouldn't achieve success. I'll look for someone else. To her astonishment, her playful coaxing yielded no favorable outcome, rather, it drove the other party away. Please, Teacher Xinghe, it's not me singing, but rather one of my studio's employees. Rest assured, I guarantee that this song is a perfect match for her. If you don't believe me, look up Zhang Xiaohan and listen to her tone. After saying this, her eyes were glued to the screen. Before long, a response arrived. I can offer you a reduction of 100,000 yuan, that is my final offer. I'm afraid I cannot sell the copyright. Ling Qingmeng fell into deep contemplation. The quality of this song was indisputable, and she believed that if Zhang Xiaohan were to sing it, they stood a significant chance of clinching the championship. That would mean a prize of 500,000 yuan, allowing her to redeem her little car. Moreover, as a first-tier singer, Ling Qingmeng could perceive the song's potential for success if it truly became a hit, even if they missed out on the copyright fees. Having Zhang Xiaohan, the original singer, take on commercial performances could also generate revenue, alleviating the studio's financial woes.
Alright, I accept your proposal.
Ling Qingmeng gritted her teeth and typed out the message. After a moment's hesitation, she finally clicked send. Xinghup pleasant cooperation handshake. Have you washed your hands? Are you shaking hands with me? Ling Qingmeng muttered in exasperation, then sent a handshake emoji followed by a cute, playful emoji. When she saw that the other party had yet to reply, she stomped her foot in annoyance.
Humph, such an impolite man.
In Xuanqing City, inside an apartment.su, he emerged from the restroom, phone in hand.
Can such a person even open a studio? He tossed his phone onto the sofa and reclined back.
Suhi was acutely aware that without the identity of Suhi, selling a song for 500,000 yuan was exceedingly difficult. Even the best of songs faced considerable challenges unless they fortuitously matched with an exceptionally suitable singer. Therefore, his mental price point hovered around 100,000. He did not place much importance on production costs, rather, it was the subsequent copyright fees that truly mattered. His greatest fear was that the other party would purchase the song but fail to release it, or if it were released, they wouldn't invest in proper promotion. In such cases, it would be no different from not selling at all. While searching for Zhang Xiaohan earlier, he had stumbled across news of her participation in a variety show this upcoming weekend, where the champion singer could win a prize of 500,000 yuan, and the song would also receive promotional opportunities from the show's production team. Upon reading this, Suhi resolved to sell the song. The initial dream had achieved remarkable chart success in his previous life, and winning this small competition would be a breeze. With the show's assistance in promotion, it would easily climb the new song charts. Money was not his primary concern, rather, earning prestige points within the system was crucial, as those points would allow him to customize more entertainment projects, an essential component of Suhi's path to revenge.
Can such a person truly run a company? Is it certain that it will remain afloat?
Having witnessed the capitalists' relentless pursuit of profits and their various attempts to test the limits of their competitors, Suhi found himself somewhat unaccustomed to communicating with this complete fool of a client. Based on his experience, such individuals typically led their companies to financial ruin, ultimately resulting in bankruptcy.
Ding dong.
The alert from his phone broke his reverie. He reached for it.
The platform cannot modify the amount.
Once I finalize the details, the platform will transfer the payment to you, and then you can refund me 100,000. The complete fool sent another message. He promptly changed her contact name to Complete Fool and replied with an OK emoji. He then sighed in resignation. Did she not fear that he would not refund her, or that he might continuously find excuses to delay? Did he truly appear so benevolent? This is unbearable, truly unbearable. Suddenly, his phone rang, startling Suhi. He thought the other party had some sort of supernatural ability. Upon realizing she was calling him after he had renamed her contact, however, upon checking, it was merely Li Jiang.
Fatty, he answered the call. Press the elevator.
Li Jiang's voice was filled with excitement. Suhi's residential complex had 2 households per floor, and the elevator required a cart to access upper floors, or the homeowners had to assist in pressing the button. The neighboring unit had been vacated by a popular internet celebrity, and since then, it had remained unoccupied, making Suhi effectively the sole resident on his floor. After a brief wait, Li Jiang arrived upstairs. He tossed a file bag at Suhi and headed to the kitchen to rummage through the refrigerator for a bottle of ice-cold cola, guzzling it down with great enthusiasm.
Ah, refreshing.
Li Jiang sighed in relief, plopping down beside Suhi. Quick, take a look at the project proposal. His eyes, bearing the marks of sleeplessness, sparkled with excitement as he addressed Suhi.
You pulled an all-nighter?
Suhi quirked an eyebrow.
What else could I do?
Li Jiang shrugged. I have always been diligent in my career pursuits.
Much appreciated.
Suhi patted his shoulder and picked up the proposal. Li Jiang explained, given our limited funding, the optimal approach for registering an investment company would be to engage in angel investments in smaller firms. Although investing in larger companies is safer, the returns are not nearly as high as those from smaller enterprises. However, investing in smaller companies carries greater risks and longer return cycles.
Li Jiang succinctly outlined the risks and rewards. How much do you have?
Suhi suddenly inquired. 8 million, Li Jiang gestured with his hands, a proud smile gracing his lips. I have 20 million, Suhi replied nonchalantly. over the past 2 years, he had released several hit songs, and if he were to charge for them, he could easily earn over $100 million. Fortunately, he had not commercialized his work, thus avoiding any endorsement deals that would allow Warner to exploit him with exorbitant breach of contract fees, leaving him with a solid $20 million in startup capital. Chapter 12 of the final winner of the 500,000 grand prize, Li Jiang's smile froze, his eyes tinged with envy. No wonder you stars get criticized, earning over 20 million in 2.5 years. I'm feeling quite sour. Our funds are indeed limited, but your proposal is quite commendable. Let us first seek investments from smaller companies, Sui remarked as he perused the business plan, nodding in agreement. Investing 28 million in a large corporation would yield no returns, however, with a small company, we can exert complete control. Li Jiang chuckled, then pointed out the drawbacks. Investing in small companies involves less capital but carries significantly higher risks, and the return period is also prolonged.
Don't fret over those details.
Look into any small music companies in Xuanqing City, preferably ones that haven't been targeted by other investors, so he suggested with a smile. Of course, registering his own entertainment company would be ideal, but should it flourish, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of larger firms. If Warner were to discover that the company was backed by Sui, they would crush it without hesitation. Thus, Sui planned to establish an investment company with Li Jiang to support other entertainment ventures, drawing attention while they discreetly developed their own enterprise in the shadows.
Not a problem.
I can find that out swiftly. Point one issue to address is that if my name is on the company's legal documents, I will provide you with a power of attorney, ensuring that while my name appears as the legal entity, you are the actual owner in a legal sense. Li Jiang's demeanor shifted from casual to serious.
Sui regarded him with a peculiar smile. Aren't you concerned that I might eventually oust you?
Not at all, consider it a lesson learned at a cost, Li Jiang shrugged.
Here is the plan.
I will invest the entire 20 million, and you need to contribute any funds. I'll give you 30% of the profits, Sui proposed, believing it to be a reasonable offer.
Such generosity?
Li Jiang looked at Sui in surprise. To him, receiving 30% without investing any money was a rather high proportion. If Sui were to engage a professional investor to manage the company, they would typically take around 10% or even less. I have no interest in money, Sui said, gazing up at the ceiling as if embodying a reclusive sage indifferent to fame and fortune. I almost believed you. Li Jiang shot him a skeptical glance. Ultimately, the two schemers came to an agreement. The company was named Stellar Investments, with a registered capital of 20 million. Additionally, it would have a copyright management department to handle Sui's copyrights and address issues related to plagiarism, all of which Sui entrusted to Li Jiang. Aside from these arrangements, the immediate priority was to invest in a music company, allowing Sui to utilize the system to craft songs and elevate the small firm through the cultural assets from Earth. This was merely the first step in his quest for vengeance. As he had told Li Jiang, if one were to seek excitement, they must pursue it wholeheartedly. Besides the Chinese music scene, he had no intention of neglecting the film industry. Should the opportunity arise, investment in anime and similar ventures was also on the table. Indeed, so he envisioned dominating the entire domestic entertainment industry. When this stellar amassed sufficient energy, it would culminate in a cataclysmic explosion. Talent alone could not vanquish capital, thus, Sui resolved to become capital itself, aspiring to be the largest entity in the domestic entertainment realm. Due to the betrayal by Warner, Sui's demeanor underwent a significant transformation. Once brimming with confidence and defiance, he now bore the contemplative melancholy of a mature man, his deep-set eyes telling a multitude of stories. A cigarette hung from his lips.
Snap.
Li Jiang ignited his lighter and leaned closer. Sui looked at him in confusion. I just thought your current aura would be perfect with a cigarette, Li Jiang remarked, lighting one for himself as well.
You ego. Come.
Many people were eagerly monitoring the post regarding the 500,000 prize. Only 10 minutes remained until the final submission deadline. The post was already bustling with activity. Equally lively was another thread featuring the two prominent figures, Little B and Winter Melon. Currently, Little B held the highest support rate, followed closely by Winter Melon. Both were level 20 heavyweights, and each had previously ranked in the top 10 on the new song charts. Such prowess made them highly sought after by major music companies. Interestingly, the thread's host seemed to be a jester, as he added another name at the end. Xingyi, this level 5 account, emboldened by the actions of the two heavyweights, dared to submit a proposal, quickly gaining popularity on the site. 5 individuals had placed bets on Xingyi winning the grand prize, albeit anonymously, each purchasing a few hundred foreign coins. Due to the scarcity of bets on him, Xingyi's odds soared to an astonishing 1:2000. This meant that if Xingyi secured the grand prize, those who backed him would reap enormous rewards.
But was it even feasible? Let me see which 5 brilliant minds placed their bets on Xingyi.
Have the forum coins multiplied? Don't forget to share some with me, I'm running low. I suspect they're just some reckless gamblers, lured by the high odds and seeking a risky venture.
Even gamblers must consider the reality. This is merely a waste of forum coins.
Thank goodness only 5 geniuses placed bets, otherwise, I would question the average intelligence level of our site. The comments section was particularly lively. Originally a battle between two prominent figures, Xingyi's unexpected entry transformed it into a source of amusement for all. However, to everyone's surprise, Xingyi remained somewhat low-key. He merely submitted one proposal and refrained from engaging in the forum, choosing not to respond to the ridicule directed at him. In contrast, Wintermelon and Littleby remained highly active, arguing incessantly in the thread for the past 3 days, with comments piling up to over 2,000. Littleby, though my song is merely a discarded draft, it is more than enough to surpass you. Wintermelon, from now on, I will exclusively seize your business.
Littleby, do you think you're worthy? Wintermelon, hee, you probably don't even know who I am. Just utter my name, and you'll be taken aback.
Littleby, oh dear, I'm so frightened. You wouldn't happen to be the genius producer, Sui, would you? That would surely shock me.
As for others, I'll pass. Wintermelon, look at you, thinking you're impressive. You know Sui, with your level 20 status, do you think you're worthy of knowing him? Would he even glance your way?
Littleby, as if you're not level 20 yourself. The two were locked in a fierce argument over their competition for each other's business. Wintermelon, in dire need of money, had to secure the 500,000, while Littleby aimed to monetize his discarded draft, making it imperative for him to win as well. Both were vying for the grand prize, unwilling to yield, and thus their feud escalated on the forum.at. That moment, the homepage of
Uego.com flashed an announcement: the final selected work for the 500,000 grand prize by Qingmeng Studio is Xingyi's The Initial Dream. Upon the appearance of this announcement, Wintermelon was left dumbfounded.
Littleby was equally stunned. All those who had been following this grand prize were utterly bewildered. Chapter 13 Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained, only superficiality brings joy.
What the hell, is this a joke? This is definitely a conspiracy. Is this client out of their mind? They'd rather spend 500,000 on a song written by a level 5 newcomer than accept the work of 2 level 20 maestros?
I simply can't accept this. There must be something amiss. I just checked that post, and the transaction has already been completed. They really chose Star River's song.
If I remember correctly, Star River's song isn't up for sale. How could it possibly have been sold? The forum was instantly inflamed with reactions from fellow industry colleagues.
Selling only performance rights while retaining the copyright is indeed a rare occurrence, but such privileges are typically reserved for top-tier producers. Others should consider themselves fortunate if they can monetize a single song. Yet here was Star River, who managed to sell it, and that too amidst competition from 2 level 20 prominent figures. At this moment, many industry peers who were following this incident were filled with curiosity about the song The Initial Dream. However, they lacked the authority to preview the submitted songs and had no idea what made it so exceptional.
What's going on? Asked Littleby. How should I know?
Who am I supposed to ask? Replied Wintermelon. Even the two involved parties were taken aback, as such a situation was utterly absurd. Just keep an eye on that song. As long as the title doesn't change, it will be searchable once it goes live, suggested Littleby.
I'm eager to see what kind of song could snatch my opportunity. Wintermelon retorted.
After a prolonged argument, the two prominent figures finally ceased their bickering. Yet, the forum was now rife with lamentations. Those who had bet on the triumph of Littleby and Wintermelon were left in dismay. I mistakenly bet on Star River, and it turned out to be a windfall. I simply found the odds too enticing. I bet against the odds. Now I can afford a villa by the sea. The 5 users who had wagered on Star River's victory finally surfaced, having endured several days of ridicule for their perceived foolishness, now reveling in their vindication. This elicited yet another wave of despair. Damn it, seeing you profit is more painful than my losses.
This is ridiculous. Even reckless gambling leads to gains?
Share half with me, or I curse you with a 10-centimeter reduction.
Gambling fiends deserve to perish. I envy you all.
In Kyoto, Yifeng Entertainment ranks among the top 10 companies in the domestic entertainment industry. In the producer's area, a man in his 30s set his mouse down and reclined in his chair, breathing heavily.
I, Xie Xiaodong, have lost to a level 5 rookie.
He raked his fingers through his hair, feeling increasingly agitated. As a senior producer at Yifeng Entertainment, even first-tier singers treated him with utmost respect. He had approached Yuyo Network to submit his work, expecting assured success, only to have it snatched away by a level 5 newcomer named Star River.
This was a humiliation for him. "Brother Dong, what's wrong?" queried a nearby colleague. "Old Lu, do me a favor." Xie Xiaodong's eyes darted, and he waved his hand with a smile. "What favor?" The man leaned in. "You have connections with the marketing department. Help me investigate Star Dream Studio and see if any of their singers have new releases coming up." "Well, I'm not that familiar with the marketing department. I'll treat you to a bath at Tianshan Ringjian tonight. I'll certainly give it my all for Brother Dong's request, even if I'm not well acquainted." After bidding farewell to the chubby man, Sui reclined on the sofa, browsing the Yuyo Network forum on his phone. Following this substantial transaction of 500,000, Star River's renown on the platform had soared, even landing on the hot search list. His private messages were overflowing, impossible to keep up with. "Conspiracy, refund. Have you been groveling to the client behind the scenes? Oomph, your level isn't even higher than mine. How dare your song sell for 50,000? A rookie earning such a fortune, do you have any conscience left? Brother, congratulations on landing a big deal. I'm in a bit of a bind lately, could you lend me 20,000? I'll pay you back by the end of the month." Amused and exasperated by the peculiar messages, Sui couldn't help but smile. In this era, many people harbor extreme sentiments, feeling more distressed about others' profits than their own losses. In a world rife with critics, being overly concerned with others' opinions only leads to self-inflicted misery. Thus, Sui chose to ignore them. After perusing the forum for a while longer, he rose to fetch a bottle of cola from the fridge before grabbing a cigarette from the table and returning to the sofa, resuming his leisurely browsing of WeChat moments. Sui's WeChat friend list was filled with trending celebrities, whether in film or music. Every name could easily make headlines. Apart from these top-tier stars and industry magnates, there was also a group for his colleagues at Warner. While the group was small, it consisted of individuals he had assisted and formed connections with during his time at Warner. Those colleagues frequently messaged him. Now that he had been unceremoniously dismissed, none of them had reached out to inquire about his well-being. Casually, he clicked on a contact named Chen Yang, a talent he had nurtured and considered a prodigy. Their chat history paused at the moment Chen Yang sent him a new song for feedback. "Master Sui, could you please take a look at this song and let me know if any revisions are needed?" His words were humble and sincere, followed by Sui's suggestions and expressions of gratitude. It all appeared quite harmonious. Sui sent a random emoji in response, and as expected, was soon blocked by Chen Yang. After removing Chen Yang, he decided to erase the entire Warner colleagues group, eliminating all of them. Indeed. No matter how strong or deep the relationships in the workplace, once severed, they dissipate into thin air. Sui smirked derisively. In truth, he could understand these people. Had he merely been laid off, it would have been one thing, but being ousted from Warner and having his stage name usurped meant he would never be allowed back into the industry. To those in power, he was already marked for execution. Remaining on their WeChat list was simply a matter of occupying space. However, Warner had managed to maintain tight control over information. Aside from a few key individuals, no news had leaked thus far. After deleting those former colleagues, Sui glanced at the industry peers group, which was filled with prominent figures from other companies, connections he had cultivated over the past 2.5 years that would prove invaluable in the future. Returning to the chat interface, he gazed at the pinned conversation at the top, momentarily lost in thought. The individual was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Li Xian. He recalled when Li Xian first joined Warner. She was a highly talented young woman. At that time, Sui had only recently entered the company and, unable to sing due to his vocal limitations, needed to find someone to perform his songs. Upon hearing Li Xian audition, he immediately chose her. He vividly remembered her expression of surprise and the admiration reflected in her eyes. With Sui's guidance, Li Xian gradually rose to prominence, ultimately earning a nomination for Best Female Artist, becoming the youngest diva in Chinese pop music. The name Sui became synonymous with success, establishing him as a top producer. Their partnership as a duo had been so successful that the company began to promote them as a couple, announcing their relationship and making them a beloved pair in the entertainment industry. Initially, it was merely a marketing strategy, but as Sui and Li Xian spent more time together, he found her ambition, strong will, and commitment to her dreams to be qualities he admired, and he gradually fell for her. He had never deleted their chat history, which chronicled their relationship from the beginning. "Master Sui, I look forward to your guidance. I'm heading to Jiangqing for a performance today. I brought you some local specialties. Don't leave before I return." "Master, look at how foolish these people are. We're just hyping it up, yet they genuinely believe we're a couple. Hee, I dreamt of you last night, but you weren't as handsome as in reality." "Sui, while you don't need to protect your voice, smoking is harmful to your health, and I really dislike the smell of cigarettes. Could you please quit?" Suya, I don't want us to be just a publicity stunt. I like you, and I want to be your real girlfriend.
Each message bore witness to the evolution of their feelings. As Sui scrolled through their exchanges, the cigarette he had been holding slowly burned down. After perusing the entire conversation, he took a deep breath, a hint of sardonic amusement playing on his lips. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained. Only superficiality brings joy. He opened the chat management settings and clicked delete. Then, he opened Li Shen's account and blocked her. To hell with love, only a fool would believe in such nonsense.
Chapter 14. Of course I must attend, this is my idol's first public appearance.
Voice of Qingren is a singing competition program produced by Xuan Television. Local television programs such as this one typically do not garner high popularity or viewership, as the organizers lack professionalism. It is merely a task assigned to the station. Generally, within the television network, there are operational targets, and each department is required to produce a particular type of program monthly.
Voice of Qingren is a newly conceived live singing competition devised by the planning department.
The champion is awarded a prize of 500,000. Initially, the intention was to invite the three major entertainment companies in Xuanqing City. However, the leading company, Liuguang Entertainment, declined the invitation for various reasons. This left only Haishur Entertainment and Xindong Entertainment, but since three companies are necessary for the competition, Qingmeng Studio was brought in to fill the gap. Backstage of the program, the staff were busily preparing. The contestants from the three companies were anxiously waiting in the lounge for the live broadcast to commence. Xindong Entertainment, ranked second in Xuanqing City, sent a singer named Chao Ji, a third-tier artist with over 20 songs to his name, who has achieved a modest level of fame. Meanwhile, Haishur Entertainment's representative is Yang Wei, who, strictly speaking, occupies the space between second and third tier, as his previous songs have made it to the top 10 of the new song charts, and he boasts a Weibo following of over 800,000, nearing 1 million, a commendable figure indeed. Zhang Xiaohan, representing Qingmeng Studio in the competition, walked into the lounge and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yang Wei seated on the sofa, her expression quickly darkening.
Xiaohan, I didn't expect you to be participating in Voice of Qingren. Yang Wei greeted her with a smile.
Ha, just switched companies and already have resources.
It seems you are quite favored at Haishur Entertainment, old Yang.
Zhang Xiaohan remarked, her tone laced with feigned amusement. Just a few days ago, Yang Wei was still a singer at Qingmeng Studio. The studio had intended to send him to this competition, but Haishur Entertainment secretly approached him with a lucrative offer, leading to his abrupt departure. It was quite the coincidence that he was immediately provided with resources to represent Haishur in this competition.
You needn't be so confrontational. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't have had this opportunity to perform on stage, would you? Yang Wei replied with a light chuckle. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you?
Sister Qingmeng has treated you well, hasn't she, you traitor? Zhang Xiaohan, who had a fiery temperament, felt an urge to lash out, but the setting restrained her from doing so. I apologize, but a good bird selects the right tree to perch on.
Haishur Entertainment offered me an irresistible price, and I believe if you were in my position, you would make the same choice, Yang Wei said, shaking his head with a smile, though his eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Pa! Do you think everyone is as ungrateful as you? Zhang Xiaohan shot him a disdainful look. If it weren't for Sister Qingmeng using her own money and resources to promote you, would you be where you are today? She is my boss, and I have talent. Why would she support you lot instead of me?
Yang Wei's irritation grew due to her aggressive tone, and though he wanted to imply that they were all useless, he refrained from being overly harsh out of respect for their shared history as colleagues. When he joined Qingmeng Studio, he was indeed just a third-tier singer in terms of popularity, but he possessed talent. Being the best vocalist at Qingmeng. In his view, Ling Qingmeng's support for him was well-deserved. After gaining fame, better companies approached him, and upon the expiration of his contract, he found himself free to switch companies, a perfectly normal course of action.
You!
Zhang Xiaohan's cheeks flushed with anger, struggling to find a retort.
Yang Wei smirked dismissively and chose to ignore her. Out of courtesy for their past as colleagues, he had initiated the greeting, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with Zhang Xiaohan, whose Weibo following barely exceeded 100,000, barely qualifying as a third-tier artist. Unable to counter his words, Zhang Xiaohan sulked on the sofa, fiddling with her phone. Meanwhile, Chao Ji from Xindong Entertainment observed the exchange with mild amusement. Noticing the cessation of hostilities, he turned away, unimpressed, and continued scrolling through his phone. The lounge fell into a silence. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin, a staff member announced as they entered the lounge. The singers promptly put away their phones and followed the staff out of the lounge. Having just arrived at a new company, I'm sure you're eager to achieve results. My apologies, but I intend to claim the championship in this competition. Zhang Xiaohan scoffed. Oh? Yang Wei's face flashed an enigmatic smile. That may not be the case.
Xiaoxi glanced at Zhang Xiaohan, shaking his head in resignation. Having listened to their earlier argument, he gathered a sense of their relationship. However, this girl was too inexperienced to hope to defeat Yang Wei. Qingmeng studio, the reception area furnished with sofas faced an 80-inch television on the wall, typically used for company tea parties.
However, with most employees having departed, such gatherings had become infrequent. Sister Qingmeng, come quickly, the show has started.
Chen Qi, the girl in leather pants, called out to Ling Qingmeng's office.
Coming.
Ling Qingmeng emerged from her office, her high heels clicking as she approached the sofa.
Watermelon is here.
Shui Liang entered from the pantry, carrying a platter of cut watermelon, placing it on the coffee table before joining them on the sofa.
Go fetch the front desk, Xiaoli. This is our studio's turning point.
Lin Qingmeng said, taking a piece of watermelon and nibbling on it, addressing her assistant, Jiao. The charm of a small company lies in its lack of rigid rules, offering a more personable atmosphere than larger corporations. Lin Qingmeng was not particularly adept at management, which contributed to the company's financial struggles, as many employees had left, leaving only a few behind. Welcome everyone to Voice of Qingren. This program is proudly sponsored by Qinjia Hot Pot. For the best hot pot experience, visit Qinjia Hot Pot, where we provide you with the most delightful culinary experience. And now, let us invite the four judges to the stage. As the host's voice resonated, the stage lights twinkled, and enchanting music filled the air. I hear your voice, a feeling so special, making me think of you endlessly. The four judges took turns to the stage, each holding a microphone as they performed their songs. Oh, this is The Mouse Loves Rice, Sister Qingmeng, your idol song.
Chen Qi exclaimed, shaking Ling Qingmeng's arm, her voice brimming with excitement.
It seems this program has a knack for selecting songs. My idol Suhi's music is simply delightful. I love you, loving you. Ling Qingmeng's face radiated pride as she sang along with the four mentors. I heard that Suhi will be participating in this year's music gala.
Will you be attending, Sister Qingmeng? Chen Qi inquired.
Of course, I must go. This is my idol's first public appearance. Lin Qingmeng hummed along, her face alight with anticipation. After waiting for so long, she would finally witness her idol in person. Chapter 15. For the sake of that song, I shall endure. After the four judges concluded their singing, they returned to their respective positions beside the stage. Due to a lack of notoriety, the live audience was sparse, mostly composed of hired attendees brought in by the production team, yet everyone displayed commendable professionalism, applauding with great enthusiasm. Next, let us welcome the proprietor of our show's sponsor, Sister Chen's Hot Pot, to the stage for a performance. The Voice of Celebration is a production orchestrated by Xuan Satellite TV, primarily aimed at garnering sponsorship funds, with a generous prize of 500,000 also sponsored by Sister Chen's Hot Pot. Sister Chen, a passionate singer, sponsors the program not only for the advertising opportunity for her hot pot restaurant but also for the chance to sing on television. For Sister Chen, who owns dozens of chain restaurants in Xuanqing City, spending 1 or 2 million on television is merely a trifle. Upon the host's announcement, a stylishly dressed middle-aged lady with voluminous curls stepped onto the stage.
Hello everyone, I am the owner of Sister Chen's Hot Pot. You may call me Sister Chen.
Now, I shall present to you a song, Wild Rose. As she finished her introduction, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Naturally, they could not afford to be remiss in front of the benefactor, as today's wages were courtesy of this affluent lady.
Amidst the applause, Sister Chen began to sing. This program is utterly unprofessional, inviting sponsors to perform?
Goodness, this is unbearable. It feels as if I've stumbled into a plaza listening to an ant wailing.
I'm out of here, what a trashy show. Ha, you know nothing. Sister Chen is a billionaire.
Wow, is she really that impressive? Rich lady, I seek sponsorship.
Like listening to celestial music. Rich lady, I'm hungry, feed me. Oh, my dear. This is outrageous. Are you really going to indulge in this anti-soft music? What do you understand?
It's precisely this kind of soft music that brings comfort. One cannot deny that Sister Chen's rendition of Wild Rose was indeed quite wild. Originally, only a few thousand were watching the live broadcast, but under Sister Chen's wailing, half the audience fled. However, the production team remained indifferent, having already secured the sponsorship funds. Ratings were of no concern to them as long as the patron was satisfied. In Kyoto, at Yifeng Entertainment, Xie Xiaodong, wearing headphones and frowning, stared intently at the live feed on his computer screen, resembling a weary commuter peering at a mobile device.
Old Lu, are you certain that song will be performed on such a dreadful program?
He swallowed hard, glancing at Old Lu beside him. Of course, I spent a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to uncover this information. That Zhang Xiaohan is a singer from Qingmeng Studio, and she is set to perform The Initial Dream today. Old Lu removed his headphones and rubbed his ears. As a professional singer, listening to such noise was akin to pouring garbage into one's ears.
Is it possible that there's a mix-up with the song title? Xia Xiaodong inquired skeptically.
I cannot say, Old Lu shrugged. The extent of his knowledge was limited to this, and whether it was the song Xia Xiaodong desired remained uncertain.
For the sake of that song, I shall endure. Xia Xiaodong gritted his teeth.
As a distinguished producer, to listen to an ant sing Wild Rose would surely lead to ridicule among his peers. Thank you, Sister Chen, for bringing us such a delightful song, the host proclaimed with a professional smile, uttering insincere flattery.
Ahem.
I have a slight cold today and may not have performed my best, Sister Chen modestly remarked. We hope Sister Chen will have the opportunity to sing for us again. The host extended his hand, genuinely fearing that Sister Chen might suddenly exclaim that she had not performed well and would like to sing another song. Although Xuanqing TV was merely a small local station, it maintained its own standards, extra time, that would require extra funds.
Next, we are thrilled to present the most exciting segment of today's competition.
Let us warmly welcome our first contestant, Chao Ji, from Xindong Entertainment. After bidding farewell to the benefactor, the host's tone immediately elevated. Chao Ji entered the stage from backstage. Hello everyone, I am Chao Ji from Xindong Entertainment, and today I will perform a song titled Between Aspirations. With a nod to the staff, the accompaniment began. Thanks to Sister Chen's performance, everything sounded delightful to the audience. Between Aspirations was of decent quality, reaching the pinnacle of novice standards. Xindong Entertainment ranked third in Xuanqing City, possessing their own nurtured producers, making it feasible to produce a song for the competition. Chao Ji sang with great fervor, pouring his emotions into the performance, concluding with a clean and smooth finish.
Thank you, everyone.
After the performance, Chao Ji maintained a professional smile, seemingly unconcerned about his ranking.
Next, let us welcome the singer Yang Wei from Haisher Entertainment to the stage. The host announced again with enthusiasm after Chao Ji exited.
The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers upon hearing Haisher Entertainment. Yang Wei, microphone in hand, wore a faint smile. Hello everyone, I am Yang Wei. Old Yang, exclaimed those watching on television, recognizing him instantly as he had recently transitioned from Qingmeng to Haisher Entertainment.
Ah, no wonder he made the switch.
It appears he is being cultivated as a key talent at Haisher Entertainment, Chen Qi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. To participate in such a competition right after joining the company is enviable. Even the composed elder brother Shui Liang could not help but express his admiration. A singer's success relies on talent, but resources are paramount. There are countless singers with excellent vocal skills, yet only a select few truly make it big, thanks to the accumulation of resources.
What, old Shui, are you considering a switch as well?
Ling Qingmeng asked, casting a sidelong glance at Shui Liang.
Ahem.
I'm merely expressing my thoughts. Who would want me aside from manager Lin? Shui Liang hastily waved his hand.
So, if someone else wanted you, you would go?
Ling Qingmeng said with a sly tone. No, as long as manager Lin doesn't dismiss me, I will remain at Qingmeng. Shui Liang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Even an old hand like him found it difficult to withstand the piercing gaze of the formidable Ling Qingmeng. Now that's more like it, Ling Qingmeng said, her mood lifting.
Let us all hold on a little longer.
Once Henin wins the championship in this competition and her song becomes a hit, our lives will improve. I'll buy you all some good songs, and together with Henin, we shall rise to fame. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi and Shui Liang nodded eagerly, though a trace of bitterness lingered in their expressions. Achieving fame is no simple feat for someone like manager Lin, who possesses both talent and outward appeal. Reaching the status of a first-tier star is already a significant achievement. Ascending to the ranks of superstars is virtually impossible without further capital backing. If it is challenging for the manager, it is all the more arduous for them. After all, manager Lin has supported them for so long without much progress. Shui Liang, who had once experienced fame, felt this deeply. As for Chen Qi, still in her early 20s, she harbored boundless potential for the future, thus merely feeling a twinge of melancholy while remaining optimistic about what lies ahead. Chapter 16, The Initial Dream. The song by Yang Wei is titled Struggle, an inspirational piece that stands out significantly in terms of arrangement compared to the previous work by Chao Ji from Xindong Entertainment. Moreover, Yang Wei's performance showcases commendable technique and emotion. His vocal ability hovers around the second-tier level, and on a good day, he might even challenge the first-tier standard. However, that is only when he is in peak condition. In this instance, Yang Wei's performance was at a satisfactory level, meeting the criteria of a professional singer. The chorus featured a small explosion of energy, where he displayed his skills, earning him a wave of applause from the audience.
If Lao Yang's song is well promoted, it could easily break into the top 30 of the new song charts, Shui Liang remarked solemnly.
As a seasoned veteran in the music industry, he possesses the insight to gauge a song's potential success, even if such assessments may not always be entirely precise. A song of intermediate production quality, combined with Lao Yang's second-tier vocal prowess, has a fair chance of entering the top 30 of the new song charts, provided the promotional efforts are executed effectively. One should not underestimate the significance of the top 30. The new song charts are calculated based on the total listenership over the course of a week, with a duration on the chart lasting for 1 week. The top 10 positions garner substantial exposure, and achieving a spot in the top 10 of the new song charts is a fundamental prerequisite for ascending to the higher monthly hit charts. Without the visibility from the new song charts, the promotional expenses required to reach the hit charts would be astronomical, with numerous singers and producers in the domestic entertainment scene releasing hundreds to thousands of songs daily, albeit most being subpar works from newcomers. There are still a handful of quality songs among them. Over the span of a week, nearly 10,000 songs may be released, making it an impressive feat to rank within the top 30 amidst such a vast sea of music. It seems Haisher truly intends to support Lao Yang, Chen Qi mumbled, chewing on a piece of watermelon.
They must be aiming for the championship, hoping the television station will utilize their promotional resources for this song.
Who knows, Lao Yang might even break into the top 20, Ling Qingmeng said with a hint of calmness. As a first-tier singer, her experiences rival those of Shui Liang, thus, she could discern Haisher Entertainment's intentions regarding Yang Wei's song.
Fear not, we have Hanin, Assistant A Jiao interjected. President Lin spent a significant amount purchasing the song.
Although Hanin's vocal skills may be slightly inferior to Lao Yang's, they are not vastly different. She also possesses second-tier capabilities. That may be true, but I am still concerned, Ling Qingmeng remarked, her brow furrowing slightly as she fixated on the television screen. The others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of her underlying meaning. We extend our gratitude to Yang Wei for bringing us such a delightful song. Perhaps this is the allure of inspirational music. I feel an inexhaustible surge of energy after listening. Yang Wei concluded his performance. The host took the stage, excitement evident on their face, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. In truth, after Sister Chen's performance, any reasonably competent song would be met with approval, and given the quality of this piece, it certainly warranted applause. Next, let us welcome the final performer of the day, Zhang Xiaohan from Qingmeng Studio.
As the audience's applause dwindled, the host gestured towards the backstage entrance. Qingmeng Studio? How did such a small studio end up in the competition? Isn't it supposed to be a large company from Xuanqing City? I thought Liuguang Entertainment would be participating. They have several commendable artists. I heard Liuguang Entertainment declined to join due to the low prize money, so this Qingmeng studio was merely here to fill the numbers. Then why even listen? Isn't the champion already Yang Wei? In such regional television broadcasts, most viewers are locals from Xuanqing City, familiar with the entertainment companies in the area, and naturally aware that the largest entertainment company in Xuanqing City is Liuguang Entertainment. Initially, they anticipated that the last act would be from this company, only to be surprised by the appearance of a small studio. Consequently, their interest waned. Backstage, Yang Wei and Zhang Xiaohan brushed past each other. "Ha, Xiaohan, do your best," he said, smiling as he waved at her. Zhang Xiaohan shot him a glare and replied tersely, "Did you know that Sister Qingmeng was originally prepared to sell her car to buy you a song, yet you betrayed her?" Yang Wei paused, a smirk playing on his lips. "Young lady, let me offer you a piece of advice. There is no boss who is benevolently kind without reason. What she did was merely an attempt to profit from you. Capitalists share a common face, so if I am to work, why not seek a broader platform? Sister Qingmeng is not a capitalist." Zhang Xiaohan retorted, raising her eyebrows. "You are far too naive." Yang Wei shook his head. He is a pragmatic individual. His decision to join Qingmeng Studio was influenced by Ling Qingmeng's reputation as a first-tier singer. Hoping to rise to prominence through her, Ling Qingmeng has indeed assisted him significantly, providing resources that enabled him to participate in programs, ultimately leading to his emergence as a second-tier singer. However, Yang Wei understands that this is the extent of Ling Qingmeng's capabilities, as she herself is merely a first-tier artist. Therefore, when his contract expired and Haisher Entertainment approached him, he made the decisive. Xiaohan is on stage. On the sofa, Chun-Chi clutched Ling Qingmeng's arm, squealing with excitement.
Her outfit today is quite splendid, Ling Qingmeng complimented with a smile. Zhang Xiaohan donned a white long dress that fell just above her knees, revealing her fair calves, complemented by white knee-high socks and sneakers, creating a vibrant and youthful appearance. Her natural beauty, paired with the youthful attire, enhanced her overall charm.
Go, Xiaohan.
Front row Shaolian assistant A Jiao made encouraging gestures towards the television.
Donggo, it's here, the song is here.
In Kyoto, at Yifeng Entertainment, Lao Lu nudged the drowsy Xie Xiaodong, who was slumped in his chair.
Is it here?
As a senior producer, he found it difficult to muster any interest in such an amateurish competition. Even if Yang Wei's song was decent, it simply didn't catch his eye. After all, he could effortlessly land any song in the top 10 of the new song charts, occasionally even claiming the top spot. The charts that senior producers covet are the larger monthly hit charts, rendering these songs beneath his notice.
That's Zhang Xiaohan.
She appears to be just over 20, Lao Lu remarked, having reviewed Zhang Xiaohan's profile. A third-tier internet celebrity, she gained fame by covering songs on Douyin, but beyond that, there is nothing particularly noteworthy about her.
For professional artists, singers who emerge from the internet celebrity sphere are often viewed as lacking in legitimacy. No matter how popular an internet celebrity may be, they are generally regarded as inferior upon entering the entertainment industry. While such industry discrimination ought not to exist, it remains a tangible societal issue. Indeed.
At that moment, Xie Xiaodong suddenly straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently on the computer screen. For on the screen, the song information had already appeared. The initial dream performed by Zhang Xiaohan, lyrics by Xinghe, composed by Xinghe. This Xinghe is indeed the ID selling songs on Uego Online. He actually retained the copyright and sold the song. Chapter 17, How I Long to Stand Once More in That Very Spot. As the prelude begins to play, Zhang Xiaohan, microphone in hand, stands at the center of the stage, devoid of backup dancers. The lighting fails to enhance the atmosphere, instead proving somewhat counterproductive. Yet, despite the circumstances, Zhang Xiaohan cherishes this stage immensely. For a singer, the greatest joy lies in having an audience to listen to their song. Gazing out at the crowd, she feels a twinge of nervousness, yet an overwhelming urge to sing surges within her. The moment the prelude concludes, she begins to sing. If pride had not been coldly dashed by the ocean of reality, how could one comprehend the effort required to reach distant shores? Her vocal timbre is commendable, pure and unblemished. Such a tone is particularly suited for inspirational songs. Though the first line quivers slightly due to nerves, she quickly regains her composure. The audience, initially somewhat boisterous, gradually quiets as she begins to sing. The stage lights continue to flicker, the lighting technician's aesthetic sense seemingly absent. Such flashing lights belong in a disco, not on a stage dedicated to an inspirational ballad. Nevertheless, none of this matters, for Zhang Xiaohan's voice captivates, rendering the unprofessional setting inconsequential. If dreams never plummeted from the precipice, on the brink of despair, how could one fathom that those who persevere possess invisible wings? Standing serenely on stage, microphone in hand, she sings with increasing confidence, completely surrendering to the performance. After a few lines, she reaches her peak state, even surpassing her own expectations. From the moment she first heard this song on Uego, she has yearned for it, convinced that no other song could resonate with her more profoundly. As a singer, albeit a mere internet celebrity, the desire to claim a song that feels like her destiny is irresistible. Zhang Xiaohan believes that The Initial Dream is her destined song. Not only her, but even Ling Qingmeng and the others unanimously agree that this song, in terms of lyrics, melody, and style, seems tailor-made for her. Hence, Ling Qingmeng chose to forego songs from two prominent figures, willingly enduring the potential ridicule, just to invest in this lesser-known piece. Planting tears upon the heart will bloom flowers of courage, allowing one to close their eyes in weary times and inhale a fragrance akin to a restful night until dawn. An invisible force seems to spread from within, evoking an indescribable emotion. Many press their lips together, involuntarily closing their eyes to listen intently. Memories of childhood aspirations for the future flood their minds, remembrances of relentless study for a brighter tomorrow. Was this truly the dream of their youth? It appears that life has caused many to forget those early hopes and dreams. Upon opening their eyes, they find their vision blurred with unshed tears. In times of despair, one cannot help but feel the weight of. Having risen to prominence as an internet celebrity, Zhang Xiaohan has been a singing anchor since the age of 18. Her experience in live singing surpasses that of many professional artists. However, she typically performs seated during her streams, rendering her stage experience scarce. Even now, as she immerses herself in the performance, her envisioned stage presence consists solely of one hand holding the microphone while the other raises high, keeping rhythm. Her stage demeanor appears youthful, and her understanding of camera language is virtually non-existent, yet, this innocent and genuine presentation resonates with many in the audience, who raise their hands in unison, swaying to her rhythm. With her sincerity, she touches the hearts of the audience, moving those who listen. I am so glad that all along, our connection has been so profound, traversing the winds and winding paths, our hearts still intertwined as before. As the main verse concludes, the emotional buildup reaches its zenith. The audience's reaction starkly contrasts with the performances of the previous two singers. During Xiaoxi's performance, many were distracted by their phones, and while Yang Wei received applause, it lacked cohesion. Yet, Zhang Xiaohan's song engages the audience, inviting them to interact. They revel in the unexpected delight, savoring the emotional experience that music brings. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaohan slightly bends forward, her voice rich with emotion as she sings the chorus.
The initial dream held tightly in hand, the place most desired, how could one turn back midway?
The initial dream will undoubtedly be realized. Only when true desires are fulfilled can one claim to have reached paradise. The camera alternates between the audience and Zhang Xiaohan. The power of the chorus is impeccably delivered, and the entire rendition is flawless. In Xuanqing City, at the Qingmeng studio, Ling Qingmeng and Chen Qi sit on the sofa, their expressions remarkably unified as they intently watch the television, listening earnestly to Zhang Xiaohan's performance. Ling Qingmeng's eyes glisten with unshed tears. For an inspirational song, the key lies in its ability to evoke empathy, and it is evident that this song has ensnared her emotions. Surprisingly, the most profound reaction comes from the elder brother Xueliang, who has let 2 tears fall from the corners of his eyes. Having debuted as a reality show contestant, he once enjoyed fleeting fame online, only to be silenced soon after. He feels a deep resonance with her performance. How I wish to stand in that position once more, Xueliang murmurs bitterly. As a singer, who wouldn't yearn to return to the stage, to sing with purity? Yet, reality presents numerous challenges. Success is not merely a consequence of talent, nor does the desire for fame guarantee it. The Chinese music industry is a battleground of capital, a veritable paradise of wealth, and those wishing to survive must abide by the rules of this realm. If pride had not been coldly dashed by the ocean of reality, how could one comprehend the effort required? Following the interlude, Zhang Xiaohan continues with the second verse.
As the audience reflects on the first section, they gradually savor the experience. This song is delightful. I have goosebumps, it's so evocative. I never expected the best performance to come from a small studio. Most are mere attendees, there to fill seats, treating it as a job, yet, they find themselves unexpectedly captivated by such a beautiful song, unwittingly immersing themselves in its emotional depths. P.S. The Initial Dream, originally performed by Fan Weiqi, lyrics by Yao Ruolong, music by Nakajima Miyuki. Chapter 18. How delightful it is to have someone listen to me sing. The initial dream will undoubtedly be. No matter how many times she performed this song, she could not help but feel an urge to weep. The emotions encapsulated within this piece were profoundly deep. Each lyric and melody seemed to evoke that initial dream. As a dream chaser, the impact resonated deeply within her. Cheers erupted from the audience, a wave of fervent applause. Some even stood up to cheer Zhang Xiaohan's name. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Xiaohan could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The presence of the stage, the support of the audience, and the sensation of having someone listen to her sing was simply wonderful. In Kyoto, at Yifeng Entertainment, Xie Xiaodong's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Next to him, old Lu was no better off. His hands, once braced on the table, suddenly slackened, and his head almost collided with the surface. Initially, both men had been relatively relaxed. Even Xie Xiaodong had approached the song The Initial Dream with a hint of disdain. After all, in his view, what kind of remarkable song could be produced by a level 5 account? The buyer's choice of his song suggested a questionable taste in music, thus, he had not taken it to heart, merely listening out of a sense of reluctance. However, no one anticipated that from the moment Zhang Xiaohan sang the first line, both Xie Xiaodong and old Lu fell into a stunned silence, only gradually coming to their senses upon the completion of the song. Be careful. Xie Xiaodong gazed at the screen featuring Zhang Xiaohan, ultimately shaking his head. I admit, this song of hers is indeed impressive, remarkably so, but what a pity. Old Lu shook his head in agreement. Indeed, this good does not merely pertain to vocal skill, but rather to fame and popularity. In Xie Xiaodong's view, it was a waste for Xinghe to entrust The Initial Dream to the relatively obscure Zhang Xiaohan.
Even if she sang beautifully, without the requisite heat and attention, the song could not possibly achieve success. As a producer, he felt a flicker of anger at such a squandered opportunity, to the extent that he remained oblivious to the fact that he was still holding on to old. The audience's applause resounded endlessly. This was a genuine eruption of passion elicited by the song, starkly contrasting with the insincere cheers that followed Yang Wei's performance. Tears streaming down her face, Zhang Xiaohan deeply bowed to the audience and the camera. Just as she intended to turn back to the backstage, the host stepped onto the stage, calling out to her.
Please wait a moment.
What a moving and inspirational song. It nearly brought. The four judges, albeit not particularly famous, were of considerable age, 2 men and 2 women, all middle-aged and representing the older generation of singers who had struggled to maintain their footing in the entertainment industry. They possessed limited prowess, yet their seniority was significant. The domestic entertainment industry is one that respects hierarchy. Typically, younger first-tier singers show deference to their second-tier counterparts with more experience, for everyone ages eventually, and no one wishes to disrupt this unspoken rule. Of course, this is not absolute. There are still some stars who relish in flaunting their status. They share a common trait, being at the pinnacle of fame. They attract capital and thus receive support from it. These top-tier celebrities often carry an air of superiority, looking down upon others, and even their arrogance is regarded as a quirk by fans and industry insiders alike. In the film industry, some of these top stars can influence scripts, compelling screenwriters and directors to alter their work. Based on the order of performances, we now invite the judges to comment on singer Chao Ji's Between Aspirations, the host announced. The camera focused on the 4 judges.
Chao Ji's Between Aspirations is quite commendable in terms of vocal technique. However, the emotional delivery could use some enhancement, especially in that line as we enter the chorus. I believe it should be more emotionally charged. Other than that, there are no significant issues. Overall, the song carries an inspiring vibe. I give it 85 points. My opinion aligns closely with teacher Zhang's. The technique is solid, but the emotion is somewhat lacking. I award 87 points.
I suggest you practice your enunciation more, and there were some pitch issues. I give it 83 points.
I'll give it 80 points.
I apologize, but it did not resonate with me. After the 4 judges provided their evaluations, they submitted their scores. Chao Ji maintained a smile on his face, offering a slight bow to the judges before stepping back to make way for Yang Wei.
Make sure to win. You must win.
Suddenly, he heard Zhang Xiaohan murmuring anxiously beside him, her hands clasped in a prayer-like gesture, her expression tensed. He couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake his head. With a sigh, he chose to divert his attention away from Zhang Xiaohan.
The singer Chao Ji ultimately scored 83.
75 points. Next, let us invite the esteemed judges to evaluate the performance of singer Yang Wei with his song Struggle. The host announced the score, then continued speaking. Upon hearing this, Yang Wei's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he stepped forward.
Yang Wei's rendition of Struggle evokes memories of the days spent striving in the music industry, resonating with the poignant years of heartfelt emotions.
Therefore, I bestow upon him a score of 93 points. Indeed, as teacher Zhao aptly noted, Yang Wei possesses a voice rich in magnetism, capable of immersing the listener instantly. His performance emphasizes emotion over technique, giving me the impression of a remarkably mature artist. You performed splendidly, and I award you 95 points. My perspective aligns with that, 95 points. A truly moving song, brimming with positive energy, and the performance exhibited minimal flaws. I grant it 96 points. Applause erupted. Now, I kindly invite the 4 judges to cast their scores for today's final performer, Zhang Xiaohan, the host announced with great clarity. As soon as his words resonated in the air, Zhang Xiaohan stepped forward. However, at that moment, a slight furrow appeared on her brow, as an unsettling premonition lingered in her mind. The reason for her unease stemmed from Yang Wei's unexpectedly elevated score, one that surpassed her anticipations. According to Chao Ji's scoring criteria, Yang Wei should have received no more than 85 points, yet, he had come perilously close to attaining a score of 95. Chapter 19. Is there any fairness in this world? After achieving a high score, Yang Wei's smile broadened significantly. A faint smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiaohan. Sensing his gaze, Zhang Xiaohan gritted her silver teeth, her eyes shifting towards the 4 judges. Upon meeting her gaze, the first judge averted his eyes, clearing his throat twice before stating, Zhang Xiaohan's performance of this song was quite commendable, both in terms of emotion and technique. However, in this competition, we must also consider the quality of the song itself, which, regrettably, lacks maturity and thus hampers your potential. Therefore, I award you a score of 83. Another judge nodded in agreement, adding, "I share a similar perspective to that of teacher Zhao. Given that you performed so well as an internet celebrity, you are nearly on par with professional singers. However, the choice of song presents an issue, and I can only give you a score of 80. The song's excessive focus on emotion has, unfortunately, resulted in a loss of purity, which is a pity given your exceptional vocal ability.
I assign you a score of 81.
I give you a score of 75, as the song selection is indeed problematic." The four judges were remarkably unified in their assessment. While Zhang Xiuhan's vocal prowess was impressive and deeply moving, the song itself fell short. Initially, when the first judge delivered his critique, some audience members were unconvinced, as they had all felt the profound impact of Zhang Xiuhan's singing, which even surpassed that of Yang Wei and Xiao Zhi. However, with all four judges echoing that her singing was commendable yet the song was flawed, many in the audience began to doubt, was the song truly inadequate? Was the emotional resonance they felt merely a reflection of Zhang Xiuhan's vocal skill, while the quality of the song paled in comparison to Yang Wei's struggle and Xiao Zhi's between aspirations? The singer Zhang Xiuhan ultimately scored 79. 75 points, the host announced loudly. Zhang Xiuhan's mind exploded with disbelief, leaving her momentarily dazed. She stared blankly at the four judges and the host beside her. How could it possibly be a flaw in the song? This piece, The Initial Dream, was undoubtedly of superior quality compared to the songs of Yang Wei and his peers. In Zhang Xiuhan's heart, it was a resounding triumph over their performances, and she was acutely aware that her exceptional display stemmed from how perfectly the song resonated with her, allowing her to shine. Yet, why did the judges perceive her vocal prowess as being undermined by the song itself, and how could she have finished last? Zhang Xiuhan struggled to comprehend the situation, staggering a few steps as she furrowed her brow at Yang Wei. Yang Wei smirked mockingly at her and shrugged. Let us extend our most fervent applause to congratulate singer Yang Wei for winning the championship of Celebration of Voices. With the host's words trailing off, Yang Wei stepped to the front of the stage to receive the trophy from the staff, raising it triumphantly above his head. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, yet, there were also some spectators seated in confusion, gazing at the stage in bewilderment.
Yang Wei is the champion? I thought it would be Zhang Xiuhan. What the hell, are the judges deaf? Zhang Xiuhan's performance nearly brought me to tears. How could she place last? What nonsense! Are you saying my tears were for naught because the song was poorly chosen? What a sham of a judging panel! Surely this is a conspiracy? These are professional judges. Do you really think you amateurs know better? There will always be those who presume to teach professionals. If all four judges deemed the song unworthy, what more can be said? This time, I truly cannot accept it. Even if they are experts, there are few songs that can move me to tears, and The Initial Dream is one of them. I wholeheartedly support Zhang Xiuhan. The viewers watching the live broadcast were instantly incensed. Although the judges represented authority within the show, and all four declared The Initial Dream to be of poor quality, the audience's emotional response could do little to change the outcome. In such a small-scale competition, where the audience was minimal, the question of professionalism remained ambiguous. Everything was dictated by the judges' verdicts. Thus, even if the audience felt the rankings were unjust, they could only grumble before exiting the livestream. In the Star Dream studio, everyone fixated on the television screen. The moment Zhang Xiuhan's score was revealed, silence enveloped the room.
The usually composed Shui Liang was left flabbergasted, the watermelon rind slipping from his grasp and tumbling to the floor.
Last place?
Chen Qi sprang up from the sofa, incredulous.
Is this a joke? Mr. Lin spent 500,000 on this song, and these judges dared to declare it subpar?
Assistant Zhao's jaw nearly dropped. It was common knowledge that while Yang Wei and Xiao Zhi's songs were commendable, they paled in comparison to Zhang Xiuhan's The Initial Dream. Even though Assistant Zhao was not a professional, as Ling Qingmeng assistant, she had heard numerous excellent songs and had a reasonable sense of quality. Thus, she found it hard to accept this outcome. Ling Qingmeng's eyes were icy as she fixated on the television screen, where Zhang Wei held the trophy aloft, basking in glory. Ling Qingmeng remained silent, her hand crushing a half-eaten piece of watermelon rind, juice dripping onto the sofa, her delicate fingers losing their color from the exertion. Ms. Ling Qingmeng Jia, Shui Liang and Chen Qi murmured softly. They understood that Ling Qingmeng was genuinely enraged this time. Despite the company's struggles and Yang Wei's betrayal, she had never been this furious.
The watermelon is finished, don't let it go to waste.
Ling Qingmeng rose, speaking coolly, then tossed the watermelon rind onto the coffee table as she made her way to her office. The others exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness and bitterness. As insiders, they recognized the gravity of the situation the moment the scores were announced. The champion of this competition had been predetermined. Haishur Entertainment must have colluded with the production team to ensure Yang Wei's victory. No wonder Lu Guang Entertainment opted out. No wonder their small studio had the opportunity to appear on television. It was clear they were merely playing supporting roles. Sigh, but it's only natural for others to win the championship when they've invested money. Shuiliang sighed. He even felt somewhat relieved, grateful that during his era of participation in talent shows, capital had not yet flourished to such an extent, allowing for a semblance of fairness in securing a championship through talent. Nowadays, achieving recognition was exceedingly challenging.
This is unjust,
Chen Qi exclaimed, stomping his foot.
In today's entertainment industry, where is the fairness?
Shuiliang replied with a wry smile. Even prodigies like Su He rely on Warner's resources to achieve their current success. The group fell into a contemplative silence, eventually sighing in unison as they turned off the television, dividing the remaining watermelon among themselves before returning to their respective tasks. This is the best of times, with social media, internet celebrities, and video platform content creators. As long as one possesses talent and skill, they have the potential to rise to fame. Yet, it is also the worst of times. If one does not conform to the rules of capital, even with immense talent, it becomes exceedingly difficult to attain recognition. Chapter 20 Inch 50-50, I often win against him.
Bang! This is outrageous. Xie Xiaodong slammed his hands down on the computer desk, startling the nearby Lao Lu.
Dude, what are you doing? He retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. He then glanced apologetically at their intrigued colleagues and waved his hand dismissively. Xie Xiaodong, leaning on the desk, breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly.
Can't you see this blatant manipulation?
He pointed at the program image of Voice of Qingren on the monitor. Even a deaf person could discern the stark contrast between those two songs and The Initial Dream.
Even if the judges were to cite Zhang Xiuhan's vocal prowess, he wouldn't be this furious.
I see it, Lao Lu replied, shrugging. As an industry insider, he could also differentiate between quality and mediocrity. The disparity was so significant that even an amateur could recognize it.
And you're not the least bit angry? Xie Xiaodong inhaled deeply, attempting to calm himself. Why should I be angry?
It is not like I'm the one facing the manipulation. Lao Lu chuckled lightly before continuing. Such things are rather commonplace in our circle. Just look at Yang Wei. Clearly, he has connections that Zhang Xiuhan lacks.
If he doesn't win, who will?
His tone was casual, as if discussing a mundane matter. These occurrences transpire in the industry at every moment. Competitions are fundamentally a means of gilding the singers.
Predetermined victors are exceedingly common.
True enough. Xie Xiaodong's agitation gradually subsided upon hearing this. Lao Lu was correct. In large-scale competitions, perhaps due to heightened attention, there exists a semblance of fairness, at least not to such an overt extent. The smaller the competition, the more it becomes a contest of connections. The one with the strongest ties inevitably claims victory. Those within the industry have long since grown accustomed to this reality.
But damn it, I'm just not pleased. Xie Xiaodong huffed.
It's not even your song, Lao Lu remarked, tugging at the corner of his mouth and speaking softly.
This song, The Initial Dream, triumphed on Yuegao. Now it's being overshadowed by this inferior piece. Doesn't that imply that I, Xie Xiaodong, fall short against this rubbish?
Were it not for Yuegao, Xie Xiaodong would have paid no heed to this dreadful program. After watching it, he felt worse than if he had swallowed a fly. That is not how it is. Lao Lu shook his head with a wry smile, unsure of how to respond, having never witnessed Xie Xiaodong so incensed.
I've been in this industry for so many years.
Even when Sui first entered the scene, I never regarded him highly. After all, it's not easy for Sui to surpass me. If news of today's events were to leak, where would that leave my face? The more Xie Xiaodong spoke, the more agitated he became, spitting words in fervor.
Lao Lu dodged the spray of his frustration, refraining from interrupting his diatribe. So, what do you intend to do, Donggu?
Once Xie Xiaodong had finished, Lao Lu wiped his damp face. The collateral damage was not easy to evade, however. It had been quite a while since Donggu had freshened his mouth. His breath was rather foul.
Retweet on Weibo, expose this trash program. Is that really necessary, just for a stranger singer? Lao Lu promptly interjected.
It's not just that, Xie Xiaodong shook his head. I want everyone to know that this trash program is unworthy of The Initial Dream. In that moment, Lao Lu observed a radiant fervor emanating from Xie Xiaodong.
It was a spirit of pure pursuit of artistry, a sacred brilliance. Donggu, did you really not regard Sui highly before?
Lao Lu's curiosity was piqued by Xie Xiaodong's words.
Of course not.
When Sui was still a newcomer, I often contended for the charts with him, Xie Xiaodong replied nonchalantly with a smile.
And who emerged victorious?
Lao Lu inquired, his respect for Xie Xiaodong growing. Sui was a prodigious music producer, having risen to prominence in just 2.5 years. 50-50, I often won against him, Xie Xiaodong reminisced, a glimmer of nostalgia crossing his face.
I remember that time, it was his first song.
I crushed him with overwhelming numbers, however, in the later songs, with Warner backing him, his resources far surpassed mine, widening the gap.
Dong Gu, you're impressive.
Lao Lu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up.
Truly, Dong Gu was remarkable. Who knew Dong Gu had such a glorious history? At that moment, 2 seasoned employees from the company passing by couldn't help but chuckle and shake their heads. Xie Xiaodong is bragging again about beating Sui. Aha, he did win, albeit just the first song when Sui debuted. He still won.
Winning once, bragging for a lifetime, every subsequent time, he was ruthlessly crushed. Their voices were low, yet they still reached Xie Xiaodong in Lao Lu's ears. The momentum surrounding Xie Xiaodong dissipated instantly. Lao Lu's admiration froze on his face, the atmosphere turned awkward. Backstage of the program, Zheng Xiaohan lowered her head, packing her belongings into her bag. Her confidence had evaporated, tears streaming down her cheeks. After gathering her things, she wiped her tears with her sleeve and headed toward the exit of the lounge. As she stepped out, she spotted Yang Wei leaning against the wall in the corridor, arms crossed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth upon seeing her red-rimmed eyes.
So, how does it feel?
I told you the championship wasn't yours, didn't I? He chuckled lightly. Zheng Xiaohan shot him a glare but remained silent, turning to head towards the elevator. This world operates on survival of the fittest. If you wish to advance, you must find a more substantial backing, Yang Wei stated indifferently. Zheng Xiaohan still chose to ignore him, keeping her head down as she reached the elevator. Pressing the button, the elevator arrived swiftly at her floor. Zheng Xiaohan stepped inside. If you wish to continue in this industry, you should leave Qingmeng's studio. Ling Qingmeng can barely keep herself afloat and certainly cannot support you.
Yang Wei's voice echoed from outside the elevator. Zheng Xiaohan lifted her head slightly, watching the elevator doors begin to close.
All of us arrived at Qingmeng during our most challenging times. Without Sister Qingmeng, we would have long since left this industry.
The doors slid shut.
Yang Wei paused, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head dismissively with a smirk. Indeed, those who made it to a small studio like Qingmeng were often struggling in the industry.
Ling Qingmeng provided them with salaries and sought various resources for them, albeit modest ones, sufficient to keep them fed in this line of work. Yet, did that mean they should wager their futures? If Ling Qingmeng lacked the ability to elevate her artists, would they be doomed to remain in this small studio forever? Yang Wei was convinced that when better opportunities arose, anyone would make the same choice he had. It seems the young lady hasn't been sufficiently chastened. However, now that Ling Qingmeng has resorted to selling her car, Qingmeng Studio will likely not last much longer. With that, Yang Wei shook his head, then glanced at the championship trophy in his bag. Afterward, he patted his backpack and made his way to his own lounge. Chapter 21 Investing in Stardream Studio. Suho, your new song is absolutely fantastic.
Li Zhang's voice boomed upon entering the room. He promptly raided Suho's refrigerator and helped himself to an ice-cold cola.
Damn it, are you really that pleased to see my new song fail, you fatso? Suho lay sprawled on the sofa, annoyance evident in his tone. I just find those 4 foolish judges to be quite amusing. I wonder how they'd react if they knew that the song they so scornfully dismissed was penned by the genius producer Suho. Li Jiang plopped down onto the sofa with a resounding creak, eliciting a mournful sound from the furniture. What reaction could there possibly be? It's just Suho. Does he really deserve the attention of the 4 esteemed judges? Suho cast a pained glance at his sofa, which was bearing an undue burden. Are you really not angry? Li Jiang leaned in, a look of confusion on his face. Apart from work, he had come primarily to witness Suho's fury. To his surprise, Suho seemed unfazed. Why should I be angry? Suho snatched the unopened cola from Li Jiang's hand, cracked it open, and took a couple of swigs. Hey! Li Jiang attempted to intervene, but upon seeing Suho already drinking, he shot him a glare and continued, So, what is your plan? Just letting it go? I am the boss, do you expect me to devise a strategy? Suho retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table, lit one, and tossed the pack to Li Jiang. Li Jiang also extracted a cigarette, returning the pack to the table. Is this a test of my professional acumen? Though I have not navigated the entertainment industry myself, I don't perceive it as a negative situation. Li Jiang inhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. Suho nodded, encouraging him to elaborate.
Such a pathetic program, even if your song were to win, without investment in promotion, it wouldn't gain traction. However, there now lies an opportunity for it to succeed. Li Jiang rose, shaking off ash from his cigarette before glancing at the cola Suo had consumed, ultimately opting to retrieve another bottle from the fridge. This sort of underhandedness exists in every industry, and the entertainment realm is no exception. While industry insiders may deem it normal, the majority of netizens in our entertainment sector, despite the abundance of trolls, are largely righteous. Li Jiang gulped down several swigs of cola, followed by a prolonged burp.
Impressive, you fatso.
Suo, cigarette in mouth, did not hold back his praise. This was precisely why he sought Li Jiang. Despite his less-than-stellar personality, he possessed remarkable professional skills.
Hee, if your brother Jiang couldn't see through this, how could he dare take on such a significant task?
Li Jiang's face lit up with joy, relishing Suo's compliment. He brimmed with enthusiasm for the goal of dominating the entertainment industry. After a pause, Li Jiang continued,
"Now, all we need to do is recruit a few marketing accounts to sway the narrative online regarding the television station, bringing the underbelly of this industry into the limelight.
We can have singer Zhang Xiaohan share her struggles online. As long as the buzz rises, both she and the initial dream can achieve fame. A straightforward but effective publicity strategy. Controversy breeds attention, especially when it involves perceived injustice, easily garnering public sympathy."
"Brilliant, just as I expected from you." Suho applauded.
The fatso's thoughts aligned closely with his own. However, he had added Zhang Xiaohan into the mix, a consideration Suho had not overlooked. He believed that, judging by her reaction during the show's scoring, this girl appeared rather innocent, a rarity in the entertainment realm. Preserving her purity would inject a refreshing breeze into this murky world, yet, this matter should not originate from her but rather be approached from a different angle.
"Shall we proceed with this plan?" Li Jiang asked, visibly excited. This represented his inaugural battle in the entertainment sphere.
It would be wise to refrain from placing the female singer in the spotlight. After all, I'm concerned she may not withstand the backlash from the television station.
The main conflict should revolve around the program's underhanded tactics.
Initially, he had not hoped for his song to gain excessive popularity. A spot in the top 10 of the new song charts would suffice. However, he had not anticipated such a significant gift from the television station. Truth be told, he was quite grateful.
"What's this? Are you interested in that young lady?"
Li Jiang, taken aback initially, then smirked and winked. "Have you turned dark after being dumped, aspiring to be a scoundrel?"
"Apologies, but my noble character forbids me from being a scoundrel. I, Suo, shall forever remain the most sincere in the entertainment industry."
Suo exhaled a cloud of smoke, his brow furrowed with a sense of melancholy and depth. This brooding demeanor could easily ensnare the hearts of many.
"Pfft, I almost believed you."
Li Jiang scoffed, continuing, "You're the boss.
Your word is law."
Whether to allow the female singer to surface did not matter. As long as there was conflict, publicity could be generated.
"Have we located an entertainment company?" Suho inquired suddenly.
"We have, though not entirely." Li Jiang pulled out his phone and opened a document. The 3 major entertainment companies in Xuanqing City all have backing, and the winner of this competition, Yang Wei, is an artist of Haisher Entertainment. It seems they are positioning to promote him.
Haisher Entertainment. It appears they are shifting their focus. Suho mused with a soft chuckle. His past dealings had mostly been with top-tier entertainment companies in Kyoto, and he wasn't too familiar with those in Xuanqing City.
However, he understood that should the underbelly be thrust into the spotlight, Yang Wei would be at risk. The weight of such public scrutiny would be too much for a small-time singer to bear. The capital behind Haisher Entertainment is your former employer, Warner Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies in our industry, Li Jiang remarked with a grin directed at Suho.
Upon hearing Warner, Suho's expression shifted slightly, instantly regaining his composure.
"What a small world thus. While we have yet to find an entertainment company, I did discover a small studio." Suho's brow furrowed slightly.
"A studio?"
Li Jiang nodded with a look of inexplicable seriousness. "Indeed, it's the Star Dream Studio that purchased your new song."
"Suho?"
"Here are the details." Li Jiang leaned in, opened a file on his phone, and continued, "The owner of Star Dream Studio is named Ling Qingmeng, seemingly a first-tier singer. However, after being shelved by her former agency, she has been on a downward trajectory. Her studio is in dire straits as well, suffering from a lack of resources, with artists leaving in droves."
As Li Jiang spoke, he glanced at Suho, only to find him utterly unperturbed. "Proceed," Suho said nonchalantly.
"A boss who can run a studio into the ground is hardly surprising. He had previously interacted with Ling Qingmeng and found her to be quite the naive individual. She had expressed her admiration for his song so openly that she had skipped over discussing price and simply purchased it. What else could one call such naivety? Moreover, he still owed her 100,000. This naive soul had yet to ask him for it. I suggest we talk now. This studio was teetering on the brink of collapse. While Li Jian was unaware of Suho's past with this naive owner, he wholeheartedly agreed with his statement, for in his line of work, leading a company to its demise was synonymous with incompetence. Very well, you handle the negotiations, Suho replied after a moment of contemplation.
Once you succeed, it will be my time to make my re-entry.
Indeed, it was an opportune moment, and coupled with the recent setback in the competition, it could very well be the final straw. Now would be a prime time to discuss investment. The process would become exceedingly straightforward. Should the investment succeed, he would become the behind-the-scenes owner of this studio, allowing him to unabashedly elevate the artists under his wing and facilitate the studio's growth. Chapter 22, Take a break and come back. Xuanqing City, the commercial street beneath the Qingmeng studio. Ling Qingmeng and her team of employees sat silently in a private room of a hotpot restaurant. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Zhang Xiaohan's eyes were red and puffy as she whispered, "Sister Qingmeng, I'm so sorry, I have let you down." "It's all right, it's my fault for not seeking clarity," Ling Qingmeng replied, shaking her head. "With a predetermined champion, even if I participated." However, her sources of information were limited, and she wasn't fully informed about the intricacies of Voice of the Celebrants. She merely noticed that the top-ranked Liuguang Entertainment from Xuanqing City refused to participate, leaving an open slot, and thus believed it to be a splendid opportunity. Consequently, she signed up and even spent hundreds of thousands to purchase songs, preparing for a last-ditch effort, yet, the outcome was a complete defeat.
"It's okay, we can just work harder next time."
Chen Qi, always the group's source of cheer, attempted to uplift the mood with a smile. However, Ling Qingmeng bitterly shook her head. "After being shelved by the company, my resources have dwindled significantly. All my savings have been used for the company's daily expenses and your song promotions.
I am out of money." Ling Qingmeng was not one to easily accept defeat, yet at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of failure. Once filled with ambition to create a realm in the entertainment industry devoid of hidden rules, reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Without resources, the artists in her care lacked opportunities to shine, and without funds, even basic promotions were unattainable. The company was disbanding, with only a few remaining, and she was unable to provide them with even the essentials. Everyone gazed at Ling Qingmeng, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. Xueliang, the studio's elder statesman, struggled internally before finally exhaling and softly speaking, "I still have some savings. Hanin's song is quite wonderful. If we invest in promoting it, it might gain traction." Ling Qingmeng waved her hand dismissively, "It's futile." "Why?" Xueliang furrowed his brow.
"Have you forgotten, we only purchased the singing rights for..." At the time, she had believed that such an excellent song would undoubtedly secure victory. Winning would yield a prize of 500,000, and the program team would assist in promotion. Once the song gained popularity, singer Zhang Xiaohan would also rise to fame, attracting commercial performances that would in turn generate income for the company, yet, no one anticipated the dark undercurrents that lay beneath. "I had forgotten about that." The private room fell silent once more. The beef balls and duck blood in the pot had already surfaced, but today, no one reached for their chopsticks. This gathering is a farewell meal for everyone. The group was momentarily taken aback before their expressions shifted. Although opportunities to perform at Qingmeng Studio were rare and the salaries not particularly high, they were all dreamers, united in striving for the same goal.
This camaraderie was something other companies lacked. Though they were colleagues, their interactions resembled that of close friends. The mature and steady Xueliang, the lively and adorable Chen Qi, and the ever-determined Zhang Xiaohan.
Under Ling Qingmeng's leadership, despite the arduous struggle in the music industry, they had never contemplated giving up.
"Sister Qingmeng, I can forego my salary."
Chen Qi's eyes glistened with unshed tears.
Coming from a well-off family, she bore no financial burdens. I can also forego my salary. We can promote it ourselves. The initial dream has exceptional quality and is bound to be a hit. I'll post on forums and entertainment sites, pleading for them to listen to the song. Once it gains popularity, even without royalties, I can earn money from performances. Zhang, having seen more of the world, he refrained from offering counterarguments. "It's of no use." Ling Qingmeng shook her head, her eyes brimming with tears, before turning to Chen Qi. "Chen Qi, you are still young.
Your future holds limitless possibilities, remaining with the company would only hinder your journey. Afterward, she looked at Zhang Xiaohan. You possess the singing rights to the initial dream, consider the song a gift for your journey towards your dreams. Take it to a major company, they will undoubtedly assist in promoting you, then you can shed the identity of a mere internet celebrity and become a true artist.
As for Shui Liang, old Shui has the talent. Entering an entertainment company would be a piece of cake.
Once a champion of a talent show, joining a company-posed little challenge, Ling Qingmeng meticulously laid out her plans, and upon concluding, she raised her glass. Come, let us toast to a brilliant future, and may you all realize your dreams. Tears streamed down Zhang Xiaohan's cheeks as everyone lifted their glasses, draining. Under the gaze of her team, the helplessness on her delicate face gradually transformed into determination. She added, I will take a break and then return. Ling Qingmeng had ascended to the ranks of top-tier singers through sheer talent.
How could she be so easily defeated? The following day, due to last night's revelry, Chen Qi and the others did not arrive at the company until noon. As they entered through the main gate, they spotted Ling Qingmeng struggling to carry a cardboard box from her office.
Sister Qingmeng, Chen Qi rushed forward to assist. You all need to move your belongings within that time, Ling Qingmeng said, setting the box down and smiling at them. Her lips curled into a smile, and she appeared to be in good spirits, still exuding the vibrant energy characteristic of Ling Qingmeng. Yet, they all understood that she was merely putting on a brave front. The exhaustion in her eyes was undeniable. As for your salaries, Ling Qingmeng paused, her voice laced with remorse as she addressed them. The Xinghe will refund me 100,000. I will arrange everything and then retrieve it from him, and subsequently transfer your salaries and compensation. You should trust in my integrity, right?
She said this half-jokingly to lighten the mood.
Sister Qingmeng, I can't bear to part with you. Zhang Xiaohan clung to Ling Qingmeng, her eyes once again reddening.
Woo woo woo.
Sister Qingmeng, Chen Qi joined in, embracing her too.
Hee, all good things must come to an end. I look forward to the moment you all shine. Perhaps by then, your status will surpass mine.
Ling Qingmeng chuckled as she patted them, then glanced at her phone.
My ride is almost here. I must be on my way. With that, she bent down to pick up the cardboard box.
I'll walk you down, Sister Qingmeng, Zhang Xiaohan offered, extending her hand. Ling Qingmeng did not refuse. The two of them carried the box together toward the exit. However, just as they reached the door, darkness suddenly enveloped their vision. Ling Qingmeng looked up to find a rotund man in a black suit standing at the company entrance, grinning as he gazed at her.
Chapter 23, Is there actually a reverse bargaining operation? Two lovely ladies, what brings you here?
Li Jiang inquired curiously, observing the two young women, their eyes red-rimmed as they hoisted a cardboard box. He recognized Zhang Xiaohan from The Voice of Celebration, and he had heard of Ling Qingmeng, a former top-tier singer with considerable fame. Although she had not appeared on programs in recent years, Li Jiang had conducted some research on her and could easily identify her. Please make way, Ling Qingmeng said tersely, lacking the patience for idle chatter. Her car had been pawned, and a taxi awaited her downstairs.
I have some matters to discuss with Ms. Lin. Might I have a moment of your time?
Li Jiang adjusted his tautly fitted suit, a calm smile gracing his lips.
Speak quickly.
I am pressed for time, Ling Qingmeng frowned, unfamiliar with this portly individual.
It's regarding investment opportunities, and it cannot be summarized in just a few words. May we step inside to discuss it in more detail?
Li Jiang maintained his unruffled demeanor. It must be said, with his physique and today's attire, he did indeed present himself quite convincingly.
Investment?
Ling Qingmeng looked at Li Jiang in surprise, noting his serious expression. She shook her head slightly. I'm afraid I do not accept any capital investments. In the eyes of capital, dreams are non-existent, only profit holds significance.
I am aware of your company's current predicament. I kindly ask Ms. Lin to grant me a few minutes of your time.
I believe you will be grateful for this choice, Li Jiang chuckled softly. Ling Qingmeng's frown deepened.
You've investigated us?
As a professional investor, it is only prudent to At that moment, Ling Qingmeng's phone rang. It was the driver from downstairs. Excuse me, I have some matters to attend to, she stated apologetically to the driver after answering the call. Li Jiang observed her with a slight smirk. Within the company, Chen Qi and others were taken aback to see Ling Qingmeng return, accompanied by a hefty man. Their earlier melancholy transformed into confusion.
Han Hang, who is this stout fellow? Chen Qi swiftly inquired upon Zhang Shouhan's entrance. Lin always averse to investment firms?
The purpose behind Ling Qingmeng establishing Qingmeng Studio was to distance herself from capital, creating a sanctuary for artists. Though it appeared she might be overestimating herself, given her character, she would undoubtedly resist any capital into
Lin's burden would be considerably alleviated.
Xue Liang, while discontented with capital, understood that only capital could counter capital in this world. Moreover, reality had dealt them a harsh blow. With just the few of them, lacking resources and funds, it was nearly impossible to achieve success. However, as employees, they had no choice but to await their boss's negotiations. Ultimately, the decision would rest with Ling Qingmeng. Inside the office, Ling Qingmeng sat on the sofa, facing Li Jiang.
Ms. Lin, not even a glass of water?
Li Jiang joked, noticing her serious demeanor. Jiao, please bring a cup of water, Ling Qingmeng called out to her assistant outside.
Yes, boss.
Li Jiang's lips twitched. This woman, knowing she was being approached for investment, displayed such casualness, neglecting even the pretense of formality. Ms. Lin, our company is called Xingchen Investment. We sought you out primarily because we find your company remarkable and wish to discuss potential investments. Li Jiang sat up straight, clearing his throat as he dove directly into the matter at hand.
Remarkable? Given that you're on the verge of shutting down?
Ling Qingmeng retorted nonchalantly. Li Jiang's smile faltered momentarily, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. She was indeed refreshingly blunt.
Were it anyone else, the prospect of investment would likely have them extravagantly boasting about their company's greatness to inflate their worth.
Every company faces hardships, and we are here to assist you in overcoming those challenges. Li Jiang presented an awkward yet polite smile.
Do not speak in such grandiose terms.
Present your proposal so I may see how you intend to respect dreams. Ling Qingmeng scoffed. Had Li Jiang not claimed to be an investment company that respects dreams, she would have likely dismissed him outright. Although skeptical of his words, hearing dreams from someone associated with capital compelled her to grant him a chance to converse.
Very well, I shall be direct then.
Li Jiang took a deep breath, retrieving a stack of printed documents from his briefcase, which outlined the investment proposal. The preliminary investment amount is 10 million, subject to adjustment. We solely provide funding and do not engage in company management. This means that should Ms. Lin agree to our investment, you would remain the owner of Qingmeng Studio, with all operations continuing unchanged.
Of course, significant decisions would still require Ms. Lin's consultation with us.
Li Jiang unfolded the proposal, explaining it to Ling Qingmeng. Upon hearing that they would not partake in company management, Ling Qingmeng lifted her gaze to scrutinize Li Jiang, her eyes glinting with surprise. Naturally, since we are providing the capital and assuming the risks, it follows that we at Xingchen Investment would claim the majority of the profits.
My initial proposal for the profit-sharing ratio is 80-20, with Xingchen receiving 80%. What do you think, Ms. Lin?
Li Jiang had left himself an escape route. He and Sui had established a baseline of 30-70, so he initially quoted a higher figure to allow room for negotiation.
Ms.
Lin, noticing Ling Qingmeng lost in thought, Li Jiang waved a hand before her. Oh, my apologies, Ling Qingmeng snapped back to reality.
Are there any additional conditions?
None whatsoever, Li Jiang replied with a smile and a shake of his head. The contract will clearly stipulate that if Ms. Lin harbors any doubts, you may engage a lawyer to scrutinize it thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Li Jiang sensed that she was intrigued, and a sigh of relief washed over him.
If it truly operates, a reverse bargaining strategy? Why? Li Jiang was utterly perplexed.
You invest in dreams, and we fulfill those dreams. The division of profits is inconsequential. Ling Qingmeng's demeanor softened considerably. If what this stout man said were true, the company would gain wealth without any adverse effects on the staff. Admittedly, her position as the owner would diminish, and her income would decrease if the company flourished, yet, with the company on the brink of closure, she understood that her abilities alone could not sustain it. Now, with someone willing to invest in Qingmeng Studio, merely providing funds without meddling in daily operations, save for critical decisions, was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for Ling Qingmeng and the artists within her company. Chapter 24. If it were her, I would find it quite normal that inside the apartment, Sui, cigarette in mouth, sat before his computer. He logged into the Yuedan website using Li Zhang's account and began to edit a post on the forum. Battle, the song that triumphed over Winter Melon and Little B surprisingly ranked last in a minor competition. The poster has been closely following The Initial Dream, as it's the biggest deal of this week. Finally, it made its debut on a local program named The Voice of Qingren. However, what the poster did not expect was to witness a sordid, ugly underbelly. The Initial Dream was belittled to worthlessness by the judges. It couldn't even surpass two inferior songs. In a fit of anger, the poster felt compelled to share this news with fellow compatriots. Talent should not be buried by capital, and such underhanded dealings constitute the utmost insult to every musician. My heart aches profoundly, for we all earn our living in this field. Today, someone else's livelihood has been shattered, and tomorrow it could very well be our turn. I hope everyone will spread the word and stand together for justice. The sentiment was heartfelt, the tone sincere, the incitement exceedingly potent. Most users on the website were newcomers, who share a common trait, an insatiable appetite for gossip. Various scandals from the entertainment industry could be found within the forum. Currently, the hottest topic was indeed the previously celebrated The Initial Dream. After all, many on the site had placed their bets on Winter Melon or Little B winning, yet an account named Xingha, holding a mere 5th level, had clinched the deal. Many had suffered considerable losses in forum currency and remained keenly interested in the song's aftermath. Upon seeing this post, numerous individuals clicked in. When they read the contents, an uproar ensued. Newcomers possess a certain fervor and zeal, particularly the youth, who are most intolerant of underhandedness and injustice. Coupled with Sui's line, "Today, someone else's livelihood has been shattered, tomorrow it could very well be our turn," the sense of identification was profound. Fei Fei, the aspiring musician, having listened to the 3 songs from the competition, "I must say, The Initial Dream truly deserves to triumph over the esteemed Winter Melon and Little B, but what were those 2 songs in the program that could possibly outshine The Initial Dream? Ergo, I support the battle. The poster speaks the truth. This livelihood belongs to all of us. Unity and mutual assistance will make this industry flourish. A despondent soul, brothers, let's take down this rubbish show. I listened to that song Struggle, and it was nothing more than a factory-produced piece, and that singer performed so poorly. How could they even think of claiming victory over The Initial Dream? Yun Hui Hui battle. Let's take down this program." Just 10 minutes after the post was published, it soared to the top of the website, so he observed the indignant musicians with a knowing smile playing on his lips. If I were to run a marketing account, I could easily tarnish a top-tier singer's reputation. He extinguished his already smoked cigarette and switched to his Xingha account. Upon entering the popular post, he left a comment, "Xingha, I just logged on and saw everyone discussing this matter. I am truly touched by your support. The Initial Dream is the 3rd song I have written, taking an entire year to perfect from lyrics to arrangement. I never anticipated it would be so undervalued by the judges. Sigh, am I really unfit for this industry?" The tone was filled with loneliness and helplessness, instantly resonating with many musicians. Brother, don't give up. Those judges don't know a thing. Your song is undoubtedly of top 10 quality. Do those washed-up singers even deserve to be judges? Our efforts as musicians should not be overlooked. Keep your spirits up. I have a connection with a music blogger. I will have them promote this matter for you. Only 3 songs written, and yet you're already composing at this level. You must be a true genius. Do not give up. The chorus of encouragement nearly brought tears to Sui's eyes. True emotions and genuine love exist in this world. In every industry, it is always the newcomers who are so endearing. Though they may lack fame and experience, their status as newcomers fills them with beautiful fantasies about the industry and a deep disdain for injustice. However, what Sui did not foresee was that after the post gained popularity, the illustrious Winter Melon, a level 20 heavyweight, would also make an appearance. Winter Melon, Xingha, rest assured, I will expose this underhandedness at the cost of my own anonymity to help you reclaim justice. I will ensure this song reaches the new song chart. Wow, Winter Melon is stepping up. Is Winter Melon really going to expose their identity? Impressive, now that's what a heavyweight looks like. Winter Melon is amazing, let us battle. Instantly, a flock of newcomers responded beneath him. A level 20 account is at least a senior producer. Who could they be? After responding with "Thank you, esteemed one, justice will prevail," Xuan fell into contemplation. A senior producer already possesses a certain level of renown in the industry. Such producers are qualified to collaborate with top singers. Therefore, if Winter Melon is willing to publicize this matter, Xuan could save a significant amount in promotional expenses, perhaps even 1 or 2 million.
What a good person.
With this thought, Xuan silently gave a thumbs up through the network. It's truly painful, really painful. The phone rang. Xuan saw it was Li Jiang calling, smiling as he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and stepped onto the balcony to answer.
Xuan, I've got it sorted. Li Jiang exclaimed excitedly as soon as the call connected. That was quick. What's the revenue share?
Xuan, cigarette in hand, with smoke clouding his half-closed eyes, gazed out at the bustling street below.
90-10.
Ha, surprised, right? She said. We invest.
The share isn't important.
Not surprised at all. If it were her, I would find it quite normal. Xuan took a drag from his cigarette, savoring the moment. Such a person might be a pure artist, but not necessarily a good boss.
So, shall I arrange for the song's promotion? Li Jiang inquired.
Given the considerable controversy surrounding the initial dream and its undeniable quality, promoting such a topical song should be relatively easy.
No need.
Xuan chuckled lightly.
Why not?
Li Jiang asked, astonished. Just take a look at Yuan, and you'll understand.
Xuan offered no further explanation.
With someone else promoting, there was no need to waste his own funds. The preliminary preparations were complete. He merely awaited the initial dream to gain traction, allowing more people to hear it, thus enabling Xuan to accumulate prestige points and ultimately tailor songs. As for future plans, as the behind-the-scenes boss of Qingmeng Studio, he naturally aimed to expand and strengthen the company. The best approach was to work within the studio, nurturing a few breakout artists. With so many songs at his disposal, elevating a few top-tier singers would pose no challenge. With Qingmeng Studio and Xingshan Investment providing dual layers of protection, Warner Entertainment would never suspect that the true owner behind Qingmeng was Xuan. Once he had successfully scaled Qingmeng Studio, he would deliver a grand surprise to Warner, eagerly anticipating the expression on Du Detao's face. Ding, random task issued. Please proceed to Qingmeng Studio to apply for the producer position.
Upon success, you will receive a popular anime script. Would you like to accept the task? Accept.
Xuan raised an eyebrow and promptly accepted the task. He had already planned to visit Qingmeng Studio, and the system conveniently presented a random task. Although the anime script may not serve immediate use, his sister is a supervisor at an anime company, and there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. To become the largest capital in the entertainment industry, one cannot solely rely on music. Chapter 25 means the prodigious producer Xuan is set to release a brand new single with the diva Li Xian next month, aiming for the top spot on the July music charts. The music gala is about to commence, and Xuan's latest fan support design has been unveiled. A certain popular singer suffered a finger injury during a concert, leading to an emergency halt of the performance. Gossip abounds as the rumored girlfriend of top-tier star Lin is revealed. The trending topics on Weibo are ablaze with the latest sensational events within the entertainment industry. Xuan, currently the most dazzling producer, has frequently dominated Weibo's trending list. The announcement of his new song, in collaboration with the legendary Li Xian, has sent fans into a frenzy of excitement amidst these trending topics. One particularly noteworthy discussion ranks 13th on the second page. The dark underbelly, the Chinese music scene has devolved into this state due to such abominable judges. The instigator of this topic is a somewhat renowned senior producer, Xie Xiaodong. He recounted the specifics of the incident, wherein a high-quality piece by a newcomer, titled The Initial Dream, faced unjust treatment during a local program.
Xie Xiaodong expressed his profound indignation. He subsequently shared the evaluations of the 4 judges regarding the song and included The Initial Dream in the discussion. The topic has already garnered over 10,000 comments. This song is so beautiful. How could it possibly come in last?
At the live event, I was astounded that this matter escalated to trending status. Many audience members were brought to tears by the young lady's performance.
I just watched the replay, and the look in that little girl's eyes when she placed last was truly heartbreaking. I cannot fathom how those 4 judges rated her. Unable to identify any flaws in her singing, they instead criticized the song itself. The quality of this piece is exceptional, rendering the judges' comments utterly nonsensical. It's incredibly tough for emerging artists. Even in such a minor competition, corruption exists. What on earth was Yang Wei singing? How could he possibly win the championship? As the comments continued to proliferate, netizens reveled in their propensity for justice.
Moreover, the victim, Zhang Xiaohan, is a strikingly beautiful girl with an enchanting voice, which only intensified the public's outrage. They rallied in support of Zhang Xiaohan, while the champion Yang Wei found himself the target of widespread condemnation. At Haishur Entertainment, Yang Wei sat in his office, toying with the trophy in his hands. Upon claiming the championship, he returned to the company, where the general manager personally greeted him, assuring him that he would receive focused cultivation. Although Haishur Entertainment does not rank highly within the broader entertainment industry, it stands prominently in Xuanqing City, securing a position within the top 3. The resources available here far surpass those of Qingmeng Studio. With the company willing to provide resources, I could become a leading artist within 2 years. Yang Wei believed his prospects were exceedingly bright. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside. "Come in," he called, placing the trophy aside. His manager, Zhang Chun, entered with a grave expression.
"We have a situation." "What situation?" The smile on Yang Wei's face faltered, replaced by shock. "Quickly, look at Weibo." Zhang Chun handed him a tablet.
Yang Wei took the device, and upon seeing the trending topic about the alleged corruption, his expression paled. His fingers flew across the screen. "Resist the corruption. Yang Wei is unworthy of the championship. Trash judges, return Zhang Xiaohan's championship trophy."
"If this kind of rubbish can win, I could do it too." One accusation after another overwhelmed Yang Wei, leaving him utterly deflated.
He looked at Zhang Chun in panic. Chun Gu. Zhang Chun shook his head. "I never anticipated that such a minor competition could escalate to the Weibo trending list." Weibo serves as a vital platform for the entertainment industry and societal issues. The trending rankings are exceedingly precious. While individuals like Su He earn their trending status through talent, artists from major entertainment companies often spend exorbitant amounts to secure a spot on the trending list. Very few manage to achieve it through their own merit, yet, no one could have foreseen that the corruption in this small competition would ignite such widespread discussion online.
"What do we do now?" Yang Wei's face flushed with anxiety.
The fallout from this scandal has irreparably tarnished his reputation as the champion. It is likely that no one will want to hear him sing again. You've just signed, and your partnership with the company hasn't been publicly announced. Just moments ago, President Li issued a directive to sever all ties with you. You are forbidden from claiming association with Haishur Entertainment as an artist, or else the company will pursue you for damages to your reputation.
Zhang Chun's words struck Yang Wei like a bolt from the blue. Severing all ties with the company? Chun Good, didn't the company say they would focus on cultivating me? Yang Wei grasped Zhang Chun's arm desperately. Given your current circumstances, do you think you are worthy of the company's investment? Zhang Chun, Yang Wei isn't a top-tier star. Rather than expend resources to clear his name, it would be more prudent to abandon the effort entirely, as there are countless artists in the Chinese music scene whom the company could choose to support. Moreover, due to the damage to your personal reputation, you are unable to fulfill subsequent contracts. According to the terms, the company reserves the right to terminate your contract and demand 2 million in damages. Zhang Chun's words detonated in Yang Wei's mind like a thunderclap. The corruption was orchestrated by you, he bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury. Do you have any evidence? Zhang Chun smirked, patting Yang Wei on the shoulder before turning to leave the office.
Yang Wei stared blankly at his retreating figure, his mind spinning. Suddenly, he stumbled, clumsily slapping his hand against the trophy on the table. The trophy toppled, shattering upon impact. Crack, the crystal trophy lay in ruins. In a frantic rush, he crouched down, attempting to gather the shards, but the sharp edges sliced into his fingers, yet, he clung tenaciously to those fragments. Is this the nature of capital's machinations? He muttered through gritted teeth. 2 million in damages, how could a second-tier artist possibly afford that? This was the true face of capitalism. Memories flooded his mind from his time at Qingmeng Studio. Let Wei Ge take part in this competition. After all, his abilities are exceptional, and he has a strong chance of winning. Wei Ge, once you make it big, you must treat us to a meal. When Wei Ge rises to fame, I hope to ride on his coattails. Yang Wei, your contract is nearing its end. Come by my office so we can renew it. You've been with the company for a while, and I'll increase your share. It seemed that everyone there was genuinely kind. They wouldn't resort to cutthroat tactics over a chance at fame. They appeared to regard each other as true friends, devoid of ulterior motives. Even in dealings with their boss, Ling Qingmeng, there was no need for the sycophancy typical of other companies. Though the future seemed uncertain there, life was quite comfortable. Even if he had betrayed Qingmeng Studio, he could have exited unscathed. Why hadn't he recognized this back then? Alas, it seemed he could never return. Chapter 26, The Scandal Trends on Social Media. Zhang Xiaohan rises to fame. No one anticipated that a modest competition hosted by a local station could ascend to the trending topics. It is essential to recognize that such underhanded dealings occur daily, even within the grandest of national competitions, where the potential for. Thus, those within the industry, upon hearing the news, felt there was no need for such a commotion. Yet, the seemingly minor incident managed to secure a spot among the top 10 trending topics on Weibo. Thanks to this surge, the initial dream also gained significant exposure, catapulting into the top 10 of the new song charts overnight. The singer of this piece, Zhang Xiaohan, became the unfortunate victim of this scandal. Coupled with her heartfelt display of emotion while announcing the scores on stage, her sorrowful expression was dubbed by many netizens as a heartbreaking scene. Zhang Xiaohan, already strikingly beautiful, following this incident, her popularity skyrocketed, with her Weibo followers increasing from 100,000 to 500,000 in a single night. "Hey, Xiaoqi, la Xue, I'm trending!" Zhang Xiaohan exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief as she beheld the rapid influx of followers and the barrage of private messages flooding in. "What do you mean you're trending?" Chen Qi inquired with curiosity, leaning in closer. Upon witnessing the astonishing figures, she was instantly left speechless. Hua Shueliang gasped, equally astonished, gaining 500,000 followers overnight and breaking into the top 10 of the new song charts. Each piece of news alone was enough to drive them into a frenzy. Chen Qi leapt from her seat and dashed toward Ling Qingmeng's office. "Qingmeng, it's amazing, it's a huge sensation. Where is the fire?" Ling Qingmeng replied, bewildered, glancing around. "No, it's Xiaohan. She is trending online," Chen Qi exclaimed, her excitement making her slightly incoherent. "Why?" Lin Qingmeng asked, only to be pulled out of her office by Chen Qi arriving at Zhang Xiaohan's. What on earth is happening? She had been preoccupied with company troubles and had not checked Weibo in the past couple of days, thus remaining oblivious to the trending news. It seems a musician named Xie Xiaodong spoke out online for the initial dream, and then other musicians from Uego Com joined in, propelling our situation into the trending topics, Chen Qi explained, noticing Zhang Xiaohan's eyes glistening with emotion. Lin Qingmeng took a deep breath. "This indicates that justice still exists in the world. Xiaohan, you should share more of your daily life on Weibo. I'll see if I can secure some business opportunities for you, turning this heat into genuine followers." "Thank you, Qingmeng," Zhang Xiaohan responded gratefully. "Don't mention it, this is your chance. It seems our streak of bad luck is finally turning around." Lin Qingmeng's spirits lifted, with financial backing and the sudden surge of trending news. Good fortune seemed to rain down. "Xiaohan, I envy you so much," Chen Qi said, wrapping her arms around Zhang Xiaohan's. "Don't worry, Xiaoqi, once I'm famous, I'll take you along for business ventures. With your beauty and charisma, you'll surely attract a following," Zhang Xiaohan reassured her, patting her shoulder. Shueliang observed them with a smile, a glimmer of envy dancing in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Qingmeng glanced at her phone and suddenly declared, "I have something to attend to. You two should celebrate with a hot pot or something. I'll treat." "Wow, thank you, Qingmeng, long life Qingmeng." The two girls erupted in cheers. The initial dream was recorded by Zhang Xiaohan, after which Lin Qingmeng sent the source files to the copyright holder, Suhe. Subsequently, Suhe released the song online. The track is officially registered under Suhe's name on the copyright website, meaning any programs wishing to use it must contact Suhe via the provided information to negotiate licensing fees. Naturally, Suhe did not handle these matters personally. He had established a copyright management department through his company, Xingchen Investment, to oversee the rights of Xingha Music Works. As before, the song is available for free across all. Consequently, its play count is significantly higher than that of paid songs, already exceeding 300,000 plays, accompanied by exceptionally high ratings from the trending topics. This young lady is quite remarkable. Don't let the negativity affect your mindset. The future holds promise. Xiaohan, keep it up. I'm officially your fan now, supporting you all the way. Beautiful and talented, it's only right that you rise. Who would have thought a singer could be so generous as to not charge? She is not the singer. The copyright info states that the rights belong to the producer, so we ought to commend the produceress' integrity. A generous producer. Suddenly, I'm reminded of my dear Suhe. The Xingha can't possibly be a fan of Suhe, attempting to emulate Suhe's generosity, to write such an excellent first song. It seems Xingha is quite talented. I look forward to more of their works. Even the most discerning of netizens, given a high-quality song for free, would offer favorable reviews. Coupled with the recent scandal and the heartbreaking scene meme, Zhang Xiaohan had earned the title of a hidden gem. All settled, Suhe proclaimed as he shut down his computer, stuffing his cigarette case and lighter into his pocket and grabbing his keys. He prepared to head out. His fridge was devoid of cola, and he was down to his last pack of cigarettes, necessitating a trip to the convenience store for. Based on the present momentum, claiming the top spot on the new song chart should pose no challenge. After all, this round of new songs lacked renowned artists and exceptional tracks. Leveraging the current hype and the quality of the initial dream, securing the top position would be a breeze, perhaps. With the exposure from the new song chart, it could even make its way onto the Hot Song leaderboard.
System, how much prestige do I currently possess? Beep, your prestige value is A326680. Can I customize blue and white porcelain now? Are you
Nonetheless, Suhi remained undeterred, knowing that as he released more songs, his prestige would inevitably increase. Moreover, a masterpiece of blue and white porcelain-esque caliber was not suitable for release at this time, as lacking the corresponding fame would only tarnish the song's brilliance.
Lost in thought, Suhi exited the convenience store with a bag full of snacks and beverages, while his other hand held a pack of Huangdalo cigarettes. Upon returning to the community, he stepped into the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, a girl in a light pink dress sprinted towards him, dragging a suitcase behind her. "Hey, handsome, please wait for me." Her voice was sweet and melodious. Suhi instinctively reached for the door button, but with his hands full, he failed to press it in time, and the elevator doors shut. Darn. As the elevator closed, the sweet voice faded, followed by an exclamation of frustration. Chapter 27. He still owes me 100,000. Ling Qingmeng, dragging her suitcase, angrily pressed the elevator button. What a lack of manners, she muttered under her breath, due to the expiration of her previous villa lease and the challenges her company was facing. The 2-unit layout offered a more affordable rent than the villa, and for someone in her public position, it also ensured a greater degree of privacy. I hope the neighbors are easy to get along with. After all, having a first-tier singer like me as a neighbor must be quite thrilling for them. As the elevator returned to the ground floor, Ling Qingmeng stepped inside with her suitcase. Upon reaching her designated floor, she found that this particular layout allowed for direct elevator access, with the doors of the 2 units facing each other, adjacent to a shared area of approximately 10 square meters. The door to her neighbor's unit was tightly shut, so she refrained from greeting them at that moment. She retrieved her keys from her bag and unlocked her door. After placing her cat's space capsule on the ground, she unzipped it, and a plump feline emerged. Ling Qingmeng crouched down to open her suitcase, revealing a collection of support items for Suhi, as well as several photographs of the renowned singer Li Xian. As a fan of Suhi, many also adored the CP pairing of him and Li Xian, and Ling Qingmeng was no exception. Her dream was to become an exceptional singer like Li Xian. Once Suhi participates in the music festival, I'll finally have his photograph. She hung up the photos. The daily necessities she had arranged through a moving company had yet to arrive, but Ling Qingmeng was not in a hurry. This apartment had been vacant for some time, and although the windows were closed, dust had still settled inside. Just as she was about to tidy up, her phone suddenly rang. "Hello, A Jiao." It was her assistant, A Jiao, calling. "President Lin, a film crew just contacted us, wanting Han-in to sing their theme song," A Jiao said excitedly. It seemed that Zhang Xiaohan had truly gained significant popularity, to the point where she no longer needed Ling Qingmeng's assistance in securing opportunities. They were now coming to her. However, their theme song is in. The budget is quite generous, offering us 500,000, but we will be responsible for everything from the song to the artist and distribution. A Jiao explained the specifics. Such outsourcing methods were not uncommon in the Many film companies preferred to delegate the theme song and all accompanying music to a music production company for convenience. However, creating a song of this prompted composition nature was no easy task, as it needed to align closely with the film's content. Even intermediate producers often found it quite challenging. With such a high budget, their expectations must be considerable, right? Ling Qingmeng furrowed her brow slightly. The other party did not specify any particular requirements. A Jiao The cat, named Hehe, promptly leaped onto her lap.as. Ling Qingmeng stroked the cat. She continued, "It seems we are in need of a producer. I agree that the company requires a producer, especially now that Han-in is gaining traction. As a music studio, we cannot operate without one." A Jiao concurred. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Qingmeng suddenly thought of someone, the producer known as Xinghe. With the overwhelming acclaim for the initial dream, it was evident that Xinghe possessed considerable talent, and more importantly, he might be a newcomer.
If he truly was a novice with such capabilities, signing him to the company would be a significant advantage. Moreover, Xing has still owed her 100,000. He hadn't even made an effort to repay her. With this thought in mind, Ling Qingmeng felt it necessary to have a conversation with him. By the way, there's another issue regarding this project, Ajiao suddenly interjected.
The investors want Han In to perform the theme song, while the film crew insists on selecting Zhao Yang from Liuguang Entertainment instead of Zhao Yang from Liuguang?
Ling Qingmeng exclaimed. As the largest music company in Xuanqing City, Liuguang Entertainment had initially been invited to voice of the celebrants, but they withdrew midway, which allowed. It appeared they were aware of some insider information, hence their absence. After all, not winning the championship would render participation meaningless for a company like Liuguang Entertainment. Furthermore, they would hardly regard the exposure from such a minor program as beneficial. Zhao Yang, a second-tier singer who had previously competed in the Chinese version of The Voice and reached the top 8, had garnered some recognition within the industry. Therefore, if we are not selected by the filmmakers, the production costs will be forfeited, and the song can only be released as a single. Ajiao elucidated the risks. Ling Qingmeng understood completely. She caressed the cat's head as it purred contentedly on her lap.
What do you think, should we take this on?
Ling Qingmeng found herself uncertain. Although there was currently an investment of 10 million, allowing for some boldness, she was a principled person who felt a responsibility toward the investors. She was determined not to squander the money entrusted to them for realizing their dreams. Thus, funds must be spent wisely, not recklessly. If we accept, and she is chosen, Han In could ride this wave of popularity from the film to elevate her status, possibly even to the second tier. Conversely, if we decline, once the hype fades, she might only remain a third-tier singer, or worse, regress. Ajiao explained the fleeting nature of internet-driven popularity was well understood. Despite Zhang Xiaohan currently trending, hype generated through marketing was not sustainable. Those who had been in the industry for years were acutely aware of such realities. Then let us go for it. After all, we were already planning to release another single for Han In. If we aren't selected, the loss won't be too significant. Ling Qingmeng resolved with determination. Should they succeed, Zhang Xiaohan could leverage the film's theme song to maintain her momentum. If they failed, they would still need to release a single, which would not be a waste after all.
So, is President Lin still going to purchase a song from Yueliang Network? Ajiao asked.
No need. I'll contact that Xing directly. He still owes me 100,000. Ling Qingmeng pouted, feeling irritated that Xing had not reached out to repay her. This time, she could also ask him to compose a song, effectively offsetting the debt by deducting that amount from his payment. Chapter 28. If I don't block you, am I to keep you for the new year? Upon returning home, Sui placed all the cola cans into the refrigerator and then ordered a bowl of snail noodles from the restaurant downstairs. Although he possessed the knowledge to cook, the desire to prepare a meal simply eluded him when he was alone at home. Ordering takeout sufficed. A native of Xuanqing, Sui harbored a profound affection for snail noodles. Despite their pungent aroma, they were irresistibly delectable. Thus, his most frequent indulgence in Xuanqing City was, indeed, snail noodles. Can't take it anymore, truly can't take it. His phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noted an unfamiliar number. Assuming it to be a telemarketing call, he promptly hung up. In this era, the prevalence of harassing and fraudulent calls had reached alarming proportions, with countless schemes luring individuals into dubious ventures in northern Myanmar. In the age of big data, personal privacy had become a mere illusion, especially when it came to mobile numbers. Even after meticulously obscuring his number on delivery slips before discarding them, so he understood that such measures offered little more. After all, once personal information was entered, platforms had already seized control of one's privacy, and how that information was subsequently utilized remained a mystery. He was aware that salespeople could directly purchase detailed user information from data companies. Frowning, Sui pressed the answer button. Hello. Suhi, a melodious female voice responded.
Li Xian?
The recognition came instantly to Suhi, his frown deep. Taken aback, Sui couldn't help but chuckle.
We broke up, should I keep you unblocked for the holidays? Is it impossible to remain friends after a breakup?
Li Xian inquired, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy.
Have you been drinking?
Taking a deep breath, Sui momentarily considered asking her why she had been drinking, but the thought was swiftly extinguished. Regardless of their past affection, they were now separated, and he felt no obligation or right to concern himself with her well-being. Silence enveloped them, and just as Sui prepared to disconnect, Li Xian's voice pierced through the stillness. You used to care when I drank.
Sui, instantly incensed, retorted, you were my girlfriend back then. Naturally, I would care. Who the hell are you now? Sui, do you really want to make our relationship this strained? His anger transformed into incredulity.
Sister, you were the one who initiated the breakup.
Why do I suddenly seem like the villain?
Li Xian's voice quivered with grievance.
Do you know why I drank?
Sui inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of insults.
I don't want to know, nor do I need to. If there is nothing else, I'm hanging up.
I attended an event today and met President Zhang from Jingyang Entertainment. I pleaded with him for a long time, and he finally agreed to let you work at Jingyang.
I didn't expect you to be ungrateful and treat me like this.
Li Xian, fueled by alcohol and a sense of injustice, began to cry on the other end of the line.
She understood that, given Sui's current predicament, he would likely face professional ostracism. Most companies would hesitate to hire him, considering the risk of offending Warner Jingyang Entertainment, however, ranked among.
Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian had conveyed Sui's situation to President Zhang, who expressed a willingness to welcome him and was eager for his contribution. After securing the arrangement, Li Xian joyfully attempted to contact Sui, only to discover that he had blocked her on both WeChat and his phone.
Why do you always take it upon yourself to decide?
I don't need it. Let me reiterate, the moment you chose Warner, our paths diverged. With that, Sui abruptly ended the call. He lay back on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a moment, he took a deep breath, reached for a pack of cigarettes and a lighter on the coffee table, extracted one, and lit it.
Can't take it anymore. Truly can't take it. The phone rang once more.
Sui furrowed his brow, rage flooding his features as he answered, Are you out of your mind? We've broken up. Do you understand what that means? Damn it. Silence reigned on the other end. Then, a timid voice emerged.
Xing.
Xingyi, I'm not your ex-girlfriend. Surprised, Sui pulled the phone away from his ear and, upon seeing the name Big Misfortune on the screen, felt his eye twitch involuntarily.
Speak your mind.
He inhaled.
Teacher Xingyi, do you have time lately? We'd like to purchase a song, and the artist is still Zhang Xiaoan from last time, but if you're available, we can discuss the specifics.
Sensing Sui's foul mood, however, her curiosity about the gossip had ignited. She hadn't anticipated that Xingyi had broken up. What could be the reason? Moreover, his tone suggested that his ex was persistently bothering him. She was eager to inquire. She longed to delve into this juicy tidbit, yet, as she was in a position of needing something from him, Ling Qingmeng could only suppress her curiosity.
Still looking to buy a song? Sui's brow arched at the mention.
It seemed that Zhang Xiaohan's popularity was paying off, as companies were now approaching them for her to sing. He continued, What type of song?
A theme song for a movie. I'll send you the specifics via WeChat, and you can respond after reviewing? Upon hearing Sui's lack of
the initial dream had already topped the new song charts and was steadily climbing, potentially breaking into the top 10. Given that Xingyi had penned a song achieving such success, Ling Qingmeng could no longer regard him as a mere newcomer. In her eyes, he was at least a mid-tier producer, a vital force within the industry that many companies coveted. After all, at this level, one could consistently produce quality songs, meeting the daily operational needs of a small company.
Alright, send it to me, but you should be aware of my terms, Sui stated flatly.
I understand, but this time, in addition to the performance rights, we'll also require the film rights since it's a theme song. Of course, I'm familiar with industry norms. The film would have promotional purposes, thus necessitating the sale of additional rights. Otherwise, if someone purchased the theme song and could not utilize it freely, who would be inclined to buy it? That's good. Just as Ling Qingmeng began to feel that Xing was not as difficult to work with as she had initially thought, the voice of Sui echoed again from the other end of the line. Just add a bit more to the budget. Chapter 29. The new neighbors next door. He hung up the phone. Before long, Big Fool sent over the information. Synopsis of Time Flies? Sui clicked open the document. Inside was a summary of the film's plot, along with character introductions for the main roles. At a high school classmate's wedding, the male lead discovers that the bridesmaid is his first love, prompting him to reminisce about their past in high school, from innocent beginnings to the obstacles posed by reality. The male lead sacrifices his chance to study abroad for the female lead, and they plan to elope, but the female lead suddenly receives a terminal diagnosis and fails to show up. Later, the hospital informs her that there was a mix-up with the reports. Due to this misunderstanding, they missed the best years of their lives. Sui puffed on his cigarette, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With memories from a past life, he had never been fond of television dramas. Although the entertainment industry in this world was commendable, he found those works to be excessively cliché. Whether in music or film, he felt that the outstanding creations from his previous life would easily overshadow anything presented here. What a kitsch, pathetic film. Sui scoffed, nevertheless, considering the current scale of. Moreover, it was thanks to Zhang Xiuhan's trending topic that the film crew had approached them at such a high point of popularity. However, there is a song that would suit it quite well, but if it were to be released, the film would likely be labeled as a mediocre film accompanied by a divine song, wouldn't it? At that moment, the delivery person called. Warner's headquarters were in Kyoto, and some items had been packed and sent to him after he left Warner. It was surprising that they had only just arrived. One had to admit that the efficiency of those at Warner was quite lacking. As the elevator required a card to access the upper floors, so he had to head downstairs once more. He tucked his phone into his pocket and stepped outside, cigarette in hand. Just as he opened the door, he froze. The door across the hall, which had been unoccupied for 2 years, was ajar, with several cardboard boxes piled outside, indicating that someone had just moved in. Do we have neighbors now? Sui peered. Having neighbors made things less interesting. After all, although he had always shared the floor with another unit, he had enjoyed the privilege of a single unit's privacy. With an additional neighbor, he could no longer casually leave shoes in the communal area. He prided himself on having a sense of public morality and would not engage in actions that disturbed others. However, he was relieved it was a girl. Observing her diligent cleaning, she seemed to be quite tidy, which was ultimately a positive aspect. After signing for the package downstairs, Sui ascended with the box, only to find the cardboard boxes at his neighbor's door had disappeared and the door was now closed. He had intended to greet the new neighbor but would have to wait for another opportunity. Upon returning to his own door, he noticed it was half open. I've grown accustomed to living alone. I must rectify this bad habit. Since he was the only occupant on this floor, and without a card, no one could come up, he sometimes forgot to close the door. However, now that there was a neighbor, it was essential to amend this habit. He carried the box inside, using his foot to shut the door behind him. Placing the box on the coffee table, he retrieved a bottle of chilled cola from the fridge and took several hearty gulps. The summer in Xuan City was quite sweltering, and he had returned drenched in sweat. He used scissors to open the box, revealing an assortment of items he had stored in the office. A water cup, headphones, some business cards, and a humidifier. Trivial knickknacks, really. They didn't even return my trophies? Sui grumbled as he rummaged through the box. Throughout his 2.5 years at Warner, he had won 2 Golden Melody Awards and a dozen other accolades. Of course, he had not personally accepted the awards. He had asked other artists from Warner to collect them on his behalf. These trophies had been displayed in his office, and they were the items he most wanted to retrieve, yet Warner had failed to send them. As Sui prepared to store these useless trinkets in the utility room, he noticed a picture frame tucked in the corner of the box. Surprised, he pulled it out. It was a photo of him and Li Xian, with them nestled together, her smile radiant while Sui appeared to be asleep with his eyes closed. This picture had been taken when Li Xian playfully snapped a shot of him resting in the office. Naturally, he wasn't upset by her antics, and given their unique circumstances, they rarely had photos together. Thus, he had printed it using the company printer and bought a frame to display it on his desk.
Aren't they afraid I'll make this photo public?
The staff at Warner had the audacity to send him this picture, completely disregarding the potential fallout if he exposed their secret relationship, claiming to be Li Xian's hidden boyfriend? Such a scandal could severely damage her career. Of course, Warner wouldn't face much consequence. In the realm of capital, even if one of their artists fell from grace, they would not suffer losses, as penalties and damages would cover their setbacks. Perhaps it's best to part ways amicably. Sui shook his head. Indeed, he could not bring himself to engage in such actions. He tossed the picture frame back into the box, lit a cigarette, and made his way to the utility room, casually placing the box in a corner. Returning to the sofa, Sui reclined and asked the system, "Is my reputation sufficient to customize Time Flies?" Ding, Time Flies requires a reputation value of 200,000.
Please customize Time Flies for me.
If there were a theme song that perfectly suited a film about youthful pain, it would be Time Flies, especially for a narrative of reunion after many years, an impeccable match. Additionally, Zhang Xiuhan's vocal timbre was well suited for such a song. After the customization was completed, so he refrained from sending it immediately. This was a structured assignment, and he could not use existing stock as an excuse. He could send it tomorrow instead. Just then, he felt an itch on his calf, accompanied by a damp sensation. Startled, he sat upright. Meow, a large, plump cat had mysteriously appeared on the sofa, staring at him with wide, round eyes.
What the hell? Sui dashed into the bathroom to wash the cat's saliva off his leg.
He had an allergic constitution, particularly sensitive to saliva. Although he adored cats and dogs, he had never kept them as pets due to their tendency to lick their owners. As he washed his legs, he contemplated. This hefty cat looked quite clean, not like a stray, and strays wouldn't reach his floor. It must belong to the girl next door, who had likely forgotten to close her door when she left, allowing the cat to wander into his home. Just as he finished washing up and stepped out of the bathroom, a knock sounded at the door. She must have realized her cat was missing and come to investigate. Chapter 30.
The morning mood. Who is it?
Sui inquired, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he approached the door.
Hello, I just moved in next door, a sweet voice responded, reminiscent of tinkling bells.
I forgot to close my door earlier, and my cat has gone missing.
I was wondering if it might have wandered into your apartment?
However, Sui furrowed his brow, as the voice struck a familiar chord within him, as if he had heard it somewhere before. At that moment, the plump cat, upon hearing its owner's voice, dashed from the living room and began scratching frantically at the door. "It's here," he replied, without further contemplation, as he turned the doorknob. The door swung open, and the rotund feline let out a meow before leaping directly into its owner's embrace.
"Ho ho, so you were here all along. How dare you run off and make me worry like this? Just wait until I get you home,"
Ling Qingmeng exclaimed, cradling the chubby cat, which began to flail its legs against her chest, creating a rather vivid scene. Waves of emotion surged through Sui as a phrase flitted through his mind.
"I truly appreciate it.
I thought Ho-Ho was lost, and I'm so relieved to find him here. Thank you for your kindness," Ling Qingmeng continued, lifting her gaze. Yet, the moment her eyes met Sui's, a look of shock washed over her face, as if struck by lightning, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. It was him. How could it possibly be him? The hefty cat then jumped down and scurried into Ling Qingmeng's apartment. She maintained her cat-holding posture, her gaze fixed on Sui, an amalgamation of astonishment, confusion, distress, and a hint of embarrassment flitting across her visage.
"What's wrong?"
Sui felt a prickling unease under her intense stare and instinctively touched his face.
"Was there something on it?"
"Thank you," Ling Qingmeng murmured, her heart racing with turmoil. After uttering her thanks, she turned and dashed into her room, slamming the door shut behind her with a resounding thud. Sui stood there perplexed, several question marks flashing through his mind. Shouldn't a typical girl be captivated by a handsome face upon seeing him? What had that expression been just now? Nevertheless, he mused, this girl was rather attractive, and she seemed vaguely familiar. As he pondered these thoughts, Sui closed the door, still holding the cigarette. After Ling Qingmeng shut her door, she leaned against it, breathing heavily, her heart racing. Memories, which she had almost managed to forget, flickered in her mind that day. After a night of drunken revelry, she had listened to the piano piece Wedding in a Dream, and in her foggy state, she had mistaken that man for her ideal partner. When she awoke the next morning to find that face beside her, she nearly fell apart. Though the man was undeniably handsome, she had always placed looks at the bottom of her criteria for a boyfriend. She preferred talented men, like Sui, whose brilliance she had admired from afar without having met him. What made it even harder to accept was that she had been the one to initiate that encounter.
How could this happen again?
Ling Qingmeng thought, her eyes welling up as she slowly sank to the floor. The man who had taken her innocence, whom she had believed to be merely a fleeting encounter, had now become her neighbor. Moreover, they shared the same floor. If the door were to swing open, what difference would it make from cohabitation? Yet, judging by his expression and reaction, it seemed he did not recognize her. That made sense. He had been so inebriated that night, completely oblivious to her advances. How could he possibly remember? No, this was unacceptable. Ling Qingmeng inhaled deeply and pulled out her phone to call her landlord. Auntie, I no longer wish to rent the apartment. Is it possible to get a refund on the rent?
The contract has been signed. If you want to stay, you stay. If you don't, you move out. I want to refund your rent. The landlord's words plunged her into despair. When she had chosen this apartment, it was because of its commendable privacy. As a public figure, privacy was paramount. Thus, she had signed a 3-month lease at $5,000 a month, paying $20,000 upfront. Although her company had secured some investment, Ling Qingmeng adhered to her principles and refused to use company funds for personal matters. However, her savings were dwindling, and she had even sold her car. I'll just have to endure for a month. Once I receive my share this month, I can find a new place. She resolved to make do, limiting her outings to work hours, hoping to avoid encounters with him. Meow. At that moment, the plump cat sauntered over, rubbing against her legs. This is all your fault. Ling Qingmeng grumbled, scooping the cat into her arms and giving it a good squeeze to vent her frustrations. The following day, Sui was roused early by a cacophony from next door, as if someone were practicing their vocal cords, howling and wailing at the crack of dawn. Sui had a habit of staying up late. He could never fall asleep before midnight, which meant he usually woke up around 10 in the morning. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 7:30. June's bright daylight arrived early, and the sun was already high in the sky. Frowning, Sui got out of bed and retrieved a cigarette from the pack on his nightstand. He strolled into the living room, grabbed a cup of instant noodles from the dining table, and prepared it with hot water, sealing the lid with a fork. Amidst the continued noise from next door, Sui's irritation grew. Although it was still early enough not to be considered disturbing the peace, as a night owl, he found it particularly vexing to be roused from a deep slumber. He stepped outside, knocking on the door with a firm rap. Who is it?
Your neighbor, Sui replied curtly.
What is it? Could you open the door? I need to speak with you. Just say it, open the door.
Sui insisted, feeling a bit of his ire dissipate. Perhaps sensing his less than pleasant tone, Ling Qingmeng assumed something was amiss and opened the door. As the door swung open, the rotund cat bolted out, darting straight into Sui's apartment.
Ho ho!
Ling Qingmeng exclaimed, slapping her forehead in frustration. That troublesome cat.
Could you please keep it down?
I tend to go to bed late and wake up later in the day. Ling Qingmeng's voice softened as she spoke, realizing they were neighbors and it would be unwise to sour their relationship. Besides, legally speaking, she had no grounds to complain. Oh, I'm used to living alone and didn't realize that. I'll be more mindful from now on. I'll practice in my room, Ling Qingmeng replied, not daring to meet Sui's gaze. She just wanted him to leave as quickly as possible, so she didn't even consider arguing. All right, thank you, Sui said, a slight smile gracing his lips. This girl had a pleasant demeanor. If she had been a more forceful neighbor, she likely would have just shut the door in his face, ignoring him entirely. Her attitude had won her some favor in Sui's eyes.
Of course, could you help me get my cat out?
Ling Qingmeng asked, her head bowed as she pointed behind Sui.
Feel free to grab it yourself.
I am allergic to saliva, and I'm afraid it will lick me. Sui stepped aside. Okay, fine, Ling Qingmeng nodded reluctantly. After a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself and walked toward Sui's apartment. Chapter 31. That ashtray was a gift from my ex-girlfriend and had accompanied me for 8 years. I initially believed that as long as I stayed indoors, I would not encounter anyone. However, Ling Qingmeng never anticipated that, after residing in the villa for an extended period, she would subconsciously sing on the balcony, inadvertently disturbing the man across the way, who subsequently came knocking at her door. The mere sight of this man left Ling Qingmeng's mind in disarray, rendering her incapable of even the simplest exchanges. All she desired was to retrieve her cat and distance herself from the man who stirred such turmoil within her heart. Upon arriving at Sui's residence, she scanned the surroundings and was taken aback to find the plump cat lounging comfortably on the sofa, licking its paws and then grooming its face with its forepaws.
Meow. Upon noticing Ling Qingmeng's entrance, it even waved a paw in greeting. You wretched cat!
Ling Qingmeng dashed forward, intent on capturing it. To her surprise, despite its rotund form, the cat was remarkably agile. With a swift meow, it leaped from the sofa to the coffee table. Ling Qingmeng missed her grasp and lunged again. The plump cat wriggled away like an elusive eel, darting around Sui's home.
Bang! The ashtray crashed to the floor. Crash! The trash can was sent flying. Splatter! Ling Qingmeng pursued, and the cat scurried ahead. Meanwhile, Sui stood at the doorway, utterly bewildered as he observed the chaotic chase between the woman and the feline. "Ha! I've finally caught you."
Ling Qingmeng triumphantly embraced the plump cat, a victorious smile adorning her face as she approached the entrance. Reaching Sui's side, she murmured, "Thank you, I won't intrude any longer." With that, she lowered her head and bent her body, attempting to slip out the front door. Slap! To her astonishment, Sui abruptly shut the door.
What are you doing?" Lin Qingmeng's face paled in panic. Could it be that this man harbored ulterior motives? Oh no, Lin Qingmeng, how foolish can you be to enter a stranger's home so casually?
In that fleeting moment, her mind flooded with various crime thriller narratives, yet, before she could process her thoughts, Sui approached her. Lin Qingmeng recoiled, she backed against the wall, her eyes reflecting sheer panic.
"No!"
She shut her eyes tightly, raising the plump cat to shield her face.
Now the unwilling feline turned its head, staring intently at Sui.
Upon witnessing this, Sui instinctively took a step back. He was allergic to saliva, and if the cat licked him, he would break out in rashes.
"Do you truly think you can leave after causing such a mess?" Sui's expression darkened as he gestured towards the disarray within the room.
Lin Qingmeng was momentarily stunned by his words, then moved the cat away from her face. Following his pointed finger, the trash can lay overturned, garbage strewn across the floor, the ashtray was shattered, ash scattered everywhere. There was even a bucket of instant noodles turned upside down, its broth splattered all over. Lin Qingmeng finally grasped the situation. In her single-minded determination to catch the cat and leave, her thoughts had been clouded. This wasn't her usual demeanor, it was merely her flustered reaction upon seeing Sui. Alas, the more anxious one is, the more likely they are to make mistakes.
"Clean it up."
Sui leaned against the door, arms crossed over his chest. This woman appeared quite lovely, yet her wit seemed lacking. However, the saying beauty without brains certainly applied here. "Oh!" Lin Qingmeng lowered her head. The plump cat slipped from her grasp, mewing softly as it returned to the sofa to bask lazily in the sun.
"The broom is on the balcony, and the mop is there too."
"Oh," Lin Qingmeng acknowledged, shooting a fierce glare at the cat before dashing to the balcony to retrieve the broom. Sui pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and leaned against the door, watching her clean up. It must be noted that despite her apparent lack of intelligence, this woman was quite adept at household chores. She clearly had experience. "Ahem, could you refrain from smoking?" Lin Qingmeng frowned, waving her hand in front of her face. She detested the smell of cigarettes. Her tone, however, reminded Sui of the times he spent.
"Do you think I need your permission?"
Sui replied coolly. "Fine." Lin Qingmeng relented, lowering her head to continue sweeping. Meanwhile, Sui furrowed his brow. But if it were Li Shen, she would have continued to complain until he grew impatient and extinguished the cigarette. Sui shook his head vigorously, chastising himself. Why was he even thinking about that woman?
"Well, what's wrong?"
Lin Qingmeng jumped at the sound of his slap to his own face.
"Just a mosquito, continue," Sui said nonchalantly. Lin Qingmeng responded with an "oh."
Inside, she felt on the verge of tears. She was not usually like this. Typically, she was assertive with her employees and friends, but before this man, she found herself at a loss for how to react. The crux of the matter was that she had no ground to stand on. The mess was indeed her and the cat's doing, and she was entirely responsible for cleaning it up. After sweeping the floor, Lin Qingmeng picked up the mop to mop the ground. Half an hour later, she rubbed her sore back, organized the mop and broom, and turned to Sui. Is it done?" "That bucket of instant noodles was my breakfast." Sui pointed to the overturned noodles in the trash.
I'll go buy you a new one. I'm hungry, I want to eat now."
Sui's lips curled into a playful smile. He suddenly found this neighbor quite amusing.
"What should we do then?"
He was undeniably handsome, with a cigarette in his mouth. He exuded a charmingly rogue allure. Moreover, there was a melancholic depth in his eyes, the kind that only a man with a story would possess, making him irresistibly attractive to women. Lin Qingmeng shook her head, diverting her gaze back to the floor, though her heart raced.
"There are still noodles in the kitchen, can you cook them?"
Sui gestured toward the kitchen.
"I can, then cook some for..." Following Sui's guidance, she retrieved the noodles from the refrigerator. "Add 2 eggs."
Sui's voice called out again as he approached the kitchen doorway. Lin Qingmeng nodded, taking 2 eggs from the fridge. She moved swiftly, washing the pot, igniting the flame, pouring oil, and expertly cracking the eggs with one hand. In no time, 2 golden fried eggs were ready. Using chopsticks, Lin Qingmeng nodded, tossing in a handful of extra noodles into the pot. While the noodles boiled, she began preparing the seasonings. Sui's kitchen lacked an abundance of spices, likely due to seldom being used for cooking. When Ling Qingmeng spotted star anise, she tossed one into the pot as well.
Can you put in star anise? Su-hee inquired.
Of course, Ling Qingmeng replied. As she spent more time with. Before long, the noodles were ready. However, they could not fit into a single bowl, so Ling Qingmeng used two.
All right, may I leave now?
Ling Qingmeng even washed the pot clean before grabbing. Ling Qingmeng was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking her head. No, I need to get back to work soon, my ashtray is broken. Su-hee stated matter-of-factly. It has been with me for 8 years. Ultimately, under Su-hee's subtle coercion, Ling Qingmeng kept her head down, accompanying him to finish the noodles, and even washed the bowls clean before hastily fleeing with the plump cat in her arms. Chapter 32 Movie theme song. With the addition of a new neighbor, Su-hee initially felt a tad out of sorts. However, he soon recognized that this neighbor possessed a rather amiable disposition. Their relationship was not fraught with animosity, which was, in fact, quite commendable. The song The Initial Dream, owing to its exposure from topping the new song chart, had surged into the top 6 of the Hot Song chart. Yet, beyond the threshold lay the songs of the prominent artists from the 4 major entertainment companies, who boasted vast fanbases. These artists would almost invariably ascend the charts upon releasing new music. This month, the top spot on the Hot Song chart was claimed by Sun Peng from Warner, a name Su-hee recalled having sung 2 of his songs previously. He was currently being heavily promoted by Warner as a leading male artist. To compete with the artists from the 4 major entertainment companies, Zhang Xiaohan still has a considerable distance to cover. Unless she resorts to spending exorbitantly on promotions, the cost would be far too steep. After all, the 4 major entertainment companies possess their own profound legacy, and even a smidgen of their promotional resources was beyond the reach of ordinary firms. Moreover, it was not uncommon for these 4 companies to vie for the top position on the Hot Song chart this month. To maintain the top rank, Warner had invested nearly $10 million in promotional expenses. A small internet celebrity like Zhang Xiaohan could hardly be compared to a frontline artist like Sun Peng. Achieving the 6th position on the Hot Song chart was still a remarkable feat, largely due to the fervor generated by the undercurrents of controversy, which had drawn many righteous individuals to listen to her song, although even this ranking was a coveted dream for many. Furthermore, the artistic name Xingha had little recognition. Achieving this level of success was indeed impressive, and nevertheless, Su-hee was not satisfied. What he desired was not merely 6th place, but the first. To facilitate a swift ascent for an artist, securing the top position on the Hot Song chart was the most effective gilding method. Be it exposure or enhancement of industry reputation, nothing could rival the Hot Song chart. This song in a hasty year should have a chance to try, seizing the wave of public discourse while he then sent the customized In a Hasty Year to Yuanzhong. At Star Dream Studio, Ling Qingmeng sat in her boss's chair, lost in thought. The image of that man lingered in her mind. Regarding the man who had taken her first experience, she could neither claim to hate him nor genuinely like him. There was a peculiar sensation in her heart that rendered her mind inadequate whenever she laid eyes on him. President Lin, what's the matter? Her assistant, a Zhao, inquired with concern, noticing her distracted demeanor throughout the day. Oh, it's nothing, Ling Qingmeng replied, snapping back to Ling Qingmeng hastily picked up her phone from the desk, and upon seeing a message from Xingha, a smile of surprise illuminated her face. Opening the chat, she discovered an audio file. Hurry, call Han Hang and the others in. Ling Qingmeng instructed her assistant. A Zhao, sensing her boss's excitement and surmising it was good news, complied and stepped out of the office. Before long, Zhang Xiaohan and Shuai Liang entered the room. Sister Qingmeng, what's going on? Xing has sent over the new song. Ling Qingmeng replied as she uploaded the track onto the computer. That was quick? Zhang Xiaohan initially expressed delight, but then furrowed her brow. Just one day, could it be a bit rushed? After all, this movie's theme song had a specific theme. It was not as simple as selecting any random song. Ling Qingmeng transferred the song file to the computer and clicked the play button. Yet, no conjecture could rival the act of listening. As the prelude began, the piano intertwined with strings, evoking a poignant atmosphere. The expressions of the group momentarily froze before they tilted their ears to listen intently. In a hasty year, how many times did we say goodbye, postponing the moment after parting? Regrettably, who has not experienced love, which is not merely a grandiloquence of emotions? However, as the melody unfolded, Zhang Xiaohan's countenance transitioned from skepticism to astonishment. ultimately leaving her agape. Attentively listening, Ling Qingmeng took a deep breath and retrieved the printed synopsis of the film. She scrutinized the script while absorbing the lyrics of the song composed by Xinghe. For a moment, the only sound in the office was that of the song. If the reunion cannot bring tears to our eyes, can we still flush with excitement, just like that hurried year, etching a forever together, such a beautiful rumor as the chorus. A flicker of longing appeared on her delicate face. It was reminiscent of her reaction upon hearing the initial dream for the first time, yet this time her response was significantly more fervent. It was as if she had spotted her beloved, her cheeks flushed with color.
Han Hang, you're hurting me.
Chen Shi exclaimed, pulling her hand away and rubbing her reddened wrist. She then glanced at the exhilarated Zhang Xiaohan, knowing well that another song perfectly suited for her was on the horizon. After all, what singer wouldn't crave such a song tailored to their vocal style? With this thought, a wave of envy crossed Chen Shi's face. Finally, as the song concluded, Ling Qingmeng leaned back in her chair and exhaled deeply.
Zhang Xiaohan's legs buckled, and with a thud, she knelt down, fervently shaking Ling Qingmeng's legs. "Boss, I want it, I want it." It was astonishing, the quality of this song rivaled that of The Initial Dream. It should be noted that The Initial Dream was currently ranked first on the new song chart and sixth on the hot song chart. This achievement catapulted Zhang Xiaohan to the pinnacle of her career, accomplishing what many artists take years, if not decades, to achieve. She was acutely aware that her current success was not due to her own merit but rather the hype surrounding her. It was Xinghe's song that truly resonated. Nonetheless, the sensation of reaching the top was exhilarating. Was this Xinghe truly just a newcomer? Could a novice compose such an exceptional song in a single day? This was not only Zhang Xiaohan's query but also the collective doubt of everyone present. All right, what's the rush? It was meant for you all along, Ling Qingmeng said, feeling dizzy from the shaking and managing to free herself from Zhang Xiaohan's grasp. Thank you, Sister Qingmeng.
Once you're done, I'll send it to the production team. If they select this song, leveraging the momentum of the movie's theme, Han Hang, you will truly soar. Ling Qingmeng patted Zhang Xiaohan on the shoulder. Zhang Xiaohan nodded in agreement. I'm off to record at Old Wang's place after work. Let us go to the hot pot restaurant, it's on me. With a smile and a wave to her envious colleagues, she exited the office.
Don't be like that.
Supporting Han Hang is the wisest choice right now. Once she fully rises to stardom, I promise to provide resources for all of you. Ling Qingmeng chuckled softly upon noticing the silence among her team.
Zhang Xiaohan now had momentum, and resources would naturally come knocking. We understand, Shui Liang waved dismissively, smiling. Sister Qingmeng, with the quality of both songs being so high, it was evident to anyone that Xinghe was no ordinary talent. If they could secure him, they would have a reliable source of excellent songs. With such a father figure, who could worry about not achieving success? I'll try to reach out, Ling Qingmeng acknowledged, harboring similar thoughts. However, she was unaware. After all, there were numerous industry giants using aliases on Yuegao, and many of them owned their own firms, with some even affiliated with the four major entertainment companies. It was highly unlikely that someone with such promising prospects would choose to work with a small studio like Stardream. Chapter 33. She expressed a desire to reside in your home. Liuguang Entertainment. As usual, Zhao Yang lounged on the sofa in the office, perusing entertainment news on his tablet. The entertainment. Such occurrences were incessant.
Zhang Xiaohan is quite fortunate to have risen to fame through online discourse, and even a high-profile producer like Xie Xiaodong has stepped forward to support her. To be honest, as an artist, one cannot help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy towards these suddenly successful peers. After all, everyone has toiled in this industry, and when someone enjoys a stroke of... There is a saying in the finance world: watching others profit is more painful than incurring personal losses. The same sentiment can be applied to the entertainment realm. Witnessing others bask in glory is far more distressing than experiencing one's own. The show Voice of Celebration had originally extended an invitation to Zhao Yang, but Haishur Entertainment had requested that the champion should be one of their own artists. Although Liuguang Entertainment was the largest entertainment company in Xuanqing City, it maintained numerous business dealings with Haishur Entertainment, so they conceded this favor and allowed the champion title to go to them. Upon learning that he would not be claiming the championship, Zhao Yang promptly lost interest in the competition, which led to his decision to withdraw. After his exit, the production team sought out Qingmeng's studio. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiaohan would achieve viral fame through such a minor program? Moreover, her song The Initial Dream topped the new song charts and even reached 6th place on the hot song charts. Envy serves no purpose. One can only say others are fortunate, Zhao Yang remarked with a smile and a shake of his head. To claim one does not feel envy would be disingenuous. After all, that was the #1 spot on the new song chart. A ranking coveted by countless artists. Yet, what good is envy? Even if Zhao Yang had participated, it would have been impossible for the company to tarnish the reputation of high-share entertainment artists. Zhao Yang frowned as he glanced over the materials.
Do they honestly believe that a mere internet celebrity, who gained fame by chance, can rival me, a second-tier singer?
Zhao Yang slammed the stack of documents onto the table. Coffee splattered, leaving speckles across the surface. Agent Shaoli grabbed a tissue to wipe the table while saying, "The investors naturally seek popularity, but the director insists on choosing us. After all, our song Once Loved You was crafted by Master Zhao." Lu He, an intermediate producer at Liuguang Entertainment, was quite renowned in the Xuanqing city entertainment scene. Thus, the quality was assured. The director of the Time Flies crew had some connections with the chairman of Liuguang Entertainment, which is why they approached their company. However, they did not anticipate that the investors, upon seeing Zhang Xiaohan trending, would desire her to perform the theme song. The director and the investors had differing opinions, ultimately deciding to have both companies produce a song to compete against one another in a bidding process. Attempting to snatch business from us, I see that this Qingmeng studio, having suddenly risen to prominence with a single artist, seems to have lost its sense of positioning.
Very well, let us teach them a lesson this time.
Zhao Yang scoffed, raising his coffee cup and draining it in one gulp. How could an internet celebrity who achieved fame by chance and a small studio possibly compare to a second-tier singer from Liuguang Entertainment?
Moreover, he had an intermediate producer backing him.
Jin Panwash Foot City, still the same old place. After finishing their foot massage, Suhe and Li Jiang reclined on the bed in the private room, watching a movie on the wall, with fruits, snacks, and brewed pour tea beside them. It must be said, the cost for such a relaxation service at the foot wash establishment was only a couple of hundred yuan, yet it provided profound relaxation, complete with air conditioning and a movie to enjoy, making it a remarkable value. Of course, this was contingent upon the establishment being legitimate. Illegitimate ones would undoubtedly incur far greater expenses. However, Suhe and his companions were not interested in such places.
What does that have to do with me?
Suhe plucked a grape and popped it into his mouth, then reached for the cigarette box between them, lighting one up. Li Zheng's sister, Li Ko, was originally intended to be named Li He by their father, but the entire family opposed it, leading to the compromise of the name Ku.
Now 18, she had just entered university, achieving outstanding results and securing first place in her major at the Kyoto Academy of Traditional Chinese Opera.
Naturally, for someone from a family steeped in traditional opera, having such achievements was not surprising to Suhe. Of course, Li Jiang, being the plump one, was an exception. Although Li Jiang's sister had grown up alongside him, Suhe had never enjoyed her company. After all, every time he and Li Jiang skipped class to go to an internet CAF, she would report them. Each time they returned home, Suhe's father and Li Jiang's father would be waiting at the entrance of their community with sticks in hand. Thus, Suhe harbored no fondness for her. "I let it slip and inadvertently revealed that you were Suhe," Li Jiang said casually, chewing on watermelon. Hearing this, Suhe froze for a moment before jumping up from the bed.
"Damn it, you fatso, I'll kill you." With that, he lunged to grab Li Jiang by the neck.
However, Li Jiang's neck was all flesh. As he shrank back, the fat formed a natural protective layer. Suhe's current strength was insufficient to breach his defenses. "So she said if you don't let her stay at your place, she will inform your dad about your identity as Suhe," Li Jiang said, retracting his neck while spearing another piece of watermelon with a toothpick and popping it into his mouth. Exhausted from his attempts, Suhe looked at Li Jiang, who was unfazed, and his anger dissipated.
"What a calamity," he lamented.
"Actually, my sister is quite attractive. I would allow you to be my brother-in-law," Li Jiang patted Suhe on the shoulder. The benefits would not go to outsiders. Suhe was his good friend, and knowing him well, having his sister marry a good friend was certainly better than marrying some random jerk. Suhe shot him a sidelong glance and raised his middle finger at him.
Beast. Chapter 34. I
Want this song, I mean it, no one can oppose. Upon exiting the foot massage parlor, Suhe felt a tinge of melancholy. The reason he concealed his identity was the fear of being discovered by his obstinate father at home. He envisioned himself standing atop the music industry, flaunting his success before that old curmudgeon. However, this aspiration was compromised when Li Ku became aware of his ambitions, and to make matters worse, he was unceremoniously dismissed by Warner. Once brimming with determination, he had even left home to pursue a career in entertainment, yet now he found himself in such dismal circumstances. The thought of this reaching his family sent shivers down his spine. Alas, Li Ku was indeed capable of such actions. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the one to report on him, and Sui understood her all too well. To maintain the greater good, he had no choice but to agree to let her stay at his home during the summer vacation. His mind was heavy with worries as he made his way. After purchasing a pack of snail noodles downstairs, he intended to indulge in it as a midnight snack. Upon returning to his doorstep, he was taken aback to find an ashtray placed there, with a note pressed beneath it. Though I am aware that your ashtray holds special significance, I am at a loss for how to compensate you. I searched extensively and could only find this similar version. My sincerest apologies. The handwriting was elegant, from the perspective of the son of the president of the Literary Association, so he could tell that the writer must have practiced extensively. In fact, if that person's handwriting were this commendable, it would surely bring a smile to the old curmudgeon's face. Sigh, is she really this naive? I suddenly feel a pang of guilt. Sui turned to gaze at the closed door across from him, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his lips. What ex-girlfriend would send him an ashtray that he had used for 8 years? After all, he was merely 15 years old 8 years ago. The following day, on the set of the film Time Flees, Zhang Shen clicked on the song titled Those Fleeting Years. As the prelude began, his brows furrowed slightly. With the song playing, the smile on his face grew increasingly pronounced. Once the song concluded, Zhang Shen took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to replay it. He raised his gaze to his assistant, whose face was filled with astonishment.
Inform Director Lu to come to the office for a meeting.
With that, he picked up his laptop and briskly made his way to the conference room. Before long, the director, screenwriter, and 2 lead actors arrived at the meeting room.
Zhang, did you summon us early in the morning for something?
Director Lu Zhenghong entered, his tone less than cordial. In his view, Zhang Shen was utterly ignorant of the film industry. As their movie was nearing release, Zhang Shen had suddenly demanded a change in the theme song, insisting on having a small internet celebrity sing it, which Lu Zhenghong vehemently opposed. Though the investors held greater authority than the director, Lu Zhenghong was a stubborn man. He rallied the entire crew to protest, and Zhang Shen, as merely the representative of the investors, had no veto power. He had to settle for having both Qingmeng Studio and Liuguang Entertainment submit a song for comparison before making a decision.
Please send me the song from Liuguang Entertainment. Zhang Shen bypassed any unnecessary chatter and got straight to the point. Is the song from Qingmeng finished?
Lu Zhenghong raised an eyebrow in surprise.
It's completed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you all here.
Zhang Shen nodded. Lu Zhenghong smirked coldly at this. Just 2 days ago, he had contacted Qingmeng Studio, and now they had supposedly completed a song?
The theme song for a film needed to be tailored to the storyline. It was impossible to utilize existing material without modification. Recording a song typically required at least half a day, meaning it. To him, Zhang Shen was meddling unnecessarily. The crew had already settled on a theme song, yet he insisted on inserting himself into the process, even seeking out a social media influencer to perform it. Though Zhang Xiaohan was indeed quite popular lately, Lu Zhenghong believed that their film deserved better than a hastily written theme sung by an internet celebrity. I suggest that Director Lu listen before passing judgment. Zhang Shen remained unfazed by Lu Zhenghong's demeanor.
As a director, I have always cherished my film as if it were my own child. Even if I were to forego the theme song or the film's promotional efforts, I would never allow you to tarnish my creation with a subpar song.
Lu Zhenghong's emotions flared. Director Lu, please, don't be too agitated.
Let's listen first before discussing further. The screenwriter and the 2 lead actors, seeing Lu Zhenghong's emotions spiraling, hastily interjected. After all, Zhang Shen was the representative of the investors, and a confrontation would benefit no one. However, they admired Lu Zhenghong's dedication to his work. A director who views his creation as a child is a pure artist. He then waved his hand. For a fair comparison, let's first listen to the song you originally selected, Once Loved You. As he spoke, the assistant began to play the previously determined theme song, a quintessential melancholic love ballad, crafted around the narrative of the film's protagonists.
Do you hear it?
How perfectly this song resonates, how beautiful it is. Lu Zhenghong exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. His insistence stemmed not from any connection with Liuguang Entertainment but from a genuine fondness for the song. He believed the producer, Lu Ha, truly understood him and his film.
Isn't Zhao Yang's rendition far superior to that of the internet celebrity Zhang Xiaohan?
Lu Zhenghong swayed his head to the rhythm. Listen to how magnificent it sounds. The screenwriter and the 2 lead actors nodded in agreement, acknowledging the song's excellence and its perfect fit for their film. As the song concluded, Lu Zhenghong fixed a determined gaze on Zhang Shen, declaring emphatically, I want this song, I mean it, no one can oppose.
Director Lu, please remain calm, listen to Qingmeng's those fleeting years first before forming a conclusion.
Zhang Shen, unfazed, smiled and waved his hand to summon his assistant. Upon receiving the signal, the assistant clicked to play the song Those Fleeting Years sent by Qingmeng Studio, Chapter 35. In those hasty years, seeing that Zhang Shen had not given up, Lu Zhenghong leaned back in his chair, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and did not stop his assistant from playing the song. As the prelude began, a piano, guitar, strings, a melancholic atmosphere enveloped the conference room. Lu Zhenghong crossed his arms, yet his heart brimmed with disdain. Is that all there is?
In those hasty years, how many times did we say it?
After our farewells, we procrastinated, yet who among us has truly loved? It was not merely a debate on the nuances of emotions. Zhang Xiuhan's voice, crisp yet ethereal, transported one into an endless abyss of darkness, as if descending into a dreamlike memory. Lu Zhenghong's smile froze, he straightened slightly, his ears twitching. The screenwriter beside him wore a similarly solemn expression. Even the two leading actors furrowed their brows, listening intently to the song. Meanwhile, Zhang Shen leaned back in his chair, mimicking Lu Zhenghong's pose, arms crossed and gazing at several members of the crew, a faint smile gracing his lips. In those hasty years, we hastily cast aside promises too burdensome to bear, waiting only for others to fulfill them. As the main verse played, Lu Zhenghong's expression grew increasingly complex. Scenes from the film flickered through his mind. Those years, that promise, and the lingering regret. These were the most poignant moments in the film, and the simple lyrics conveyed such emotions vividly, leaving Lu Zhenghong and several crew members profoundly stunned. Do not blame that kiss mark. It has yet to form a callous embracing a state of hibernation. It could not transform into a celestial being. Do not blame this relationship for lacking the time for rehearsals. It is the leniency of time that grants us the chance to retract our commitments. Not only Lu Zhenghong, but even the screenwriter and the two leading actors showed altered expressions: shock, astonishment, nostalgia, and pain. Their faces morphed continuously, as though the song had penetrated their hearts, awakening memories of that year, that person, that haunting figure they dared not recall yet could not forget. Upon the conclusion of the main verse, the piano and strings intertwined in the chorus, pulling at the heartstrings of everyone present. The next moment, if our next meeting cannot be tearful, can we still blush? Just like that year's haste, inscribing an everlasting bond, such a beautiful fallacy. The chorus did not explode with high notes as one might expect. Instead, the ethereal, clear voice resonated like thunder within their hearts. This ebb and flow of melody, this emotional tug-of-war, left them utterly enraptured. Lu Zhenghong shivered, propping his elbow on the conference table, fingers curled beneath his chin, contemplating his stubble, his expression gravely serious.
If the past is still worth cherishing, do not hastily reconcile. Who would be willing to let go, unbound and detached? We must owe each other. Or how could we reminisce? The entire chorus conveyed a sentiment of lingering attachment and the mutual debts of love, hate, regret, and blessings. Regardless of their identities, they lived in each other's deepest hearts, this unforgettable longing akin to autumn leaves suddenly falling or snowflakes drifting in a deep winter night, evoking boundless melancholy and nostalgia. Zhang Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, swaying his head to the rhythm of the music, a look of enjoyment on his face that he had already listened to the song once upon its arrival, yet felt an overwhelming urge to play it on repeat. Now, hearing it for the second time, he became acutely aware of its brilliance. The lyrics could only be described as picturesque, capturing the essence of that bittersweet connection, the emotional knots that lingered after deep love and separation, rendered exquisitely. As the song approached its conclusion, Zhang Shen's expression reflected an unquenchable thirst for more. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find Lu Zhenghong's eyes reddened, lips trembling. You are not about to cry, are you? He teased, tugging at the corner of his mouth. Of course not. Lu Zhenghong quickly shook his head. And you all? He turned to the screenwriter and the two leading actors. It reminded me of some past events. Suddenly, I feel a sense of melancholy after listening to this song. It feels as though I've lost something significant. The trio blinked, their eyes slightly misty, each voicing their sentiments. Anyone with romantic experiences would find such songs stirring deep-seated memories. Zhang Shen nodded, refraining from continuing the conversation. Leaning back against his chair, arms crossed, he quietly observed the crew members. Lu Zhenghong was still savoring the moment, feeling Zhang Shen's gaze upon him. His expression faltered, and he awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. A brief silence fell over the conference room. Finally, as Lu Zhenghong felt the prickling intensity of Zhang Shen's gaze, he cleared his throat twice. Actually, I find Zhang's proposal quite commendable. After all, you are the investors, you provide the funds while we invest our efforts. We might consider the song recommended by Zhang. To achieve great things, one must have the audacity. Having navigated the industry for so long, Lu Zhenghong had encountered far worse situations, and this level of awkwardness was trivial. Do not. You treat this film as your child, I cannot dictate your child's fate. Zhang Shen replied with a hint of a smile. The screenwriter and the two leading actors stifled their laughter,
fully aware that the song In Those Hasty Years, in terms of both lyrics and melody, far surpassed the previously accepted Once Loved You So Much. However, Lu Zhenghong had taken too long to express himself, leaving him in a somewhat awkward position now. Come on, we are all doing this for the sake of the child.
Naturally, we must provide the best for our child, right, Zhang? Lu Zhenghong's face flushed, forcing himself to speak.
The song sung by that little internet celebrity seems unworthy of director Lu's child. Zhang Shen lowered his head, casually picking at his nails while chuckling.
It is worthy.
Zhang Xiuhan's vocal skills are indistinguishable from those of a professional singer. Lu Zhenghong cleared his throat. While there was indeed a gap in vocal prowess, the studio version did not rely on live performance, as everything was pre-recorded, making such arguments entirely baseless.
Which song is superior?
Zhang Shen had no intention of letting him off the hook.
This director Lu was as stubborn as a mule, utterly resistant to persuasion. Once he set his mind on something, it was impossible to sway him. A lesson was necessary for smoother collaborations in the future. In those hasty years, Lu Zhenghong awkwardly scratched his head. Which song will it be?
Zhang Shen leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Lu Zhenghong.
In those hasty years.
Lu Zhenghong felt a burning sensation on his face, eyes shut tight, teeth clenched, and he shouted it out. His stubbornness did not equate to foolishness. The quality of In Those Hasty Years was so high that it felt as if he were listening to a song crafted by a top-tier producer, even a golden producer. He could not compromise on quality for the sake of pride. After all, he genuinely regarded the film as his child. How could he offer his child anything inferior?
By the way, who wrote this song?
Lu Zhenghong still had his doubts.
It was simply unbelievable that such an extraordinary song could be composed in a single day.
It was penned by Xinghe, the producer of that song The Initial Dream.
Chapter 36. If it were Mr.
Xinghe, Hanan would certainly agree to. In the office of Qingmeng Studio, a sudden shriek pierced the air. The group, previously engaged in light-hearted chatter, instantly shifted their expressions and dashed towards Ling Qingmeng's office.
Sister Qingmeng, what happened? President Lin, what is going on?
Upon entering the office, they were taken aback to find Ling Qingmeng joyfully dancing about, her phone clutched in hand. Initially apprehensive, they soon realized her exuberance stemmed from sheer delight. Seeing Zhang Xiaohan and the others arrive, Ling Qingmeng beamed radiantly and rushed to embrace Zhang Xiaohan, her long legs bouncing in excitement on the floor.
Hanan, your song has been selected by the crew of Time Flies.
No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhang Xiaohan let out a jubilant scream.
Is it true? This is wonderful. You are going to be a sensation. This time, you are truly going to make it big.
The two girls held each other tightly, their joy reminiscent of childhood innocence. Meanwhile, Shui Liang and Chen Qi shared in the exhilaration, their faces lighting up with elation. They had genuinely been chosen by the production team. It was worth noting that their competitor was Zhao Yang from Liuguang Entertainment. Moreover, Zhao Yang's song had been penned by at least an intermediate producer. The backing of such a major company made it almost unimaginable that their small studio could snatch resources away from them.
President Lin, we must bring Xinghe into the company at all costs.
Shui Liang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with determination. The song The Initial Dream had propelled Zhang Xiaohan to the top of the new song charts, and now, in a flash that year had secured the film's theme song. What was the driving force behind this success? Was it the small studio of Qingmeng, or was it Zhang Xiaohan's fame or talent? Neither. It was Xinghe. The quality of Xinghe's music was the true foundation of their current achievements. With such a talent on board, how could they not soar in the future?
Indeed, Sister Qingmeng, we should sign Xinghe immediately.
After all, we now have investors, and our financial situation is no longer as strained as before, chimed in Chen Qi, clad in leather pants. In the music industry, while there are many skilled singers, capable producers are a rarity. A good producer is a coveted treasure, and with Xinghe still relatively unknown, they had the perfect opportunity to sign him before he gained widespread recognition. Having already released 2 outstanding songs, it was evident that Xinghe possessed remarkable talent.
Thus, now was the optimal moment to secure him. Rest assured, I will make it happen.
Ling Qingmeng had long harbored this intention. Previously, the company lacked funds to afford a producer's salary. Now, with the influx of investment, hiring a music producer, though costly, was essential. After all, having a producer, especially an exceptional one, would not only enable the company to expand its business and take on commission projects, but would also provide the artists with work, playing a critical role in the company's growth.
Sister Qingmeng, spare no.
Xinghe, Hanan would certainly be willing, you little vixen. Ling Qingmeng playfully swatted her on the backside, feigning annoyance. Why don't you suggest that we offer you up instead? After all, you are the national goddess, Chen Qi remarked, her ears reddening as she turned away.
Please, it's just Xinghe. My one true idol will forever be Suha.
Ling Qingmeng declared, unwavering. No matter how impressive Xinghe might be, could he rival Suha? He was the first-rate producer beneath the god of music. And Ling Qingmeng believed that she could never develop feelings for anyone other than Suha, rendering the likelihood of her sacrificing herself to be virtually non-existent. It was entirely zero.
By the way, Suha is set to release a new song in July. What do you think it will be, Sister Qingmeng?
Zhang Xiaohan inquired curiously. As soon as Suha was mentioned, the girls found themselves engrossed in conversation. I'm not sure, but I hope it will be a traditional style song, as that is Suha's signature. Ling Qingmeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Suha was hailed as a genius producer, having penned countless hits in just 2.5 years, but his traditional songs were truly exceptional. In this genre, Suha could be considered a deity. Furthermore, most of his fans were drawn to him for his traditional music. It's unlikely to be a traditional song, given that Suha hasn't released one in over 6 months. This time, he is collaborating with the diva Li Xian, so I suspect it will likely be a love song. Chen Shi speculated after some contemplation. The largest audience in the domestic music market favored love songs, which have always. Suha's love songs were equally formidable, and most of his collaborations with Li Xian had been in this genre, so it was highly probable that this one would be as well. Regardless of the genre, as long as it's a song by Suha, I will adore it. Moreover, it's a collaboration between my favorite producer and my favorite singer. I can hardly wait to hear the new release. Ling Qingmeng clasped her hands in front of her chest in a gesture of prayer, her face brimming with anticipation. The music festival is just a few days away. It will be Suha's first public appearance. Xuan, typically disinterested in gossip, found himself drawn into the conversation when it came to the genius producer Suha.
Need we even speculate? My Suha must be incredibly handsome.
Ling Qingmeng waved her hand dismissively.
Sister Qingmeng, that is not a certainty. If he truly is striking, why has he remained out of the spotlight for so long?
Chen Shi.
You wouldn't understand. Ling Qingmeng shook her head, exuding the confidence of an insider. Her self-assurance stemmed from a photo she had secretly taken of him backstage. Though he wore a mask, revealing only his piercing eyes, the confident and rebellious glint in his gaze was enough to captivate any girl. Ling Qingmeng was no exception. She had long since succumbed. As she pondered, a sudden flash of recognition sparked in her mind, aligning with a certain memory. She recalled the figure leaning against the door, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a faint smile gracing his features. It was none other than her neighbor, the one who had stolen her first kiss. Ling Qingmeng quickly shook her head. Although that man was handsome, his aura was entirely different from Suha's. Suha exuded confidence and defiance, while this man radiated a sense of melancholy and weariness. Yes, he appeared youthful, yet there was an inexplicable depth of weariness about him, as if he had lived through countless stories. Sister Qingmeng, what is wrong?
Zhang Xiaohan noticed Ling Qingmeng lost in thought and asked curiously.
All right, everyone disperse now.
The company is developing steadily, and I need to secure more resources for you all. Ling Qingmeng waved her hand at the group. Resources are the most crucial element for an artist's development. Zhang Xiaohan had essentially solidified her position, and now it was time to shift focus to securing resources for Chen Shi or Xueliang. Don't forget to reach out to Xinghe, Chen Shi reminded.
Don't worry.
Chapter 37. The collapse of adulthood. Evening. After work, Ling Qingmeng, with a mask adorning her face, occupies a seat on the light rail, her ears filled with the melody. She has curated a playlist that includes every track by her idol, Suha, and once even attempted to cover his songs. However, the rights were reclaimed by her former agency. In this era dominated by capital, unless one ascends to the heights of stardom, even first-tier artists find themselves powerless to negotiate copyright matters with the industry. Nevertheless, once the capital has sufficiently satiated its appetite, it does allocate a commendable income to artists, substantially more than that of the average worker, which is why many choose to. The advertisements on the subway promote the music gala hosted by an online platform, proclaiming, genius producer Suha will make his debut at the gala. The most various entertainment websites and short video platforms are fervently publicizing this news, resulting in a meteoric rise in Suha's popularity. As someone entrenched in the industry, Ling Qingmeng is acutely aware that this is merely a product of capitalistic hype and marketing. Yet, she believes Suha deserves it. His music has always been free for fans to enjoy. This single act alone is enough to inspire her deep admiration, for such untainted musicians are a rarity these days. However, it seems that Xinghe, like Suha, also offers his songs without charge across all platforms. With this thought in mind, she retrieves her phone and opens Xinghe's WeChat.
Teacher Xinghe, are you there? 2 minutes pass without a reply, and just as Ling Qingmeng contemplates retracting her phone, it vibrates. She opens the chat interface. Speak if you have something to say.
These four terse words leave Ling Qingmeng feeling exasperated, as they are often followed by the equally curt spit it out.
Having collaborated with you twice, may I inquire if you are currently signed with any agency?
Ling Qingmeng decides to cut through the pleasantries and get straight to the point. 5 minutes later, she receives a reply no.
The response remains curt, consisting of just 2 words.
Ling Qingmeng grinds her teeth in frustration. Never has she found conversing with a man so arduous. Even during her time at the agency, every leading male artist responded to her in a heartbeat. Would teacher Xingha be? Although Qingmeng's studio is not large, we are a group of passionate young individuals, and our demands are far less than those of major corporations. Perhaps we might align with your aspirations? After meticulously reviewing her invitation several times, she finally hits send. Once dispatched, she fixates on her phone, eagerly awaiting Xingha's response. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. That just as Ling Qingmeng begins to lose patience, Xingha finally replies, I was occupied earlier, please send me your company's address.
I'll come over when I have the time.
Ling Qingmeng glances at the message, her heart skipping a beat. She reads it aloud in disbelief. Elation floods her face as she inhales deeply, rushing to send him the location of the studio.
Eagerly awaiting your esteemed.
Another 10 minutes pass, but Xingha does not respond again.
The light rail has reached the exhibition center station. The announcement reverberates, jolting Ling Qingmeng back to reality. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes she has missed her stop, too engrossed in the conversation. Cursing Xingha under her breath for taking so long to reply, she prepares to switch trains to return. The company is merely 2 stops away from home, which is precisely why Ling Qingmeng chose to rent this apartment. Its proximity allows her to minimize commuting time. After switching back, she finally emerges from the subway station, and within minutes, she is home. Ling Qingmeng dislikes dining out. She typically prepares her own meals. After purchasing groceries from the fresh market, she carries them home. Upon reaching the elevator, she scans her surroundings, and once the elevator door closes behind her after swiping her card, she exhales a long sigh of relief. As the elevator reaches her floor, she cautiously peers out to ensure no one is around. She rummages through her bag for her keys, but after a frantic search, she is left dumbfounded. Where are her keys? Did she forget to take them this morning? Setting her groceries down, she digs through her bag again, even emptying its contents onto the floor. Lip balm, sunscreen, perfume, charger, bank card, and some loose change, but no keys. Frantically, she searches the walls for the number of a locksmith, but in this residential complex, the small advertisements are all but non-existent. This is a disaster. She has always prided herself on being an urban elite, a self-reliant woman, yet ever since that fateful night with a stranger at the hotel, her life seems to have spiraled out of control. The crisis at her company was finally resolved, yet her personal life is in utter disarray. Losing her keys, although seemingly trivial, feels like the last straw at this moment. Even when her agency had shelved her, forcing her to pay exorbitant penalties to leave, she did not shed a tear. Even when her fledgling company faced imminent closure, she remained composed. But now, a wave of emotion crashes over her, and she collapses helplessly at her doorstep, burying her head in her arms, her hair cascading to the ground, her shoulders trembling. The collapse of an adult can occur in an instant. Once, she was a resplendent first-tier star, a dual threat in film and music, yet, due to her refusal to succumb to unwritten rules, she was cast aside by her agency. In desperation, she established her own studio, fueled by ambition to create a haven devoid of capitalistic exploitation and hidden rules for artists, yet reality has dealt her a harsh blow. Without investment, her studio would have already shuttered its doors. She despises capital, yet ultimately finds herself reliant on it for survival. Ling Qingmeng feels a profound sense of failure. Her thoughts swirl chaotically as all the grievances she has bottled up burst forth. Creak, the sound of a door opening interrupts her lament. The door across the hall swings open. What on earth is this? Wailing like a banshee at this hour, Xuan, initially prepared to complain, falls silent upon seeing Ling Qingmeng, crumpled on the floor in distress. He is taken aback, unsure of why his new neighbor is weeping at her doorstep, yet, he can sense the depth of her sadness and despair from her cries. Rather than approaching to console her, he leans against the doorframe. Everyone has the right to express their emotions. Intervening now would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, he remains poised by the door, allowing her to fully unleash her feelings of grievance. Chapter 38. Don't be so restrained. Consider it your own home. It is unclear how much time has passed. The sound of weeping has diminished. Beneath Sui's feet lie 3 cigarette butts. Ling Qingmeng lifts her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears.
When she had first cried, she had heard his voice, but in her emotional turmoil, she had been too distraught to pay heed to the man. She had assumed that after such a long interval, Sui would have departed, yet to her surprise, he remained leaning. However, how could he bear to witness such a beautiful woman sobbing without offering any comfort? Was he truly heartless enough to stand by, indifferent to her distress, this ironclad man?
What's the matter? Why are you crying so much? Sui, sensing Ling Qingmeng's mournful gaze, couldn't help but chuckle softly.
I can't find my keys, she pouted slightly, her tear-streaked face appearing rather endearing.
For this?
Sui looked. This man, who offered no solace, was merely reveling in her misfortune. How utterly infuriating.
You bought groceries, one tea they spoil if you don't eat them?
Sui picked up the bag yet, she could anticipate his next words, inviting her to his home so he could cook for her. A rather charming ploy, indeed, but also somewhat outdated. Did he believe a mere meal could alter her perception of him?
Get up.
Since you can't get in, come to my place. Sui, observing the fluctuations in her expression, spoke with a smile. A hint of shyness flickered in Ling Qingmeng's eyes, though his suggestion aligned with her own thoughts. She pondered whether to grant him the opportunity to welcome. Despite their previous intimate encounter, it had occurred under the influence of alcohol and should not count, right? Moreover, this man seemed to have forgotten all about it. Setting that aside, they were essentially strangers.
Yet, he had just watched her predicament unfold without offering even a hug. Wait, Ling Qingmeng, what are you thinking? Why would you desire this man's embrace? Are you coming or not? Fine.
Just as Sui intended to retract his hand, Ling Qingmeng grasped it firmly. As she felt the warmth of his palm, an inexplicable warmth blossomed within her. Once she stood steady, she released his hand as if jolted, her earlobes tinged with crimson as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes.
Let us go, Sui prompted.
Ling Qingmeng nodded, then slowly walked into his home, all the while convincing herself that she was only following him because she had lost her keys. When she heard the sound of Sui closing the door behind her, a shiver ran through her. Although it was not her first time in Sui's room, this occasion felt distinctly different, having been invited by him rather than chasing a cat.
What are you standing there for? Go start the rice, I'll wash the vegetables, and you can stir fry, Sui declared, carrying the bag toward the kitchen. I'm cooking rice?
Ling Qingmeng initially froze, then pointed at herself in disbelief.
I have to stir fry too.
Suddenly, she felt as though she had been duped. This man had invited her over, only to take advantage of her grocery shopping. What was even more outrageous was that he expected her, who had just sobbed so heart-wrenchingly, to cook.
I bought the groceries. Shouldn't you be the one putting in the effort?
Ling Qingmeng huffed indignantly. I can't stir fry, Sui shrugged, stating with utmost sincerity that he was not lying. Throughout his life, he had only mastered the art of making scrambled eggs with tomatoes, often burning them in the process.
Is that your excuse?
Ling Qingmeng shot him an exasperated glare. Seeing him already washing the vegetables, she could only mutter to herself, "Don't get angry with the ironclad man." Who could have imagined that this man had invited her inside merely to have her help him?
He hadn't even looked at her properly, merely asking about the reason for her tears without offering a word of consolation. Where's the rice? Ling Qingmeng asked in a muffled tone.
Sui turned and pointed to a nearby cabinet. Oh, it's in the kitchen cabinet. My mom bought it when she came last year. It should still be good, right?
Ling Qingmeng?
Under their cooperative efforts, they soon prepared several simple dishes. Stir-fried water spinach, garlic chives with pork, spicy potato shreds, and a tomato and egg soup. Though these were mere home-cooked meals, Sui devoured them ravenously. I knew you were a great cook when you made noodles last. Every cooking enthusiast delights in praise, and Ling Qingmeng was no exception.
Hurry and eat, why are you just sitting there?
Sui finished one bowl of rice and rose to serve himself another. Home-cooked meals are always superior to takeout, Sui mused, considering it prudent to propose a future arrangement with this new neighbor. He would pay for the ingredients, and she would handle the cooking, thereby alleviating the need for daily takeout. I am not hungry. Ling Qingmeng still felt uncomfortable being alone with Sui. Their relationship was rather delicate, not quite strangers, friends, or lovers, yet marked by that absurdly intimate incident they had shared. She secretly wished to avoid Sui, even planning to move out once her salary arrived this month. Yet, her earlier encounter with the cat and now this lost key had conspired to leave her alone with him in his apartment.
After crying so hard, how could you not be hungry?
Don't be so constrained. Treat it like your own home, Sui offered, placing a piece of pork in her bowl. I can manage on my own," Ling Qingmeng stammered, panicking as she grabbed her bowl. Seeing her reaction, Sui paid it no mind, popping the pork into his mouth. "Then you should eat quickly."
Ling
Qingmeng replied, taking small bites of her food. A silence settled between them. Before long, Sui finished his meal, stood up to pat his belly, and strolled toward the sofa. "Leave the dishes there, I'll wash them later." With that, he turned on the television and reclined on the couch, lighting a cigarette. As she watched him act so nonchalantly, Ling Qingmeng felt an unusual sensation wash over her, reminiscent of the domesticity shared between couples or spouses. Shaking her head vigorously, she buried her face in her bowl of rice. The smoke wafting from the living room made her frown, and her gaze fell on the ashtray she had purchased, which reminded her of the one that had been broken. "I'm really sorry about the ashtray," she said, despite having already left an apology note. She felt it necessary to apologize in person, considering that the ashtray had been a gift from his ex-girlfriend and he had cherished it for 8 years, no doubt holding significant sentimental value. "It's nothing, just an ashtray," Sui replied casually, having completely forgotten the fabricated story about his ex from 8 years ago.
Ling
Qingmeng's gaze lingered on Sui, sprawled on the sofa, smoking. Yet, a thought crossed her mind: perhaps her neighbor was quite decent after all. If someone had damaged her belongings, especially something so meaningful, she would have surely lashed out. Yet here he was, attempting to comfort her, ensuring she didn't feel overly guilty by treating the situation so lightly. Chapter 39 of the audition show. After finishing her meal, Ling Qingmeng gathered the dishes together. "I'll wash them," she offered. Upon hearing the commotion, Sui quickly rose to his feet. He was not one to take advantage of others. His request for her to cook had merely been an attempt to redirect her focus, to distract her from sorrowful thoughts, and it had worked rather well. Since she had purchased the ingredients and prepared the meal herself, it was only fitting that the subsequent task of cleaning up fell to her as well. Observing Sui's willingness to wash the dishes, Ling Qingmeng made no attempt to intervene. Once he carried the plates to the kitchen, she seized the opportunity to examine his home. Although she had visited previously, she had not taken the time to truly notice. The interior design embraced a contemporary minimalist aesthetic, with a sparse yet tidy arrangement that lacked the disarray typically associated with a single-man's abode. It was evident that he was a person who valued cleanliness. Ling Qingmeng settled onto the sofa. The coffee table, however, was somewhat unkempt, littered with scattered ash and an overflowing ashtray brimming with cigarette butts. "Does he really smoke this much?" she mused, recalling how she had only just returned the ashtray yesterday, and yet it was already so full. With this thought in mind, she began to tidy up the coffee table, tossing 2 empty soda bottles into the trash, emptying the ashtray, and using a few paper towels to wipe away the ash. In no time, she restored the table to a satisfactory state and reclined contentedly on the sofa. The television had just finished airing a popular film and was now displaying advertisements. A recruitment announcement for a program suddenly captured Ling Qingmeng's attention. "The audition portal for Blue River Satellite TV's strongest female voice is now open. If you possess talent and the courage to pursue your dreams, come forth and take on the challenge." The program was set to commence in early next month, with rankings determined by votes from both judges and viewers. Blue River Satellite TV, being the second largest network after Mango TV, offered a fairer platform compared to smaller channels, as reputation held significant weight, and the judges were all professionals. This time, in a bid to enhance fairness, they had even opened a voting channel for the audience. It was worth a shot. Han's style is more suited to film and television OSTs and not competitions. Chen Qi's style, however, is quite fitting. Within the Star Dream studio, 3 singers remained. Zheng Xiuhan's ethereal and melodious voice was best suited for singing theme songs for films, much like The Years We Spent Together, which had a profound narrative quality. Yet this type of voice also had a drawback: it was ill-suited for competitions. Although Shui Liang was talented, having previously won a talent show, he would generally be disqualified from re-entering such programs. Based on experience, the most suitable singers for competitions were those with explosive personal styles capable of igniting the audience's emotions, thereby garnering greater support, especially in viewer voting competitions. Such singers were highly sought after. Chen Qi embodied this type of artist. She typically donned leather jackets and pants, had a vivacious and cheerful personality, and favored belting high notes in her performances. She was exceptionally well suited for this kind of competition.
Furthermore, Strongest Female Voice was a brand new variety show created by Blue River Satellite TV and was sure to attract considerable attention. If luck was on her side and she managed to secure a top position, the exposure would be immense.
Just from the visibility gained through the competition, one could ascend to the status of a second-tier singer, and with good resources afterward, potentially even reach the first tier, such as the allure of talent shows. Over the years, various networks have launched an array of talent programs, producing many singers who became household names in the entertainment industry. Shui Liang was once among them. However, his refusal to lip-sync, otherwise, he would have long since been a first-tier artist. It seems Zhao Wei is working as a program planner at Blue River Satellite TV. I should reach out to him and inquire if there are any slots available. Ling Qingmeng resolved quietly to herself. Zhao Hui was a former university classmate, and although they had lost touch after she withdrew into herself following her own sidelining, she believed he would be willing to assist her given their past camaraderie. Naturally, being part of the industry, she was aware of certain rules. If monetary compensation were necessary, she was willing to invest a reasonable amount for an opportunity. After all, once Chen Qi achieved fame, any expenditure would be recouped by the company. As Ling Qingmeng contemplated her plans, she suddenly sensed a presence beside her. Turning her head, she was startled to find Sui sitting closely beside her, both of them tilting their heads in the same direction to look at one another. They were so near that a slight lean forward would bring their lips together. The faint scent of smoke and the masculine aroma of Sui enveloped her senses. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Qingmeng could hear her heart racing in her chest. Suddenly jolted back to reality, she leaned back, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Her cheeks flushed, she added in a protesting tone. "I called out to you, but you didn't respond." "I thought you were daydreaming," Sui replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. He had been sitting beside Lin Qingmeng for a minute or two, and it had taken her this long to realize his presence. He had never anticipated that she would be so absorbed in an advertisement. I was lost in thought," Lin Qingmeng stammered, inching away from him. Proximity to Sui always left her flustered. "I wanted to discuss something with you," Sui said. His demeanor suggested he might have ulterior motives. "Given how delicious your cooking is, would you consider a little arrangement? I'll buy the groceries, and you can cook for us to share meals together." "What do you think?" Sui grinned. After nearly overdosing on takeout, tasting the dishes prepared by his new neighbor had left him craving more of her culinary talents. "Absolutely not," Lin Qingmeng replied firmly, her refusal decisive. Had it not been for her lost keys leading her to this state of mind, she would never have followed this man into his home, nor cooked for him. The thought now struck her as utterly absurd. "I can wash the vegetables, prepare the ingredients, cook the rice, and handle the dishes. You only need to stir-fry," Sui urged, leaning closer as he continued his plea. "No way," Lin Qingmeng shook her head resolutely, leaning back against the sofa. "Don't be so stubborn. You see how well you cook, and I genuinely enjoy your dishes. It would be such a rewarding endeavor, plus you wouldn't have to spend any money on dinner," Sui coaxed, inching closer, trying to persuade her. "Absolutely not. Stay back." Lin Qingmeng grabbed a cushion and began to playfully strike him with it, shutting her eyes and letting out a shriek. Sui, bemused, thought it amusing that he seemed to be coming off as a rogue. He merely wanted his neighbor to cook, not to engage in anything untoward. But just then, his phone rang. He straightened up and retrieved it from his pocket. "Hello?" "All right, I'll step outside," he replied, rising and heading for the door. "Where are you going?" Lin Qingmeng sprang up from the "It is quite useful," Sui replied, dismissing further conversation as he made his way out. It seemed that for the time being, she would not agree to share meals with him, and he could only hope for another opportunity in the future. "Oh," Lin Qingmeng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How had she not thought of that? Had she considered it, she wouldn't have ended up in this man's apartment, sharing a meal with him. The intimacy of their earlier interaction had almost felt like that of an old married couple. With her face still tinged with pink, she followed Sui out the door. Chapter 40 Textbook-level opportunism. In the vibrant city of Xuanqing, at the Liuguang Entertainment office, Zhao Yang stared incredulously at his email. "Thank you for your submission. After discussions among the production team, we regret to inform you that your submission has been declined. We look forward to future collaborations." His song had been rejected by the film crew? How is that possible? Zhao Yang exclaimed in disbelief. He then opened Weibo and searched for the official account of the production team. Time flies. As expected, they had announced the release of the movie's trailer. The trailer for Time Flies will be released tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the evening, along with the film's theme song, The Years That Flew By, performed by popular singer Xuan.
Zhao Yang's expression darkened.
He had never anticipated that the crew would select a song from Qingmeng's studio.
Zhao Yang, this is bad.
Just then, his manager, Xiaoli, rushed into the office.
His confidence had evaporated, replaced by disbelief.
The crew said that the song from Qingmeng's studio is more suitable for the film Impossible. Zhao Yang exploded in anger, his words punctuated by fervent gestures.
How can Zhang Xiaohan compete with me for the theme song?
He was a second-tier singer with over 2 million followers on Weibo, while Zhang Xiaohan, despite her current popularity due to some controversies, was merely a minor internet celebrity, hardly deserving of the title singer.
In the industry, such minor internet figures were not worthy of his regard.
Even in real life, they would have to address him as senior.
How could he possibly lose to such a rival?
Your status and talent far exceed that of Zhang Xiaohan. Not if the crew is not foolish, they would undoubtedly select you. Yet they opted for the song from Qingmeng. I suspect the discrepancy lies within the song itself. Xiaoli analyzed. Zhao Yang eclipsed Zhang Xiaohan in both vocal ability and status, so logically, the crew should have chosen him. Therefore, if they had an advantage in terms of the singer, the issue must lie with the song itself.
But teacher Lu Ha is a mid-level producer, right?
Zhao Yang felt it was unreasonable to shoulder the blame.
However, he also believed that the song was crafted by Lu Ha, a producer renowned for numerous hit songs, and that Once Loved You had at least the potential to rank in the top 5 of the new song charts, provided no major artists released songs at the same time. While mid-level producers were indeed pillars of the Chinese music scene, they still paled in comparison to senior or gold standard producers. A senior producer, when dedicated to crafting a song, could consistently secure a spot in the top 5 of the new song charts, sometimes even breaking into the top 10 of the hot song charts. Gold standard producers were rare in the entertainment industry, bringing substantial traffic. Whenever they released a song, it was almost guaranteed to top the charts, and they could easily dominate the new song charts. As for the best songwriters, they were the true titans of the industry, rarely releasing songs. Even the most acclaimed singers would humbly seek their compositions. Is it possible that Qingmeng engaged a senior producer for this project? Xiaoli speculated. How could that be?
A small studio like Qingmeng has no qualification to enlist such big names. Zhao Yang dismissed the idea outright. It was known that Liuguang Entertainment had only 2 senior producers, both of whom were treated like royalty within the company, collaborating exclusively with top-tier artists and renowned singers. There was no way they would write songs for a minor internet celebrity.
If that is not the case, then it's truly challenging to comprehend the crew's rationale for rejecting us, Xiaoli sighed.
Suddenly, a middle-aged man strode into the office, his steps brisk and his expression one of anger.
Zhao Yang, what is going on? Why did I receive word that the song was rejected? The newcomer was none other than producer Lu Ha.
I don't know, Zhao Yang shrugged, feeling a twinge of guilt for his demeanor. He softened his tone. I just received the news. The crew emailed to say they chose a song from Qingmeng's studio. Regardless, Lu Ha was one of the few mid-level producers at the company, and I recorded this song over 2 days, ensuring it was in the most pristine condition. Zhao Yang quickly responded. If it had been a live performance, there could have been room for error, but in the recording studio, with sound engineers and mixers present, even a pig could sound melodious. Thus, it could not possibly be the singer's fault.
Are you implying that the quality of my song is lacking?
Lu Ha suddenly became irate. A song's quality is determined by both the singer and the producer. If the singer was not at fault, then it must be the song's issue. Certainly, teacher Lu's song cannot possibly have flaws. Zhao Yang hastily waved his hands. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would never dare to claim Lu He's work was deficient. Otherwise, the producer might refuse to write songs for him in the future, leaving him in dire straits.
Then what is the problem?
Lu Ha demanded, his expression stern. This production team is blind to talent, missing out on such a wonderful song by teacher Lu. They will regret it in time. Yes, it is the crew's narrow vision and lack of discernment that prevents them from recognizing the song's quality.
Zhao Yang's mind raced as he finally found a justification.
It was neither his fault nor Lu He's, it was the crew's inability to appreciate true artistry.
The small production team dares to reject a song by Lu He. Lu He's expression softened at last. He found Zhao Yang's explanation quite reasonable. Teacher Lu, what should we do now? Zhao Yang inquired softly. What else can we do? The song has already been recorded, it must be released. If they believe my song is lacking, we shall let the charts speak for themselves. Lu He scoffed. Are you suggesting we release it as a single? Zhao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. To be honest, he adored this song and held high hopes for its performance. In his heart, Once Loved You could at least secure a spot in the top 5 of the new song charts. Initially fearing the deal would fall through, he was pleasantly surprised that Lu He chose to let him sing it and release it as a single. Of course, Lu He nodded. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Zhao Yang let them claim the crew lacks vision for rejecting our song in favor of a trash song sung by a minor internet celebrity, Lu He said with a smirk. Brilliant, Teacher Lu. Zhao Yang exclaimed, swallowing hard before. It was indeed a splendid proposal. Zhao Yang felt a surge of admiration for Lu He. Truly, he was a seasoned veteran. Every suggestion was a masterclass in riding the wave of popularity. I will inform the marketing department to expedite the song's release. Lu He, buoyed by Zhao Yang's praise, felt his spirits lift. He patted Zhao Yang on the shoulder before turning to leave the office. Chapter 41. You think you understand fan management, do you? The dispute over the theme song of Time Flies has become a trending topic on Weibo. The catalyst was a post initiated by the fans of singer Zhao Yang. It's hard to fathom the depths to which a production team will stoop to gain attention. Dear friends, who can comprehend? As a devoted fan of Zhao Yang, it pains me deeply to see my idol endure such unfair treatment. The production team of Time Flies is utterly despicable, sacrificing Zhao Yang to select Zhang Xiuhan's song merely for the sake of popularity. This lengthy Weibo post poignantly articulates the injustices faced by Zhao Yang within the Time Flies production. It condemns the team's foolish decision to forsake Zhao Yang's new song for the sake of Zhang Xiuhan's burgeoning fame, as well as Zhang Xiuhan's shameless appropriation of resources due to her newfound notoriety. This ignited a fervor among Zhao Yang's fans. How can a production team be so lowly? Zhang Xiuhan, a mere internet celebrity, dares to compare herself to my brother Zhao Yang? Just after making headlines due to scandal, she goes and creates another. I never expected Zhang Xiuhan to be such a person, seizing resources as soon as she gains popularity. Can we really blame Zhang Xiuhan? Isn't it the production team's choice? The team chose her based on the traffic from her trending search, not because of her singing talent. The online discourse erupted. Zhao Yang, a second-tier singer with his supporters rallied to voice their grievances, and the combined heat from the film Time Flies and Zhang Xiuhan's recent surge in popularity propelled this incident into the top 10 trending topics. Amidst the escalating fervor, Zhao Yang issued a Weibo post. Thank you all for your support. I hold no grievances against the production team or others, it's merely a matter of our abilities. My new song will be released on all platforms tonight at 10. Please give it a listen, and if you enjoy it, kindly download and support it. I am immensely grateful. Zhao Yang shouldered all the blame. This gesture, however, did not quell the fans' anger, rather, it intensified their frustration. My brother suffers unjust treatment, and yet he is expected to clean up after the production team and Zhang Xiuhan? Naturally, the fans were outraged, rushing to Zhang Xiuhan and the production team's Weibo to unleash their fury. Star Dream Studio Zhang Xiuhan stared at the screen filled with vitriol, momentarily stunned. After struggling to gain popularity and amass a favorable public image, she now faced a barrage of attacks from Zhao Yang's fans over a theme song. Some even sent her frightening images via private messages, hurling accusations of being a manipulative green tea bitch. How can they do this when they failed to compete fairly? Zhang Xiuhan's eyes welled with tears. This was her first encounter with such hostility, and many of her supporters, being new fans, could hardly contend with the fervent followers of a second-tier artist like Zhao Yang. Many who supported her were too intimidated to voice their opinions. Overwhelmed by the venomous comments, Zhang Xiuhan felt utterly lost. Hanin, what's wrong? Chen Qi noticed her distress and leaned. Upon seeing the deluge of insults, her face flushed with indignation. This is outrageous. It's supposed to be a fair competition, and when they can't win, they resort to slander. With that, Chen Qi rolled up her sleeves, ready to retaliate. Let it go. There are too many of them for you to counter, and they are unreasonable. Zhang Xiuhan shook her head, forcing a smile. Just then, Ling Qingmeng emerged from the office, her expression dark. She approached Zhang Xiuhan from behind, gently patting her shoulder, and said, Hanin, rise. Zhang Xiuhan stood, gazing at Ling Qingmeng in confusion. With a cold smirk, Ling Qingmeng took Zhang Xiuhan's seat and began crafting a Weibo post. You think you're the only one who understands fan management?
As a first-tier artist, Ling Qingmeng's experience far surpassed that of the novice Zhang Xiaohan. In dealing with such matters, she was well-versed, having never lost a battle against fellow female artists of her caliber. Zhao Yang initially incited his fans, then subtly stirred emotions with his post, clearly attempting to sway public opinion in favor of his new song. In front of me, Ling Qingmeng, what does Zhao Yang even amount to? Ling Qingmeng's fingers flew across the keyboard. Why is everyone blaming me? I had no idea about this matter. As a newcomer, I hold Zhao Yang in high esteem and have always regarded him as an idol. Isn't the theme song chosen by the production team? Why am I being scapegoated? I'm merely a newcomer, lacking the capacity to usurp a senior's opportunity. She distanced herself from the situation while simultaneously lowering her stance, elevating Zhao Yang in the process. After finishing her post, Ling Qingmeng reviewed it for typos, then embellished it with eloquence before hitting send.
Qingmeng, 1T, this make us seem weak? After all, the situation was inherently in their favor, it was a fair competition, and Zhao Yang resorted to underhanded tactics when he could not prevail. In the realm of the internet, the perceived weaker party often holds the advantage. Ling Qingmeng winked at Chen Qi. She then turned to the tearful Zhang Xiaohan, gently patting her shoulder, and said earnestly, Hanin, remember, the entertainment industry is a battleground of public opinion, mastering it is your greatest weapon for a successful. Zhao Yang's fans would not relent simply because of a few conciliatory words, they would continue their tirades, for that is the nature of fandom. Who says you need to be let off the hook?
Ling Qingmeng chuckled.
Then why are you posting this?
Zhang Xiaohan inquired, puzzled.
As I mentioned, it's to position you as the underdog.
Ling Qingmeng replied, somewhat exasperated.
And then what?
Zhang Xiaohan's confusion deepened.
Then we await the release of your new song, you silly goose.
Ling Qingmeng tapped her lightly on the head. She continued explaining to the two girls, currently, everyone is criticizing you because they believe you have stolen Zhao Yang's resources. However, our song Time Flies is undoubtedly superior to Zhao Yang's. This fact alone places us in an unassailable position.
Showing weakness now does not stem from cowardice.
It is about ensuring that in the future, when the public realizes you triumphed over Zhao Yang through talent, they will feel remorse for their previous insults. At that point, you can post a few more Weibo updates, praising Zhao Yang and lowering your stance even further.
Then, who will be the one being criticized?
As she spoke, she winked at the two girls. A glimmer of understanding began to dawn in their eyes, and they raised their thumbs in approval of Ling Qingmeng's strategy. In this manner, public opinion could not only be reversed, but Zhang Xiaohan might also attract a wave of new fans through the very grievances she endured. Chapter 42. This time it's truly secure. The matter has escalated to trending topics. Naturally, the crew of Fleeting Years has received the news. In the conference room, investor Zhang Xuan wore a grim expression, director Lu Zhenghong and other crew members shared equally somber faces. No one had anticipated that a theme song would cause such a tremendous uproar. Moreover, the online discourse was decidedly unfavorable to them. With the film set to premiere in theaters shortly, such public sentiment could adversely affect box office performance, which is crucial for everyone's earnings.
With rumors swirling around, should we issue a statement on Weibo to clarify?
Lu Zhenghong spoke in a low voice. As industry insiders, they were well aware that Zhao Yang was behind the mischief. Without someone deliberately stirring the pot, such a situation would never have spiraled out of control. Furthermore, the comments from Zhao Yang's fans online clearly indicated that this was a premeditated and organized attempt to generate buzz. Any statement would be as good as silence. Zhang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The opposing side had already taken the initiative, and the public had begun to perceive it as the crew's dark underbelly.
At this juncture, issuing a Weibo explanation would only serve to draw more attention to the incident.
This is utterly outrageous. Their song pales in comparison to the one from Qingmeng Studio. We chose to collaborate with Qingmeng solely due to the superior quality of the song, yet it has been twisted into such a narrative.
Someone was infuriated to the point of cursing.
They had witnessed shameful acts before, but this was beyond disgraceful. Failing to collaborate successfully and then directly tarnishing the client's reputation, Zhao Yang is cutting off his own future. Lu Zhenghong said darkly. He seeks to leverage our popularity to boost his own, but I believe he has chosen the wrong target, investor Zhang Xuan remarked with a cold smile.
Observing this, Lu Zhenghong quickly inquired, does Representative Zhang already have a plan?
Their audacity stems from their confidence in their song. Zhang Xuan took a deep breath and smiled at the others, noting their nods of agreement.
He continued, however, what they do not realize is that Fleeting Years can easily overshadow them in terms of quality. Are you suggesting we wait until the song is released to reclaim the narrative?
Lu Zhenghong, let the public sentiment continue to ferment, and perhaps we should even fan the flames to elevate the buzz further. Then, when our theme song launches tomorrow, we can have the publicity team guide the discourse. These returns would not only amplify the film's popularity but also benefit singer Zhang Xiaohan and producer Xinghe Xiaoyang mistakenly believed his status superseded that of Zhang Xiaohan, thinking that as a mid-level producer, his song would guarantee success. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Xinghe. Although not yet widely recognized, Xinghe's song The Initial Dream had already topped the new song chart, and Fleeting Years was poised to achieve even greater success. Zhang was confident that it would not be long before Xinghe made a name for himself in the Chinese music scene. Utilizing company resources to assist in promoting him and Zhang Xiaohan, while also countering the negative discourse, could serve as a gesture of goodwill, paving the way for future collaborations. Talented producers are highly sought after, whether in the music or film industry. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Yang's Once Loved You was released on music platforms. To secure a better chance in the competition for rankings, they had expedited the release of Fleeting Years by 1 day. By getting a head start, their streaming and download figures would significantly outpace the competition. In the Chinese music industry, the two most crucial charts for newly released songs are the weekly new song chart and the monthly hot song chart. The new song chart, which spans a week, allows only recently released songs to be ranked based on a composite of streaming, download, and comment data. The top 10 songs appear on the homepage of the music platform, indicating substantial exposure. Securing a spot in the top 10 increases the likelihood of appearing on the more prestigious monthly hot song chart. Achieving the number 1 position on the monthly hot song chart is a coveted goal for many artists, as only those who attain this honor can hope for recognition at the annual music awards. Moreover, consistently topping the hot song chart for 12 consecutive months leads to a nomination for the esteemed title of Song God. However, the difficulty of this feat is akin to traversing a hellish realm. After all, there are only 6-inch song gods in the entire Chinese music scene, with each of the 4 major entertainment companies holding one, while the remaining 2 operate their own studios, representing the pinnacle of the industry. In recent years, the most promising candidate for the title of Song God has been the renowned producer Xuan, who, after debuting, dominated the hot song chart for 7 consecutive months. Unfortunately, his winning streak was interrupted by another song god, preventing him from achieving the title. Nonetheless, after more than 2 years of consolidation, Xuan has gained considerable momentum and is widely regarded as the top contender below the song gods, capable of challenging for a 12-month championship. Zhao Yang, of course, could not aspire to the lofty heights of the hot song chart. He was merely a secondary artist, and Lu Ha was just a mid-level producer. Competing for a spot on the new song chart would already be quite commendable. However, buoyed by the current buzz, he felt confident about securing a top position on the new song chart, which would greatly aid his ascent to first-tier artist status. Lu Ha, brimming with excitement, sat before the computer, refreshing the back-end data every few minutes. With each refresh, the streaming numbers surged by 1,000 or 2. Comments were also rapidly accumulating. Support Zhao Yang. The song is delightful, and his skills are top-notch. Moreover, the crew is blind to talent. What gives Zhang Xiaohan the right to compare with our Zhao Yang? She's merely a small internet celebrity who gained a bit of traction through trending topics, completely oblivious to her own limitations. Let's propel Zhao Yang onto the new song chart. Family, let's rally. Elevate Zhao Yang to the new song chart. For the sake of justice, I stand with Zhao Yang. This song is truly wonderful. I've already got it on repeat. If you, like me, are moved by Zhao Yang's voice, then I deem this situation utterly fantastic. Witnessing the data's meteoric rise, Zhao Yang was nearly beaming with joy. At that moment, producer Lu Ha entered the room. Teacher Lu, I'm about to become famous. Zhao Yang eagerly waved at Lu Ha. What, did the numbers explode? Lu Ha inquired, his face lighting up. As he approached and beheld the soaring data, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The heat generated by trending topics on Weibo was nothing short of terrifying. At this rate, by the end of the night, Once Loved You could very well secure a position in the top 10 of the new song chart. With this thought, the two exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. Ah, it's a sure thing. This time, it's truly secure. The number 1 spot on the new song chart was beckoning to them. Chapter 43, truly a remarkable individual who nearly brought the studio to its knees. The following day, early in the morning, Sui rose to wash up. He had accepted the invitation from Qingmeng Studio, and being the clandestine owner of the company, it was only natural for him to inspect his enterprise. Moreover, this weekend coincided with the music gala where the Fosu he would be participating. To be candid, Sui yearned to create a commotion at the event, to let fans and netizens know that he was the true Sui. However, he refrained, setting aside the issue of not possessing a work ID to gain access to the venue. Even if he managed to stir up a ruckus, under the auspices of a capital giant like Warner, he could easily be branded as a lunatic. After all, no one would take the word of a mere passerby seriously. If he wished to prove that he was indeed Suhee, he needed to demonstrate undeniable prowess that the public could witness. His new persona, Xinghe, was intended as a weapon for revenge against Warner, a means to reclaim his identity as Suhee. However, this weapon was not yet sufficiently honed and required time to refine. Nevertheless, Suhee was not in a rush. He possessed a system, with boundless possibilities ahead, and his ambitions extended far beyond just Warner Entertainment. Having already gained an advantage, to tread solely on the path of music would music, film, animation, whatever pertains to the cultural and entertainment industry, so he aspired to conquer it all. Once he establishes an entertainment empire solely belonging to him, Warner Entertainment would be but a fleeting memory. It has been ages since I last worked. Suhee casually donned a t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants. Gazing at his strikingly handsome reflection in the mirror, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and then put on his shoes, preparing to head out. Ever since being ousted by Warner, Suhee had returned to Xuanqing City, transforming into a quintessential homebody. Aside from descending for meals or being summoned by Li Jiang for a foot massage, he seldom ventured elsewhere. Upon opening his apartment door, he noticed the door across the hall firmly shut. Glancing at the time, it was already past 9 in the morning. They must have left for work. After sampling a dish prepared by the new neighbor, Suhee had been contemplating ways to forge a connection with her. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. This neighbor had successfully ensnared Suhee's appetite, but as for the heart, having recently endured emotional trauma, he had no thoughts of romance at present. Furthermore, that seemingly somewhat clumsy. Given the proximity of his home to the company, Suhee opted for the subway to work. Arriving at the office building, he followed the location sent by Big Fool and entered the premises. Qingmeng's studio was located on the 8th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he spotted the reception desk, which appeared to be unattended. Suhee, not one to stand on ceremony, proceeded directly into the studio. The workspace appeared quite spacious, yet the office area was filled with vacant desks. Truly a remarkable individual who nearly brought the studio to its knees. Suhee mused as he surveyed the desolate office space, inwardly applauding this big fool. His curiosity. Approaching them, he overheard one of them, Zhang Xiaohan, exclaiming, "Zhao Yang's new song has already climbed to 8th place on the new song chart. Do you think he has a chance of reaching number 1 today?" Having arrived early, Zhang Xiaohan was already tracking the progress of Zhao Yang's new track. When she first arrived, the song Once Loved You was sitting at 10th place, and in just 2 hours, it had surged ahead to 8th. "I believe it's quite possible, especially since Zhao Yang's situation is still trending in the top 10 on Weibo." Chen Shi interjected quietly, "It's a pity that my song The Initial Dream fell off the top of the new song chart due to time. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of reaching number 1. Zhang Xiaohan lamented. The duration for songs on the new song chart is 1 week, and once the time is up, regardless of their ranking, they automatically drop off. Had The Initial Dream remained at the top, even if the competition's data skyrocketed, they would not have been able to surpass its popularity within a single day. There is no need to worry about him. Regardless of how popular he is now, he will feel the sting when the tables turn," Shui Liang remarked with a smile as he munched on a pan-fried bun. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. It can elevate someone to greatness, yet it can just as easily lead to their downfall. Zhao Yang aimed to leverage fan sentiment to cast himself as a victim, attempting to replicate Zhang Xiaohan's previous experience on Voice of the Celebration, hoping the heightened media attention would propel his new song up the chart. However, all of this hinged on the quality of the work being superior to that of his competitors. Though Zhao Yang's Once Loved You was decent, it paled in comparison to Zhang Xiaohan. "I can't wait for tonight." Zhao Yang is quite cunning, releasing his new song a day early, but in the face of true talent, all schemes are futile. Chen Shi chuckled lightly. "Our songs are truly superior. It's no wonder Xinghe is renowned. Each one is a masterpiece." Zhang Xiaohan had become an ardent fan of Xinghe. By the way, I heard Qingmeng Jie mention that teacher Xinghe will be coming to the office today? Chen Chi's gossip-loving spirit was instantly ignited. "I hope we can keep him here. A producer of his caliber is a treasure. Having him with us would be a boon for all of us," Shui Liang expressed with heartfelt conviction. A good producer can elevate countless singers. After all, while many singers possess exceptional vocal talent, finding a producer who can craft outstanding songs is a rarity. If Xinghe were to stay with the company, it would undoubtedly open up unimaginable opportunities for them. Keeping him here isn't that difficult, is it? Chen Qi replied with a grin, casting a teasing glance at Zhang Xiaohan. Didn't Tianen say that as long as teacher Xinghe is willing, she would be more than willing to offer herself? With Hanen's figure, what man wouldn't he be tempted? I was just joking. I actually think Xiao Qi has a better chance. After all, you're young, and men tend to be drawn to vibrant and youthful girls like you, Zhang Xiaohan teased, pinching Chen Qi's cheek, which was brimming with youthful collagen, so tender it seemed it could burst. Stop it, I'm a sucker for looks, I choose beauty over talent, Chen Qi countered, playfully slapping Zhang Xiaohan's rear, which elicited a soft squeal from her. The two girls began to playfully tease each other. Meanwhile, Xueliang shook his head in exasperation, preparing to leave. What if Xinghe is also exceptionally handsome? At that moment, a voice chimed in. If that is the case, I, Chen Qi, shall surely win him over and add him to my harem. Chen Qi instinctively responded, gripping Zhang Xiaohan's hand. Then, realizing something was amiss, she turned to see who had spoken. Upon recognizing the speaker, she was momentarily stunned. Dressed casually, with a chiseled face and youthful handsomeness, yet his brows bore an incongruent sense of world weariness. Such an aura was simply lethal to women. With a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, he leaned against the desk, gazing at the group with a charming smile. Chapter 44. Indeed, I am the Milky Way.
And who might you be?
Zhang Xiaohan glanced at the front desk, noticing that Xiaoli was absent, presumably off to the restroom. He was undeniably handsome. Though he appeared youthful, he bore the unique weariness of age, particularly evident in the languid light of his eyes and the cigarette hanging from his lips, an absolute weapon of charm for any young woman.
Hey there, handsome, I'm Chen Qi. What's your zodiac sign? Do you have a girlfriend?
Chen Qi snapped back to reality and eagerly approached him. Being a connoisseur of looks, she found herself utterly defenseless in the presence of such a man, youthful yet exuding a mature aura. Scorpio, just got out of a relationship, so he candidly replied to Chen Qi's inquiry.
Ah. It seems I have no chance. May I ask who you are looking for?
Xueliang interrupted Chen Qi's flirtation, stepping forward to inquire of Suhi. I'm here to see your boss, Suhi replied. He had not anticipated that on his first day at the company, the boss would be absent. It seems she's gone to discuss matters with a client. We're not entirely sure, but she's been out for a while. I believe she will return soon. Xueliang, being the eldest in the studio, usually took on the responsibility of receiving visitors in the absence of the boss. After all, Zhang Xiaohan pushed Chen Qi aside, her gaze fixed on Suhi, her voice trembling with excitement. You are the Milky Way, you are teacher Milky Way? She clasped her hands to her chest like a starstruck fan encountering her idol. Her long Ling Qingmeng had informed them that the Milky Way would be visiting the company in the coming days, and no one else would be applying for the producer role.
Indeed, I am the Milky Way.
Suhi did not conceal his idea. According to Li Jiang, the talents of these singers were commendable, but they had been unable to gain traction due to lack of resources. He was well aware of Zhang Xiaohan, having provided her with 2 songs. Chen Qi struck him as a lively girl, and her leather attire exuded a distinct personality. As for Xueliang, Suhi had a vague impression of him. Once a talent show champion whom Suhi had come across, he was gifted but had fallen out of favor with the industry and had been sidelined. They were all interesting singers, each with a distinct personal style, Suhi mused internally.
Milky Way, shall I fetch you an ashtray? Would you prefer coffee or tea?
Zhang Xiaohan hurriedly gestured for him to take her seat before heading toward the beverage area.
Tea would be lovely, Suhi thought, feeling
a person who understands gratitude is certainly preferable to those who are ungrateful, even if it was merely a formality. The 2 songs he had given her were worth it. Teacher Milky Way, Xueliang began, only to be interrupted. There's no need for such formality, this is your domain, after all. We'll still call you Teacher Milky Way. Welcome to our Qingmeng studio, Xueliang chuckled, scratching his head. Meanwhile, Chen Qi gazed at Suhi, her eyes sparkling. Just earlier, she had suggested to Ling Qingmeng that they should hire a handsome producer, never expecting one to arrive so swiftly, and such a handsome one at that. He was truly striking. As a beauty enthusiast, Chen Qi felt herself on the verge of swooning. Alas, he was a Scorpio, and she was an Aries. It seemed there was no hope for her. Perhaps their boss, also an Aries, was similarly out of luck. There is no guarantee I will join the company. After all, one must negotiate favorable terms when it comes to employment. So he smiled as he shook his head. Even if he were to join his own company, he intended to secure certain liberties, not merely financial incentives. He had no desire to adhere to a rigid schedule or be assigned tasks by this boss. Even while working in the company, he aimed to maintain agency. I am certain the boss. I have already messaged her, and she should be back shortly, Xuan reassured him. He nodded non-committally. At the CAF below Qingmeng studio, Ling Qingmeng sat across from a sharply dressed man. The man, appearing to be in his early 20s, sported a slick hairstyle and wore a confident smile. You know, Qingmeng, you only seek me out when you need something. It's during that period, I rarely opened my chat apps, Lin Qingmeng replied with a wry smile. Zhao was Lin Qingmeng's university classmate and a program planner at Blue River TV. She had intended to visit him in Blue River City but was surprised to find that he was on a business trip to Xuanqing, so she arranged to meet him there. She hoped to secure a spot on the strongest female-voiced talent show for Qinqi to gain some exposure. Are things better now? I heard about your situation. It's indeed challenging for women in this industry. However, with your talent, you could easily secure a top-tier artist position without resorting to any underhanded tactics. After leaving Burke Entertainment, you would have numerous entertainment companies vying for you, Zhao Wei remarked with a warm, polite tone. I ventured out on my own and established my own studio, Lin Qingmeng said. Being your own boss has its advantages, relieving you of various concerns. It's not that simple. Only after starting the studio did I realize how idyllic the notion was, Lin Qingmeng. There's no need to rush. This is your first time taking the initiative to reach out to me, so tell me, what is on your mind? Zhao Wei added a lump of sugar to his coffee and stirred it gently. Though he maintained a consistently pleasant smile, Lin Qingmeng felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Her intuition as a woman warned her that his eyes held something unsettling. I saw online that Blue River TV is currently organizing the strongest female voice talent show, and since you work there, I thought I would. She was not one to typically seek favors, but after facing the near collapse of her company, she had come to terms with many things as sometimes, to achieve one's goals, one must lower their stance. Though asking for help felt somewhat uncomfortable, in a world dominated by capital, one must sometimes swallow their pride. This was a fundamental rule of the industry. Chapter 45. At that moment, I was also one of your admirers. The strongest female voice, Zhao Wei raised an eyebrow and nodded. This project happens to be overseen by a senior colleague of mine. Really? Lin Qingmeng's face lit up with joy. However, I've heard that the program is only accepting newcomers. After all, it's a talent show, and you're already a top-tier artist. Participating in such a competition might be somewhat unfair to the other contestants, Zhao Wei remarked, leaning back in his chair. It is not me, Lin Qingmeng quickly waved her hands. It's a newcomer singer from my studio. She possesses exceptional vocal skills and is incredibly suited for a talent competition. I am certain she can achieve excellent results. Lin Qingmeng held high hopes for Qinqi, as the young woman was not only beautiful but also highly adaptable, with a versatile style. At just over 20, she radiated youthful vitality and merely needed an opportunity to shine. This was precisely why Lin Qingmeng sought out her old classmate, hoping to secure this chance for Qinqi. I see a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Zhao Wei's face before he quickly resumed his composed demeanor. He sighed, appearing somewhat troubled. I thought you were the one wanting to participate. However, Strongest Female Voice is a new program meticulously crafted by Blue River Television, and the standards for contestants are quite high. I've heard that the invited participants are all outstanding students and achieving a good outcome in this competition won't be easy. Lin Qingmeng discerned that he was employing a roundabout way of discussing the matter, intentionally introducing other topics to elevate the difficulty of the situation, thereby gaining leverage. Zhao Wei, considering our university friendship, could you please speak to your senior on my behalf? We don't need a reserved spot, just a chance to audition. I understand the rules, and you may set a price. Ling Qingmeng set down her spoon, fixing her gaze earnestly on Zhao Wei. This talent show was unlike the typical competitions, such as The Voice, which conducted auditions nationwide before narrowing down. In contrast, Strongest Female Voice selected its participants directly, leaving those without connections bereft of even an audition opportunity. Ling Qingmeng sought this chance from Zhao Wei, confident that with Chun Chi's abilities, I can inquire on your behalf. After all, we are old classmates, and I would gladly assist you. Do you think I would undervalue our friendship by discussing a price? Zhao Wei adjusted the cuffs of his suit and nodded with a smile.
Thank you so much, however, I prefer not to let you assist me without some form of compensation, Ling Qingmeng replied, her face brightening, though she would rather have a clear arrangement in place than owe him a favor.
In the adult world, the most expensive currency is human connections. If you continue with such formalities, I might just take offense, Zhao Wei said, feigning a stern expression. Observing Ling Qingmeng's embarrassment, he couldn't help but, since entering society, it has been nothing but work-related worries. He abruptly shifted the topic from assistants to reminiscing about their school days. Ling Qingmeng, noticing, I remember you were the belle of our school, many classmates admired you, Zhao Wei continued. At his words, Ling Qingmeng waved her hand dismissively, there was no such thing as a belle. They were just making a fuss. Oh, it was no exaggeration, which girl in the entire school could compare to your excellence in both appearance and talent, you stood out above all, Zhao Wei chuckled. During their school days, she was already a figure of renown. Had Ling Qingmeng adhered to the rules, she could have effortlessly risen to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, yet she chose to defy those very rules. In the entertainment sphere, reaching the summit often necessitates sacrifices, which is an unspoken rule of the industry. Unwilling to compromise, she transitioned from a dazzling top artist to being blacklisted by her agency, finding herself in her current predicament. At that time, I was also one of your admirers, Zhao Wei remarked, gazing at Ling Qingmeng with a half-joking tone. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, seemingly awaiting her response. Ling Qingmeng's face flashed with surprise. Having navigated the industry for so long, she was acutely aware of the implications behind Zhao Hui's words. At that moment, Zhao Wei's hand, resting on the table, began to move restlessly towards Ling Qingmeng. Zhao Wei noticing his actions, Ling Qingmeng swiftly withdrew her hand, placing it beneath the table. Just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. Retrieving it from her bag, she saw it was a call from Xuan at her company. I need to take this call, she offered Zhao Wei an apologetic glance before answering. Xuan, what's the matter, Lin? Teacher Xinghe has arrived. When will you be back? Really, Teacher Xinghe is here. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingmeng's face instantly brightened. Zhao Wei, observing her radiant smile, felt a twinge of infatuation. Ling Qingmeng's beauty was undeniably striking, otherwise, she wouldn't have been crowned school belle in an academy. However, unlike others who sought her attention through love letters or flowers, Zhao Wei was astute enough to recognize that Ling Qingmeng was not a superficial woman. Thus, he engaged her in discussions about their field of study, successfully befriending her. After graduation, Ling Qingmeng, with her solid expertise in both singing and acting, quickly rose to fame as a top-tier artist. Zhao Wei, on the other hand, leveraged his family connections to secure a position at Blue River Television, initially believing he would never have the. To his surprise, Ling Qingmeng was later sidelined by her agency, falling from grace, and now she sought his assistance. In that instant, hope blossomed within Zhao Wei. He felt this was the perfect opportunity to win Ling Qingmeng's heart. Zhao Wei, I apologize, but I must leave urgently. Please take care of the audition matter, set a price, and I'll transfer the amount via WeChat. After finishing the call, Ling Qingmeng grabbed her bag and rose from her seat. What's the rush? Didn't we agree to finish our meal together? Zhao Wei furrowed his brow. Another time, I'll treat you next time, Ling Qingmeng replied apologetically. Alright then, I'll reach out to my senior and get back to you. Allow me to escort you. There's no need, my company is just upstairs, and I can take the elevator directly. Zhao Wei, I'll be on my way now. With that, Ling Qingmeng headed towards the CAFS exit. Zhao Wei watched her retreating figure, his admiration intensifying as he realized that his earlier impulse to reach for Ling Qingmeng's hand was somewhat abrupt. Nevertheless, as long as she sought his assistance, there would be boundless possibilities ahead. Perhaps, through this very matter, he could reclaim the goddess he once adored. Chapter 46 Greetings, I am Suhi, known by the stage name Xingyi. After bidding farewell to Zhao Hui, Ling Qingmeng ventured to a nearby milk tea shop to procure several cups of the delightful beverage. With the cups in hand, she hummed a cheerful tune as she approached the elevator. Although Zhao Hui had not provided a definitive answer, the program still had some time left, and she felt confident that securing a spot for the audition would pose no significant challenge. However, what truly elated her was the news that Shui Liang had conveyed over the phone: Xingyi has arrived. Ling Qingmeng held the producer in the highest regard. She had already discerned Xingyi's brilliance through the previous. In the industry, aside from a select few renowned producers, even those of a higher caliber typically found their copyrights secured by entertainment companies. Although there were annual royalties, the copyright ownership resided with the company, granting them the authority to manage the producer's works. This was a commonplace occurrence, as nurturing a producer demanded an exorbitant investment of resources, save for prodigies like Su He, whose every composition became an internet sensation. Otherwise, cultivating a top-tier producer could incur staggering costs for the company. Given the substantial investment, it was only prudent for companies to retain copyright control. Otherwise, should a producer attain fame, they could easily turn to a rival, leading to disastrous consequences. Nonetheless, Qingmeng Studio's current scale paled in comparison to the capital's might. Ling Qingmeng prioritized relationships over profit. Moreover, she believed that Xingyi merited the right to retain his copyrights, so she did not dwell excessively on the matter. If every song Xingyi produced could achieve the same acclaim as The Initial Dream, then even without his copyright, the benefits to the company would be monumental. What kind of person could he be? The moment to meet Xingyi had finally arrived. Inside the elevator, Ling Qingmeng felt her heart race with anticipation, tinged with a hint of excitement. Ding! The elevator reached the company floor. Ling Qingmeng exited, carrying the milk tea. Shaoli, have some milk tea. She offered a cup to Shaoli, who was lost in thought at the front desk.
Wow! Thank you, President Lin.
Shaoli exclaimed with delight as she accepted the cup.
Xingyi has arrived?
Ling Qingmeng leaned in closer to Shaoli, inquiring softly. Yes, he is here, right in the office area, Shaoli replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses.
He is a very handsome guy. Handsome? Ling Qingmeng's lips curled into a smile.
Judging by Shaoli's reaction, she could surmise just how striking he was. It was surprising that Xingyi possessed both talent and good looks. Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan, those two flirtatious girls, would sure. With that thought, she clicked her heels and made her way toward the office area. From a distance, she noticed a group gathered around Zhang Xiaohan's computer.
Are you saying that this Weibo post was made by your boss?
A familiar voice reached Ling Qingmeng's ears. I thought she would confront Zhao Yang directly.
He nodded appreciatively. He was well aware of the situation between the crew of Time Flies and Zhao Yang. Frankly, he regarded Zhao Yang as nothing more than a mere clown. The notion that he could overshadow Zhang Xiaohan simply by leveraging his fanbase was misguided. Such a tactic might work, but only if Zhang Xiaohan's upcoming song failed to measure up to the quality of Zhao Yang's. In that case, the strategy could yield substantial gains. However, Zhao Yang was far too hasty. He had released his song without fully grasping the circumstances. Was he not cornering himself? If Zhang Xiaohan's song the rivals he had encountered at Warner had been astute, seasoned players adept at manipulating public opinion. Now, re-entering the fray in this novice village, he found himself struggling to adapt to the lower level of intellect among his opponents. What do you mean I'm not too dim-witted? I, Ling Qingmeng, am at least a first-tier artist. Do you think I'm a novice?
Just then, a voice rang out from behind Sui. He turned to see a familiar face, momentarily stunned in place. Ling Qingmeng had also been about to speak when she saw Sui turn around, and she froze in surprise.
What are you doing here? Are you the boss of Qingmeng?
She could not allow her employees to discover the past between her and this man.
Hello, I am Sui, stage name Xingyi, Sui said with a smile, extending his hand toward Ling Qingmeng. What a small world, the owner of Qingmeng Studio, that great fool, turned out to be his neighbor. How amusing. Hello, I am Ling Qingmeng. Ling Qingmeng took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the tumult within.
She extended her hand to shake Suhi's, feeling the warmth of his palm before instinctively withdrawing. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, while internally lamenting, how could he be Xinghe? How could he possibly be Xinghe? Ling Qingmeng never anticipated that the person she most wished to recruit for her company would be the very individual she most dreaded encountering. Oh heavens, please do not toy with me, she sighed inwardly, exasperated.
President Lin, shall we begin?
Suhi, noticing her momentary daze, gently reminded her with a smile.
Ha, did you not invite me to the company?
Suhi's lips twitched slightly.
Right, the interview.
Ling Qingmeng finally comprehended, forcing herself to appear composed as she beckoned Suhi. Let us proceed to my office for a discussion. Several employees exchanged glances, sensing something unusual. Lingering any longer might reveal too much. After speaking, Ling Qingmeng turned and strode toward her office without looking back. Suhi watched her retreating figure, his mind brimming with thoughts he struggled to articulate. Casting a glance at the peculiar expressions of the others, he inhaled deeply and followed Ling Qingmeng into her office. After they left, Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan immediately huddled together.
Is the boss acting a bit strangely today? I think so too. She didn't even share her milk tea with us. Could there be something going on between them? That seems unlikely. If the boss knew Xinghe, why would she have spent 500,000 on us? He was uninterested in their speculations. He simply hoped Ling Qingmeng would keep Xinghe. From what he had gathered about Xinghe earlier, this man was anything but ordinary. Chapter 47. You have always bullied me. After closing the office door, Ling Qingmeng finally let out a sigh of relief. She scrutinized the man before her repeatedly, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Have you seen enough? Suhi remarked, annoyance evident as he wondered at the woman's baffling behavior. Are you really Xinghe?
Ling Qingmeng finally inquired. If you don't believe me, you can give me a call on WeChat, Suhi replied curtly.
How could you possibly be Xinghe?
Ling Qingmeng murmured to herself.
If we're not negotiating, I'm leaving. Suhi declared, his patience wearing thin.
Even though they were neighbors, her reaction seemed exaggerated.
Let's negotiate, of course, we must.
Ling Qingmeng hastily responded, prompting Suhi's demeanor to soften. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips without lighting it, and settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs as he directed his gaze at Ling Qingmeng. My demands have already been clearly stated on WeChat.
I understand.
Ling Qingmeng seated herself on the sofa opposite him, nodding.
You retain all rights to the songs you write. I agree to that. Are there any other issues?
Ling Qingmeng was a career-driven woman. She would never allow personal matters to cloud her professional judgment. Although she was reluctant to have Suhi in the company was essentially his, and the profits were his as well. The salary was inconsequential.
Are you certain?
Ling Qingmeng was taken aback. She had braced herself for Suhi to demand exorbitant pay, having rehearsed various bargaining tactics in her mind. Yet, he was suggesting newcomer rates, leaving her utterly confounded. Of course, Suhi affirmed with a smile.
Are there any other requests?
Ling Qingmeng's tone softened considerably. She still found it hard to believe that hiring Xinghe could be so straightforward. There is one. Suhi pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Qingmeng. Feeling the heat of his stare, Ling Qingmeng instinctively leaned back, crossing her arms defensively.
What do you want?
I have but one request. Suhi leaned forward, a subtle smile gracing his lips.
Remember my suggestion from the last time at my place? What suggestion? Ling Qingmeng blinked in confusion.
Cooking, Suhi winked at her. He had thought he would never again have the chance to savor the dishes prepared by his neighbor, only to discover she was the owner of Qingmeng Studio. This request was certainly an impromptu addition.
No way. Absolutely not.
Ling Qingmeng quickly waved her hands in refusal. Working together during the day and dining together afterward, what would that lead to? A romantic relationship? The mere thought caused her earlobes to flush.
Are you sure?
Suhi said with a teasing smile.
How about we negotiate different terms? I can offer you a salary increase or a share of the profits.
Ling Qingmeng turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. This is my sole request. If you agree, we can sign the contract immediately. If not, I'll take my leave. In fact, Liuguang Entertainment has also reached out to me, and their offer will undoubtedly be more lucrative than what your small studio can provide. As he spoke, he made a show of standing up to leave. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, she quickly released her grip. The mention of Liuguang Entertainment contacting Suhi sent her heart racing. They were the largest entertainment company in Xuan, capable of offering him significantly better terms.
More critically, the copyright to the song CNGCNNIN still lay with Sui. If he joined Liuguang Entertainment and collaborated with Zhao Yang against Qingmeng, Zhang Xiaohan would likely face utter ruin. A direct threat. A blatant threat. My request isn't too excessive, is it? Sui spread his hands in feigned innocence. Ling Qingmeng bit her lip. From a company perspective, his demands were indeed reasonable, but personally, they felt uncomfortably high. She truly wished to avoid entanglements with Sui. The idea of sharing dinner together felt profoundly awkward. If this is a hardship for you, Lin, then let it be, Sui feigned a sigh, turning toward the office exit. I agree. Ling Qingmeng shut her eyes and spoke in a soft voice. Sui halted in his tracks, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He had her under his thumb. Let's sign the contract. With that, he pulled out a lighter, igniting the cigarette. After signing the contract, Ling Qingmeng wore a glum expression, resembling a slighted bride. Don't wear that expression, it makes it seem as though I am bullying you, Sui remarked, a smirk tugging at his lips. Please leave, I have a meeting to attend. Ling Qingmeng waved her hand dismissively, then tucked the contract away as she headed for the door. After spending some time with Sui, her earlier fluster had subsided. Sui cast her a curious glance as he followed her into the office area. Upon learning that Sui had officially joined Qingmeng's studio, everyone erupted in applause to welcome him. Welcome, Teacher Xinghe, to our family. Zhang Xiaohan's face beamed with uncontainable joy. Having performed 2 of Sui's songs, she was the greatest beneficiary and thus understood the immense value his presence would bring to the company. Welcome, handsome, at last, we have a dashing figure at. Despite the challenges faced by the team, the warmth and camaraderie present here far surpassed the sterile environment of a large corporation like Warner. As the welcome ceremony drew to a close, Ling Qingmeng clapped her hands to regain everyone's attention. Everyone, may I have your attention? I have an announcement to make. The chatter ceased, and all eyes turned to Ling Qingmeng. Lanzhong Television is hosting an event called The Strongest Female Voice, and I intend for Xiaoqi to participate. I have already spoken with the representatives downstairs, and we should receive a response shortly. Ling Qingmeng shared her general idea. With only 2 female singers in the company, and with Zhang Xiaohan already a star, Xiaoqi was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for such a competition. Wow, Qingmeng Jia, I love you! Chen Qi exclaimed, bursting into excitement as she embraced Ling Qingmeng. Although she had had a few opportunities to perform since joining the company, they had merely been as a backing vocalist for lesser shows. A talent competition was a different matter entirely. It meant the stage would be hers alone. It was a dream come true for Chen Qi. Chapter 48. She belongs to Class 2. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will naturally help you seize opportunities. Xiaoqi, I am aware of your dreams, yet it may be a tad premature to discuss them now. We must await further responses later. However, we currently have investment, which allows us to access more resources. Ling Qingmeng smiled as she gently patted Chen Qi's back. Chen Qi was the youngest girl in Qingmeng's studio, and simultaneously the least recognized. In contrast, Zhang Xiaohan had once been an internet celebrity, boasting a modest fanbase. Moreover, Shui Liang was a champion from a talent show, having enjoyed his share of glory. Chen Qi, however, was different. She had not undergone professional training and relied solely on her own exploration, typically providing backing vocals for various singers. She was the one who stood in the shadows during concerts, singing a line whenever harmonies were needed, without any camera focus or recognition, and she had yet to release a song of her own. Since Chen Qi joined the company, Ling Qingmeng had not managed to secure any significant resources for her, only a few opportunities for backing vocals, and now, at long last, a competition suited to her had arisen, and it was only natural for her to strive for it. Participating in a talent show is indeed a commendable choice for Xiaoqi. Her abilities are impressive, and she possesses remarkable innate talent. With systematic training, she could undoubtedly surpass many first-tier singers. Shui Liang offered his assessment. In this era, mere talent is not sufficient to achieve fame. One must be chosen by capital and nurtured financially to become a renowned artist. However, to ascend to the top tier, possessing talent is still crucial. Chen Qi had the potential to reach that level, at least in Shui Liang's opinion. Is the young girl truly that strong? Sui, who had been listening nearby, suddenly became intrigued. Among the 3 singers, he had a clear understanding of Zhang Xiaohan's capabilities, and he found Shui Liang quite impressive. Yet, he had not expected Chen Qi, who appeared lively and adorable, to earn such high praise from Shui Liang. Of course, our Qingmeng is teeming with talent. Ling Qingmeng glanced at Sui with a hint of pride. Come, Xiaoqi, show our new producer what true talent looks like. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi felt a bit shy. Shall I sing a song by the diva Li Xian? Chen Qi retrieved her phone to find the accompaniment.
Upon hearing Li Xian's name, Sui's eyes involuntarily twitched, but he refrained from stopping her. Since they had already parted ways, it was best not to dwell on the past and treat Li Xian as just an ordinary friend. The first time you sat with me, my palms were empty. I knew you were desperately concealing those message alerts. I can't bear to part, yet time cannot be turned back. Loving you is worthwhile, but it's time to stop. As Chen Qi's voice filled the room, Sui took a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, lost in memories. This song, Can't Bear to Part, was a signature piece from his previous life, an exceptional melancholic love ballad. It was also the first song he had given to Li Xian when she was merely a newly signed singer with Warner. Now, she had ascended to the status of a diva. Though the song's title suggested reluctance, Li Xian had indeed made the decision to end their relationship. Listening to Chen Qi's rendition of the song surprised Sui, as she infused. It is well known that while mimicking the original artist's essence is not particularly challenging, imbuing a song with one's own interpretation is profoundly difficult. Remarkably, Chen Qi succeeded, albeit her performance was purely instinctual, lacking professional finesse. Once Chen Qi finished singing, Ling Qingmeng was the first to applaud, followed by Zhang Xiaohan and Xuan. The songs written by my idol are simply enchanting. I nearly cried listening to them. I can't bear to part. Ling Qingmeng swayed her head, humming the chorus, clearly entranced. Your idol? Su-hee, with a cigarette between his lips, shot her a quizzical glance. Of course. Su-hee, my idol is Ling Qingmeng, she declared proudly, casting a triumphant look at Su-hee. However, because the names Su-hee and Su-hee sounded similar, she feared he might misinterpret her words, so she quickly clarified, the renowned producer Su-hee, the prodigious talent in the entertainment industry. You must have heard of him, being a producer yourself? Indeed, I have heard of him, and not only that, I am quite familiar with him, Su-hee replied, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth upon learning that she idolized Su-hee. This woman may not be the sharpest, yet she possessed remarkable taste. Nevertheless, being referred to as an idol by his little fan left Sui feeling a touch of embarrassment. Humph, you're just a newcomer. Have you even met Su-hee? Ling Qingmeng rolled her eyes at Sui's claim of familiarity with her idol. Sui shrugged, offering no further explanation. He then turned his attention to Chen Qi. Your innate abilities are among the top tier for singers. You merely lack systematic practice. I haven't had a teacher, Chen Qi replied bashfully. In industry terms, she was considered a raw talent, relying solely on her instinct to sing. However, such naturally gifted singers were quite rare in the industry and held immense potential for growth, provided they received professional guidance. With this thought in mind, Sui had a specific person in mind and ran from Chenxi Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies in Huaguo. She was renowned as a talent factory, having nurtured 2 kings of song and 1 queen. Although Chenxi Entertainment was a competitor of Su-hee's former employer, Warner Entertainment, Su-hee and Ran maintained a friendly relationship. This was largely due to her exceptional social skills. After collaborating with her artists once, she added Su-hee on WeChat and frequently reached out to chat, leading to a close rapport between them. I will find you a teacher. Feel free to ask her any questions you may have, Su-hee said, smiling at Chen Qi. Wow, thank you, Teacher Xinghe. Chen Qi's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. And Xiaohan, there is still room for improvement in your singing skills. I will create a group chat for you all, where you can ask the teacher any questions, he added, glancing at Zhang Xiaohan. Thank you, Teacher Xinghe. Zhang Xiaohan eagerly nodded in appreciation. In her eyes, Sui carried significant weight. Having provided her with 2 songs that propelled her to stardom was no small feat, and she held immense respect for him. What about me? Xueliang, being a talent show champion speaks for your prowess, Sui chuckled, shaking his head. Xueliang could only smile wryly in agreement. With Zhang Xiaohan on the brink of stardom and Chen Qi likely to participate in a talent show, he suddenly felt as though he was the only one left idle in the company. Ling Qingmeng rolled her eyes dramatically. You two, there's something off. Zhang Xiaohan and the others sensed the brewing gossip as they observed their boss and Su-hee bickering. What's off? What are you staring at? Move along. Ling Qingmeng waved her hand, prompting everyone to return to their seats. Just then, Ling Qingmeng's phone rang unexpectedly. Hello, Zhao Hui, is there any progress regarding the program? We should discuss it in person. I've booked a Western restaurant. Will you have time to come over later? Upon hearing that Zhao Hui wanted to meet in person, Ling Qingmeng furrowed her brow. What was there to discuss? If there was an opportunity, it existed. If not, it didn't tee out. However, she could guess what Zhao Wei was scheming, and casting a glance at Su He, who was sitting nearby smoking, a smile crept onto her lips. The hypocrite of novice level. I still feel like I've been duped, Su He remarked with exasperation as he gazed at Ling Qingmeng in the elevator.
This is a transaction, Ling Qingmeng replied, winking playfully at him.
Ha, Su He shot her a disdainful glance. The moment Ling Qingmeng had made a phone call, and upon mentioning that she would be bringing a friend while looking at him, so he had already discerned her intentions. Just as he contemplated slipping away, Ling Qingmeng had caught him, employing a mix of coaxing, pouting, and even leveraging her position as his boss to persuade him. Ultimately, when Su He remained unyielding, she added a condition. He could come knock on her door anytime he craved a midnight snack. This temptation was one he could not resist, far more enticing than her previous cajoling. Thus, he acquiesced, agreeing to accompany Ling Qingmeng for a meal. It required little effort on his part, and he would subsequently have late-night snacks to enjoy. All in all, it seemed he had come out ahead.
The Western restaurant chosen by Zhao Wei was not too far from the office.
After a brief taxi ride of about 10 minutes, Su He and Ling Qingmeng arrived.
Qingmeng, over here. Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, they spotted Zhao Wei waving at Ling Qingmeng.
Not bad looking, though he falls a bit short of your standards. Still, he is passable, so he whispered in her ear, offering his assessment of Zhao Wei.
You're insufferable.
Ling Qingmeng pinched the soft flesh at his waist.
Ouch, Su He gasped, feeling the sting.
How had it come to this? He recalled their first encounter, when she had been meek and compliant, readily sweeping floors or cooking noodles at his behest. He had thought her a docile lamb, yet now she dared to pinch him.
This was unacceptable. After all, he was the covert owner of Qingmeng Studio, and she, merely an employee, ought to show him more respect. Unaware of Su He's thoughts, Ling Qingmeng shot him a triumphant glare before striding towards Zhao Wei.
Zhao Wei. He merely glanced at Su He, who followed closely behind Ling Qingmeng, before addressing her. Shall we head inside? I've reserved a private room. With that, he led the way. Ling Qingmeng shot Su He a look, signaling him to follow as they entered the restaurant. A novice-level hypocrite, Su He thought, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He had expected someone formidable, yet here was merely another novice. A truly skilled hypocrite would not exhibit such obvious behavior. Given that he had come with Ling Qingmeng, it would have been courteous for Zhao Wei to acknowledge him, yet Zhao Wei had blatantly overlooked him, revealing his lack of sophistication. Nowhere near as impressive as Zhang Xizha, he still has much to learn. Su He mused. Zhang Xizha, the top vocalist of Hongguang Entertainment, was a master hypocrite who had once engaged Su He in a protracted war of words. Reflecting on past rivals, Su He sighed, feeling somewhat disenchanted as he slid his hands into his pockets and followed them into the restaurant. Inside the private room, the table was adorned with candles and fresh flowers. Su He, knowing Zhao Wei would not assist him with the chair, instinctively settled beside Ling Qingmeng. Just as Zhao Wei was about to sit next to Ling Qingmeng, he noticed Su He had already claimed the seat. He paused momentarily, a flicker of irritation crossing his face before he took a seat across the table. And who might this be? He finally inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he addressed Ling Qingmeng. He had assumed Su He was an artist. He had to admit, Su He was quite handsome, surpassing even some popular stars in appearance. It would not be surprising if he were an artist, but he was taken aback to learn he was a music producer. Having worked in a television station for some time, he had encountered numerous producers and had developed a discerning eye in this industry. Unless one attained the status of a senior producer, they were not regarded highly. Indeed, he possesses remarkable songwriting skills, Ling Qingmeng praised. Zhao Wei chuckled softly. Is he as talented as your idol, Su He? He had Ling Qingmeng's WeChat and often saw her share posts about Su He's songs, declaring him her idol, which he had. A few black lines appeared on Su He's forehead. This foolish woman, couldn't she offer a compliment or two about herself? Did she not realize how awkward this made him feel?
Su He is indeed a luminary in the industry, a national idol.
Naturally, I cannot compare, Su He interjected. Whether referred to as Xinghao or Su He, it was ultimately a means of self-affirmation, merely articulated differently. Su He is indeed impressive. He became a top. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as exceptionally talented. I am also one of his fans, but regrettably, I have yet to meet him. Su He's entry into Qingmeng surely speaks to his own capabilities. There is no need for false modesty, Zhao Hui nodded in agreement, smiling warmly. To curry favor, he even praised Suhi, using him as a stepping stone to compliment.
He believed he was executing his plan flawlessly.
Thank you for the compliment, Suhi replied, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, choosing not to engage further in conversation. At that moment, the waiter arrived with the red wine. Zhao Hui opted not to pursue the topic any longer. The filet mignon here is quite good, would you like to try it, Qingmeng? He inquired, handing the menu to Ling Qingmeng. I'm fine with anything, she
Suhi? Zhao Hui turned his attention to Suhi.
Anything is fine, Suhi said, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette. Just as he was about to light one, he noticed the no smoking sign on the wall. With a frustrated sigh, he tucked the cigarette back into his pocket. This was precisely why he disliked dining in upscale restaurants. For a seasoned smoker, being in a place where smoking was prohibited was nothing short of torture, regardless of how luxurious it might be. Then let us. She had come to meet Zhao Hui regarding the show The Strongest Female Voice, hoping to secure a spot for Qinqi. Let us enjoy our meal first, we can discuss it afterward, Zhao Hui replied with a calm smile. Alright, Ling Qingmeng frowned slightly, glancing at the candles and flowers. Yet when she glanced at Suhi, who was fiddling with a lighter, she found herself inexplicably reassured. However, the thought of having to prepare midnight snacks for this man later made her a bit irked. In truth, Ling Qingmeng harbored her own little plan. Once she received her salary next month, she would move out, thereby freeing herself from the obligation to cook for him. Ha, how clever of her. Chapter 50. Young man, pursuing a girl is not done in this manner. At the dining table, Suhi remained silent, engrossed in his steak, while Zhao Hui was quite animated, occasionally engaging Ling Qingmeng in conversation and sharing several stories he deemed amusing. Ling Qingmeng, in need of his assistance, made a token effort to laugh at his anecdotes. Several times during the meal, she attempted to steer the conversation towards the program, but Zhao Hui still. Before long, Suhi finished his steak. He patted his stomach. Although his appetite was modest, he still felt less than satiated. The beef noodles or river snail rice from downstairs would have been more satisfying. Of course, he did not behave foolishly by asking the waiter for another serving. Regardless of the host's intentions for treating, it was still their treat. Accompanying Ling Qingmeng, he felt it was imperative to uphold certain decorum. Suhi considered himself a person of refinement. Even if the other party was a fool, he had no desire to take advantage of such a situation. He was financially independent and could afford his own meals. I'm stepping out for a smoke. After having refrained from smoking during their time in the establishment, he felt a slight unease. Alright, just be quick, Ling Qingmeng replied, still not quite accustomed to physical contact with Suhi. The unexpected sensation on her shoulder caused a faint flush to rise on her neck as Zhao Hui, observing this subtle change in Ling Qingmeng's expression, felt a pang of unease. He had initially thought of Suhi as merely. This realization stirred an inexplicable irritation within him. After all, he now had an unanticipated rival, and a rather handsome one at that, which made him somewhat anxious. Once Suhi departed, a brief silence enveloped Zhao Hui and Ling Qingmeng.
Zhao Hui, what did your senior say regarding the program? Are there any conditions?
Ling Qingmeng set down her cutlery and smiled at Zhao Hui. This marked the fourth time she had broached the topic of the program that evening. Previously, Zhao Hui had deftly sidestepped her inquiries, but this time, she demanded an answer. Zhao Hui also laid down his cutlery, took a sip of red wine, and, with a wry smile, shook his head.
Is it so difficult to have a meal without discussing work? Why must you always bring it up?
Ling Qingmeng was taken aback and replied candidly, I came here to discuss this matter. Despite the presence of candles and flowers in the room, the decor only served to make Ling Qingmeng feel uneasy.
Qingmeng, can't you sense my feelings for you?
Zhao Hui felt it was time to express his emotions. Ling Qingmeng had been the belle of the campus during her university days, a goddess to many, including Zhao Hui. After her graduation, she quickly ascended to become a top-tier artist, creating a significant distance between them. In the past, he would have felt unworthy to even exchange a word with her. He had assumed he would forever look up to her, but with her return to the public eye after a hiatus, Zhao Hui felt that his chance had finally arrived. If he did not confess now, he feared he might regret it for the rest of his life. Ling Qingmeng found herself at a loss for words. Having risen to stardom in the entertainment industry, she was no fool. She could sense Zhao Hui's underlying intentions, however. She was eager to secure this opportunity, which was why she had invited Sui along, believing his presence would temper Zhao Hui's advances. Yet, she did not anticipate that he would still speak up.
Are we still in discussion?
At that moment, Sui re-entered, taking his seat beside Ling Qingmeng. Noticing the somber expressions on their faces, he inquired, "What's the matter?"
Had he missed out on something juicy during his brief absence? Surely it couldn't have happened that fast. What was the purpose of his visit today?
Qingmeng, I have liked you since university. I am genuinely pleased that you sought my assistance this time because helping someone I care for is the greatest joy.
I ask for little, merely the chance to pursue you. Would that be agreeable?
Zhao Hui ignored Sui, focusing intently on Ling Qingmeng, his expression earnest and his tone sincere. Upon hearing this, Sui raised an eyebrow. He had not missed anything. The main event was just beginning. Leaning back in his chair, crossing his legs, he wore a faint smile. If only there were some sunflower seeds or peanuts, or perhaps a bowl of river snail rice. Yes, he decided he would pack some to take home later, lest he go hungry this evening.
Or perhaps he should buy some groceries for Ling Qingmeng to cook. He pondered what to have for a late-night snack. Are you threatening me? What if I choose not to give you that opportunity?
Ling Qingmeng frowned, her tone growing icy. Zhao Hui's conflation of personal matters with work made her uncomfortable. Had she been willing to accept such unspoken rules, given her professional capabilities, she would not be a mere small studio owner but rather a superlative artist who had captivated audiences nationwide, perhaps even if you refuse, I will still assist you. My senior has already made arrangements, stating he would reserve a spot for you, so you need not worry on that front.
Zhao Hui hastily clarified, noticing that Ling Qingmeng's expression had not softened.
He continued, "The reason I have avoided discussing work with you is that I feared you would leave after hearing it, denying me the opportunity to express my true feelings. Zhao Hui, we are no longer naive children fresh out of school." Zhao Hui felt a chill at the intensity of her gaze. He believed he had done nothing wrong. He had merely expressed his feelings and offered his assistance, asserting that he would help regardless of her response. I genuinely desire this opportunity, but not in this manner. As she spoke, she stood and gathered her belongings. Qingmeng, I truly do not mean it that way, nor am I asking for an answer right now. I simply wish for a chance to pursue you. I genuinely like you, Zhao Hui exclaimed, his urgency palpable. He was not lying. He truly harbored deep feelings for Ling Qingmeng.
Apologies, but I must decline.
Ling Qingmeng shook her head. Sui's amused expression faltered, and he slowly rose, offering Zhao Hui a smile. Young man, that is not how one pursues a girl. He had initially assumed Zhao Hui to be a mere pretender, but it turned out he was just a desperate suitor. Shaking his head, he departed, leaving Zhao Hui standing there, bewildered. After much contemplation, he could not fathom what had gone awry in his approach. He owed a favor to his senior and merely sought one from Ling Qingmeng. He had not coerced her into a relationship, yet, did Ling Qingmeng truly find him so repugnant that she would forego the opportunity to allow him to court her? Chapter 51. Perhaps there is a turn of events? On Binjiang Road, the summer in Xuanqing City felt somewhat sultry, yet the river breeze was pleasantly refreshing against one's face. Numerous adults accompanied by their children sought refuge from the heat by the riverside, while elderly ladies engaged in lively square dancing. Ling Qingmeng found the atmosphere rather noisy and chose to distance herself from the bustling square. Sui, smoking a cigarette and fidgeting with his lighter, trailed behind her, stepping on the elongated shadow cast by the streetlights as they walked. Sui was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled in response. Indeed, it might seem a bit foolish. After all, you've merely gained an admirer in exchange for Chen Qi's opportunity to perform on stage.
In truth, you haven't lost anything.
Ling Qingmeng forced a smile and shook her head. She halted, resting her hands on the railing, her gaze drifting towards the distant Hongidong, a famed landmark. The night breeze tousled her hair, and the comforting sensation caused her eyes to narrow slightly, her lips curving into a faint smile. He leaned against the railing, turning his face to observe her, suddenly realizing how harmoniously the night lights complemented her presence. I might truly be unfit for the entertainment industry, Ling Qingmeng mused. He merely wished to collect a favor, and had Ling Qingmeng been a tad more tactful, she might have relished the situation, considering it merely an addition to her list of admirers. If it became unbearable, she could always turn him down or simply ignore him. To gain a spot without any cost from the perspective of the company's owner was undeniably a lucrative deal. Although you may not be suited for the entertainment industry nor for managing a company, it does not imply that you lack the qualities of a good artist or a competent boss. Sui inhaled deeply, flicking the cigarette butt away, which arched gracefully before landing in a trash bin. Previously, he had little understanding of Ling Qingmeng, perceiving her as somewhat naive, yet her ability to navigate the complexities of business was undeniably remarkable. Today, however, he discovered a kind of tenacity within her that was rarely seen in the industry. Foolishness, perhaps, but it earned his admiration. As he had mentioned earlier, she could have simply accepted the offer and then disregarded Zhao Hui, treating him as just another admirer, especially since he worked at a television station and had numerous resources at his disposal. This would have been the choice of the majority. Take his ex-girlfriend, Li Shen, for instance. Had she been in Ling Qingmeng's position, she would have unhesitatingly accepted, but Ling Qingmeng had outright declined. It wasn't a matter of right or wrong, rather, Sui was merely surprised by her decision.
Are you complimenting me?
Ling Qingmeng chuckled lightly.
Is it strange that I've praised you before?
Sui retorted, somewhat irked.
What else have you praised me for? Sui met her gaze and blinked. You cook exceptionally well.
Ling Qingmeng's lips twitched, yet she ultimately chose not to respond. A brief silence enveloped them. Unbeknownst to them, the clock was nearing 10 o'clock. If Shaoqi finds out that the opportunity is gone, she will undoubtedly be very disappointed. Ling Qingmeng sighed deeply. A sense of guilt washed over her. Her choice had deprived Chen Qi of her chance to perform. Upon hearing this, Sui wore a gentle smile. Perhaps there is still a chance?
What do you mean?
Ling Qingmeng inquired, looking at him.
Nothing serious.
It's getting late, let us head back, Sui said, brushing off the dust from his clothes after leaning against the railing.
All right, Ling Qingmeng nodded. Are you hungry?
Sui suddenly asked.
A bit. Shall we buy some ingredients to take home?
Online, after a day of escalating tensions surrounding Zhang Xiaohan and Jia Yang, the situation had reached a boiling point. Jia Yang's song, Once Loved You, had soared to second place on the new song chart, achieving this remarkable feat within just one day, a speed that even many top-tier artists could not match.
This is the power of justice. Our brother Zhao Yang is about to rise to fame. Entering the top tier is just around the corner. Zhang Xiaohan's reputation is in tatters now.
She brought this upon herself, gaining notoriety through shady means only to lose it the same way.
Let us not be too harsh. Didn't Zhang Xiaohan claim she was unaware? Do you really believe such a cliché PR statement? Hey, if you do, then you are truly naive. Think about it, Zhang Xiaohan is just a small internet celebrity. How could she possibly compete with Zhao Yang without underhanded tactics?
Fans of Zhao Yang felt a sense of vindication. After all, they had defended their idol's honor, and with such impressive results, it was only a matter of time. Who wouldn't adore such an idol? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Qingmeng Studios still glowed with light.
The show is about to begin.
Chen Qi wrapped his arm around Zhang Xiaohan, his not-so-substantial chest pressing against her arm.
Shouldn't we post on Weibo?
Zhang Xiaohan suddenly recalled Ling Qingmeng's reminder. Exactly, their essay draft in the group.
You can simply copy and paste it.
Chen Qi affirmed as Zhang Xiaohan took out her phone, opened the group chat, copied the message Ling Qingmeng had prepared, and then opened her Weibo. She had gained 50,000 followers thanks to her song The Initial Dream, but had lost several thousand due to this incident. Her Weibo was rife with criticism. She dared not read the comments. Having just risen to fame, she had never experienced such a widespread backlash, and the insults still stung. However, Ling Qingmeng had advised her that no artist was exempt from criticism. Even Sui, recognized as a genius in the industry, faced his share of detractors. To become a star and achieve great success, one must learn to disregard the opinions of others. While this was a lesson understood by all, Zhang Xiaohan still required more experience to truly embody this mindset.
Perhaps I am indeed lacking, which is why you all criticize me.
I've considered that if I were in Zhao Yang's position, I would also feel quite uncomfortable. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have competed with Zhao Yang for an opportunity. I should be grateful for the attention I've received as a small internet celebrity. Her self-deprecating remarks sent chills down the spines of both Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Qi. Truly, the boss was a master of the art of sarcasm on Weibo, a former top celebrity with unparalleled skill in the realm of social media. With 4 or 5 more drafts prepared, if they were all posted and the song released, perhaps public opinion could shift.
Who knew if Zhao Yang could withstand the pressure?
Now, it all hinges on whether our song's quality can turn the tide of public opinion. Chen Qi exclaimed, excitement and fervor illuminating his eyes as he held onto Zhang Xiaohan's arm.
Xiao Qi, are you questioning teacher Xinghe's abilities? Zhang Xiaohan retorted. After all, it was a song by teacher Xinghe, how could it possibly lose to Zhao Yang? There is no suspense here. The calm and composed Shui Liang stated decisively, Chapter 52, you may proceed. At 10 p.m., the trailer for The Fleeting Years was released punctually. However, even before its airing, the drama's reputation was already on the brink of collapse. A dispute regarding the theme song ensued, as the production team, eager to. This decision led to Zhao Yang's fans trending the incident on Weibo, resulting in a severely tarnished reputation for the drama. The production team of The Fleeting Years remains silent on the matter, even releasing several song previews while lavishing praise on singer Zhang Xiaohan. Such actions further incensed Zhao Yang's fans, keeping the controversy within the top 10 of trending topics. At Liuguang Entertainment, Zhao Yang and producer Lu Ha had yet to clock out, anxiously awaiting the moment their song would ascend to the top of the new music charts. It seems the momentum has slowed since this afternoon. At this rate, we might not surpass the current number one until tomorrow morning, Zhao Yang remarked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the charts. Their song had garnered an impressive 300,000 listens in just one day, yet the leading artist, a first-tier singer, boasted over 400,000 listens. The data was stagnating. They had initially anticipated reaching the top tonight but now feared it might take until morning. Be ye grateful, your competitor is a first-tier artist. Without this wave of public interest, our song would have been lucky to crack the top 10. The prospect of potentially reaching the number one spot is already quite remarkable, Lu Ha commented, taking a small sip of his coffee. In his view, Zhao Yan was still too impetuous. Achieving their current success through sheer opportunism was already a considerable triumph. Furthermore, the cost of offending the Fleeting Years team was significant. They would likely lose future business with them, Lu Ha found. Besides, the Fleeting Years was merely a small production team. Offending them was a minor concern. Haha, you're right, teacher Lu. I was indeed aiming too high, Zhao Yang chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. There is nothing wrong with youthful ambition, Lu Ha replied, waving his hand dismissively. Just then, Zhao Yang noticed a notification. The trailer for The Fleeting Years is live. Lu Ha also caught sight of the message on the computer screen. Teacher Lu, should we take a look? Zhao Yang inquired, glancing back at Lu Ha. Let us see, I'm curious what qualifications this little internet celebrity has to vie for our spot, Lu Ha said, leaning back in his chair with a cold smile gracing his lips. Zhao Yang chuckled, clicking on the Weibo notification, mimicking Lu Ha's posture as he settled back in his chair, crossing his legs. The screen lit up with the scene of the female lead at her wedding, while the male lead gazed at her in a daze. Their eyes met, and they were lost in memories. You must have looked stunning in your wedding dress, the male lead remarked with a gentle smile, recalling their school days. The line, paired with the preceding imagery, evoked a sense of melancholy. I can't fathom what this clueless production team was thinking. Our song Once Loved You would have been a perfect fit for this drama, and yet they chose not to use it. Zhao Yang muttered. Ha, there will always be those lacking vision in this world. It's for the best. Such a mediocre production could never elevate our song to the new music charts, Lu Ha scoffed, his tone dripping with satisfaction. His maneuvering this time was nothing short of textbook-level opportunism, directly mirroring the method that propelled Zhang Xiaohan to fame, turning the tables in their favor. Not only had he tarnished Zhang Xiaohan's image, but he was also poised to slap the production team in the face with the achievement of a number one hit. It was an intellectual triumph. Teacher Lu, you truly are a seasoned expert. Without your guidance, I would have been left in silence, Zhao Yang said, grinning as he showered Lu Ha with flattery. Lu Ha's pride deepened, and he waved his hand humbly, saying, in my eyes, you possess great potential. I have high hopes for you. Keep up the effort. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang was elated. Lu Ha was a mid-level producer, and gaining his favor could lead to more outstanding songs. He felt a surge of gratitude towards the production team for rejecting his song, as it had ultimately strengthened his relationship with Lu Ha. I, Zhao Yang, will not disappoint your expectations, Teacher Lu, he declared with unwavering conviction. Let us listen to the song, Lu Ha suggested, casually waving his hand as he savored his coffee. As they chatted, the trailer transitioned to the romantic moments between the leads. The music began, adding a layer of subtle sadness to the sweet narrative of love. In those fleeting years, how many times did we say, after we part, let us delay? Zhang Xiaohan's ethereal voice resonated through the air. Suddenly, Lu Ha, caught off guard, sprayed his coffee all over Zhao Yang. Startled, Zhao Yang turned to see Lu Ha coughing violently. The pristine white shirt, freshly purchased, was now stained brown with coffee. He wanted to vent his frustration but stifled his urge since Lu Ha was a respected producer. Cough, cough. I am terribly sorry, it was unintentional, Lu Ha managed between coughs, hastily reaching for napkins to clean his mouth. Why the dramatic reaction, Teacher Lu? Zhao Yang frowned, grabbing a few napkins to wipe his sleeve. However, as the fabric was soaked with coffee, his arm felt sticky.
prompting him to remove his shirt and wipe his arm bare. The shirt was ruined, but fortunately, it was already 10 at night, and most of the colleagues at the company had departed. He could head to the parking garage and retrieve a jacket from his car. Silence. Let us listen, Luha interrupted, cutting Jia Yang off. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, Jia Yang thought, you're the one who made me wet, and now you ignore me? Nonetheless, he dared not confront Luha, as he needed to curry favor with the mid-level producer. He continued to wipe his arm while listening to the song. If we cannot meet again without red eyes, can we still meet with rosy faces, just like those hurried years, etching forever together, such beautiful rumors. The song had reached its chorus. Luha's expression transformed from shock to astonishment, and now it morphed into sheer disbelief. The song. His eyes widened, and his jaw slackened. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang stood frozen, oblivious to the crumpled napkin in his hand, entranced by the moment. We must owe each other, we shall remain connected. The song concluded, and so, time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Zhao Yang and Luha gradually regained their composure. The Fleeting Years, by Xingha. Luha murmured, gazing at the song's credits. Zhao Yang turned to Luha, their eyes locking, each reflecting a glimmer of panic. With a crash, Luha's coffee cup fell to the floor, splattering coffee onto Zhao Yang's pants. What are you doing? Zhao Yang exclaimed, his voice a mix of genuine anger and underlying fear as he shouted at Luha. He hastily grabbed napkins, bending down to clean his pants. Luha stood behind him, expressionless, his mind swirling with the melody of the song and the name Xingha. Suddenly, Zhao Yang's assistant pushed the door open. Zhao Yang, what is happening? Upon seeing Zhao Yang shirtless, one hand propped on the desk and the other dangling to the ground, while Luha stood behind him, the assistant froze, glancing at the scattered napkins, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. You may continue, he said, discreetly shutting the office door. Chapter 53, a polarizing turn due to the fervor surrounding the public incident involving Zhao Yang and Zhang Xiaohan. The trailer for Time Flies garnered an impressive. Initially, the comments were rife with scorn. However, at some point, the tide began to shift dramatically. Why do I feel that Zhang Xiaohan's song is the perfect match for the movie? Not just a perfect match. Listening to the song reminds me of a girl from my past. Indeed, while Zhao Yang's song is melodious, it lacks a narrative depth, whereas Time Flies truly strikes a chord. If a reunion cannot bring tears to our eyes, can it still? Such lyrics are simply picturesque, capturing the essence of love to its fullest. How can a mere internet celebrity like Zhang Xiaohan possibly compare to brother Zhao Yang? Zhang Xiaohan has been apologizing from start to finish. She earned the title track through her talent, yet you brainless fans still berate her. Exactly, if Zhao Yang's own song is subpar, why would anyone overlook Zhang Xiaohan's exceptional work in favor of his trash? The comments section erupted into chaos. Zhao Yang's fans adamantly claimed that Zhang Xiaohan had resorted to unscrupulous tactics to seize the theme song from their idol. Many, having listened to both songs and assessed their quality, quickly understood why the production team opted for Time Flies over Zhao Yang's Once Loved You. The two songs were clearly not on the same level. Only those with a fervent devotion to Zhao Yang continued to stubbornly insist that his song was superior. Notably, astute netizens also discovered that the producer of Time Flies, Xingha, was the same. While attention had initially centered on singer Zhang Xiaohan, the song deliberately highlighted the producer's name at the end, giving Xingha his moment in the spotlight. Although Time Flies differed in genre from the first song, its quality was undeniable, and many listeners found themselves eagerly and it seems that Time Flies will perform exceptionally well. The song is now available on music platforms, and it's free to listen. Wow, it's genuinely free? This Xingha can't possibly be a fan of Suwa, could he? Is he giving away all his songs for free like Suwa does? That might just be a possibility. In the Chinese music scene, there are typically two reasons for free songs. One is that newcomers choose to offer free listens for greater exposure, and the other is Suwa. Among established producers, only Suwa has made all his songs available for free now. With the emergence, thanks to the song trending on Weibo and the film's promotional efforts, Qingmeng Studio managed to achieve maximum exposure for Time Flies without spending a single penny on marketing. Coupled with the fervent criticism from Zhao Yang's fans towards Zhang Xiaohan, many passersby, they then visited Zhang Xiaohan's Weibo, where they encountered her earlier pitiful apologies, which sparked a wave of sympathy for her. A song of quality may struggle to achieve success, but when combined with popularity, it is bound to succeed. Within an hour of its release, Time Flies entered the top 30 of the new song charts. In 2 hours, it surged into the top 10, then, at a pace of climbing one position every hour, it continued to advance. It's late, but I want to see if we can snag the top spot on the new song charts tonight. It's going to be a long night. My heart aches for Zhang Xiaohan, she's being ruthlessly criticized. Zhao Yang's fans are like a cult, bullying Zhang Xiaohan because her fanbase is smaller, and even now that the theme song is out, they must feel quite embarrassed. What I really want is for Zhao Yang to reveal which song he would choose. Looking back, Zhao Yang's earlier Weibo post seems overly disingenuous. After all, he was merely a second-tier artist. If he were a top-tier superstar, he might withstand the backlash due to his fanbase, but it was evident that Zhao Yang lacked such support. As midnight approached, Zhang Xiaohan remained at Qingmeng's studio. Chen Qi had fallen asleep with her head resting on Zhang Xiaohan's shoulder, while Shuai Liang felt it unsafe for the two girls to be alone at the office at such a late hour and chose to stay. He retrieved a pillow from Chen Qi's spot, unzipped it to transform it into a blanket, and gently covered Chen Qi before sitting down beside her. Brother Liang, I think I might really. They must promote both you and Professor Xinghe, so this time, you will indeed shine. Shuai Liang replied with a smile. Zhang Xiaohan gazed at the back-end data on her computer. Despite the late hour, her listener count continued to soar at an unprecedented rate, even surpassing that of the initial dream. At this pace, achieving the top spot on the new song charts did not seem difficult. Initially, Zhang Xiaohan believed she would be overwhelmingly joyful and excited, yet she felt a tinge of bittersweetness instead. It was as if something she had pursued for so long was finally within reach, and as she reflected on the journey, she felt a profound sense of gratitude for her perseverance. Professor Xinghe is truly remarkable, Zhang Xiaohan remarked, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After hearing Xinghe's two songs, he had been certain their performance would not disappoint. Upon meeting Sua, he recognized that the individual was extraordinary. It was an intuition cultivated over many years in the industry. With Professor Xinghe, despite his considerable talent and handsome appearance, he had wasted an entire decade due to industry suppression, while many artists' careers barely lasted 10 years, and I can. Shuai Liang replied with a self-deprecating smile. We all can. Zhang Xiaohan said, glancing toward Chen Qi. She wondered how disgusting. Chapter 54, a cautionary tale of development. Do not indulge. Upon returning home, Su He and Ling Qingmeng found themselves unsated after their steak dinner. Consequently, they procured some noodles from the supermarket to prepare its soup. It must be said, Ling Qingmeng's noodles were truly delectable, particularly with her exclusive secret ingredient, a star anise, that elevated the entire bowl to sublime heights. Su He managed to finish an entire bowl, yet Ling Qingmeng, preoccupied with her thoughts, scarcely touched hers. The opportunity to participate in the Strongest Female Voice contest on Blue River Television had slipped away, and she grappled with how to explain this to Chen Qi, leaving her in a rather melancholic state. After the meal, she bid farewell to Su He and returned to her own home. After tidying up the dishes, Su He reclined on the sofa, indulging in a smoke. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully joining the Qingmeng studio. You have received a task reward: the script for the anime The Young Song of the first season, which has been registered under your copyright and stored in the system's warehouse. The task was complete. To his surprise, it was indeed the script for The Young Song, an anime adapted from a novel of the same name. This narrative, characterized by its ensemble cast, revolves around the tale of the unintentional monk, and its fervent storyline is undoubtedly well suited for adaptation into an anime format. Moreover, Su He was once a content creator on a small platform in his past life. He recalls that while pursuing Xiaonian Gexing, this anime boasted an impressive score of 9.5, truly a rare gem among domestic. However, now is not the time to be distracted by anime. He will address it once the production team stabilizes. With this thought, Su He picked up his phone to search for Zuichang Nguyen. Lanzhong Television passionately presents a brand new female singer audition competition, dedicated to nurturing it. Viewers and judges will jointly select the strongest female singer of this new generation. The slogan certainly resounds powerfully, and nevertheless, Lanzhong Television ranks among the top few in terms of exposure across major networks, thereby justifying such. Furthermore, with the audience votes and judges' scores each holding equal weight, it appears the production team leans more towards market preferences this time. A total of 24 contestants will be divided into 3 groups, commencing with a 24-12 elimination round. Each group consists of 8 singers, spread over 3 episodes. For the elimination process, after the top 4 are selected from each group, they will proceed to the subsequent competition, culminating. He had cleared out his colleagues from Warner Entertainment, but there remain several industry veterans among his WeChat friends. Soon enough, he located Li Guangliang, opening the chat window. The last message from Li Guangliang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Su-hee, for speaking on my behalf. It has allowed me to keep this job. If there's anything in the future, just give me a shout. He remembered that it was an online interview with Li Guangliang, where the recording had failed to save due to equipment issues, leading to a request for a. While most artists might refuse due to the other party's error or demand additional compensation, Su-hee had said nothing and recorded it again, later even speaking a few kind words on behalf of Li Guangliang, which saved him from dismissal. Who would have thought he would swiftly ascend to the position of chief director? I have a friend who wishes to audition for Zhuoqiang Nuyen. Are there still spots available on your end? Su-hee promptly composed and sent the message. He initially thought Li Guangliang might have already gone to bed, but to his surprise, the response came almost instantaneously. Teacher Su-hee, does the person you recommended still need to audition? I can simply grant her a spot. The reply was a voice message, and one could detect both respect and excitement in his tone, as if it were a privilege for him to be contacted by Su-hee. Heh, no special treatment. It's the usual audition process. If she meets the criteria, she will pass. If not, we won't force it. Su-hee believed wholeheartedly in Chen-chi's capabilities, so there was no need for any backdoor dealings. She merely needed an opportunity. Alright, just have her come directly to the production team. Li Guangliang answered decisively. You'll need to reach out to Qingmeng Studio as well, just inform them of the invitation for Chen-chi to participate in the program. Qingmeng Studio, Chen-chi? Su-hee then realized that the subordinate he spoke of must be Zhao Hui, the sycophant who had taken Ling Qingmeng out for dinner earlier that day. I'll send you a phone number shortly. You can call tomorrow, saying the production team is interested in Chen-chi's abilities, and it has nothing to do with your subordinate. Su-hee instructed after a moment of contemplation. Alright, I'll say it was recommended by Teacher Su-hee. Just make sure not to mention me. State that your production team reviewed Chen-chi's profile, found her skills commendable, and extended an invitation for her audition. Fine, I'll follow your lead. Thanks a lot. You're being too curt. You are my benefactor, and I cannot accept your gratitude for such a small favor. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su-hee put away his phone and stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the bustling traffic outside. At present, Zhang Xiaohan has indeed gained considerable fame, which has also elevated Xingha's profile. In sending Chen-chi to participate in Zhuoqiang Nuyen, Su-hee intends for her to perform new songs. With that, he hopes to accumulate significant recognition. Once Xingha's fame is established, he can aim for the monthly hit song charts. The pressure from Warner is undeniably formidable, yet with the system's support, Su-hee feels an unwavering confidence. However, should Warner discover that Xingha is indeed Su-hee, it would inevitably lead to substantial suppression. The challenges posed by a top-tier entertainment company would be insurmountable, even for the name Su-hee. What he must focus on now is enhancing Xingha's recognition and nurture. With a few capable artists and a heightened profile for Xingha, he would then be qualified to vie for the top spot on the hit song charts. He is not merely seeking a fleeting victory on the charts. He aspires for a 12th consecutive win streak. Achieving this would earn him a nomination as a song deity. Only by becoming a song deity would he have the leverage to challenge major corporations. At that point, he would not only to truly confront Warner. Achievements in film and animation are also requisite. As for anime, he can have Fatty look into the cost of acquiring his sister's workplace's animation company, while he has yet to devise a plan for film. Nonetheless, there is no need to rush. The priority lies with music for the moment. The road ahead is long and arduous, Su-hee sighed, yet his eyes sparkled with a fierce glint, cold and sharp like a wild wolf. Regardless of the circumstances, the most crucial task now is to bide his time and develop quietly. No rash actions. Chapter 55 of the Plan of the Musical Deity. The following day, Fleeting Years surpassed 1 million streams, successfully eclipsing Zhao Yang's Once Loved You, and ascended to the pinnacle of the new song chart. Released a day late, it soared to the top overnight. The rankings on the new song chart further elucidate that the market's preference between these two songs is not merely a matter of Zhang Xiaohan capitalizing. With such achievements to compare, the online vitriol aimed at Zhang Xiaohan and the Fleeting Years production team has dissipated, with many redirecting their ire towards Zhao Yang and his fervent fans. Coupled with the exposure from the new song chart, the popularity of Fleeting Years surged dramatically. Zhang Xiaohan re-entered the public eye and became an undeniable sensation.
At long last, now I can finally sleep. Ha, after an all-nighter, I was just waiting for Fleeting Years to claim the crown. What a thrill, slapping those deluded Zhao Yang fans right in the face.
Zhang Xiaohan is undoubtedly the most popular artist now, and the production team has experienced a surge in exposure due to this newfound popularity. Only Zhao Yang is left wounded in this scenario. He deserves it.
His lack of talent led him to attempt to leverage his fans to cyberbully Zhang Xiaohan, forcing her to issue numerous apology posts. My heartaches for my Xiaohan. Mind your words, that's my Xiaohan you're talking. Such a feat can only be described as explosive. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohan, who was merely a minor internet celebrity, suddenly achieved consecutive #1 hits on the new song chart, with her Weibo followers skyrocketing by 100,000 overnight, nearly reaching 700,000 in total. An official ranking concerning the Chinese music scene, based on metrics like popularity and reputation, places her at a level comparable to second-tier artists. However, due to her meteoric rise, this high level of popularity is expected to wane, thus the data categorizes her as a third-tier artist. The transformation from a minor internet celebrity to a third-tier artist in such a brief period is indeed a rare occurrence in the industry. As for the producer, Xingha, his popularity is equally remarkable, attributed to his policy of offering. He has even been dubbed Little Sua by numerous netizens. Kyoto Warner Entertainment, after assuming the identity of Sua, Dufeng's planning department devised a series of commercial strategies. Firstly, the fact that all of Sua's songs are free is fundamental to his reputation. Monetizing through song plays is impossible, as charging for his music would undoubtedly tarnish his image, a value that remains. Warner would be foolish to squander such an asset at this juncture. Since charging for songs is off the table, a fresh approach is required. Engaging in commercial activities is the most lucrative avenue for artists. Participation fees for various television stations and online platform events, brand endorsements, and reality shows are all quite substantial. Previously, Sua declined to engage in such appearances, but Dufeng relished the opportunity to be in the limelight. Currently, Warner has scheduled a romantic-themed reality show for him. In addition to this reality show, a deification plan has been devised. Achieving 12 consecutive months atop the monthly hit song chart is requisite for becoming the musical deity of the Chinese music scene. Sua had previously attempted to reach this milestone, but after securing the #1 spot for 7 months, he was ultimately halted by the deity, Guofeng. Even in the face of the deity, he only narrowly lost. Hence, Sua is regarded as the foremost contender beneath the musical deity. Now, with Dufeng adopting the moniker Sua, he is preparing to challenge the deity once more. Should Dufeng ascend to the status of the deity, coupled with Warner's existing, it might even become the leading entertainment company in the domestic scene. In the conference room, the market department director remarked, recently, a certain Xingha has garnered significant attention. What's the point? Your immersion into this role is quite swift. The market department director involuntarily smirked, harboring a sense of disdain for Dufeng's arrogance. After all, the acclaim is not his to claim. It is the result of Sua's accumulated popularity and reputation. Why be so boastful? He merely has a fortunate uncle who bestowed the name Sua upon him. Does he truly believe himself to be Sua? Regaining his composure, he continued, I have listened to those 2 songs by Xingha, and their quality is exceptional. If paired with a high-caliber producer and a renowned singer, I believe they possess the potential to dominate the hit song chart. You also mentioned if. What use is that analogy? He is neither a high-caliber producer, nor is he a celebrated vocalist, Dufeng retorted, shrugging. Alright, this meeting isn't about. The debate ceased. The announcements for the July new songs have already been released, yet the deification plan remains unpublicized. I suggest we observe the market reaction to next month's new songs first. Once we secure a few consecutive months at the top of the hit song chart, we can then unveil Sua's ambition to challenge the deity, proposed the promotional department director. I find that approach agreeable. If we announce it prematurely, the other 3 major entertainment companies will undoubtedly attempt to thwart our deification efforts, as they would not wish to see 2 deities emerging from Warner, the market department director concurred. Currently, among the 4 major entertainment companies in the domestic scene, each has its own deity, creating a delicate balance. Should Warner produce another deity, it would, just as Sua's pursuit of the deity was halted by Guofeng of Morning Dawn Entertainment after 7 months of dominance.
Rest assured on this front, since I proposed the deification plan, I have no fear of them, Du Detao replied with a smile, shaking his head. The others gazed at him in astonishment. Could it be that teacher Zhao Qingyang has agreed to assist? The market department director was the first to react. Zhao Qingyang, Warner Entertainment's deity, ranked second among the. Should he choose to compose songs for Du Feng and release them under Du Feng's name, it would render any attempts by the other companies to undermine him futile. However, Zhao Qingyang would not easily lend his support. Even Du Detao, as Warner's general manager, could not compel Zhao Qingyang to assist. It seems Du Detao has offered Zhao Qingyang an irresistible incentive to help elevate his nephew. This is a His expression spoke volumes. Following this revelation, the management across other departments felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. Chapter 56, In What Way Am I Inferior to Suhi? Warner Artist Department. Du Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way towards the inner office. As one of the four major entertainment companies, Warner Entertainment had rented an entire office building for its headquarters, with various departments operating within. The artist department alone occupied 2 floors. Among these 2 floors, only those artists who had reached Super A-list status were entitled to their own offices. When Suhi was still with Warner, he had spent his time in the. After assuming the identity of Suhi, Du Feng had been wandering around the company, becoming quite familiar with the artist department. Teacher Suhi, here to see Sister Xian again? Teacher Suhi, his sister Xian is in her office. Many approached to greet him. Hello, everyone, Du Feng responded with a smile. Just then, a youthful and attractive girl wearing high heels walked towards Du Feng. It has been a few days. Teacher Suhi looks even more handsome, she said, her hands clasped in front of her, her tone laced with respect. Xiaoyun, you're at the company too. Du Feng's smile broadened. Zhao Xiaoyun had just graduated from the Kyoto Music Academy and was a recently promoted newcomer singer at Warner, receiving considerable resources allocated to her. She had even participated in the highly popular show The Strongest Female Voice on Blue River TV, where she was crafted into the image of a prodigious young talent, a strong contender for the championship. If she were to win the title, with Warner's backing, it would secure her position among the A-list, potentially making her the next diva after Li Xian. I heard from director Du that the finale song will be penned by you. I wonder if the song is ready. The finale is still a ways off, Du Feng replied, shaking his head, then leaned closer to her ear and whispered, moreover, I still don't know your vocal nuances well enough. How about you come to my office after work so I can gauge your range? It would help in writing your song. Zhao Xiaoyun paused momentarily, a flicker of hesitation crossing her charming face, but ultimately she nodded softly in agreement. Du Feng chuckled heartily, waving at her. Then I'll go find Xiao Xian first. Goodbye, Teacher Suhi, Zhao Xiaoyun replied, her cheeks tinged with red as she waved back before returning to her position. Although the others did not overhear their conversation, many artists noticed Zhao Xiaoyun's bashful demeanor. Haha, look at Zhao Xiaoyun, trying to charm Teacher Suhi again. Don't be envious. Zhao Xiaoyun is the company's star newcomer. What about you? At least I won't grovel like that vixen, being so righteous. Do you even think you have the right to speak with Suhi? If there were a real chance to seduce Suhi, some people would shed their clothes faster than anyone else. Haha, you've seen through me. I'm just jealous of her. After all, clinging to Suhi's coattails could at least secure a spot among the A-listers. By the way, have you heard? The real Suhi is actually someone else, and this Du Feng is merely an imposter due to connections? Should keep your voice down. Du Feng is director Du's nephew. If he hears you, you're finished. Who cares who he is? As long as Warner claims Du Feng is Suhi, he is Suhi. Even CP Li Xian is so sweet with him. Do you still want to play the savior? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. What a ridiculous notion of being a savior. Offending Warner in the domestic entertainment industry means you can forget about making a living here. Li Xian's office. Du Feng sat on the sofa with a smile, observing Li Xian as she prepared coffee, her profile illuminated in the soft light. It was undeniable that becoming a diva in such a short time was not only due to Suhi's strong endorsement but also because her looks were among the finest in the industry. He genuinely admired Li Xian, having liked her since the very first time they met. However, this woman only had eyes for Suhi. Even now, with him donning Suhi's identity, Li Xian continued to reject him. The thought ignited a flame of uncontainable frustration within Du Feng. Since returning, he had lived in the shadow of Suhi. The company praised Suhi, the employees lauded Suhi, while he, Du Feng, felt like a mere transparent figure. In his heart, he believed that during his time in the United States, he had acquired the most advanced knowledge of pop music in the world, and his songwriting abilities were no less than Suhi's. It was merely that he hadn't returned for the last 2 years. Had he come back earlier, there would have been no Suhi to speak of, and the title of genius producer rightfully belonged to him. Most importantly, if he had returned 2 years ago, Li Xian's heart would have belonged to him. Du Feng, the dating show has been confirmed, and we have 2 months to prepare, Du Feng declared, tapping on the glass coffee table.
I will cooperate, Li Xian replied, placing the brewed coffee before Du Feng and sitting beside him. Du Feng lifted the cup, taking a sip and smiling contentedly. The coffee brewed by Xiao Xian is always the best. As he spoke, he shifted closer to her. Li Xian frowned slightly, subtly increasing the distance between them. Xiao Xian, you must know how I feel about you. Let us just focus on work. There is no need to discuss anything else, Li Xian interrupted. Du Feng's eyes flashed with indignation. In what way am I inferior to Sui? He finally could not hold back, clenching his fist as he spoke in a low voice. Hearing the name Suhi, Li Xian initially froze, then her brows furrowed even more tightly. It has nothing to do with him, still insisting it has nothing to do with him? Then what about the dinner you had with director Zhang from Jingyang Entertainment a few days ago? What was that for? Du Feng took another sip of coffee, watching her with a cold smile. Jingyang Entertainment was a rival of Warner, and Li Xian's private dinner with their director naturally suggested she was seeking a way out for Suya. Did you have someone follow me? Li Xian asked angrily. Is it necessary to follow? You are a diva. Whatever happens, the paparazzi will naturally contact Warner. Do you know what is being said online? The rising diva Li Xian has an unspeakable to get the paparazzi to destroy those photos. Warner spent a whole million, Du Feng said, a smirk playing at his lips as he fixed his intense gaze on Li Xian. It was just a simple meal. I can bear the company's losses. Li Xian averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Du Feng's tone softened as he continued. I know you still have feelings for him, but you should also realize that he is out of the game and will never recover. Only I can elevate you to greater heights. Li Xian pursed her lips, remaining silent. The two fell into a heavy silence. After a long while, Du Feng exhaled deeply. I will send you the single that is being released next month later. Familiarize yourself with it in advance. Tomorrow is the music gala, and we need to promote this single to aim for the #1 spot on the July Hot Songs chart. With that, Du Feng downed the rest of his coffee, stood up, and walked towards the door. He paused at the threshold. I know you look down on me, thinking I cannot compare to Sui. I will begin to challenge that notion, and you will see that I, Du Feng, am no less than Sui. With a loud bang, he shut the office door behind him. Chapter 57 Opportunity knocks. Due to a late night, Sui did not awaken until noon. After a brief morning routine, he stepped out. Upon arriving at the company, he found Ling Qingmeng sitting silently on the sofa in the break area, her expression pensive. Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan also hung their heads, seemingly lost in thought. What is the matter? Didn't T Xiaohan's son secure first place? Why does everyone look so dejected? He had expected the office to be filled with laughter and joy, especially since Zhang Xiaohan had achieved the top spot on the new song chart, becoming an internet sensation, a cause for celebration. Ling Qingmeng remained silent. Zhang Xiaohan forced a smile and spoke. Xiaoqi missed her chance. Oh, so that's what it is, Sui realized, sensing that Li Guangliang had yet to contact Ling Qingmeng. After a brief pause, he continued, it's just one spot. If it's lost, we can find another way to secure it. It's not the only opportunity out there. I'm sorry, Xiaoqi. Lin Qingmeng finally spoke up, her gaze filled with regret as she looked at Chen Qi. She understood how much Chen Qi desired that opportunity, but she simply could not bring herself to obtain it through such means. Otherwise, she would not have found herself in her current predicament. Jie Qingmeng, why say such things? Teacher Xinghe is right, it's just one spot. If it's gone, then it's gone, Chen Qi hurriedly interjected. While she was unaware of the specifics, she trusted Lin Qingmeng. If an opportunity arose, she would surely fight for it. Since the spot was gone, it must have been for a reason. At that moment, Lin Qingmeng's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, she hung up. Sui's lips twitched at the sight, caught between speaking and remaining silent. Just as she hung up, her phone rang again. Frowning, Lin Qingmeng ultimately answered the. Noticing the puzzled expressions of those around her, she activated the speakerphone. It's like this, your company has a singer named Chen Qi, correct? Indeed, Lin Qingmeng replied. We came across her profile on the artist portal and believe she would be an excellent fit for the strongest female voice competition. I wonder if she has time to come in for an audition. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the others brightened instantly. Could there be a twist of fate? Was her information not provided by Zhao Wei?
Ling Qingmeng cautiously probed. Her first instinct was to think that Zhao Wei was still holding out hope, but she had already turned him down. There was no reason for him to continue assisting her, especially considering his nature did not align. There was a brief pause on the line before Li Guangliang responded, "Who is Zhao Wei? I don't know him." Su He, who had been sipping water, nearly choked upon hearing this. He had merely asked Li Guangliang not to mention Zhao Hui's name, never expecting him to outright deny knowing Zhao Wei. This would undoubtedly paint Zhao Wei as a fraud in Ling Qingmeng's eyes.
Poor Zhao Wei, you don't know him?
Ling Qingmeng was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly pieced it together. It dawned on her that Zhao Wei had been boasting to her, likely hoping to entice her into dining with him. The thought ignited a wave of anger within her, causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly.
May I ask if you have time? Li Guangliang inquired.
Yes, I certainly have time. Ling Qingmeng responded eagerly. Let us arrange for her to come to the television station for an audition in the next couple of days. The program is approaching, and if she is suitable, we can confirm her participation early, Li Guangliang suggested with a smile.
All right, I'll have her come over immediately.
Very well, we'll be in touch once she arrives.
Thank you, Teacher Li.
After hanging up, Ling Qingmeng scanned the faces of her companions.
The three girls, Ling Qingmeng, Chen Shi, and Zhang Xiaohan, embraced one another, jumping with excitement on the floor. Shui Liang watched the jubilant scene with a smile, his earlier worries dissipating, leaning against the sofa, so he observed their relation and felt a sudden pang of emotion. Many artists often dismissed such audition spots. Moreover, merely being invited for a trial performance seemed insignificant to second and third-tier artists, yet, this opportunity brought them so much joy. Perhaps this was one of the purest moments in the industry. He hoped that as they grew, they would retain this mindset and continue to cherish one another. Let us go for barbecue to celebrate. After lunch, Shaoqi will head to Blue River. Having enjoyed their moment of excitement, Ling Qingmeng waved her hand decisively to initiate the celebration. Why not hot pot?
Sui questioned, feeling that as a true local from Xuanqing, hot pot was the superior choice.
Teacher Xinghe, you don't know.
Ever since our last encounter at Voice of Qingren, Qingmeng has lost her taste for hot pot, a colleague explained. The previous sponsor for Voice of Qingren was Chenjia Hot Pot, which happened to be Ling Qingmeng's favorite. However, after experiencing an underhanded scheme during the event, Ling Qingmeng vowed never to eat there again, leading to a distaste for hot pot in general. Consequently, for gatherings, they opted for barbecue or street food. The barbecue restaurant was located on the commercial street directly across from the company. Given that dining establishments primarily thrived in the evening, the place was relatively empty. The owner, a young man with a passion for music, had invited a resident singer to perform at the barbecue joint. Naturally, the songs performed there were not upbeat but rather soothing folk melodies. At that moment, a bespectacled young man was seated on stage, singing a gentle folk tune with a rich, resonant voice steeped in storytelling. Although they were all artists striving to maintain their figures, an occasional feast wouldn't tip the scales too dramatically. Thus, during gatherings, they indulged freely. For barbecue, pork belly was essential, so Ling Qingmeng ordered 3 portions.
This restaurant's owner has quite an artistic flair, Sui remarked, surveying the establishment's decor.
Not only did they have a resident singer, but the walls were adorned with various poetic phrases.
To our insatiable appetites. Time may not age us, and we may never part.
These phrases, coupled with few customers during lunch, the dishes arrived promptly. The 3 girls, wary of splatters, left the grilling to Shui Liang, the honest one, as Sui preferred to converse rather than cook. Once the pork belly was grilled to perfection, Shui Liang adjusted the heat, and soon everyone was relishing the feast. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the singer on stage finished his set and exited, only for another performer to take his place. When this new artist began to sing, Ling Qingmeng and her companions were taken aback, their attention immediately drawn to the stage. Chapter 58, The Unappreciated Rich Woman in Youth. It is Lao Yang. Zhang Xiaohan gazed at the singer on stage, her expression tinged with complexity. Once a member of the Qingmeng studio, he had defected to Liuguang Entertainment. When they encountered each other on Voice of the Celebrants, he had mocked Zhang Xiaohan for her naivety, asserting that there was no future at Qingmeng. Yet now, Zhang Xiaohan had achieved considerable fame, her Weibo followers nearing 1 million, all new and remarkably active. On the official artist website, she had ascended to the ranks of a third-tier artist, no longer the obscure internet celebrity she once was. Meanwhile, Yan Wei had been reduced to performing as a resident singer at a barbecue restaurant.
I heard Yan Wei's contract with Liuguang Entertainment was terminated, and he owes 2 million in breach fees.
Shui Liang, like Zhang Xiaohan, she believed Ling Qingmeng had treated Yang Wei fairly, yet he had betrayed Qingmeng Studio, opting for the rival company just as he was beginning to rise. This was understandable in their line of work, where personal relationships often meant little. One's future was paramount. However, his underhanded tactics to undermine Zhang Xiaohan left Chen Qi with a sense of disdain. Yang Wei, sensing the gazes of the group, turned towards them. Upon recognizing Ling Qingmeng and his former colleagues, he lost his composure and sang off-key.
What is going on? Can't he sing? If not, get someone else. A customer, disturbed by the sudden discord, voiced his complaint. The owner hurried over, feigning a smile, and then chastised Yang Wei. The once self-assured Yang Wei, under the owner's reprimand, could only bow his head in submission. For Ling Qingmeng and her friends, witnessing this scene evoked a complicated mix of emotions. Despite their grievances against Yang Wei's past actions, they felt a twinge of sympathy. In this industry, artists were merely laborers for capital. It could elevate one to great heights or plunge one into despair. Sui, too, felt a pang of resonance. Had he not awakened his system, he might have severed ties with Warner, exposing his identity as. Yet, such an action would also lead to exorbitant breach fees. By relinquishing the Sui identity, he at least avoided penalties and retained 20 million to make a comeback. Stop staring.
Everyone eat up. Afterward, Xiaoqi should head to Lijiang early, Lin Qingmeng stated, tapping the table twice. The group redirected their attention. Encountering Yang Wei had reminded them of unpleasant memories, dampening their appetites. They had come to celebrate Chen Qi's opportunity to appear on a show, but the atmosphere had grown somber. After finishing their meal, Lin Qingmeng settled the bill while Sui led the others outside. They had to pass the small stage where Yang Wei sang, and they all tacitly chose to ignore him, acting as if he were invisible. Yang Wei, strumming his guitar and singing folk tunes, watched them depart, initially expecting ridicule. To his surprise, they all overlooked him. This disregard, however, brought him a quiet sense of relief. To be ignored was, after all, the most favorable outcome for him. Chen Qi purchased a plane ticket to Lijiang online and returned home to pack. Meanwhile, Sui accompanied Lin Qingmeng back to the company. There was little to occupy them at the office, but the routine of being present remained. Teacher Xingha, coffee. Zhang Xiaohan brought a cup of coffee to Suhi, who was smoking by the window. Thank you, Suhi replied with a. I sense that Teacher Xingha has a story to tell, Zhang Xiaohan remarked with a gentle smile. She was uncertain, relying on her instincts as a woman. Just then, a small head peeked out from Lin Qingmeng's office, observing the two chatting by the window.
Han, come here for a moment. We need to discuss the upcoming promotions. Oh, coming.
Zhang Xiaohan waved at Suhi, her expression oddly curious. Once she left, he felt an involuntary twitch in his eye. He thought to himself, this woman's intuition is rather sharp. Nonetheless, he found Zhang Xiaohan to be a pleasant character and held a favorable view of her. As for the girl in leather pants, Chen Qi, he had already decided on a song for her during her performance. Regarding Shui Liang, he considered his talent to be the strongest among the singers, making him a viable candidate for his monthly hit list. With these thoughts in mind, he opened WeChat and searched for and ran. Shortly, he found the contact.
Are you there?
I never imagined the sun would rise from the west. You would actively reach out to me.
Have you decided to rely on your elder sister for support?
And Ran, in her early 30s, was one of Sui's few friends within the industry and one of the few who had seen his true self. As a top agent at Chensi Entertainment, she not only managed artists but also taught vocal lessons, having nurtured two kings and a queen in the industry, earning her the title of Voice King and Queenmaker.
I've always had a hearty appetite.
I don't fancy eating soft rice, Suhi replied with a humorous emoji. She loved to joke, often claiming she wanted to support him financially, but given his robust appetite, how could he ever consider relying on a wealthy woman? Nothing too intricate, just help them solidify their basics.
Wow, you want me to assist you with Warner's artists? Zhang Chengfeng will have my head.
And Ran's voice message conveyed her astonishment. Zhang Chengfeng was the owner of Chensi Entertainment, and the four major entertainment companies were rivals, and Ran could not possibly assist Suhi with Warner's artists without facing repercussions.
These aren't Warner's artists, and I'm no longer with Warner, and Ran was aware of his identity.
That evening was the music gala, and Du Feng would present him as Suhi on television, so she would learn of his departure from Warner soon enough. There was a noticeable pause from her end before she initiated a video call. Suhi couldn't help but wear a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless as he accepted the call. Chapter 59 of The Remarkable Teacher. Are you kidding me? Have you really fallen out with Warner? The video revealed us.
However, her expression was predominantly one of shock and astonishment.
Indeed, we have parted ways, Suhi affirmed with a nod.
That can't be right. Aren't you supposed to attend?
I was looking forward to seeing you there. I was even pondering how you suddenly changed your demeanor. And Ran suddenly recalled something, her eyes widening in increased surprise as she blinked at Suhi inquisitively. Having navigated the industry for quite some time, she was no stranger to the machinations of capital. From Sui's reaction, she could surmise a few things. You are correct, the individual representing the music.
He thinks he is worthy?
And Ran, well aware of Du Feng's reputation, had encountered him during her time abroad. Although he was a graduate of a prestigious institution and possessed considerable talent, she showed no respect for him. The moniker Sui was not one that just anyone could claim. At least in Ran's eyes, Du Feng did not deserve it. Without waiting for Sui to respond, she continued, did Warner leverage a penalty to come to Chenxi instead? Although Zhang Chengfeng may not be the most virtuous, he is certainly a preferable option compared to Du Didao. Additionally, with my influence, Chenxi should be able to assist you with the penalty. Capital is capital. Unless he were a music deity, he had little leverage to negotiate with such entities. Even a top producer fell somewhat short.
Enduring it?
And Ran expressed skepticism.
How about this, can you lend a hand with a singer?
Sui deftly shifted the topic with a smile.
Spill it, which singer do you need help with?
And Ran suspected Sui had a secret he was reluctant to disclose, and she chose not to pry further.
Just 2 new singers I've taken.
I'll create a group chat for you to assess their capabilities first. Sui was candid, knowing that keeping the teaching of Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Qi from her was futile. And Ran was astute, and he trusted her integrity, otherwise, he wouldn't have approached her. Most importantly, Sui aimed to bring this woman to Qingmeng Studio. Her professional prowess and ability to nurture. Of course, that was a future aspiration. For now, and Ran had a contract with Chenxi, and even without one, she wouldn't abandon such a significant company for a fledgling studio like Qingmeng. This was merely a plan for the future, and revealing some details to Ran would facilitate discussions later.
Teaching is fine, but you must not betray my trust. Do not disclose my identity.
If Chenxi learns I am instructing others, I might as well sell myself to cover the penalty. And Ran mused, then playfully smiled at Sui. Ran held a high position at Chenxi Entertainment, but she faced numerous restrictions, such as not. However, online teaching was a different matter. As long as Sui kept quiet, no one would recognize her as Ran.
Do you not trust me? Sui retorted, feigning annoyance.
My lessons do not come cheap, you know. And Ran flirtatiously blinked at him.
Name your price, Sui chuckled. Pfft, who is negotiating money with you?
And Ran shot him a playful, treat me to a meal sometime, and then I'll owe you a favor. And Ran grinned mischievously, her eyes sparkling. Deal. Sui found himself entranced by her enchanting gaze. This woman was undeniably. After a few more exchanges, he cautioned her not to reveal her identity to the singers, then ended the video call and returned to his workspace. Just then, Zhang Xiaohan emerged from Ling Qingmeng's office.
Xiaohan, I've created a group chat for you.
Make sure to listen to her guidance and learn vocal techniques diligently, Sui said, adding her and Chen Qi to the chat.
Thank you, Teacher Xinghe.
Zhang Xiaohan exclaimed promptly. He waved her off and caught sight of Zhang Xiaohan stifled a laugh, her gaze flitting between the two.
I was merely observing whether you two were slacking off. Ling Qingmeng's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, yet she quickly retorted, showcasing her tenacity.
Is there? She shot him a fierce glare before slamming the door to her office. Sui smirked and returned to his seat, retrieving his phone to share Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan's profiles in the group chat.
Sister Xiaoran, so, they are both in their early 20s, hello, everyone. Zhang Xiaohan, hello, teacher.
It appeared that Chen Qi had yet to land, as she remained silent in the chat. Sister Xiaoran, Zhang Xiaohan, are you? Zhang Xiaohan had indeed been making waves, topping the new song charts consecutively, and remained a hot topic. Thus, and Ran had heard of her. Zhang Xiaohan, yes, teacher, that is me. Sister Xiaoran, I see. Observing the chat, Sui mused that this woman had likely pieced together some information already. Too astute, such a woman was suited for employment, not for marriage. Ran's networking skills were undoubtedly remarkable. Before long, Zhang Xiaohan had grown familiar with Ran, even referring to her as Sister Xiaoran. As the group administrator, Sui found amusement in their exchanges. If only Zhang Xiaohan, a newcomer in the industry, realized. However, Sui had promised Ran not to disclose her identity, so he remained tight-lipped. Chapter 60. I must say, Teacher Xinghe bears quite the resemblance to it. Is 8 o'clock in the evening, and yet here we are, working overtime. Indeed, there is nothing pressing at the company, but Ling Qingmeng has insisted that all employees stay late. In the Qingmeng studio, with Chen Qi auditioning in Blue River, and joined by the front desk as Xiaoli and assistant A Jiao, the total count amounts to merely 5 individuals. In the break area, the screen displays scenes from the music gala. The popular singer Zhang Xizhe is on stage, performing his new song while the audience erupts in ecstatic cheers. The atmosphere is nothing short of electrifying. Due to Sui's need for a smoke, the window side has become his designated spot. A group of girls is nestled together on the sofa, sharing snacks of spicy duck necks and drinks. Liang, the honest man, has just emerged from the pantry, bringing out some fruit. Is this what you call a company? Su Yu's eyelid twitched involuntarily. It resembled more a gathering of friends binge-watching a series. Nevertheless, although he felt like complaining, he could not help but find the ambience rather heartwarming. Perhaps such warmth could only be found in a small studio like theirs. It's starting. Our god Suhi is finally making an appearance. Ling Qingmeng clasped her hands together in anticipation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I can't wait. The genius producer Suhi is finally willing to show himself. I heard tonight he'll be appearing alongside the diva Li Xian at the music gala. I've been shipping this couple for 2 years. The girls echoed their enthusiasm. He observed their excitement and mused inwardly, the real Suhi is sitting right beside you, yet you're all fawning over a mere imposter on the television screen. However, he merely rolled his eyes in silence. After all, who would believe him if he revealed his true identity? It was foolish of him to have never participated in a public interview. Then again, had he made a public appearance, Warner would not have merely snatched his stage name. They could have easily chosen to bury him or demand exorbitant compensation for breach of contract. Ensuring his departure was anything but simple. In retrospect, whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Let us express our gratitude to Mr. Zhang Xija for his delightful performance. Now we arrive at tonight's most anticipated segment. I believe many are familiar with the genius producer Suhi, who, in just 2.5 years, has become a gold standard producer, reigning at the top of the hot song charts for 7 consecutive months. Tonight, he will make his first public appearance at the music gala. Are we all excited? The hostess' words were highly stirring. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Ling Qingmeng and the other girls joined in, shrieking in unison. I can't wait, so much anticipation. My god Suhi Qingmeng, you might want to wipe your drool. Observing everyone's fervor, Suhi retrieved a Huangdalo cigarette from his pocket, lighting it before turning his chair to face the window, turning his back to the television screen. Ling Qingmeng glanced at Suhi, her smile faltering momentarily as she opened her mouth but ultimately refrained from calling out to him, redirecting her gaze back to the screen. Let us welcome the gold standard producer Suhi, alongside his partner, the diva Li Xian, to the stage. Boom, as the host concluded, the applause from the audience surged once more. Du Feng and Li Xian stepped onto the stage hand in hand, and the camera captured various angles of the pair, with cheers and claps ringing incessantly. After a brief pause for the fans to release their fervor, the host finally spoke. It has been quite a journey, over 2 years of hearing his name without seeing his face. Who would have thought Teacher Suhi is this young? Now, let us pass the microphone to Teacher Suhi. Hello, everyone. Du Feng greeted the audience and the cameras with a smile. The audience responded with wild enthusiasm, witnessing such a responsive crowd. Du Feng's smile radiated even brighter. I have long wished to meet you all. Du Feng spoke fluently, as these words had been rehearsed in his mind countless times, flowing naturally. The audience erupted in cheers at intervals. Qingmeng, Suhi is quite handsome, Zhang Xiaohan exclaimed, shaking Ling Qingmeng's arm. Indeed, quite handsome, and his fashion sense is impressive too. Xiaoli nodded in agreement. No wonder he is Lin's idol. He is simply stunning. Jiao, as Ling Qingmeng's assistant, was well aware of her admiration for Suhi. However, despite her earlier excitement, Ling Qingmeng was now frozen in disbelief. Qingmeng, what is wrong? Zhang Xiaohan asked, puzzled by Ling Qingmeng's demeanor. Something is off. He isn't Suhi did cough. Ling Qingmeng's words caused Suhi, who was smoking, to How did she figure that out? Qingmeng, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaohan questioned, bewildered. I've seen Suhi before, although he was wearing a mask then. The aura in his eyes is entirely different. Ling Qingmeng pointed at the Suhi on the television, her tone sharp. But he is Suhi. Look, he is standing next to Li Xian. The diva Li Xian can't possibly be a fake, right? Xue Liang was equally perplexed by Ling Qingmeng's reaction. I have a photo, taken backstage. Ling Qingmeng produced a photo from her wallet. In it, a figure donned a black mask, with striking brows and confident eyes that could ensnare anyone. Looking at this, he indeed doesn't resemble Zhang Xiaohan. Compared the photo to the figure on the television, noting the differences in brow thickness and sharpness. Despite both having double eyelids, the essence felt entirely distinct. Let me see. Shui Liang leaned in for a closer look, nodding after examining it. There are indeed some differences. Could it be you're mistaken? Sui subtly leaned closer, and upon seeing the photo of himself, his brow involuntarily furrowed. It truly was him. This woman had managed to take a candid shot of him and kept it in her wallet. How infatuated could she be? I actually think Teacher Xing does bear a resemblance, Zhang Xiaohan suddenly remarked, smiling at Sui. Hearing this, Sui's heart skipped a beat. Did this woman possess an uncanny intuition? Was she always this accurate? Perhaps it's merely that they are both handsome. It's only natural for there to be some similarities. Sui chuckled lightly. Ling Qingmeng, however, was not in the mood for humor. She placed the photo back in her wallet and pulled out her phone to log into Weibo. Qingmeng, what are you planning to do? Zhang Xiaohan inquired, perplexed. I intend to post on Weibo to question them about why Sui isn't Sui. Lin Qingmeng's tone was fervent. Although she had been sidelined by the company, her Weibo account remained active, boasting 2 million followers and wielding considerable influence. Lin, perhaps it's best to let this go. After all, it's Warner we're dealing with, and they're not to be trifled with. Shui Liang quickly interjected. As one of the 4 major entertainment companies in the domestic industry, Warner was not an adversary even first-tier artists would dare provoke. I don't care who he is, Sui is my idol, Lin Qingmeng, and I won't allow anyone to impersonate him. Lin Qingmeng huffed coldly. Just then, a hand reached over and seized her phone. Now that the studio is finally on the right track, Xiaohan is gaining popularity, and barring any surprises, Chen Qi will secure a spot as well. That if you post on Weibo, it will indeed stir some public discourse, but that discourse will be suppressed. Your account might even get banned. Then Warner will refute and clear their name, and you'll be labeled as a troll, targeted by their hired trolls. They'll soon uncover your identity as the owner of Qingmeng Studio and retaliate against the studio, causing us to suffer as well. If you feel indifferent to these consequences, I won't stop you. Sui held her phone, his tone remarkably gentle. Their fingers brushed against each other. Lin Qingmeng's body trembled slightly. She lifted her gaze to meet Sui's, their eyes locking, tears streaming down her cheeks. What should she do? Allow them to deceive fans under the guise of Sui? Chapter 61, Target. Teacher Sui is absolutely correct. The distance to Sui is indeed vast. Even if someone impersonates him, there is little we can do to assist. Shui Liang, always mature and composed, wholeheartedly agreed. Warner is not to be trifled with, nor can we afford to offend them. In the presence of such a colossal entity, Star Dream Studio is hardly more than an insignificant ant.
But on what grounds does this person dare to assume Sui's name?
Lin Qingmeng pointed it.
On what grounds? Simply because his uncle is the general manager of Warner. I cannot be mistaken.
Lin Qingmeng asserted with an unprecedented confidence. She pressed her lips together, defiantly meeting Sui's gaze. As they locked eyes once more, this time Lin Qingmeng did not flinch, feeling the warmth of her gaze. Sui was unexpectedly touched by her determination. Can you believe it? All right, even if you are not mistaken. Due to this unexpected turn of events, Lin Qingmeng lost interest in continuing to watch the music gala. Originally, everyone had been asked to work overtime to support Sui, but now she felt it was unnecessary.
This person is not Sui. Lin Qingmeng was utterly convinced. Let's call it a day.
After saying this, she prepared to turn off the television and head to the meeting room to tidy up.
Wait a moment, Sui stopped her.
At that moment, Du Feng had nearly finished his introduction on television, and he and Li Xian had been asked by the host to participate in a chemistry challenge, answering questions and performing some intimate actions, which garnered thunderous applause from the audience.
Teacher Sui, fans are eagerly awaiting your new song. Could you share some insights on its progress? The host inquired.
Hee, since everyone is so concerned, I shall share a little, Du Feng responded with a smile, leaning closer to the microphone.
I hope everyone will show their support.
The audience erupted in excitement upon hearing that a new song would be released next month. Sui's new song was, after all, one of the most anticipated events of the music gala. Although Sui had gained fame through ancient-style music, love songs were also his forte. With mid-June upon them, the prospect of a new release in a month's time was sure to delight fans.
Oof, those fools.
Ling Qingmeng. Sui, however, wore a faint smile as he turned his attention to Xuan, who was sitting nearby enjoying a slice of watermelon.
Old Xue, would you like to release a song?
His voice carried a gentle mirth. Xuan grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth, his head nodding like a rattle. Of course I'd like to release a song, boss, but he glanced at Ling Qingmeng. His agreement alone was insufficient, he needed her approval. After all, releasing a song is simple, but the subsequent promotion requires a substantial budget. Xuan had long since faded. Although Xinghe was currently popular, it had not reached the point where a release could go unpromoted, thus, Ling Qingmeng's support for the promotional budget was essential. Yes, we must release it, especially while Sui still has some heat. Hanin's popularity is peaking, and she can help promote it on Weibo. Now is the perfect time, Ling Qingmeng concurred.
Not now, Sui shook his head. Then when?
Ling Qingmeng and Xuan both paused, surprised. Upon hearing this, not only Ling Qingmeng and Xuan, but even Zhang Xiaohan and Ajiao looked taken aback. Releasing a song at the end of next month, wasn't that a bit familiar? Wait, didn't that Sui just mention a new song release at the end of next month? Ling Qingmeng suddenly realized something, her face a mask of shock as she turned to Sui. Have you lost your mind?
He intends to go after Sui.
Ling Qingmeng thought this man was insane. After all, Sui was a renowned producer, the foremost talent beneath the god of music. Although Ling Qingmeng was convinced he was not Sui, the opponent had the backing of a major company like Warner. Any promotional resources they possessed would overshadow Star Dream Studio. Coupled with Sui's built-in fanbase, it was clear their aim was to dominate the charts. Such a formidable force, if one did not steer clear, why would they? The disparity in promotional resources, producer notoriety, and artist fame were worlds apart. It was akin to seeking out punishment. I think we still have over 10 days left this month.
Why not release it now? Who knows? We might even snag a #1 on the new song charts.
Zhang Xiaohan suggested. Ling Qingmeng nodded in agreement. Xuan looked at Sui, as if silently pleading, "Boss, don't drag me into this." He could foresee that no artist would dare to release a new song at the end of next month, as Sui had already announced it online. Anyone who attempted to release a song then would surely be ridiculed as a fool, knowing that Sui was releasing a new song and still daring to release alongside him. Wasn't that sheer madness? Amidst the gazes of those present, Sui pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it up and taking a deep drag. It's settled for the end of next month. His voice was resolute and undeniable.
Everyone's foreheads broke out in cold sweat.
You are the producer, your word is law. Ling Qingmeng took a deep breath, her gaze softening as she looked at Sui. She began to wonder if Sui was merely trying to help her vent her frustrations by challenging that impostor. Although it seemed somewhat reckless, Ling Qingmeng felt a strange sense of gratitude.
President Lin, Xueliang's complexion paled.
Old Xue, what are you afraid of? At worst, we'll be mocked as fools for a couple of days. If everyone else refrains from releasing, and we do, we might gain considerable attention. Sui winked at him. Xueliang froze momentarily. Although Sui had implied he had fallen from grace, he couldn't help but find a kernel of wisdom in his words. If others were too afraid to release a new song, and they went ahead and did it, wouldn't that be a clever way to ride the wave of popularity? As for the results,
being so far past their prime, what was there to fear? So, what's the verdict? Are we doing this or not?
Sui squinted, inquiring.
Let's do it. Xueliang gritted his teeth, nodding in agreement.
Chapter 62. The most lethal of invisible assumptions. After work, Zhang Xiaohan and Xueliang shared a ride home, while Sui awaited Ling Qingmeng to take the light rail together.
By the way, when are you going to buy a car?
Sui mused, imagining the convenience.
He indeed owned a car, but it was at his residence in Kyoto. This area, Xuanqing, was technically Sui's hometown.
My car is with you, Ling Qingmeng replied coolly. Sui was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond to such a topic. Upon arriving at the light rail station, despite it being the last train of the night, the vicinity was still bustling with people due to the commercial district's popularity. Ling Qingmeng hesitated at the sight, but Sui stepped forward, beckoning her to join him by the door.
What are you waiting for? Get on. After a moment's indecision, Ling Qingmeng boarded the train.
As the doors closed, she leaned against the door, facing Suhi, who stood opposite her. The train was packed, causing passengers to jostle against her, standing at a height of 1.7 meters. Ling Qingmeng was slightly shorter than Suhi, and her well-proportioned figure, particularly her ample bosom, was occasionally pressed against. She tilted her head up, noticing that Suhi was oblivious, holding onto the door with one hand while scrolling through Douyin with the other. For reasons unknown, this upward gaze offered a disconcerting yet captivating view of Suhi. His prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and the subtle lift of his lips exuded an undeniable charm. Ling Qingmeng felt her heart pounding in her chest. Quickly averting her gaze, she turned to face the door, leaning her back against him. Today had been tumultuous, leaving her head in a whirl. She recalled Suhi's calm demeanor when he had seized her phone, laying out the potential repercussions, yet, the thought of him daring to compete with that imposter Suhi for the hot song charts made her think him rather presumptuous. After all, everyone believed he was the real Suhi, and thus he had a legion of loyal fans, bolstered by the backing of Warner Entertainment and the renowned diva Li Shen. Ling Qingmeng felt that Suhi was being rather reckless. However, perhaps in the depths of her heart, she was secretly hoping for a miracle. Upon returning downstairs, Ling Qingmeng and Suhi ventured into a supermarket. She selected ingredients while he pushed the cart behind her, resembling a couple out grocery shopping. Since they returned rather late, Ling Qingmeng opted for simple items, purchasing a few eggs and tomatoes to prepare a dish of tomato and egg noodles. After gathering the groceries, Suhi willingly took on the task of paying. Before carrying the bags home, once home, Ling Qingmeng began cooking the noodles while Suhi settled into the sofa for a smoke.
Before long, the noodles were ready.
Dinner is served, Ling Qingmeng announced, bringing 2 bowls to the dining table. Suhi promptly rose to join her, but the weight of the day's events seemed to cast a shadow over their conversation, leading to a palpable silence. After taking a bite of his noodles, Suhi got up to retrieve 2 bottles of cola from the fridge, offering one to Ling Qingmeng.
"Thank you," she said, accepting the drink and returning to her meal. "You really like Suhi, don't you?"
Suhi asked, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart upon witnessing Ling Qingmeng's desire to post about him on Weibo. If anyone else had his level of fame, they would have already begun profiting from their fanbase, yet he never accepts endorsements, nor does he participate in variety shows. Most importantly, his songs are always free. As she extolled Suhi's virtues, Ling Qingmeng seemed unable to stop. Meanwhile, Suhi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The reason he refrained from endorsements was to avoid public exposure. He also avoided variety shows for the same reason. His reluctance to appear in the public eye stemmed from a desire to evade his obstinate father. Using a stage name was a precaution to keep his father unaware, and reflecting on it now, Suhi felt fortunate that his father remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face endless admonitions, not just from his father, but also from. The mere thought of it made Suhi's head spin. As for the free music, Suhi believed that it was not his own creation. He merely served as a conduit for the world's cultural expressions, allowing them to flourish on Blue Star. Moreover, he had already earned 20 million without charging for his songs, so in his view, the issue of charging was inconsequential. He simply desired peace of mind. To his surprise, Ling Qingmeng viewed these traits as noble qualities.
The insidious nature of unspoken assumptions could indeed be fatal.
"You're quite wonderful yourself," Ling Qingmeng suddenly remarked, lifting her gaze to smile at Suhi.
"Me?"
"Thank you for the compliment," Suhi replied with a polite yet awkward smile. This woman was refreshingly genuine. Such sincerity was a rarity in the entertainment industry. At that moment, both of their phones chimed simultaneously. Suhi glanced at his screen to find a message from Chen Qi in the workgroup. "I have some exciting news. I've successfully passed the audition and have been placed in the C group, which is deemed the. After looking at my competitors, I might just last through the first round and stay on stage a little longer."
As soon as Chen Qi's message was sent, the Zhang Xiaohan and wow, Xiaoqi is amazing.
Shueliang, congratulations, Xiaoqi. Xiaoli, our studio is about to produce another star. Jiao, I knew Xiaoqi could do it. Our Xiaoqi is going to be on television.
In the middle of the night, not a single person was asleep.
After reading the message, Ling Qingmeng gasped with joy, placing her chopsticks down to type fervently. "Xiaoqi, you have to aim higher. If you're participating in a competition, not winning the championship is no different from being a couch potato."
Chen Qi's sister Qi.
Group A has Warner S. recently promoted Zhao Xiaoyun, and Group B features Zhou Chanqian, whom I previously provided backing vocals for. I want to win the championship too, but reality doesn't allow it. Upon hearing Chen Qi mention Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Chanqian, Ling Qingmeng's expression froze.
Keep pushing, she typed back with a wry smile. Indeed, with those two in the mix, it would be quite an achievement for Chen Qi to last even a couple of rounds. The only solace was that Chen Qi had been placed in Group C, separate from those two, which might afford her a few extra. Chapter 63. The number one hater. After finishing her meal, Ling Qingmeng returned home. Upon gazing at the wall adorned with photos of Li Xian and Su He, she felt a surge of indignation and promptly tore down all the pictures. As your fan, I feel utterly humiliated on your behalf.
Ling Qingmeng extracted the photographs from their frames, ripping them to shreds before discarding them into the trash bin. Having navigated the entertainment industry for 2 years, she was well aware of the underlying dynamics. Initially, she had believed that Su He and Li Xian were a genuine couple, only to discover that it was merely a fabrication orchestrated by the industry. After all, if they were truly in a relationship, it would be implausible for Li Xian to be so intimately involved with another, regardless of her lack of assistance in exposing the truth. Such behavior would raise ethical concerns. Ling Qingmeng mused that had she been in Li Xian's shoes, she would have created a scene with Warner, forsaking her status as a diva. Alas, she was neither a diva nor Li Xian. She was merely a once prominent artist now shrouded in obscurity, her fan base dwindling. As she gazed at the enlarged photograph of Su He, a shadow of melancholy crossed her features. She was unaware of the tribulations Su He had endured, yet she could sense the weight of his altered identity. Surely, it must have been a profound source of anguish for him. Seated on the balcony couch, Ling Qingmeng reflected on the sultry June evenings, the city's night sky devoid of stars, illuminated only by the vibrant glow of neon lights. Leaning back, her thoughts drifted back to the moment It was a time shortly after her university graduation, when she and her close friend Yang Yingying had signed with the same agency. During their university days, they had shared a dormitory and fostered a deep bond, vowing to support one another in their quest for success in the entertainment. However, once they entered the professional sphere, Yang Yingying swiftly ascended the ranks by befriending the director of the agency's artist division, securing abundant resources that catapulted her to fame. Meanwhile, Ling Qingmeng found herself relegated to the sidelines. Over time, their friendship began to wane. The turning point came when Yang Yingying participated in a talent show that required a duet, prompting the company to send Ling Qingmeng to assist. During the live broadcast, Yang Yingying faltered, and as the lead singer, Ling Qingmeng overshadowed her, leaving her in a position of disgrace.
Did you not hear my mistake? Were you waiting for this opportunity, Ling Qingmeng? I never realized how cunning you could be.
In the dressing room, Yang Yingying's slap struck Ling Qingmeng's face, irrevocably severing their sisterly bond. Ling Qingmeng offered no defense, merely covering her face as she exited the room. Cunning, perhaps. As a friend, she should have intentionally faltered to uplift her good sister, willingly assuming the role of a supporting character. Yet, Ling Qingmeng held steadfast to her principles regarding the stage and music. She could not compromise her integrity by feigning failure, for that would be a disservice to the stage, the art of music, and her identity as a singer, as well as a betrayal to her. As she wept in the corridor, a masked man passed by with Li Xian, handing her a piece of paper. It was merely a simple gesture, devoid of words. Perhaps, at that moment, so he did not recognize her, nor was he genuinely attempting to console her. It may have been an inconsequential act, yet it provided Ling Qingmeng with immense encouragement, solidifying his status as her most cherished and irreplaceable idol. She was aware of her propensity for romanticizing, yet it was precisely this tendency that imbued her with the courage to persist with. Thus, when she learned that her idol had been supplanted by another, her emotions surged.
What must you be feeling at this moment?
Ling Qingmeng lay on the couch, gazing vacantly at the night sky. In the late hours of the night, Su He too was awake. He possessed a commendable habit of reviewing his plans and proactively strategizing the next steps. In light of the current financial constraints, accumulating his foundational assets was paramount. Despite the elevated status of a producer in the music industry, producers remain behind-the-scenes figures. It is the singers who constitute the bedrock of the music scene. He was not pursuing quantity.
Once his influence burgeoned, it would pose a significant threat to larger entertainment companies. A company boasting Shui Jiqian, Deng Ziki, and Zhang Liangying is noteworthy, but what if it also included Sun Yanzi, Yisun Chan, Su Song, Zhang Jia, Zhou Shen, Mao Bai, and Mayday? Although these numbers pale in comparison to the thousands of artists under major entertainment firms, the quality would undoubtedly surpass them. This was Sui's current strategy, when he appeared alongside these artists, who could rival him in the Chinese music scene.
Presently, Qingmeng Studio was on solid footing. Zhang Xiaohan's two songs had gained traction, allowing her to consolidate her fan base and solidify her position before further cultivating her into a leading figure. Chen Qi was fortunate to have entered a talent show, which offered substantial exposure. Should she win, she could potentially breach the threshold to stardom. Shui Liang was a promising talent with undeniable skill, poised to serve as a trump card for Su He in the charts. 3 singers are still insufficient, Su He pondered, rubbing his temples. However, he could not afford to be careless in selecting artists. Without proper constraints, there was a risk that once they achieved fame, they might abandon him for larger firms, leaving him to play the role of the benefactor. The artists like Zhang Xiaohan had remained loyal even during the studio's downturn, proving their integrity, but the same could not be assured for others. Thus, this was the source of Su He's most pressing concerns. Additionally, regarding the animation sector, Fatty had recently rented an office space to oversee the company's copyright division. After all, Su He's songs were under his control. He lacked the time and energy to manage their operation. The foundation of Xingchen Investment Company relied on the royalties from Su He's copyrights to generate capital, which would then be reinvested across various firms, thereby exerting influence over multiple markets from behind the scenes. When the time came for him to contend with Warner, it would mark the moment when this star truly began to shine. After clarifying these thoughts, Su He opened the comment section of The Years We Rushed Through, intrigued by the audience's reactions. Unsurprisingly, following the reversal of Zhang Xiaohan's public image, the song garnered nearly unanimous 5-star reviews. At that moment, a particular comment caught Su He's attention. Heaven rewards diligence. The lyrical references indeed possess a certain charm, yet alas, the theme is yet how tragic and lamentable. Upon reading this ID, Su He nearly choked on his own blood. Chapter 64 of The Prophet. Hard work brings rewards, the greatest detractor of Su He's career. During his time at Warner, he released songs under the alias Su He, and this hard work brings rewards began to disparage him in the comments section. Empty rhetoric, how pitiful. Always revolving around emotional themes, how pitiful. As a public figure, one must guide the public correctly. Excessively pandering to the masses will only narrow your perspective, how pitiful. Each time Su He released a song, Hard Work Brings Rewards would comment, always in a critical tone. Moreover, every comment concluded with the phrase how pitiful. Initially, Su He's fans deemed him merely a contrarian and would retaliate in the comments, but as Hard Work Brings Rewards persisted obsessively, commenting on nearly every song, fans began to perceive it as a peculiar cultural phenomenon. They affectionately dubbed this Hard Work Brings Rewards as Brother Psy. However, had he changed accounts? This song was written by Xing He, and the leader of Su He's detractors had ventured into this territory? Furthermore, Brother Psy enjoyed considerable popularity. His replies amassed thousands of comments, with likes soaring to 50,000. Wow, I can't believe I've encountered Brother Psy. The career of this producer named Xing He will be overshadowed by Brother Psy. Su He expresses approval. Finally, a change of pace. TCH, Brother Psy is the top tier. Others would be unworthy of his comments. For him to grace Xing He's comment section is a blessing for Xing He. Observing these comments, Su He could only shake his head in disbelief. Was it intentional or merely a coincidence? Can you truly sniff out my new account? It must be a coincidence, right? After all, In the Year We Were in a Hurry has consistently topped the new song charts, making it quite natural for Brother Psy to comment. It was no wonder he was so sensitive. He had genuinely been tormented by this individual in the past, always pursuing arguments, always attempting to educate. The most frustrating part was that when you replied to him, he would ignore you. And this feeling was akin to striking a punch into cotton, a profound sense of powerlessness that lingered throughout Su He's career. There was even a night when Su He dreamt of Brother Psy calling out how pitiful within his slumber. In the following days, the staff at Qingmeng Studio closely monitored the situation concerning Chen Qi. Teacher Xing He, this sister Xiaoran is incredible. Chen Qi and I sent over just 2 audio clips. The two had been thoroughly impressed by this sister Xiaoran's abilities, sending over 2 cover songs, and she not only identified numerous flaws in their performances but also crafted a meticulously detailed training regimen. After following the training plan for 2 days, Zhang Xiaohan felt quite pleased with her progress. Of course, just look at who referred you. Su He leaned against the window, smoking. Aside from Shui Liang, the company was filled with girls. Ling Qingmeng emerged to fetch water and, passing by, became intrigued. Is she truly that impressive? Absolutely, I feel this sister Xiaoran's background is undoubtedly remarkable, perhaps even someone who trains professional singers. Zhang Xiaohan nodded eagerly.
Cough, cough, Sui was choked by the smoke, tears streaming down his.
Amazing, this Yang Xiaohan is a prophet, without a doubt, her intuition is eerily accurate, always drawing near to the truth. Serves you right for smoking. Lin Zheng Xiaohan found amusement in watching the two, then returned to chatting with sister Xiaoran on her phone. In the past few days, Chen Shi and she had been mutually pushing each other, both correcting their. Sui observed the chat in the group, suddenly struck by inspiration. Sui, Chen Shi, I'll send you the new song shortly, familiarize yourself with it. Your group's competitors might not be strong, but don't let your guard down. Practice the song early. Chen Shi, singing the new song? Sui, what, do you look down on me? Chen Shi, not at all, teacher Xingyi is so talented. Naturally, I wish to sing your songs. I just feel that the new song might be at a disadvantage on the program. The best choice is to opt for pieces that showcase skills and are familiar to the audience, thus garnering more votes. New songs indeed face challenges since they haven't been market tested, posing significant. However, with risk comes potential reward. Just like producers of Sui's caliber, if a song of theirs is performed on the program, and the song's quality is high, it can provide a refreshing experience for the audience. Such new songs can significantly enhance a singer's performance, aiding them in achieving better results. Sui, trust me, the new song is perfectly suited for you. While others' new songs may lack market validation, Sui's is different. It has already been tested in another world and has achieved great success. Sister Xiaoran, Xiaoqi, I can only say you're too young to doubt him, and Ran couldn't help but interject. After all, that is Sui, the foremost genius in music. Countless kings and queens of song aspire to sing his works, and performing even one is a guaranteed profit. Over the past few days, she had subtly Chen Shi, I apologize, teacher Xinghida, I just was thinking clearly, please send me the song, and I will sing the new one. Chen Shi also had a moment of realization. Indeed, although Xingyi had only released 2 songs, both were of astonishing quality. If she sang an old song now and got eliminated, she would leave with nothing, but singing a new song at least meant she would have won original piece, fulfilling part of her dream. Reflecting on this, the new song certainly seemed more advantageous than singing an old one. Moreover, it was a new song by teacher Xingyi. Sui, go for it, bring back a championship. I'd be thrilled to last through a couple more episodes. Sui smiled wryly and shook his head. While Ling Qingmeng may not be entirely reliable, she is correct in saying that participating in a competition without winning the championship is akin to being a dead fish. Chen Shi, not wishing to continue the idle chatter, Sui put away his phone, only to notice Zhang Xiaohan observing him with a bemused expression. What's up? Sui touched his face. Were you complimenting or mocking Qingmeng just now? Zhang Xiaohan chuckled. Let us set that aside. Come here, I have something to ask you. Sui waved her over. Zhang Xiaohan hesitated, puzzled, before approaching. Sui flashed her a mysterious smile and opened his notes app on his phone. Just say whether you won or not. As the program The Strongest Female Voice approaches, the promotional efforts by the production team online have been exceptionally effective. The strongest female voice is about to arrive. The champion will be chosen by you. Such a program that involves nationwide voting provides a strong sense of participation for the audience, resulting in heightened attention. The 24 contestants are all young women just in their early Group A is Zhao Xiaoyun, a promising new female singer heavily promoted by Warner Entertainment, is hailed as the successor to the diva Li Xin. Group B Zhou Qianqian, the strongest newcomer of the year, has seen her 3 songs surpass 50 million plays on Douyin within just a year of debut, and she has even held small concerts, proving her vocal prowess in live performance. As for Group C, to which Chen Shi belongs, aside from a female internet celebrity named Liang Yuting, the others are not particularly famous, representing various industries. Of course, the saying that experts hide among the masses is not mere rhetoric. Many competitions have dark horses that might unexpectedly emerge and blow everyone away with their talent. However, putting dark horses aside, based on current popularity, Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian are the 2 front-runners for the Yifeng Entertainment, while not on par with Warner, is still among the top 10 entertainment companies. Zhou Qianqian has exploded on Douyin, her fan base easily outstripping that of the other contestants. Zhou Qianqian's cold demeanor is off-putting. My Xiaoyun is the best, sweet girls reign supreme. Ha, what's the point of sweetness? Only a woman with Zhou Qianqian's fierce attitude is truly captivating. The production team is adept at generating buzz through a series of promotions. They quickly polarize the fans of Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian, such is the nature of the entertainment industry. Controversy breeds heat amid the rivalry between the 2 championship favorites. The popularity of the strongest female voice continues to soar. Furthermore, as the broadcast date approaches, both contestants' companies mobilize to rally support for them, indicating the high stakes they place on this competition. Yifeng Entertainment's official Weibo account retweeted the promotional poster for Zhou Qianqian, stating, "Please support Zhou Qianqian. If she makes it to the finals, she will bring you a new song created by the esteemed teacher Xie Xiaodong." Upon this Weibo post's release, Zhou Qianqian's fans were elated. Xie Xiaodong is a high-profile producer, nearing the status of a golden producer, and two of Zhou Qianqian's three popular Douyin songs were penned by him. His credentials are undeniably impressive.
Moreover, he is the only senior producer to have triumphed over Su He. Is Xie Xiaodong the man who defeated Su He?
That first song narrowly won, but later, Su He mercilessly crushed him.
Just say whether he won or not.
I'm already looking forward to teacher Xie Xiaodong's new song. Xie Xiaodong is quite renowned among producers, owing to his previous victory over Su He. Although it was only for the first song, he has bragged about it on various shows so many times that it has become a running joke. Whenever the topic arises of the man who defeated Su He, Xie Xiaodong inevitably comes to mind. This joke has significantly boosted his popularity among senior producers. However, just as Zhou Qianqian's fans were reveling in their excitement, Warner Entertainment's official Weibo account, one of the four major entertainment, please vote for her. If she makes it to the finals, she will present a new song from the golden producer Su He. Wow, Warner's Weibo post instantly set the internet ablaze. A new song from Su He. Zhao Xiaoyun will actually perform Su He's new song. No wonder she is a favored newcomer by Warner. She actually got Su He to collaborate. What else is there to say? To hear Su He's new song, we must support Zhao Xiaoyun. Naturally, in this regard, Zhao Xiaoyun has the upper hand. After all, being associated with one of the four major entertainment companies, Warner Entertainment, means they can easily call on a golden producer like Su He. The caliber of such a producer can only be described as game-changing, leaving little room for others to compete. Meanwhile, at Yifeng Entertainment, Xie Xiaodong was pulling at his hair in frustration.
Beside him, Lao Lu patted his back, offering comfort. Brother Dong, don't be like this, perhaps this is your chance to prove your worth? Chance? Xie Xiaodong glared at him. Is this what you call a chance? What else could it be? Haven't you defeated Su He before? Lao Lu shrugged. Xie Xiaodong was momentarily speechless. Am I not just showing off? Why bring up such an awkward topic? At that moment, a colleague sitting nearby chimed in, smiling. Brother Dong, perhaps if you think about it differently, does winning or losing really matter? Xie Xiaodong nodded earnestly. It matters. The colleague immediately fell silent, realizing he had offered a lifeline that Xie Xiaodong had refused. Honestly, I don't think it's very important. If you lose, people will see it as expected, and the impact on you will be minimal. But if you win, as he spoke, the colleague winked at Xie Xiaodong, conveying an understanding look. If I win, I will have completely turned my fortunes around. I was indeed overthinking, he said, appreciatively patting his colleague's shoulder. Lao Lu also gave a thumbs up to the colleague. Indeed, setting aside the fact that this competition is not about songwriting but rather about singing, even if he were to lose to Su He in terms of the song, it would merely add another defeat to his record. He could still boast that he had once defeated Su He. However, if he were to miraculously win, just thinking about it made Xie Xiaodong's breath quicken. Let's go, dinner's on me tonight, he said, in high spirits, wrapping an arm around Lao Lu and the colleague's shoulders. Dinner is out of the question. I want to go home and watch the World Cup tonight, Lao Lu waved dismissively. Heaven on earth. Xie Xiaodong chuckled. Ahem, actually, we could always watch the replay tomorrow. Finally, amidst the fervent discussions across the internet, the premiere episode has arrived. Backstage, Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian, two renowned singers, each have their own private dressing rooms. In contrast, the other contestants do not enjoy such privileges. Among the 22 female singers, many occupy a large communal lounge, some touching up their makeup using handheld mirrors. Here, the participants can be categorized into two factions. The academically trained and the self-taught. The former have undergone systematic training in vocal arts and, in theory, possess an advantage over those lacking formal musical education. However, this is not an absolute rule. In such talent competitions, there have been numerous instances of individuals blessed with innate talent who can captivate the audience solely through their gift. This is precisely the allure of these contests. Aside from Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian, the most well-known among the group of girls is Liang Yuding, who boasts over 500,000 followers on Douyin, having risen to fame by covering popular songs. Alas, I've been placed in Group A, which feels like a death sentence. Our Group B isn't any better, with Zhou Qianqian in it. What's the difference from a death group? I believe the grouping of this competition is unjust. Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian should be placed in the same group so we might have a chance to shine. What are you thinking? Both of them are favorites to win. They certainly can't be in the same group. Otherwise, the outcome would be decided too soon, and who would attract the audience, you or us? The young women, seated according to their respective groups, whispered amongst themselves. Chen Shi, clad in leather attire, sat in the corner of Group C.
Lacking familiarity with anyone there and possessing no fame, she remained unnoticed. Chen Shi did not make an effort to engage with others. Instead, she wore headphones, listening to the performance track sent by her mentor, teacher Xinghe, opting out of their discussions. At that moment, Liang Yuding let out a light laugh. What's the point of complaining? If any of you had the ability to win within your group, you'd be catapulted to fame.
If you lack the talent, no matter how the groups are arranged, elimination is inevitable. Yuding, it's easy for you to say that. You are the most famous in Group C, the champion of the group is undoubtedly yours. My ambition is the overall championship, everyone should broaden their horizons. Liang Yuding waved her hand dismissively, her voice not lowered. Clap, 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 a crisp sound of applause resonated from the entrance. Is that the rookie queen Zhou Qianqian? What brings you to our humble abode instead of your exclusive lounge? Liang Yuding seemed to have a grudge against Zhou Qianqian, immediately launching into mockery upon seeing her. You are the rookie queen, while I am merely a minor internet celebrity. Liang Yuding quickly dismissed. Zhou Qianqian was slightly irritated by her sarcastic tone, although the other girls were unaware of the history between the competition had yet to begin, yet the tension was palpable. You needn't be so sarcastic, Zhou Qianqian huffed. Am I? Liang Yuding's lips curled into a slight smile. However, when the headquarters sought to cultivate female singers, Zhou Qianqian employed some unscrupulous means to secure her position, subsequently receiving resources from the headquarters and winning the Douyin Annual Rookie Award. Since then, Liang Yuding had harbored animosity against her. If it had been a fair competition, losing would have been acceptable. However, resorting to underhanded tactics to seize opportunities left Liang Yuding feeling indignant. Her goal for this competition was to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her. Do you really think you can defeat me? This time, you got lucky with a weak group, too bad you weren't placed in Group B. Zhou Qianqian crossed her arms. Her words sparked discontent among Group C. Why drag them into the feud between her and Liang Yuding? How dare you speak? Who are you calling weak? What is so great about being a superstar? Everyone starts as a newcomer. Just because you have a bit of fame doesn't mean you can act so superior. A few hot-headed members of Group C, regardless of Zhou Qianqian's identity, began to retort. Zhou Qianqian, realizing she had inadvertently ignited a collective mockery, remained too proud to back down. Did I say anything wrong? Who are you all anyway? What contributions have you made? As she scanned the members of Group C, her gaze otherwise, losing to these people would be quite embarrassing for you. What? Who do you think you are to look down on anyone? What gives you the right to say that? Unexpectedly, Chen Shi pointed to. She was not one to be easily bullied, having caused quite a stir when Zhang Xiaohan faced injustice. She was now riled up by Zhou Qianqian's insinuation, while she often claimed in her group that merely lasting another round in the competition would suffice. If Zhou Qianqian were a diva, perhaps she could endure a few jabs, but as a mere internet celebrity with less heat than even Hanin, let alone top-tier singer Qingmeng, why should Chen Shi tolerate her sarcasm? The feud between Zhou Qianqian and Liang Yuding was one thing, dragging Chen Shi into it was a miscalculation. You! Zhou Qianqian was taken aback by Chen Shi's audacity to insult her, momentarily at a loss for words. The little sister is right. You're just an internet celebrity, thinking yourself a diva. Liang Yuding seized the opportunity to shift the narrative. Who would have thought that such a fierce character resided in Group C, willing to speak out? Who do you think you're looking down on? Winning a rookie title doesn't equate to talent. Zhao Xiaoyun's Warner-backed star doesn't possess half your acting skills. With someone standing up for them, the rest of Group C found newfound courage. Forget it, conversing with you lot is beneath me. Zhou Qianqian, her face turning pale with anger, huffed and stormed away. The lounge erupted in a chorus of boos. You even dared to scold Zhou Qianqian to her face. Liang Yuding gave Chen Shi a thumbs up, astonished that the most audacious person in Group C was the one seated in the corner. She started it, consequently, the other members of Group C regarded her with newfound respect, regardless of her actual talent. Chen Shi's willingness to stand up for them had undoubtedly won their favor. Chapter 67. The competition begins. A total of 24 female vocalists are participating in the program, the strongest female voice. The elimination rounds are divided into 3 episodes. 8 contestants from 3 groups will face off in pairs, with the 4 victors advancing to the top. The contestants' temporary rankings will be determined by the final vote count according to the draw sequence. The first episode features the 8 contestants from Group B. The next episode showcases the Group A contestants, which includes Zhao Xiaoyun.
Only in the third episode will Chen Chi's Group C take the stage, however. Despite Groups A and C not competing in the first episode, the production team still invites them to make an appearance.
Welcome to Blue River Television's The Strongest Female Voice. This program is exclusively sponsored by Shangwa Wuyu.
Such an important event typically features the network's leading hosts to lend gravitas to the occasion. Following a brief advertisement, the judges' entrance segment commences. Given that this is a competition for newcomers, the established judges from Blue River Television are not present. Instead, several popular singers have been invited to the reigning king of songs, Zhu Tao, and Chen Jinxing, along with the queen of songs, Zhou Lan, and the esteemed. In competitions of this caliber, both the king and queen of songs are qualified to serve as judges, and the presence of the acclaimed producer Ling Qingmeng is crucial, as there may be original songwriters among the contestants. Next, let us welcome the contestant. Leading the procession is the immensely popular Zhao Xiaoyun, adorned in a delicate pink gown, embodying a charming persona that leans towards cuteness in her public appearances.
Ah, Xiaoyun, I love you. Who knows who will ultimately claim the crown?
The second contestant, Zhou Qianxian, crowned as Douyin's strongest newcomer of the year, is also among the favorites to win. Her company has crafted an image of an arrogant queen for her. Her sharp little suit paired with her haughty visage incites cheers from the audience.
Qianxian, go for it. Goddess, I adore you.
That air of arrogance is simply irresistible. I want to be trampled beneath her feet. Let the queen whip me mercilessly. Wow, you're such a masochist. I'm different. I want to conquer her, to dominate my queen. What a bizarre array of preferences. Aside from these two, the cheers for the other contestants are significantly muted. After all, most of them are amateurs or fresh faces just out of school, lacking the dazzling stylists that elevate Zhao Xiaoyun's appeal, rendering their attire and makeup quite ordinary and, consequently, their popularity inferior to that of the stars. As one by one, the contestants introduce themselves, it finally becomes Chen Chi's turn.
Hello everyone, my name is Chen Chi. I look forward to your guidance.
Her introduction is brief, and her tone exudes a cheerful and lively spirit. Although she lacks fame, Chen Chi's beauty and her edgy leather attire earn her a fair share of applause from the audience. However, Zhou Qianxian casts a frosty glance in her direction. Chen Chi had previously retorted against her in the lounge, and having once sung backup for her, Zhou Qianxian feels slighted by Chen Chi's apparent disregard. Yet, considering that this minor character may not even survive the elimination. Backstage, in the director's room, Zhao Wei has been temporarily assigned to assist the strongest female voice production team. At this moment, he gazes in astonishment at Chen Chi on the screen. He recalls that after Ling Qingmeng's rejection, he had told his senior that no further assistance was needed. How then is Chen Chi on the program? Contemplating this, he approaches Li Guangliang, who is supervising the staff nearby.
Senior. After hesitating for a moment, he finally speaks.
Li Guangliang pauses momentarily, then bursts into laughter. Isn't it because of your influence? I personally oversaw her audition. She's a promising talent. He is quite astute. Both Su He and Zhao Hui had approached him to recommend Chen Chi. Thus, in Zhao Hui's presence, he naturally refrains from mentioning that it was because he had promised Su He, who preferred to keep things discreet. This way, he can effortlessly extend a favor to Zhao Hui, garnering goodwill from both sides. Zhao Hui stammers, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He wants to say that he hadn't wanted this outcome, that he didn't understand why Chen Chi was still being brought in, but he bites his tongue, fearing to offend his senior and incur his displeasure. This feels like a monumental loss. Not only has he expended a favor, but Ling Qingmeng has also cut ties with him. The thought leaves Zhao Hui feeling more nauseous than if he had swallowed a fly. Xiao, I brought you here because I recognize your capabilities, so do not let me down. In the workplace, the cleverest approach is not to suppress subordinates but to extend favors under various guises. Thus, even if the other party proves ineffectual, there will be no loss. However, should they succeed, those favors will prove invaluable. This is a workplace rule Li Guangliang has come to understand after receiving help from Su He. Watching Zhao Hui return to his post, he finally opens the materials in his hands. This is the song list submitted by the program's preparation team. Unlike other platforms, the songs contestants are to perform must be pre-approved by the production team, after which, this also constitutes a significant source of income for producers. Of course, original songs are exempt from this, as the artist performs their own work. Most songs on this list require the network to. He flips to the last page, reviewing the information on the Group C contestants. Next to Chen Chi's name is the song she will perform, a new piece titled Painting. Although not an original song, it is.
The song's lyrics and composition are credited to a producer named Xinghe. Li Guangliang isn't very familiar with this Xinghe, but he knows Chen Shi was introduced by Sui. So what is the relationship between Xinghe and Sui? Friends, or perhaps a pseudonym, yet, didn't he warn us Weibo state that Sui would write a song for Zhao Xiaoyun during the finals? Li Guanliang's mind is filled with questions, but he refrains from inquiring with Sui via WeChat. Nevertheless, as Sui is his benefactor, even if he doesn't intentionally assist Chen Shi, he must ensure that the young woman has a fair opportunity in the competition.
Chapter 68. You actually watch variety shows? The Strongest Female Voice airs weekly. Each week features an episode, and the elimination rounds are divided into 3 segments. In the first elimination round, Group B showcased several commendable vocalists. Zhou Qianqian delivered a classic old song, securing the highest number of votes in her group, while the second place was claimed by an original artist named Liu Yu. Initially, there was skepticism surrounding her original compositions, but to everyone's surprise, this girl, armed with a guitar and her distinctive smoky voice, had it not been for Zhou Qianqian's considerable popularity, Liu Yu might have even surpassed her in votes. Liu Yu can indeed be regarded as the dark horse of the strongest female voice. Even the proud Zhou Qianqian, during her post-competition interview, acknowledged the need to take. As for the second round, Group A's competition did not yield many surprises. As anticipated, Zhao Xiaoyun's sweetly performed dance song decisively outshone her fellow contestants, securing first place in her group. This overwhelming victory not only boosted her popularity but also intensified the calls for her to win the championship. It seems sweet girls are in vogue. Zhao Xiaoyun's opponents were simply underwhelming. Zhou Qianqian faced a worthy adversary in her group, hence the absence of that overwhelming satisfaction, yet the vote counts between Zhou Qianqian and Zhao Xiaoyun were closely matched. I, for one, prefer Liu Yu. Her voice resonates profoundly with me, and being an original artist is a notable advantage. Even teacher Lin Jingya praised her song seasons like a song to no end. Aside from Liu Yu, Zhu Ling is also quite impressive. Her rock style is perfect for live performances. All things considered, Group B appears to be the strongest overall.
And we haven't even seen Group C compete yet. Perhaps they will surprise us.
The rest are mere amateurs, seemingly fresh graduates. During the contestant introductions, that girl in leather pants has quite the personality. She's beautiful and exudes a lively disposition. I'm eagerly anticipating her performance. Naturally, Liu Yu, despite finishing second in her group, has also attracted significant attention. Some companies have already begun to extend olive branches to her, preparing to sign her. It can be said that, solely based on this folk song, this is the remarkable power of talent shows. Vast viewership and exposure mean that even amateurs with genuine skill can swiftly rise to fame. As July approached, the third round of group competitions was imminent. Group C, lacking a standout figure like Zhao Xiaoyun, was not generating much online buzz. However, the fervor surrounding the strongest female voice continued to soar. A multitude of viewers remained curious whether the so-called weakest group, Group C, could produce one or two astonishing vocalists and who would ultimately emerge as the top contender. In each group elimination round, 4 singers must be eliminated, meaning only the top 4 can advance to the next round. Tonight, we will witness the competition for Group C, and from these 8 young ladies, which 4 will make it through? Let's stay tuned and welcome our 8 contestants. As the host elaborated on the competition rules, backstage, Chen Shi was taking deep breaths to calm her nerves. Although she had previously graced the stage, this time was different, for she was about to perform. Having fantasized countless times about having her own spotlight while providing harmonies for other singers, she felt a tinge of envy seeing Zhang Xiaohan on the show. Now, the moment had finally come for her, and she felt a flutter of nervousness.
Is this your first time on stage? Liang Yuting inquired with a smile.
Previously, when Chen Shi had criticized Zhou Qianqian backstage, Liang Yuting had developed a favorable impression of her. No, I've been on stage before, but only as a backing vocalist, Chen Shi replied.
I've heard about you.
You even provided harmonies for Zhou Qianqian. Liang Yuting nodded with a grin. The entertainment industry is like this. Some individuals shine brightly in the limelight, while others toil in obscurity. Many, like Chen Shi, who sing harmonies possess skills that even surpass those of professional singers, yet most lack the opportunity to break through, spending much of their lives working in the shadows. For someone like Chen Shi to step into the spotlight is already a stroke of fortune. When you go on stage, try to keep your gaze slightly upwards, avoid looking at the audience, as it will help reduce your anxiety. Additionally, the stage lights will illuminate your face, minimizing shadows that could detract from your appearance on camera. I look forward to your performance. Liang Yuting shared her stage experience. The other girls listened intently, as they all lacked stage experience. Thank you, Chen Shi expressed her gratitude.
They've called for us, let's go. Liang Yuding waved her hand, leading the group toward the stage.
In Kyoto, in a villa district, a standalone villa was brightly lit. Suhi's father, Su Jingwa, nearing 50, maintained his appearance well, looking merely in his early 40s. Coupled with his literary aura, he exuded a subtle elegance reminiscent of a cultured scholar.
Su Jingwa had a habit of sitting on the sofa to watch television after dinner. I say, old Su, don't you usually watch poetry programs? Why are you tuning into a variety show today?
It's just for passing the time. If I get tired, I'll head to bed soon. Su Jingwa attempted to dissuade her but ultimately retracted his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Manfang put her phone away, casting a puzzle.
You typically scoff at anything related to the entertainment industry, almost making it a household taboo, yet here you are, watching a variety show. I told you, I'm just resting on the sofa.
The television is merely providing some background noise.
Su Jingwa retorted irritably.
Alright, enjoy your entertainment. I only wish you would cast aside your prejudice against the industry so that
I'm off to play mahjong. With that, she disregarded Su Jingwa and left with her bag.
Chapter 69. Let the performance begin. Although in the inaugural episode, everyone introduced,
consequently, they have left little impression on the public.
Please welcome our first contestant, Tian Ling, who will present us with a rendition of his former love.
Hello everyone, my name is Tian Ling.
I am a nurse at a hospital, and I enjoy singing in my spare time. I am immensely grateful to the production team for giving me the opportunity to stand on this stage. I hope you all will enjoy his former love. Tian Ling's voice is crisp and melodious. However, due to a lack of formal training, she has not fully realized the potential of her vocal strengths. Nonetheless, her profession as a healthcare angel certainly adds to her appeal. After her performance, she garnered over 50,000 votes. Given that she lacks a fan base and this is her first time performing on stage, this result can be considered quite respectable. Naturally, it pales in comparison to established artists like Zhao Xiaoyun, who could easily amass 200,000 votes solely through her fan support. Such disparities may be quite evident in the earlier episodes, yet as the performers shine and their notoriety and backing increase, it is entirely possible for them to surpass even those who have long been in the limelight. Take, for instance, the original artist Lu Yu from Group B. The vote difference between her and Zhou Qianqian in the first round was merely over 20,000, an opportunity earned purely through talent. Even if one is a popular singer, if their performance does not resonate with the audience, only loyal fans will cast their votes. Ultimately, the majority of the audience consists of casual viewers, which constitutes the largest influencing, particularly as her act involves both singing and dancing. She wins over many audience members with applause and cheers. Unfortunately, the girl group style of the song lacks some of the impact that a solo performance might deliver. Nonetheless, Liang Yuding executes it impeccably, showcasing high levels of professionalism in both her singing and dancing. The 4 judges bestowed her with exceedingly high praise. Ultimately, she garnered an impressive 175,000 votes, surpassing the dark horse Lu Yu from Group B, and currently occupies the 3rd position in total votes, while leading in her group. This Liang Yuding is quite remarkable. I recall she previously live-streamed on Douyin, and even collaborated with the rising star Zhou Qianqian on a cover song. I had thought Group C lacked any formidable contenders, yet here emerges another surprise. It appears that Liang Yuding's position is the front. In 3rd place is Liang Yuding from Group C with 175,000 votes, and in 4th place, the dark horse Lu Yu from Group B with 170,000 votes. The vote counts among these 4 female singers. Her discontent stemmed not from arrogance, but rather from a personal rivalry with Zhou Qianqian. Her aim in this competition was to outshine her. This song was one of her signature pieces, and she had hoped to deploy it early on to intimidate Zhou Qianqian. Unfortunately, the disparity in fan support proved challenging to overcome. After this episode airs and you garner more popularity, you might just surpass her next time, a girl offered as consolation. Liang Yuding smiled noncommittally. Indeed, that possibility existed, yet Zhou Qianqian was no slouch. As her own popularity surged, Liang Yuding's ascent would still prove to be quite a formidable task. While they chatted, Chen Qi glanced at her phone from a corner. Xiaoqi, your strength lies in your breath control. Although your resonance tends to lean heavily on nasal tones, this is not a flaw, but rather a distinctive hallmark of your style. So there is no need to overly concern yourself about it. Relax, stay calm, and with your talent combined with Xinghe's song, achieving 1st place in your group is not out of reach, said Xiaoran, the teacher introduced to her by Su He and Zhang Xiaohan, whose professionalism was perhaps a bit excessive. She had been analyzing the competition dynamics in the group chat, even providing a strength rating chart for the contestants, summarizing the competitors' abilities and styles. She offered her insights regarding Chen Qi. If you stay calm, you've already won half the battle.
Go for it, Xiaoqi. Xinghe encouraged her. Thank you, Sister Xiaoran and Teacher Xinghe, I will do my best.
After Chen Qi responded, should she secure a position in the top 4, the contestant in 4th would face elimination. If not, that contestant could remain in the program for an additional week. The competition in talent shows is fierce. While Chen Qi may not seem particularly remarkable to the audience, she is quite well known among the contestants, especially after she had boldly confronted Zhou Qianqian in the lounge, pointing at her and hurling insults, which garnered her considerable favor.
Go, Chen Qi. Chen Qi had previously lent her backing. Go, Chen Qi. You can do it. Don't be nervous.
When Zhou Qianqian had mocked the group, Chen Qi's retort had resonated with many, endearing her to them.
A mere background vocalist thinks she deserves to stand center stage?
Zhou Qian, I am thrilled to be on this stage. As a newcomer, I truly cherish this opportunity and will perform a piece titled Hua.
I hope for your support.
Though it was her first time on such a grand stage, eliciting a mixture of nerves and excitement, her mental fortitude.
Please begin your performance.
Lin Qingmeng gestured for her to start. As the stage lights gradually dimmed, the prelude began, and the sound of the piano resonated, crisp and enchanting. Chapter 70. The painting performed by Chen Qi. Lyrics. Xinghe. Composition. Xinghe. As the information about the song appeared on the large screen, a few audience members were momentarily taken aback upon realizing that both the lyrics and composition were by Xinghe. In truth, after all, it wasn't long before both songs had soared to the top of the new song charts. Such accomplishments were sufficient to engrave his name in the memories of many music enthusiasts. Now, on the strongest female voice, Chen Qi was audaciously performing his new song.
What is the relationship between Chen Qi and Xinghe? Isn't she a bit too bold to sing a new song on this stage, especially one that isn't an original? I actually find it quite refreshing, otherwise, everyone would just choose those well-known songs, leading to auditory fatigue.
I certainly wouldn't dare. If it were producers like Suhi or Xie.
Chen Qi's courage to perform his new song is indeed a bit reckless. Having 2 songs reach number 1 on the charts, doesn't that prove his capability?
Both songs had the benefit of trending topics. When they were released, the controversy surrounding them garnered significant attention, making their success quite expected. A newcomer is still a newcomer. Her song choice is questionable. Seeing that, while original artists gain extra points for performing their own compositions, singing someone else's new song carries the risk of not resonating with the public and potentially affecting performance outcomes negatively.
Hence, most contestants opt for familiar songs, which are more likely to attract votes from the audience.
Love is like, in the blue sky, a blank space where you accompany my imagination. The white horse suddenly, no longer abstract, the frog finally meets Cinderella. As a newcomer, Chen Qi naturally had no elaborate stage design. She stood at the center of the stage, microphone in hand, quietly singing. The moment she opened her mouth, the murmurs regarding her song choice gradually faded away. Many spectators displayed expressions of astonishment, not only at the quality of the song but also at Chen Qi's vocal prowess. Initially, they had presumed her level to be on par with other singers, yet after a brief segment, the 2 male vocal kings and 1 female vocal queen on the judging panel straightened in their seats, their faces revealing expressions of surprise as they listened intently. In the contestant area, Liang Yuding raised her eyebrows, remarking, "This girl is quite strong." As a singer, one could naturally discern certain nuances from a performance. Once Chen Qi began, her breath control was remarkably steady, showing no signs of the trembling voices often exhibited by other contestants due to nerves. This alone gave her an edge over many competitors. Although her pronunciation and nasal tone initially seemed peculiar, after a few lines, one could appreciate how her elongated, delicate notes beautifully highlighted her vocal timbre. The spotlight illuminated her face evenly. Her exquisite features coupled with her melodious voice provided an unparalleled experience for the audience, both visually and audibly. Meanwhile, in the resting area, contestants from groups A and B displayed solemn expressions.
Zhou Qianqian's eyes flickered with shock, followed by a face as dark as water. This Chen Qi seemed significantly stronger than she had anticipated.
Whenever I am not around, please remember my love, which irrigates from afar beneath the same sky, waiting for autumn to pass and spring to arrive, anticipating the next bloom in the near future. In the chorus, the seamless transitions between head and chest voice showcase, coupled with the captivating melody, many audience members felt goosebumps rising on their skin.
I admit I was a bit loud earlier. Wow, this song is delightful, the melody is so catchy. The difficult
After the chorus concluded, the audience's perceptions had shifted dramatically. What they initially expected to be a misstep turned out to be surprisingly enjoyable, and the melody was simply captivating. This fresh style, with its catchy tune, was ideal for widespread. Even if the journey is still long, I have a premonition. I believe in this inspiration. I have painted you as a flower. As the performance continued, the expression of the esteemed producer Ling Qingmeng grew increasingly astonished. She even clasped her hands around her headphones, occasionally displaying expressions of disbelief and realization. The audience below had long been immersed in the atmosphere conjured by the song. They raised their glowsticks, gently swaying to the subtle rhythm. This was a song leaning towards tranquility, with no complex arrangements, only the foundation of piano notes, devoid of the crisp, melancholic sound of the piano. It was akin to pure, unaccompanied singing. It was precisely this purity that rendered the song all the more poignant. Love is like, on a distant road, a beam of bright yet gentle moonlight. Happiness turns out to be so simple. Your presence beside me is my paradise. Though the entire song lasted less than 3 minutes, it provided listeners with an incredibly complete emotional journey. On stage, Chen-Chi set down the microphone, her eyes glistening. She had finally performed on a stage that belonged solely to her, not merely singing harmonies for other artists, but delivering a complete song. Under the camera's gaze, she pressed her lips together, quietly observing the audience below. After approximately 5 seconds, a resounding round of applause erupted. What a gentle song! It feels like a breath of spring. This is simply exquisite, not only the melody but also Chen-Chi's performance, which has given me a long-lost sense of emotion. I never expected. I personally find this song too bland, lacking any explosive moments. It should have ended with a high note. Always wanting high notes. You might as well listen to a donkey braying. That thing has a high pitch. The audience's applause persisted for a full 30 seconds before finally subsiding, clearly indicating. P.S. The painting original artist Deng Ziki, lyrics Deng Ziki, composition Deng Ziki. Chapter 71. At first place in the group, the host stepped onto the stage. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Chen-Chi for presenting us with such a melodious song. Next, I invite the 4 judges to offer their critiques on Chen-Chi's performance. Chen-Chi, initially feeling quite anxious before taking the stage, found her nerves dissipate once she was in the zone. Moreover, she could discern from the audience's response that her singing had resonated well, prompting a delightful smile to bloom on her charming face. The first to provide feedback was the esteemed diva, Xuan. Among the judges, she was known for her amiable disposition and primarily focused on the contestants' strengths. To be honest, when Chen-Chi started singing, I felt there were some issues with her resonance, which I'm sure everyone noticed as well. However, after listening a little longer, I found myself captivated by her unique vocal tone. From her breath control to the details of her performance, I am thoroughly impressed. Chen-Chi, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. With that, Xuan gave Chen-Chi a thumbs up. The audience erupted into applause and cheers. In the resting area, Zhou Chanxian's expression darkened further. Zhaolan's praise for Chen-Chi exceeded her own. Yet, Zhou Chanxian did not believe Chen-Chi could surpass her. Thus, Zhaolan's high praise was something she found utterly unacceptable. It wasn't just her, even Jia Xiaoyan from Group A watched Chen-Chi on stage. After all the effort she had put in, she would not allow any mishaps in her quest for the title of strongest female voice. My opinion aligns with that of teacher Zhaolan. Your performance was remarkably stable, more so than most singers. I eagerly anticipate your future performances. King of Songs, Chen Jinxing, nodded in agreement. Since teacher Zhaolan pointed out the positives, I shall address the negatives. However, in my view, the song's production is overly simplistic, lacking even proper arrangement, with just a piano accompaniment. It feels rather insubstantial. I hope that next time you select a song, you will invest more. Chen-Chi's smile faltered slightly at his critique. She instinctively wanted to retort but ultimately restrained herself. As a contestant, confronting a king of songs was a grave misstep in a competition. The opinions of the judges could significantly influence the audience's votes. After all, the viewers were not professionals and often succumbed to groupthink. Zhu Tao's comments could easily cost Chen-Chi 2,000 to 3,000 votes. I beg to differ. At that moment, the final judge, the renowned, he merely paused for a moment in surprise before regaining his composure. I believe the quality of a song should not be confined to its arrangement. While I concur with teacher Zhu Tao that the accompaniment is merely a piano and the arrangement lacks complexity. After a brief pause, she smiled. However, this approach presents a distinct advantage. The absence of intricate backing allows for a higher demand on the singer, as it resembles a nearly a cappella performance where any flaws. The melody is delightful, truly delightful, and in the context of a singing competition, that is more than sufficient. The almost a cappella style accentuates the singer's performance, allowing the audience to focus on their capabilities.
I can confidently say that many top-tier artists would struggle to deliver a rendition as flawless as Chen Qi's. Chen Qi, was this song your selection? Ignoring the increasingly displeased expression on Zhu Tao's, otherwise, he would not have chosen this song for you in the first round. Chen Qi was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. She had not considered the implications. Like many others, she had aimed to select a well-known hit, but it was teacher Xinghe who had urged her to perform a new. There were so many nuances she had overlooked. A vision of Sui, cigarette in hand and a nonchalant smile on his lips, flashed through her mind. Was teacher Xinghe truly that formidable? As for my assessment is that your song choice was fitting, and your singing was nearly flawless. I have high hopes for you and look forward to your next appearance, where I anticipate an even more dazzling display. Ling Qingmeng gave her a thumbs up. Beside her, Zhu Tao's face was filled with embarrassment, casting an irritable glance at Ling Qingmeng. Just moments ago, he had criticized her song selection, and now she was contradicting him, seemingly disrespectful. Thank you to all the judges for your feedback. I will continue to strive for improvement. Chen Qi exclaimed, her face radiant with joy as she bowed to the 4 judges. Did teacher? I got goosebumps listening to her. I believe teacher Xinghe is right. The simpler the arrangement, the more it showcases the singer's skill, and this song is incredibly catchy. After just one listen, I can already sing along to the chorus. Can you believe it? I remember the melody too. This Xinghe truly is impressive. I wonder if Chen Qi will sing another new song by Xinghe in the next episode? Do you think songs are as common as cabbages, one every week? I just checked, and Xinghe released 2 songs last month and one at the start of this month. Wow, that's impressive. Is he churning them out like a production team? With Ling Qingmeng's Chen Qi gripped the microphone tightly, turning to look at the large screen behind her. Her name was displayed prominently, accompanied by the vote count. At that moment, the numbers next to her name began to rise at an astonishing pace. $10,000, $20,000. In no time at all, the vote count reached a staggering 100,000. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the screen. The increase showed no signs of slowing down. If anything, it was accelerating. Voting time has concluded. As the host called out this announcement, the pulsating numbers on the screen came to a halt at 186,000. Wow, the entire venue erupted once more. This figure surpassed the dark horse Liu from Group B and Liang Yuding from Group C, placing just behind the newcomer champion of Douyin, Zhou Qianxian, with a mere 4,000 votes separating them. Chen Qi astonishingly secured 3rd place on the overall chart with a new song, claiming the top spot in her group. Chapter 72. I cannot accept this. The venue erupted with. Initially, everyone presumed that the first place in Group C would belong to Liang Yuding, yet unexpectedly, it was this young girl who appeared last on stage. Moreover, her vote count astonishingly surpassed that of the dark horse Liu from Group B, and she nearly caught up with the first place, Zhou Qianxian. It is worth noting that Zhou Qianxian is the annual newcomer champion on Douyin, while Chen Qi was performing for the very first time, without any fanbase, and yet achieved such remarkable results solely based on one performance. Is this vote count serious? How could she have received such a high number? It's quite normal. Audience voting is straightforward. If the song is delightful and the performer is attractive, which Chen. All 3 songs have been exceptionally captivating. If all goes as anticipated, this week's new song chart will undoubtedly be topped by Chen Qi's painting. This is the allure of talent shows. Even someone with little fame has the opportunity to triumph over those glittering stars. I am even more eager to hear Chen Qi's next song. I wonder if she will sing another new piece from Xinghe. Her reputation is already established, and she could easily solidify her standing with popular songs. A new song may be too risky. Fortune favors the bold. If she continually sings Xinghe's songs, it would not only elevate her but also bring acclaim to Xinghe. Regardless, with 3 consecutive delightful songs, this newcomer is truly to my taste. In the contestants' resting area, Zhou Qianxian was left utterly astounded, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. She had initially thought that even if Zhu Tao's evaluation. However, the final tally left her in shock. With 186,000 votes, just over 4,000 votes shy, she is on the verge of surpassing herself. I cannot accept this. Had Zhu Tao not rendered a negative critique, and had she not possessed such a high profile, it seems that Chen Qi would indeed have eclipsed her in terms of votes. Prior to the competition, she had consistently regarded Jia Xiaoyun as her main rival, scarcely giving Liang Yuding a second thought. Little did she anticipate that not only had Liu emerged as a contender, but now Chen Qi had also surfaced.
It was not just her. Zhu Tao, seated among the judges, wore a rather grim expression. He had initially believed that the opponent was an obscure figure, with the song's producer lacking any significant renown, and thus expected them to garner a modest number. With a slightly stringent critique, he thought he could not only showcase his expertise but also enhance his professional standing in the eyes of the audience when the votes were revealed. In fact, when the esteemed producer Ling Qingmeng contradicted him, he felt a twinge of secret satisfaction, for once the votes were tallied, if the numbers were not particularly high, many viewers might even consider him more professional than Ling Qingmeng. However, at this moment, Chen Qi's 186,000 votes undoubtedly struck him like a resounding slap. "Is this reasonable?" Zhu Tao exclaimed, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. A newcomer, performing an obscure new song, albeit one that is melodious, lacking the explosive high notes or heart-wrenching emotional depth, how could she possibly garner such an overwhelming number of votes? Reflecting on his own career, Zhu Tao realized he had never encountered such a phenomenon. It is quite reasonable, indeed, teacher Zhu Tao. Perhaps you should listen to this song more attentively. You focus too much on technique and high notes. Sometimes, a comparatively subdued melody can resonate more profoundly with the heart, Ling Qingmeng remarked with a light laugh. Zhu Tao's face flushed. As a reigning king of song, few could impart wisdom to him, yet Ling Qingmeng was one of those rare individuals. Noticing his inability to respond, Ling Qingmeng chose not to press further, instead casting a deep glance at Chen Qi on stage. She held great admiration for this young woman. On stage, Chen Qi handed the microphone back to the staff and returned to her position as sister. "I never would have guessed you were this strong." Liang Yuding exclaimed, rushing over to Chen Qi in astonishment. "I didn't expect to receive so many votes." Chen Qi felt as though she were in a dream. She had initially thought that teacher Xinghe and sister Xiao Ran were merely offering her encouragement, but upon reflection, the reality seemed to be quite different. As teacher Xinghe had said, as long as one is not nervous, they have already won half the battle. Sister Xiao Ran's assertion that she could be first in her group was not mere bravado. Looking back, they had spoken so nonchalantly. Could it be that they truly had a sense of the outcome? If that were the case, then teacher Xinghe and sister Xiao Ran were indeed extraordinarily professional. She suddenly felt that both individuals were remarkable, exuding an aura of otherworldly expertise. However, it's a pity that you fell just short of surpassing Zhou Chanqian, otherwise, we could have had the pleasure of taunting her later, Liang Yuding lamented with a sigh. "Aren't you angry?" Chen Qi inquired suddenly. "Angry about what?" Liang Yuding was taken aback. "I've taken your top spot in the group." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qi finally spoke. "Oh, if you can claim the top spot, that is your skill. If I were to feel envy over that, what would distinguish me from Liang Yuding and Zhou Chanqian?" Liang Yuding retorted playfully, giving Chen Qi a light pat on the shoulder. She then glanced towards Zhou Chanqian in the resting area, noticing her sullen expression, which only brightened Liang Yuding's mood further. She relished any opportunity to see Zhou Chanqian humbled. "I still haven't thanked you for the advice you gave me earlier. Your tactic of ignoring the audience was indeed effective," Chen Qi admitted, growing fond of Liang Yuding. "Isn't it? This is the essence I've distilled." Liang Yuding chuckled. As the two conversed, the four singers at the bottom of groups, the host requested them to come on stage for one last appearance. For ordinary individuals, merely performing a complete set on this stage would be a source of immense satisfaction, yet, some sought to seize the limelight through this talent competition. Unfortunately, in such arenas, not only talent but also mindset and luck play crucial roles. Many contestants faltered due to excessive nervousness, failing to showcase their true potential, such as life, without the luxury of a second chance. The four eliminated young women, with reddened eyes, bowed to the audience and cameras. "Today's program must bid you farewell. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsor, Xiangbo Wu Yu, for their generous support of this event." The host delivered a rapid-fire acknowledgement of numerous sponsors. Amidst the audience's cheers, this episode of The Strongest Female Voice came to a conclusive end. Overall, the caliber of Group C had surpassed many viewers' expectations. Initially presumed to be the weakest group lacking renowned contestants, no one anticipated. After 3 episodes, all contestants had made their appearances, and the audience had begun to form an understanding of their abilities, naturally brimming with anticipation for the upcoming competitions. Chapter 73. An appointment tonight at Star Dream Studio. First place, Xiaoqi has secured the first position. Ling Qingmeng and Zhang Xiaohan, 2 young ladies, embraced each other in excitement. He seemed to have anticipated this outcome, so he had covered his ears in advance. It appears that Xiaoqi's performance was quite successful. This is merely the first episode. If her future results remain this stellar, she is bound to become a sensation. Shui Liang expressed his exhilaration. Having spent considerable time in the studio, everyone had previously felt there was little hope for recognition, yet in just a month's time, not only had Zhang Xiaohan risen to fame, but Chen Qi was also on the verge of stardom. This joy dissipated the studio's previous atmosphere of oppression, with even the assistants and front desk staff radiating smiles. It's truly unbelievable, I thought Xiaoqi would at most advance, yet here she is, claiming first place. Ling Qingmeng inhaled deeply, her cheeks flushed with excitement.
Do you really have so little faith in Chun-Chi?
Sui could. I had already predicted this outcome, Sui chuckled lightly. I almost believed you, Ling Qingmeng shot him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. Sister Qingmeng, teacher Xingha mentioned in the group, both she and Shen Qi were astonished by Suhi and Sister Xiaoran's expertise. If they weren't bluffing, these two were truly formidable. Lin Qingmeng's face froze, her gaze narrowing suspiciously at Suhi.
How did you predict that? In the past half-month, Shen Qi has made remarkable progress in her singing skills through training, and given the absence of any formidable singers in this type of show, along with my song, isn't it quite normal for her to achieve first place in—
Is that enough?
Lin Qingmeng, noticing his smug demeanor, struggled to find a counter-argument. Damn it, he has gotten away with it. After the show concluded, it was already late into the night. However, as a valued member of this family, everyone was eager to witness her variety show debut. Watching together at the company was lively, and with the company's fortunes improving, Lin Qingmeng even ordered a takeout of crayfish. Everyone gathered to enjoy crayfish and beer while watching the show. Was this not more comfortable than being at home? Moreover, the entire studio was filled with singles, whether they returned. Once the program ended, everyone dispersed. As before, Lin Qingmeng retreated to her office, waiting for the staff to leave before emerging. She didn't want anyone to know that she was returning home with Suhi. Who knows, those gossip-loving employees might think she and Sui truly live together, leaving her at a loss for words. However, after waiting for a while in her office, she noticed that Sui had yet to knock on her door. When she finally stepped out of her office, she discovered that everyone had already left, and Sui was nowhere to be found. Lin Qingmeng was instantly filled with confusion. She angrily pulled out her phone, only to find that Sui had already sent her a WeChat message. I have plans tonight, I want to be having dinner together. Upon reading this message, Lin Qingmeng, yet, inexplicably, a sense of emptiness washed over her. Ever since Sui joined the company, these past few weeks, she had seemingly grown accustomed to returning home with him, grocery shopping together, and sharing meals. Today, Sui suddenly had plans and wouldn't accompany her, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. Suhi, a typical homebody, usually oscillated between the company and his home. What could possibly have prompted him to make plans today? With whom, another man or a woman? Lin Qingmeng, what are you thinking about? She suddenly snapped back to reality, feeling a surge of annoyance as she raked her fingers through her hair and turned off the company. I'd rather enjoy the ease of it all. It would be best if there were plans every day. She muttered to herself as she departed from the company. Dai Pai Dang, Jianghu cuisine is a distinctive culinary delight of Xuanqing. The patrons here were not as discerning as those at upscale restaurants. They rolled up their sleeves and dug in, creating a very homely atmosphere. Many stalls had outdoor seating, and even in the sweltering heat of July, it was still stifling at midnight, with fans whirring. So he leaned back in his chair, observing the bustling crowd as he passed a cigarette to Li Jiang before lighting one for himself. Soon, the waiter brought forth a large platter of oil-braised crayfish. Boss, bring us a case of frozen guobin. Li Jiang called out to the vendor. He donned a pair of disposable gloves and began peeling the crayfish. If summer has a definitive flavor, it surely must be crayfish. Paired with chilled beer, it is undoubtedly one of life's greatest pleasures. How are things progressing on the company front? Sui extinguished his cigarette, but at that moment, the waiter placed a case of beer beside Li Jiang. He took 2 bottles, expertly pried open the caps with his chopsticks, and handed one to Sui. Once Sui accepted it, Li Jiang continued, the copyright department has hired 5 people. Given your current level of fame, that should suffice. As for the other departments, we have about 20 assorted employees. Not bad, fatty. Your efficiency is impressive. Suhi remarked, somewhat surprised. It seemed he had underestimated Li Jiang's abilities. When this hefty fellow truly devoted himself to his work, he indeed had considerable talent. He had no expertise in this area and wouldn't meddle unnecessarily. By the way, Sister Yan's company is quite formidable. It ranks among the top 10 in the animation sector in Huagua. Although they are currently facing difficulties, our current financial standing is still far from sufficient for an acquisition. Li Jiang peeled another crayfish as he spoke previously, so he had
Keeping it indefinitely wouldn't do, after all, finishing it sooner would lead to earning money sooner. He hadn't previously realized the extent of his sister's career. He had assumed it was merely a small venture, only to discover that the company where his sister worked was indeed among the top 10 in Huagua.
It is indeed quite challenging.
Li Jiang polished off his bottle of beer.
Chapter 74. Ling Qingmeng, what on earth are you doing? Elaborate.
Li Jiang immediately became intrigued. We plan to acquire the company where my sister works, intending to assist her when we launch our anime, Sui replied, his tolerance for alcohol commendable, though his face and neck flushed a bit after a bottle. Once Yen Jia works on our project and discovers that the script was provided by us, her expression will surely be priceless, Li Jiang chuckled.
Acquiring such a large company is actually not cost-effective.
It involves too many complexities, and our current company scale is too small to manage it all, so he pondered before continuing. I have considered another model, leveraging our name at Xingchen Investment to seek partnerships with these companies. We would provide the scripts and some funding, while they handle distribution and promotion. This not only addresses our manpower shortage but also places us in a position of advantage. At first glance, it seemed they were clearly the subordinate party, yet upon further reflection, he understood the underlying dynamics. This model initially positions them as the weaker side, but once Xingchen Investment gains recognition, they would no longer be the ones seeking. Rather, the companies would come to them, thus reversing their roles and indeed placing them in a position of power. Furthermore, under this model, the copyright of the works can remain with them, albeit it may be challenging initially. However, once their reputation is established, it would entail significantly less cost than acquiring numerous companies. In that case, Xingchen Investment will need to step into the limelight, which will undoubtedly increase the. Once their name is established, they can no longer remain behind the scenes, their ambitions will grow, and they will face greater constraints from larger companies.
Impressive, Heezy, how did a genius in.
Indeed, as an artist, one cannot compete with Warner, but we are currently approaching this from a business perspective. It's a relationship of mutual needs. There is more than just Warner in Huagua's entertainment landscape, there are also Qingxi. As long as our work is good enough to be irresistible, the initiative will always remain in our hands, Li Jiang analyzed passionately. He was struck with realization. While he considered the situation from an artist's viewpoint, Li Jiang approached it from a business perspective. Their differing modes of thought, however, had led to a clearer objective for the future. The best course for Xingchen Investment, which Su He and Li Jiang founded, is not to acquire other companies from behind the scenes but to position themselves as content-oriented and engage in commercial collaborations with others. Xingchen Investment represented Su He's most significant trump card and would serve as the greatest leverage against Warner in the future, but it could only be realized once it developed further. Currently, they were still too feeble, not to mention Warner. Even a top 10 company could easily suppress them. However, since Li Jiang was the public legal representative of the company, so he was not overly concerned. After discussing the finer details, both concluded that this approach was quite feasible, and thus they settled on it. By the way, my sister has finished her exams. She asked me to inform you that she will be coming to Xuan.
It was already July, the time for school holidays. Previously, his sister had mentioned wanting to come to Xuanqing City and stay at Sui's place. Now, with the call, it was. He was at a loss for how to respond. He certainly did not want Li Ku to stay at his home. Setting aside his not-so-favorable impression of her, the sudden presence of an 18-year-old girl in his household would undoubtedly disrupt his life. However, it seemed that Li Ku was resolute about staying at his place, and out of respect for Uncle Li and Li Jiang, so he felt he could not flatly refuse. After all, his family and Li Jiang's family were long-standing friends and neighbors, and the relationship between his father, Su Jinghua, and Uncle Li had always been exceptionally cordial. In fact, had Li Jiang been a girl, it was likely that Su He and he would have been betrothed as children due to their family. Thankfully, this rotund fellow was male, preventing such a tragedy from occurring. Li Ku was quite favored by Sui's father, sometimes making Sui feel as though she were his own flesh and blood. Naturally, he would never dare voice such sentiments, as they could jeopardize the friendship between their fathers. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with Li Ku coming to stay at his home in Xuanqing City. However, Sui harbored many secrets and genuinely feared that she might disclose everything to his father. If she were to succeed, that would be one thing, but if she were to fail miserably, he could easily envision the scolding he would receive when he returned home for the new year. Upon returning from the food stall, Sui was slightly tipsy. Just as he exited the elevator, he encountered Ling Qingmeng, who was taking out the trash. It's already 1 a.m, and you're out throwing away garbage? Sui exclaimed in astonishment, casting her a glance.
Why do you care? Sui shook his head helplessly and sighed. This woman sometimes acted in ways that left him utterly perplexed. As Ling Qingmeng closed the door, her lovely face was suddenly etched with anxiety, her heart racing. After returning from work, she had washed up and lay in bed, yet sleep eluded her. Sui's visage haunted her thoughts. She couldn't help but wonder who he had plans with, whether they were male or female. Though rationally, Ling Qingmeng felt she shouldn't concern herself with such matters, she simply couldn't resist, tossing and turning in bed, even occasionally checking the peephole to see if Sui had returned. Upon hearing the elevator's movement, she quickly pretended to be taking out the trash, hoping to catch a glimpse of whether he was accompanied by someone. When she saw Sui returning alone, she felt an inexplicable wave of relief wash over her. But now, reflecting on it, Ling Qingmeng, what on earth are you doing? She touched her flushed cheeks and hurriedly dashed toward her bedroom. Chapter 75 of The Old Contrarian. Sui returned home, took a shower, and lay on his bed scrolling through his phone. The Strongest Female Voice program, undoubtedly a popular show on Blue River Television, quickly climbed the trending charts shortly after its broadcast. In today's C Group competition, Chen Shi was undoubtedly the most dazzling contestant. This young lady possesses the potential for explosive popularity, both in terms of her appearance and personal talent. She simply lacked a stage and a memorable piece to showcase her abilities. This episode of A Strongest Female Voice provided her with the opportunity to shine. All contestants have made their appearances, and the competition in Strongest Female Voice is fierce. The strongest dark horse, with her rendition of Painting, she is in hot pursuit of the annual newcomer king on Douyin. This newcomer is quite impressive. Xing He, a remarkably talented new producer, not only did Chen Shi trend, but also due to Lin Jingya's high praise for her song Painting, the producer Xing He also garnered attention on the just a few short hours after the program aired. Painting ascended to the top position on the new song chart, with Lu Yu's folk song In a Foreign Land following closely behind. Of course, a significant reason for this is that other contestants sang old songs, and even if they were newly covered, they would not be recorded on the new song chart. Otherwise, considering Zhao Xiaoyun's popularity, Chen Shi might not have secured the first place. Nevertheless, the speed of this chart competition is already astonishing. This is the terrifying heat of talent shows. Even an ordinary person can achieve explosive popularity online in a short time. Thus, over the years, talent shows have been the mainstay of various television stations, planning 1 or 2 episodes each year. On Weibo, although Chen Shi's song has sparked controversy among the judges, her results and popularity indicate that her significant vote count is well-deserved. Honestly, if it weren't for Zhu Tao's less than favorable review, Chen Shi's vote count would likely be even higher. Take Zhu Tao's critique with a grain of salt. Did he not honestly critique her singing skills? Why must he comment on the song, only to be severely contradicted by Lin Jingya? I believe Zhu Tao's comments hold some validity. The song is indeed rather flat. However, Lin Jingya's high praise for it makes me feel as if she's being disingenuous. I just laughed. Lin Jingya, who has to curry favor with both. Yet in the eyes of true connoisseurs, high notes do not necessarily determine the quality of a song. It's akin to certain singers wailing in every song while their fans rave about their vocal prowess. As a music major, I find it quite embarrassing. As a complete outsider, I have no objections to Chen Shi, but isn't it a bit unethical to subtly insult others? I knew there would be haters criticizing my brother. If you have the ability, why don't you sing as high as he does? Why bother with the haters? My brother's singing skills are exceptional and beyond reproach, no matter how they criticize. With the advent of the short video era, many previously regarded professional vocal knowledge has been somewhat disseminated to the public through tutorials, yet this very knowledge has led to a decline in market aesthetics. Many people now judge a performance's quality based on whether high notes are hit or if hysterics ensue, overlooking the most crucial element of a song, emotion. It is precisely this awareness of the heights one can reach that has led the industry to cultivate idols of this nature. They can hit high notes, but the quality of those notes is often of little concern to fans. They only perceive their idols' high notes as invincible, and thus comment under various music posts, attempting to brainwash the casual listener. This is a market choice that cannot be altered by a few individuals, and the subjectivity of musical aesthetics makes it particularly challenging to change. In the midst of the audience and fans' heated exchanges, Sui remained largely unfazed. For such is the nature of variety shows, controversy breeds popularity. He even felt a twinge of gratitude toward Zhu Tao, who had questioned Chen Shi, as his status as a king of song would undoubtedly elevate her visibility. After browsing Weibo for a while, Sui explored the comments section of Painting. Both the melody and lyrics are exceptional. In Chen Shi's voice, I hear bravery and the courage to face adversity. This girl possesses a unique spirit. If she continues to perform like this in the upcoming episodes, I believe she could challenge Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian for the crown. The musical, this type of love song is quite rare, and Chen Shi's singing style has a personal touch that is memorable. I've been on repeat with this song.
Chen Shi's vocal quality is splendid, but I must mention producer Xing He. I've been following him since his first song. I've started following this musician and eagerly anticipate his future works. Scrolling down through the most liked comments, it was all praise. However, when he stumbled upon a single one-star review, so he found himself. Upon seeing the song title, I originally thought it would be a piece about the art of painting, and was curious to see the producer's interpretation of the subject. However, what was ultimately presented was yet another love song. I initially thought that a musician capable of writing an inspiring piece like The Initial Dream would be promising, but I was disappointed to see such narrow-mindedness, mired in the realm of romance and pandering to the market. How tragic and lamentable. Oh, the old literary critic, the old contrarian, the once joyous mood was utterly shattered by such lamentations of this time, so he could no longer contain himself. He was logged into the Xing He account on the Penguin Music platform and did not bother switching to another account. He picked up his phone and began to unleash his frustration. Are you out of your mind? You can dislike love songs, and you can dislike my music, but you don't have to listen to it. There's no need to critique it after every listen, lamenting it as tragic. What a contrarian masquerading as a literary critic. If you like it, listen. If you don't, just leave. It wasn't that Xu He had a poor attitude. In the past, when he was still Xu He, he had no opportunity to voice his opinion. Later, after gaining fame, he felt the weight of an idol's image and refrained from speaking out. Now, with the Xing He account just beginning, he felt that if he didn't retort against this lamenting critic, it would likely become a thorn in his career, embedded in his heart. Oh, lamenting critic, would you like to come over for a meal? Brother Baitan has garnered significant fame in the music review community. Many individuals have followed his account, and they have observed his commentary on Xing He's new song. However, most people approached it with a sense of amusement, as Brother Baitan is notoriously strict. Even when it comes to Xua's songs, he rarely offers positive feedback, almost exclusively delivering scathing critiques. Yet, upon witnessing the producer Xing He personally confront Brother Baitan with the words, "If you love it, listen, if not, then leave," the comments section erupted. Ha, Brother Baitan has met his match. It seems Xing He's The constant nagging in the comments is simply infuriating. Honestly, I think Brother Baitan's remarks aren't entirely unfounded. Music shouldn't be confined to love songs. He had no issue with Xu. After all, Xing He is still a newcomer who naturally needs to cater to the market. Love songs are undoubtedly the largest market in the domestic entertainment industry. Without Brother Baitan, there's significantly less enjoyment in reading music reviews. As usual, even after being personally confronted by producer Xing He, Brother Baitan remained silent and did not retaliate. He appeared to be merely a. In this regard, he cannot be deemed a contrarian, as contrarians can argue for days on end, while Brother Baitan resembles a bystander who merely shares his views without concern for others' acceptance, opting not to offer explanations. Perhaps this is why he has issued so many negative reviews of Xua's work, yet Xua's fans still appreciate him. The following day, due to the weekend, Xu did not rise until noon. Just after he finished his morning routine, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to see his neighbor, Ling Qingmeng. I seem to have made too much food. It would be a waste if I don't finish it. Would you like to come over and join me? Ling Qingmeng said softly, her head lowered as she bit her lip. Sure, Xu replied, not hesitating. The prospect of waking up to a home-cooked meal was simply delightful. This marked Xua's first visit to Ling Qingmeng's home. The interior was simply furnished yet exuded elegance. A plush carpet lay before the sofa, and the room's decor had a distinctly feminine touch. I prefer. Please make yourself comfortable while I fetch the dishes, Ling Qingmeng said. Heading towards the kitchen, Xu settled onto the sofa and noticed a cage on the balcony, where the cat that had previously wandered into his home was glaring at him. You're allergic to saliva, so I locked it up to prevent. At that moment, she recalled the scene from that morning when Xua's neck had reacted to her saliva, causing her cheeks to flush. Oh, Xu remarked, oblivious to her embarrassment as he accepted the bowl and chopsticks she offered. Since Xu was seated on the sofa, Ling Qingmeng sat cross-legged directly on the carpet. Perhaps due to the somewhat tense atmosphere, Ling Qingmeng switched on the television, tuning into an entertainment channel. Xu merely smiled noncommittally. The television broadcasted entertainment news, highlighting Chen Shi, who had secured the top spot in Group C, making headlines. It is worth noting that only top-tier or super top-tier talents typically feature in this segment, underscoring her rising popularity due to her performance on the show. Among the entertainment news, aside from the high buzz surrounding the strongest female voice, there was also significant excitement regarding a dating reality show featuring the acclaimed producer Xu and the renowned diva Li Xian, marking their debut in the variety show realm. Major entertainment websites were currently generating anticipation. Li Xian, riding this wave of excitement, had gained a considerable number of new fans, and the show's topic was trending,
as many were eager to witness her chemistry with Xua, however, remained indifferent. Ling Qingmeng, on the other hand, was visibly irritated by the show and switched the channel with the remote. You defend Xua so ardently, yet he is utterly oblivious. Does this even serve a purpose? She glared at him, her frustration evident.
Haven't you ever been a fan? Xua found her expression amusing.
I view him more as a goal, an aspiration to strive towards.
An aspiration? Xua was somewhat perplexed.
I wish to stand before him one day and tell him, I am the singer Lin.
They have been my strength.
Xua was utterly bewildered. Did I ever comfort you? He had no recollection of such an event.
Keep it up.
Unsure of what else to say, he felt a fondness for Ling Qingmeng after sharing so many meals together.
By the way, I remember you mentioned you broke up last time. Have you moved on?
This question had lingered in Ling Qingmeng's mind for quite some time. She had wanted to ask it on numerous occasions but couldn't find the right moment. However, with the topic now broached, she finally let it slip. How did you know? Xua suddenly recalled that during the last call with Li Xian, he had become irritated, and later, Ling Qingmeng had called, prompting him to mistakenly believe it was Li Xian and he had scolded her. It's just a breakup.
What's there to move on from? I'm sorry about what happened last time.
Since the topic was raised, an apology was indeed warranted. It seems you weren't truly in love with your ex, Ling Qingmeng teased with a smile. He did not wish to dwell further on the subject. Ling Qingmeng gazed at Xua in a daze, suddenly realizing that he was not as disagreeable as she had imagined. Moreover, he seemed to possess a wealth of stories. What could they be? She felt a sudden urge to explore this. This thought crossed her mind. Ling Qingmeng's cheeks flushed slightly, noticing that Xua was engrossed in his meal and had not observed her. She released a breath of relief.
Chapter 77. I feel that your house suits me quite well. After dinner, Xue took the initiative to wash the dishes. This was a tacit understanding developed from their cohabitation. Ling Qingmeng retrieved some fruit she had purchased the previous evening from the refrigerator. As she observed Xue washing the dishes in the kitchen, an inexplicable sensation washed over her, leaving her momentarily dazed. They had only recently met, barely qualifying as friends. With this thought in mind, Ling Qingmeng covered her charming face and stepped onto the balcony, offering a handful of cat food to the feline in its cage. Hee, I'm sorry for troubling you, she said, extending her finger to gently stroke the. After finishing dinner, Xue felt it inappropriate to leave immediately, as it would be rather impolite. He settled onto the sofa while Ling Qingmeng took a seat beside him. On the television, a music critic named Mei Wenhua was providing commentary on the song. Over the years, many talent shows have emerged, and the champions often possess a wide vocal range, as high notes are the most stimulating to the audience. Chen Qi's transitions between her chest and head voice are commendable, but her high notes leave much to be desired. I stand with teacher Zhu Tao, this singer isn't going far. Mei Wenhua continued to elaborate passionately on the television. Meanwhile, the two on the sofa fell into a silence. It was unclear when the atmosphere had become somewhat awkward. No, it was exceedingly awkward. If they didn't engage in conversation soon, the tension would become unbearable. Actually, they spoke simultaneously.
You go first, Xue chuckled. Xiao Qi has a why not give her a more explosive song that would silence her critics? Ling Qingmeng tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, tilting her head to gaze at Xue. I did it. After a pause, she added, although I believe she won to achieve outstanding results, this is largely due to her lack of recognition and background. After all, our studio cannot offer her the extensive promotional support that larger entertainment companies can. Without promotion, even the most talented individuals struggle to secure favorable placements.
You're absolutely right, Xue concurred, appreciating her insight. In the Chinese music scene, there are countless skilled singers, yet the majority remain unknown. The reason is simple: popularity. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to attain fame, even in this digital era where short videos dominate and internet celebrities abound. Behind those viral sensations lies substantial capital driving their success. Take Douyin, for instance. An ordinary person's video might garner a few hundred to 1,000 views. However, those backed by significant financial resources can purchase views, effectively creating. The monetization process is straightforward. At first, invest heavily to create a viral sensation, then leverage that fame for profit through merchandise or other means. Compared to Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Chanxian, given our company's limited resources, we cannot compete with Warner or Efeng Entertainment. Therefore, we must take a different approach. Xue popped a grape into his mouth. He had to. Xue looked at her in surprise. She wasn't as dim-witted as he had thought. Exactly, I even plan to have someone support Zhu Tao more, making the opposition even clearer. The more heated the debate, the higher Chen Qi's visibility. Just like this program, the media's focus and coverage inadvertently boost her popularity. Xue gestured towards the television, where Mei Wenhua had finished his segment. Opposing him was another critic supporting Chen Qi, and the two Such controversial programs are favored by the media and enjoyed by audiences alike.
Sui, I find you quite formidable, Ling Qingmeng remarked, feigning fear as she patted her chest. Her bosom, already ample, appeared even more pronounced in her loose home attire, accentuated by her small hand. High notes are Chen Qi's strength. Once the competition has generated sufficient buzz, she can showcase her true abilities, and the impact will be remarkable. Sui nodded to Ling Qingmeng, gave him a thumbs up, impressed by his apparent. After chatting for a while longer, Sui noticed the hour was late and stood to bid farewell. Returning to his own place next door, Ling Qingmeng felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. She realized that being with Sui made her feel remarkably at ease. However, she did not express this sentiment after seeing Sui off. Ling Qingmeng returned to the sofa and reclined. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from her landlord. Miss Lin, didn't you mention wanting to vacate last time? I have a friend looking to rent my place.
Could you move out in the next few days? I'll refund your rent, but I can only return half of your deposit since you initiated the request. How does that sound? The landlord's voice came through as Ling Qingmeng answered the call.
Yet, she furrowed her brows, contemplating. A week ago, she might have felt elated at the prospect, as it would mean no longer having to cook for this man and distancing herself from him. But now, she thought, never mind, I feel that your house suits me quite well.
The landlord responded with a confused.
Chapter 78. Sister Yan, do you have a moment? Since childhood, Sumu Yan had harbored a fondness for the two-dimensional realm, her usual attire reflecting that affinity. Today, she donned a JK outfit, a crisp white shirt enveloping her delicate figure, accentuating her proud curves, while beneath her JK skirt, a pair of long, elegant legs rested gracefully, as pale as jade. Not only was she the director of the second team at Fantasy Animation, but she was also a highly regarded causer in the domestic scene, enjoying significant popularity within the two-dimensional community, often invited to major comic conventions to lend her.
However, recently, Sumu Yan found herself in a predicament, as her team had not released any new works for several months. Meanwhile, the first team had reportedly secured the rights to a highly subscribed novel and was in the process of adapting it into an animation. The company's policy dictated that the slots for year-end animated films were allocated based on performance by team, and if the first team's adaptation came to fruition, it was certain that their performance would surpass that of her team, likely securing them the coveted film slot. With so, they are utterly useless. Nowadays, original anime was a rarity, with most adaptations sourced from purchased web novel IPs. Quality web novels had been market tested, and adapting them reduced risks. Unfortunately, in recent months, her team had sought to negotiate several web novels, only to see their rights snatched away by other companies at exorbitant prices, resulting in no successful deals. Thus, for the past few months, her team had essentially accomplished nothing. Director Su, the supervisor, has called for a meeting, her assistant announced, knocking on the door. I'll be there short. In the meeting room, key members from both the first and second animation teams were present, seated on opposite sides of the conference table. The first team's members radiated confidence, while those from the second team, upon hearing the meeting's purpose, the faces of the second team members grew even more somber. Our first team continued last year's Xianxia sequel, producing a second installment that has shown significant growth compared to the first, Chen Ing, the first team's director, declared with a radiant smile. She cast a provocative glance at Su Muyan and continued, we have signed a contract for the highly subscribed Xianxia novel Zhang Jian Tianyan and are currently in the modeling phase. We anticipate a finished product by August. Excellent, Xianxia is a popular genre right now, and securing a highly subscribed work is quite an achievement, Lu Bo remarked, a hint of a smile breaking through his stern demeanor. In the fiercely competitive landscape of animation companies, securing quality works was increasingly challenging, especially for highly subscribed titles, which were often preemptively claimed by larger firms. The success of Chen Ying's team in securing such a work would undoubtedly solidify their performance for the year. Encouraged by Lu Bo's praise, Chen Ying's smile widened, while the members of the second team hung their heads in dejection. Director Su, how about your team? Lu Bo inquired, turning his gaze to the second team. Su Muyan forced a smile and, with resolve, reported on her team's performance for the first half of the year. In the first half, we released sequels to 2 previous works, both of which ranked in the top 10 of the anime charts. After delivering her report, so, you are merely resting on your laurels? Lu Bo retorted, his tone sharp. The competition for new IPs has been fierce lately, and those prominent authors have been claimed by several animation companies. Finding a potential work has proven quite difficult, Su Muyan replied in a hushed tone. Lu Bo's expression darkened. That indicates a lack of effort on your part. Why has Chen Ying's team managed to secure a highly subscribed novel? Casting a glance at the smugly beaming Chen Ying, Su Muyan asserted, a mere subscription count.
It only signifies potential outside the top 10 of the anime charts, and its true commercial value is not particularly significant. Her team had previously signed 2 novels with 50,000 subscriptions each, which had substantially higher chances of making it into the top 10.
Such arrogance.
In today's market, unless you stumble upon a lucky break, it's nearly impossible to secure a work with several tens of thousands of subscriptions. Those renowned authors have already been claimed by the top animation companies. Your team was merely fortunate to have signed 2 before. Do you think such luck will continue? Qingmeng interjected, her tone dripping with sarcasm. In the current landscape of anime IP adaptations, the market was nearly monopoly. Although fantasy animation ranked among the top 10, acquiring IPs with 50 to 60,000 subscriptions was a formidable challenge due to pricing and relationships with websites. They could not compete with the 3 major companies.
Securing a highly subscribed work was already commendable. Enough, Lu Bo sighed, recognizing that Su Muyan's team had previously been the company's best performer. The year-end animated film will be evaluated based on this year's performance. Any contributions stemming from past works will not be considered. The team with the best performance will receive the film opportunity. The animated film was a significant annual project for the company, serving as an incentive for employees to diligently. Last year, Su Muyan's team had secured this opportunity and produced a well-received film, resulting in substantial year-end bonuses for everyone involved, with Su Muyan, as the director, receiving a hefty sum, leaving Qingmeng's team enviously admiring her success. However, this year, such an opportunity seemed out of reach. Our first team will certainly not disappoint the supervisor,
Qingmeng exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement.
Our second team might yet prevail, Su Muyan retorted defiantly. The remaining members of her team could only manage bitter smiles, even if they were to secure a contract now. Unless they managed to sign a blockbuster work capable of making it into the top 5 of the anime charts, it was virtually impossible to surpass the first team in the remaining months. Well, since you all seem so,
I hope everyone can create a hit. The company will not overlook your efforts. Meeting adjourned.
With that, Lu Bo rose and departed. Qingmeng approached Su Muyan with a bright smile, whispering, "We've been competing for 3 years. Surely this year is my turn to win?"
A mere highly subscribed novel. Look at your smug expression. Su Muyan shot her a glance. Well, I shall eagerly await Director Su's. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, her brows furrowed, yet she pressed the answer button.
"Fatty, you actually called me?"
"Sister Yan, do you have a moment? There's something I need to discuss with you at the CAF downstairs."
Chapter 79.
Childhood sweethearts at the CAF. Li Jiang took a sip of the coffee in his cup and grimaced slightly, finding it rather bland. Although he prided himself on being a successful individual, his true preference leaned towards cola. Such beverages like coffee were merely a choice made during business discussions. After all, when inviting others for business talks, it would be quite absurd to go to KFC and order 2 colas while discussing deals worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. While Li Jiang felt indifferent about it, the atmosphere in Huaguo emphasized appearances, not only for deals in the hundreds of thousands, even discussions involving tens of thousands might take place in exclusive clubs. This wasn't merely about preference, it was about maintaining one's face. "Fatty, you've been doing quite well these past few years. That little suit looks quite dapper on you," Su Muyan remarked, clad in a JK outfit that radiated youthful vibrancy.
"Ah, sister, you've ascended to the rank of director. I can't possibly compare." Li Jiang chuckled heartily, then snapped his fingers at the waiter. "Sister Yan, what would you like to drink? Feel free to order anything."
"Not bad, you've got that air of a wealthy tycoon," Su Muyan giggled, covering her mouth, and ordered a latte. After placing her order, she turned to Li Jiang and teased, "I hear young Master Li has struck it rich in America. Are you here to help me make a fortune?" She had Li Jiang on WeChat, and his tales of turning 500,000 into 5 million in the States were frequently flaunted in his social media posts. Every scroll through his feed was filled with his success mantras, accompanied by his glorious achievements.
During that time, Su Muyan even contemplated blocking him.
After conferring with Su He, he believed they should proactively seek collaboration with an anime company. However, to assist Su Muyan, they naturally would not approach the company directly, as that could result in the project being assigned to someone else. Furthermore, binding the anime business to starry investment would enhance Su Muyan's standing within the company. He understood his sister well. She had always aspired to make a name for herself in the anime. Su He felt similarly. Had he not wanted to assist his sister, he could easily have partnered with one of the top anime companies for the script of The Young Songwalker, promising even greater returns. Yet, one must not let fertile waters flow to foreign fields. Naturally, he wanted to help his own sister.
Well, it seems you have a clear understanding of your limitations. I can't earn that kind of money in finance. If you're looking for a loan, I could lend a small hand, but for investments, you should talk to Sui. That kid is quite wealthy in the entertainment industry. Su Muyan winked at Li Jiang. What investment? It's not an investment.
Li Jiang couldn't help but feel touched by Su Muyan's words. In this day and age, having someone willing to lend money unconditionally was already quite remarkable. However, he was not here to borrow money today. I've started an investment company and currently have a rather promising anime script.
An anime script? Su Muyan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected twist.
I thought since you're involved in anime, there might be an opportunity for collaboration. Li Jiang grinned.
Is it an original script or an adaptation of a novel IP? She inquired, without market validation. The risks are substantial. Even if I wanted to assist you, the company might not greenlight it, Su Muyan said, looking somewhat troubled. After a pause, she added, don't think that just because anime is booming these past couple of years, that poor storylines won. It seems Sister Yen thought he was seeking her help to produce an anime. No, I assure you, this script is absolutely exceptional, rivaling mainstream anime. If you produce it, it will undoubtedly become a sensation. Li Jiang quickly asserted.
He had already reviewed the script, and it was exhilarating indeed. Even someone as inexperienced as Li Jiang found the story of the young songwalker quite compelling, with its ensemble cast and engaging characters making it ideally. If it's viable, I will certainly assist you, especially since you and my brother Sui are childhood sweethearts, right?
Su Muyan said, winking at Li Jiang. Hearing this, Li Jiang felt an
It can only be profit shared, Li Jiang replied, pulling out his phone to send the script to Su Muyan. He was not concerned whether she could grasp the script's potential. After all, even he, an outsider, found it impressive, let alone unless it's the IP of a platinum-level deity. Our company typically operates on a buyout basis, Su Muyan retorted, slightly annoyed. Sister Yen, if I dare propose such a condition, I must please trust in my professionalism. Li Jiang shrugged helplessly. Fine, I'll take a look when I get back. Su Muyan waved her hand, graciously refraining from pressing further. A brief silence enveloped them.
Su Muyan gently tapped her cup and suddenly spoke. You must be aware of Sui's situation by now?
Yes, I've been in Xuanqing recently and just arrived in Kyoto today, Li Jiang nodded. Since you and Sui share such a... Li Jiang paused momentarily, then with a hint of amusement, replied, does it really require you to remind me? You've already stated that Sui and I are childhood friends.
Was it necessary for me to look after him?
That old rascal has reopened his alternate account and is currently thriving, not to mention he is the mastermind behind Starry Investment.
With your assurance, I can rest easy, Su Muyan laughed joyfully.
Just then, her phone buzzed with a message from her assistant. Given it was working hours, she couldn't linger outside for long.
I must take my leave now, thank you for the coffee.
Alright, Sister Yen, go ahead. Once Su Muyan left, Li Jiang took out his phone and sent Sui an OK gesture. He downed the remaining coffee in one go, pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and hummed it. Chapter 80 of Flowing Light. Su Muyan returned to the office, coincidentally encountering Ning, who had just returned from the outside as well. Although they were colleagues, the rivalry between Team 1 and Team 2 inherently strained their relationship, especially as leaders of their respective teams.
In the past, Team 2, where Su Muyan was stationed, consistently overshadowed Ying's Team 1 with 2 animated series ranking in the top TEN.AT. That time, Ying was relatively subdued.
However, this year, Team 2's overall performance had declined, prompting Ying to resurface with a renewed vigor.
This sense suggests that Director Su is in quite a good mood, perhaps enjoying a coffee at the CAF downstairs?
Ning remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm.
Goodness, are you part hound? You can smell that from here?
Su Muyan replied, a mix of surprise and jest evident in her voice. The unique aroma of the CAF downstairs naturally clung to anyone who lingered there for too long. She was aware that she could not outmatch Su Muyan in a verbal sparring, so she refrained from escalating the confrontation.
Su Muyan, you've been basking in your glory for long enough.
It's time for our team to shine this year. You signed a book with a mere 10,000 subscriptions. Look at your smug demeanor, Su Muyan said dismissively, shaking her head.
That's still better than some who... How do you know I won't create a successful IP?
Su Muyan countered with a smirk. Ning was momentarily stunned before scoffing. This year's bestsellers have all been snatched up by the 3 major animation companies.
Do you really think you can fool me?
Her understanding of the market was profound. The few popular IPs this year were indeed taken by the three giants, leaving mid-tier companies like theirs struggling. The competition was fierce, akin to celestial beings battling while mere mortals suffered the consequences. At that moment, the elevator arrived at their floor. Xu Muyan cast a glance at Chuning and remarked coolly, "Just because there are no major IPs doesn't mean we can't create original content." With that, she strode away in her high heels, leaving
original content? Could Su Muyan's team truly manage that?
Ha, if you can utter such words, it seems you're truly out of options. Just wait until our new project launches and secures the top film of the year. We'll see how long you can keep up that bravado. Chuning hummed a tune, feeling a surge of satisfaction as she walked towards her office. In the animation industry, there is a saying. Originality is fraught with peril. The production costs for animations far exceed those of novels. Adapting an existing novel IP not only benefits from the built-in popularity of the original work but also ensures some market validation. In contrast, if an original plot fails to resonate, it can lead to significant losses, which is why few animation companies dare to venture into original scripts. Upon returning to her office, Su Muyan rubbed her aching temples. The earlier exchange was merely bravado. After all, she couldn't show weakness in front of her rival, especially one she had battled against for so long. Chuning had a point. This year, the three major animation companies were fiercely competing for dominance, securing all the major IPs and making it incredibly. With small IPs beneath their notice and major ones out of reach, they found themselves in a precarious position. This was precisely why Chuning could boast about securing a book with 10,000 subscriptions. It was currently their best resource. With a frown, Su Muyan began organizing the documents her assistant had brought in. By the time she finished processing the papers, it was already time to clock out. Just as she was about to shut down her computer, she recalled the script from Li Jiang. Though she was skeptical about original scripts, her connection with Li Jiang and Suhi compelled her to take a look. She sent the document to her computer via WeChat and opened the file. The young Song Walker writer of Flowing Light. After discussions with Suhi and the chubby fellow, they both agreed that the alias Xinghe wouldn't remain concealed for long. Once it gained popularity, it would inevitably reveal its true identity. Thus, it was best to craft a new alias for the film and animation projects. Even if Warner discovered that Suhi was Xinghe, they would never suspect he was also Flowing Light. One was in the light, while the other remained in the shadows. Once both aliases achieved success, even Warner would be powerless to interfere. Flowing Light, it seems this name hasn't made waves in the web literature or editorial circles. Su Muyan was quite adept in her profession. She had familiarity with both web authors and notable screenwriters. If she had never heard of someone, it was likely a newcomer unless they were a seasoned creator using an alias. Li Jiang, being a minor player in the industry, likely doesn't have connections with any renowned figures, yet he dares to request a share of the copyright.
Who else but a platinum-level author would make such demands?
Every industry operates on a similar principle. To obtain copyright, one must possess a commensurate level of reputation and status. Those in the middle or lower tiers could only dream of such The first episode's plot was not overly complex. It introduced the Golden Coffin and its storyline, with the master of Wuyo from Cold Water Temple passing away, causing a stir in the martial world. Prince Yong'an, Xiao Chui, Snowfall. It must be said that the screenwriter Flowing Light was exceptionally professional. Not only did he provide the script, but he also included character portraits and some storyboard images. Even their team's finished scripts lacked such detailed accompaniment. If they were to produce based on these portraits and storyboards, it would undoubtedly cut their production time in half. Moreover, the character images aligned perfectly with the vision she had while reading the script. As Su Muyan flipped through the script, her expression shifted with each page. Unbeknownst to her, a sudden urge to relieve herself struck her. Glancing at the time, she exclaimed, "What on earth?
It's already 10 o'clock?
She had inadvertently worked late into the night. It was well known that Su Muyan was not one to work overtime. Even during significant projects, she maintained a strict schedule. As she exited the office to use the restroom, her colleagues from Team 2 spotted her. Momentarily stunned, forgetting to greet her upon returning from the restroom, she hesitated, thinking, "I might as well finish reading before I leave." Ultimately, she returned to her office.
Goodness, Director Su is actually working overtime.
She's still here this late. Alas, our Team 2 has yet to secure a decent script. Director Su must be feeling the pressure. Her stress is no less than ours. When I visited Team 1 today, I was ridiculed by those folks.
We've kept Team 1 at bay for years. Now that they finally have a chance to turn the tables, they naturally want to revel in it. The office buzzed with chatter, however, due to poor performance and ridicule from competitors. A heavy atmosphere. Chapter 81. To be honest, I wasn't particularly interested either. It was 11 o'clock at night. Since Xuan had not left, many employees also chose to stay at the office. Such is the nature of the workplace. When the leadership is present, it seems inappropriate for anyone to leave first, even though Xuan did not impose strict requirements on her employees to work over. When Xuan emerged from her office once more, she noticed several managers from Group 2 watching her and couldn't help but smile in surprise. Aren't you all leaving yet? The leadership is working late, so naturally, we must buckle down as well. Wei Kuan, the head of the planning department, chuckled. Please, when did I ever ask you to work so hard? As long as everyone finishes their tasks, you are free to leave at any time, Xuan retorted with a hint of annoyance. She held the same attitude, expecting her subordinates to do likewise. When there is work to be done, everyone should contribute their efforts, and once the work is completed, they should rest. This is certainly preferable to those who insist on a strict quitting time, resulting in employees dragging their feet through their tasks. Director Su, why are you here so late? Wei Kuan inquired. To everyone's knowledge, Xuan rarely stayed late. I came across an intriguing script and became so engrossed that I lost track of time, Xuan replied with a smile. Is it a script so captivating? It must be at least a 5,000-word subscription, right? The group immediately became intrigued. It's not a major IP, merely an original script. Xuan waved her hand dismissively, however. In fact, in terms of character ensemble and the fervor of the protagonist group, it was even more deserving of an anime adaptation than those featuring a single male lead. Original? Besides, who still writes original content these days? Those with the ability have already moved on to writing novels, Wei Kuan hastily stated. In any case, I do not agree with using an original script. Currently, Group 2 is able to maintain its performance by relying on past successes. If they ventured into the realm of original scripts and failed, they would be completely surpassed by Group 1. Wei Kuan was a conservative. He believed that such risks should not be taken. Since everyone is here, let us head to the conference room for a brief meeting. In the conference room, Xuan activated the projector and uploaded the Young Song Walk script that Li Jiang had provided her. Everyone, please read the first 3 episodes, and then we shall discuss, Xuan announced, taking her seat at the head. As industry professionals, the group read at a swift pace and completed the first 3 episodes in just over 10 minutes. The plot of Young Song Walk opened with Xiao Sei and Lei Wujie emerging from Zuelo Mountain Villa, encountering Tang Lian, and together arriving. The first 3 episodes concluded right at a pivotal moment, leaving everyone utterly unprepared. Director, what happens next? Please release. I want to watch Xiao Sei shine. The group was suddenly in a frenzy of anticipation. This type of cliffhanger, reminiscent of the frustrations felt while reading a serialized novel, left them hanging at the climax, utterly intolerable. Please, everyone, calm down. Let us first discuss the plot. Xuan observed their anxious reactions with amusement. The storyline is quite compelling. Martial arts and fantasy genres are currently very popular, based on the content of the first 3 episodes. This script is incredibly engaging. What lies within the director? If you don't show us the follow-up, I won't be able to sleep tonight. The group was in a state of frenzied urgency, unable to focus on a proper discussion of the plot. Wei Kuan, what do you think of this original script? He had to admit that the plot intrigued him, even more so than some of the popular web novels with subscriptions of 50 to 60,000 words. Though he was a conservative, he was also impatient and detested cliffhangers. His mind was racing, wondering what could possibly be inside the golden coffin. Yet, given that Xuan had intentionally left it at the end of the 3rd episode, he dared not voice his frustration. Just passable? At that moment, other colleagues could no longer contain their impatience, urging Xuan to reveal the subsequent plot. Very well, seeing how eager you all are, this meeting is getting difficult to conduct. Xuan stifled a laugh and turned to Wei. If you're interested, feel free to continue reading. I'm off for the evening. After your late-night snack, remember to submit the receipt in the group chat for reimbursement. With that, she rose from her seat. Wei Kuan felt a bit awkward upon hearing her words, considering he had just questioned the merit of the original script, only to find himself captivated by it. He was at a loss. I want to see what's inside the golden coffin. I want to watch Xiao Sei shine. The group clamored for Wei Kuan's attention. Though Wei Kuan feigned indifference, he was already impatiently awaiting the next. Since everyone had given him an out, he naturally took it, hastily making his way to the control panel to prepare for the next episode. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Xuan leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed and a playful smile on her face as she watched him. Wei Kuan's hand gripping the mouse trembled slightly, his face turning crimson as he felt flustered.
I forgot to grab my bag, Xuan said, her eyes crescent-shaped as she approached her seat, retrieved her bag from the adjacent chair, and winked at Wei Koen.
He responded with an exceedingly awkward smile. Once Xuan departed for the second time, Wei Koen could no longer hold back and quickly clicked to view the next episode. The night had grown late. This evening, the management team and the animation department's group 2 had all pulled a substantial overtime. Chapter 82 What? A live performance. This week, the buzz surrounding the strongest female voice has reached an unprecedented height. Zhao Xiaoyun, as a promising newcomer nurtured by Warner, possesses an impressive backing, embodying a perfect confluence of favorable circumstances. Not only has her song Su topped the overall charts, but even the diva Li Xian has extended her blessings to her on Weibo. Previously, Zhao Xiaoyun was already dubbed the successor to Li Xian, and with the endorsement of the renowned artist, her fans have become even more ecstatic, elevating her to the status of a front-runner for the championship. In contrast, Zhou Qianqian from Yifeng Entertainment, the annual newcomer champion on Douyin, has seen her popularity wane significantly. At the onset of the competition, she and Zhao Xiaoyun were perceived as the prime contenders for the championship, with audiences anticipating a showdown between the two in the finals. However, while Zhao Xiaoyun has demonstrated absolute dominance, Zhou Qianqian has faltered. Her group featured original singer Lu Yu, whose final vote tally failed to match the overwhelming support garnered by Zhao Xiaoyun from Group A, leading to discontent among fans. Unable to elevate their idol's status, the fans naturally directed their frustrations towards Zhou Qianqian herself. Consequently, this past week has been particularly challenging for her. Meanwhile, Group C, initially considered the weakest, has unexpectedly emerged as a dark horse. The performance of singer-dancer Liang Yuding has been exceptional, alongside the biggest surprise of the competition, Chen Qi, whose song Hua has sparked significant controversy. Online, opinions are sharply divided. One faction. The opposing faction, spearheaded by the esteemed producer Ling Qingmeng, emphasizes the emotional expression in music, arguing that the quality of a song lies not in the techniques employed but in its ability to resonate with listeners. Emotion is the essence of a singer's performance. Both sides firmly believe their perspectives hold merit, resulting in heated debates online. Notably, some hired commenters from the production team can be seen fanning the flames of this dispute. As a variety show, the level of buzz, whether positive or negative, is a valuable asset in negotiations with sponsors, yielding substantial benefits for the production team. The immense traffic generated by the controversy surrounding Chen Qi has left the producers pleasantly surprised, prompting them to further promote this topic and intensify the rivalry, ultimately benefiting Blue River Television the most. In Qingmeng Studio, located in Xuanqing City, Ling Qingmeng has recently taken to visiting the office area more frequently to chat with Zhang Xiaohan, having previously confined herself to her own office. Sui continues to smoke by his windowside seat. I must admit, I don't particularly like men who smoke, but when I see teacher Xinghe doing it, he looks so handsome, Zhang Xiaohan expresses with admiration. It seems that looks can indeed conquer all. You wouldn't happen to have a crush on him, would you?
Ling Qingmeng interjects with a hint of jealousy. I've always admired teacher Xinghe, Zhang Xiaohan replies candidly.
What?
Ling Qingmeng exclaims, flustered.
What is so great about him?
Xiaohan, you're still young, men who smoke are all scoundrels, trust me, you can't handle it. My admiration for him is different from yours, Qingmeng. It's a kind of reverent admiration, Zhang Xiaohan teases.
Who would actually like him?
Ling Qingmeng's cheeks flush as she playfully tickles Zhang Xiaohan, who erupts in laughter and retaliates. Qingmeng's figure is simply unbeatable. I bet you and teacher Xinghe's children will never go hungry.
Do you really need to say that?
Ling Qingmeng blushes furiously. The two girls share a light-hearted moment, their laughter capturing Sui's attention.
As expected, Lu Ziqiao does not deceive me, he muses inwardly as he observes their playful antics.
Teacher Shualiang looks bewildered. It should be ripe. Upon cutting it open, they discover a seedless watermelon that looks incredibly tempting. It's ripe, teacher Xinghe, he offers a slice to Sui. With the prospect of watermelon, Ling Qingmeng and Zhang Xiaohan quickly gather around. The group settles in together to enjoy the fruit.
Teacher Xinghe,
Shualiang fidgets with his hands, somewhat hesitant.
What is it?
Sui chews on the chilled watermelon, feeling it to be the greatest gift of summer. When will you give me the new song? He asks shyly. Although he finds Sui's determination to compete with Sua somewhat excessive, he cannot help but feel a pang of envy now that Zhang Xiaohan has sung 2 new songs and Chen Qi has skyrocketed in popularity due to her participation in a talent show. To be honest, Shualiang yearns to release a new song, even if it means going against Sua, especially when the new song is written by teacher Xinghe, who has composed 3 hits. If he were to question its quality, he would truly be no different from a fool.
July has only just begun, what's the rush?
Suhi retorts, generally speaking, to seize the monthly hot song chart, artists typically release their songs at the beginning of the month for maximum exposure and better data. However, Du Feng has clearly stated that he will release his song at the end of the month. The intention is evident. He wishes to inform everyone that he will be releasing music this month. Even if the industry ignores Suwa, they will not disregard Warner. Those capable of competing for the charts are unlikely to appear this month, allowing him to smoothly secure the top spot on the hot song chart. Furthermore, Suwa's reputation inherently possesses the potential for explosive success, especially with the collaboration with the diva Li Shen. It can be said that the top spot on July's monthly hot song chart has already been reserved by Du Feng. I just want to familiarize myself with the song sooner, Shui Liang mumbles timidly.
Fine, it's good for you to get acquainted with it.
After all, it's a live performance. Practicing a few more times to grasp the emotional nuances of the song is essential, or else a blunder during the live show would be troublesome, so he concedes, recognizing the validity of his point.
However, Shui Liang seizes on the pivotal aspect of Suhi's statement. What, a live performance? Live performance?
Ling Qingmeng, who had been snacking, gasps in surprise. She hasn't received any invitations for live shows recently. Yet, this declaration detonates like a bombshell in the hearts of those present. An old friend, a casual greeting is all it takes to land a spot on the show. Chapter 83, what on earth is this woman imagining again?
What show? Ling Qingmeng inquired.
Seeing the astonishment etched on everyone's faces, Sui casually extracted a yellow crane tower cigarette, placing it delicately at the corner of his mouth, and replied nonchalantly, it's that show, King of Love Songs, surely you've heard of it?
No way.
Ling Qingmeng exclaimed, her surprise evident. Hiss, Shui Liang gasped in disbelief. As expected of teacher Xinghe.
You wouldn't be a scion of some affluent family, embroiled in a familial dispute, seeking validation in our humble studio, would you?
Zhang Xiuhan's gaze toward Sui shifted, perceiving him as an enigmatic figure. Just a casual greeting from him could grant Shui Liang a spot on King of Love Songs. It's worth noting that King of Love Songs is a venerable program on Southeast TV, renowned for its heartfelt ballads. Although it may not rival the current sensation The Strongest Female Voice, this program is dedicated to the art of professional love songs, having aired for 5 years and garnered a loyal audience. Even top-tier singers must queue for a chance to perform on it. The notion that a washed-up singer like Shui Liang could appear on such a show was beyond mere fantasy.
I've sent you the new song.
Why are you all so astonished? It's just a program, as if you've never seen the world, so he remarked, feeling a hint of satisfaction at their astonishment. However, maintaining an air of aloofness, he cast a disdainful glance at the group. With that, he strolled to the window, lighting his cigarette, his gaze drifting into the distance. Quick, let's see what the song is. Ling Qingmeng urged. To his surprise, it was a song titled Queen. Upon seeing the title, everyone momentarily paused. Shui Liang pressed play, and the prelude of piano accompanied by strings filled the air, standard accompaniment for a love ballad. Finally found an excuse to express all my feelings while intoxicated, loneliness deepening, silence lingering in the corners of the dance floor, the mechanical synth. Nevertheless, as professional singers, they could envision the song's essence through its melody and lyrics. It must be said, this song epitomized the genre of poignant love ballads, with lyrics that conveyed deep emotion embedded in its very essence. They realized a distinctive trait of Xinghe's compositions. Each melody was exceptionally catchy, making them inherently suited for mass appeal, often referred to within the industry as songs with the potential for great success. In the realm of music, many songs boast superior quality yet fail to gain traction, as these pieces may impress from a professional standpoint, but the general public isn't composed of experts. Most listeners simply seek enjoyment, gravitating towards whatever sounds pleasant, indifferent to the intricate music theory behind it. This explains the phenomenon of viral 15-second tunes on platforms like Douyin. When those snippets resonate with the audience, captivating and catchy, they can explode in popularity. Naturally, Douyin showcases both quality music and fast food songs. Fast food music features subpar content beyond those 15 seconds, relying on catchy hooks to grab attention. In contrast, good music harmoniously marries professionalism and popularity, ensuring Sui's songs exemplified this balance, which is why each of them consistently topped the new song charts.
It's so beautiful.
Zhang Xiuhan exclaimed, her eyes narrowed as she swayed to the rhythm. Xuan connected his phone to the office speakers, knowing the sound quality would enhance their appreciation of the song's intricacies. Meanwhile, Ling Qingmeng looked up, her face a portrait of astonishment. Her gaze fell upon Su-hee, who was smoking by the window, and she found that the sight of him, combined with the music, made him appear even more compelling, imbued with an aura of depth akin to the stars. If one day love ceases to confuse, and I can discern right from wrong, until that moment, you will no longer be exalted in my heart, revered as a queen, no longer will you be mine, as the final verse concluded. The fear he held regarding Su-hee and Li Xian subtly diminished. He could envision himself on stage performing this song, imagining the audience's reaction to his voice during the chorus. This song, Queen, was undoubtedly a perfect fit for him. He glanced towards the window at Su-hee, who seemed to radiate an almost ethereal light, a beacon of faith. In that moment, Xuan felt utterly captivated by Su-hee. This man had become his idol. Why do I feel like the lyrics carry a hidden meaning? Zhang Xiaohan suddenly interjected. Cough, cough, cough. Su-hee choked slightly on the smoke, failing to maintain his aloof demeanor, collapsing into a more relatable state. What you desire isn't me, but a kind of vanity. Only in the presence of affection do you appear remarkable, Zhang Xiaohan saw. At that moment, Su-hee felt a whirlwind of confusion within him. Was Zhang Xiaohan somehow in possession of the script? How could she always make such accurate guesses? Was there something amiss? As he pondered how to refute her claims, Ling Qingmeng spoke up. Su-hee. Her eyes sparkled with emotion as she gazed deeply at him. I apologize for my earlier words. Your willingness to stand against Li Xian for my sake truly touches me. Thank you for avenging me. With that, Ling Qingmeng covered her face, dashing back to her office, leaving Su-hee and Xuan in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances, utterly confused. What on earth was this woman imagining? Did she truly believe that by writing this song, he was deliberately taking a stand against Su-hee and Li Xian, motivated by her previous heartbreak caused by the counterfeit? Goodness, that wasn't the case at all. Su-hee internally lamented the convoluted nature of her thought process. Oh no, Sister Qingmeng has fallen for him, Zhang Xiaohan remarked playfully, casting a teasing glance at Su-hee. Ahem, with teacher Xing. Su-hee sighed in exasperation. In this small star dream studio, it seems we've simultaneously produced two remarkable talents, he thought to himself, feeling a sense of. He found himself grateful for this woman's imaginative leaps, which inadvertently provided him with a convenient excuse. Chapter 84. How profound. After a week of anticipation, Blue River Satellite TV's The Strongest Female Voice is poised to commence a new episode. In the previous 3 rounds, the elimination stage saw the ABC groups each bidding farewell to 4 singers, leaving an equal number of 4 remaining contestants. This episode transitions into a competitive. Each group will again eliminate 2 singers, allowing only the top 2 to advance to the subsequent scoring rounds. No one anticipated that a brand new musical variety show, after merely 3 episodes, would frequently grace the trending topics. While it may not ascend to the status of a phenomenon, for a low-investment, debut-focused musical program, the production team has certainly reaped substantial rewards. Given the current popularity of the show, the Ultimate Champion's recognition may rival. Even if the popularity wanes post-finale, it will likely secure a stable position in the second tier. I believe the upcoming competitions will be even more intense. I feel that if Zhao Xiaoyun clinches the title, she will undoubtedly cement her status as a first-tier artist. With Warner providing her with ample promotion, she could quickly ascend beyond that rank, birthing yet another pop diva within 2 years. The advantage of being backed by a major company is evident. Ordinary independent singers simply cannot maintain such momentum. Zhou Qianqian possesses considerable talent as well, and as a TikTok sensation, she boasts a substantial fanbase. With just 2 songs, she has firmly established herself in the second tier, something Zhou Qianqian cannot compare to. It seems Zhang Xiaohan, like Chen Qi, also sings songs penned by Xingyi. Are they perhaps from the same company? I must say, Xingyi is truly remarkable, releasing 3 songs in succession, all of which are exceptionally captivating. The online discussions were fervent. In truth, the vast majority of listeners tend to focus on the performers rather than the songwriters. Only those who reach the echelon of celebrated producers like Su-hee achieve significant recognition, the majority toil in the shadows, their numerous compositions yielding little fame. However, Xingyi is an anomaly. With each hit he produces, more and more people realize that Chen Qi's song Painting and the recent chart toppers by Zhang Xiaohan were both crafted by him. As these connections become evident, Xingyi's renown burgeons alongside the fame of these 2 artists. Many eagerly await whether Chen Qi will perform Xingyi's new song in this episode. In the production team's lounge, the atmosphere felt noticeably more spacious following the elimination of half the contestants. Previously, Chen Qi, with her lack of fame, found little company in Confrontations. However, the current situation is markedly different. She has emerged as the strongest dark horse in the competition. To credit her rise to the show's soaring popularity, one must acknowledge the contentious critiques from judges Zhu Tao and Ling Qingmeng regarding her performances. Chen Shi, according to your profile, it appears you are not affiliated with any major company, Liang Yuding inquired curiously, having developed a favorable impression of Chen Shi after she had criticized her longtime rival Zhou Qianqian. It is merely a small studio, Chen Shi replied candidly, adding, but it's a very loving little studio. She cherished the nurturing environment of Qingmeng Studio and was grateful to Ling Qingmeng for providing her with this opportunity. Your studio sounds wonderful. Liang Yuding expressed her intrigue. In her view, a company is typically synonymous with competition and exploitation. The notion of affection seems far too extravagant in the workplace. Of course, you must know Ling Qingmeng, she is our boss. Sister Qingmeng's persona is charming and delightful, recalling Ling Qingmeng's public persona, which starkly contrasts with her private demeanor. Chen Shi found it somewhat amusing. So, when she re-emerges, she will undoubtedly dominate the entire entertainment industry. Chen Shi asserted with conviction. Being an industry insider, Liang Yuding understood that she refrained from delving further into this topic and shifted her focus to another individual. So you can sing Xinghe's new song. Xinghe and Zhang Xiaohan are also from your company, right? Absolutely, Hanan and I are the best of sisters. Chen Shi beamed at the mention of Zhang Xiaohan. I once thought Zhou Qianqian and I were the best of friends, Liang Yuding remarked with a slight smile. Please. Our bond is incomparable to yours. Chen Shi rolled her eyes, recalling Zhou Qianqian's arrogant demeanor. What about Xinghe? Is your relationship with him also strong? Liang Yuding did not linger on the previous topic, recognizing that in the entertainment industry, genuine friendships often hold little value. For the sake of resources and survival, individuals will go to great lengths. When opportunities arise, even family ties can be severed. Xinghe is truly exceptional. I can only describe him with 4 words, Chen Shi said, her eyes. Chen Shi leaned closer to Liang Yuding, who was clad in a revealing outfit, and quietly remarked, as unfathomable as your own allure. This was her and Zhang Xiaohan's assessment of Su. Though he appeared indifferent to everything, he had garnered immense popularity online since his first song, with 3 consecutive hits, including Painting, which had garnered glowing praise from the esteemed producer Ling Qingmeng. Sui is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Furthermore, during her conversation with Zhang Xiaohan, she learned that Sui had orchestrated for Xue Liang to appear on the venerable variety show King of Love Songs. Based on Zhang Xiaohan's deductions, it was highly probable that Chen Qi's sudden opportunity to audition for the strongest female voice was facilitated by Sui's discreet assistance. If this were indeed the case, the handsome gentleman affiliated with their company could not merely be an ordinary newcomer. How profound! Liang Yuding responded, feigning surprise as she gazed down. Such vanity! Chen Shi shot her a glance, then glanced at her own modest assets, feeling a pang of inadequacy. Perhaps only Sister Qingmeng could rival Liang Yuding in this regard. As the two exchanged playful banter, the production staff entered the lounge. Everyone, please prepare, the show is about to commence. Upon this, let us go, I've got a powerful move up my sleeve this time, Liang Yuding said as she stood, winking at Chen Shi. Good luck. Chen Shi gestured encouragingly, appreciating the optimistic and open-hearted nature of this girl. However, in this episode, she still lacked a significant surprise. Xinghe had prepared a slightly sweet song for her. In the past, she might have questioned the reasoning behind such a choice, but now she understood that Xinghe's decision should not be doubted. She simply needed to follow his guidance without hesitation. Chapter 85. The pinnacle of pretentiousness. Waiting area backstage. Zhou Qianqian's expression was graver than ever before. As the most promising contestant in Group B and the reigning champion of Douyin's Newcomer of the Year. At first, the only contestant who caught her eye among all the participants was Zhao Xiaoyun. However, she was taken aback to discover that not only did her own Group B boast an original singer, Lu Yu, who garnered over 100,000 audience votes with an original song, but even the seemingly less promising Group C had a dark horse in Chen Shi, who became a formidable contender. To make matters worse, Chen Shi had a history with her. Fortunately for Zhou Qianqian, there was considerable controversy surrounding Chen Shi online. Many supporters of Judge Zhu Tao believed that Chen Shi's inability to sing high notes would limit her potential. Based on Zhou Qianqian and her manager's predictions, they concurred with this assessment. It was common for a controversial singer to gain initial popularity, but as the competition progressed, interest would likely wane. After all, most competitions relied on showcasing vocal prowess, and without a spectacular live performance, audiences would be reluctant to engage. Aside from Zhou Qianqian, several other contestants, there's no way she can compare to Zhao Xiaoyun, who has genuine fan support. Chen Shi's online buzz is merely a product of passers-by. Do you think she can actually sing high notes? Who knows? Chen Shi's ability to switch between falsetto and chest voice is impressive, but the impact of her falsetto is quite limited. In my opinion, she's likely to adopt a style similar to painting. Otherwise, why wouldn't she showcase her trump card in such a critical first performance? I believe she is concealing her true abilities. After all, her leather outfit suggests she might be a rock singer. Competition is inherent in contests. Chen-Chi waved her hand dismissively for a singer without a background. Achieving such popularity was already a cause for celebration. Chen-Chi's mindset was straightforward. Having finally reached the grand stage, everyone yearned to win, and Chen-Chi was no exception. However, she believed that the most crucial aspect was to enjoy this hard-won opportunity, focusing on how to sing well and present her best self to others rather than engaging in intrigue.
Could you give me a hint about whether there will be high notes in this episode?
Liang Yuding asked curiously, then asked,
I'm merely curious.
In truth, Liang Yuding and Chen-Chi were each other's greatest competitors, yet both held a favorable view of one another, fostering a sense of mutual respect. It's noteworthy that such camaraderie is rare in the cutthroat world of talent shows. In previous competitions, even if contestants displayed camaraderie, shedding tears at the elimination of teammates, most secretly felt relieved it wasn't themselves being eliminated. Such feigned emotions were merely for show. Nevertheless, Liang Yuding had a clear objective for participating in the show: to challenge Zhou Chanshan. While Chen-Chi had a personal history with Zhou Chanshan, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and with both girls possessing amiable personalities. To be honest, she found it peculiar. Her forte was indeed high notes, an area where she felt most confident. The first song, Painting, utilized a blend of vocal techniques, but today's piece was a sweet melody. After listening to the song sent by teacher Xinghe, she pondered why she wasn't given a high-note piece to quell the online criticism and doubts. However, teacher Sua's response in the group chat completely captivated her, even earning a thumbs-up emoji from sister Xiaoran. The biggest highlight of the competition. The pinnacle of pretentiousness occurs when everyone believes you are incapable, and you suddenly prove them wrong, maximizing the impact of your pretentiousness.
Truly, teacher Xinghe had mastered the intricacies. If you don't showcase your abilities, I won't go easy on you. Liang Yuding initially appeared taken aback but then winked at Chen-Chi. Good luck.
Chen-Chi, however, felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. During this time, under Sister Xiaoran's guidance, both she and Zhang Xiaohan had made significant progress. Moreover, Sister Xiaoran had taught them emotional interpretation of a song, how to render their performance more nuanced, and how to maximize the emotional impact of a song, opening their eyes to new possibilities. Sister Xiaoran once stated that a good singer should not be confined to a single style, rather, each style should be understood individually, which defines a qualified artist. Thus, Chen-Chi eagerly anticipated this performance. Welcome, everyone, to the 4th episode of The Strongest Female Voice, exclusively sponsored by Shangguo Wuyu. Under the host's signature rapid-fire introduction, the 4th episode of The Strongest Female Voice commenced. The first segment featured the entry of the judges. The renowned singers Zhu Tao and Chen Jinxing, along with the diva Zhao Lan, performed a song by the esteemed producer Ling Qingmeng. Even Ling Qingmeng made a rare appearance to sing a few lines. Although her singing prowess could not compare to that of these celebrated artists, she still received a hearty round of applause from the audience.
Now I understand why Zhu Tao reveres high notes so much. His high notes are truly remarkable. This is the strength of a true king of song. I support Zhu Tao. Ling Qingmeng should stick to songwriting. Her singing is subpar, far inferior to Zhu Tao. Why not compare Zhu Tao to Ling Qingmeng as a songwriter? The audience had divided into two factions, of those supporting Zhu Tao and those backing Ling Qingmeng. Many casual viewers were drawn to the show due to this controversy. Zhu Tao and Ling Qingmeng remained unfazed, while their fans engaged in relentless disputes. Once the judges were seated, it was time for the official competition. This episode featured performances from singers across 3 groups, Chapter 86, Episode 4. Among the remaining 4 singers in Group A, apart from the newly promoted talent Zhao Xiaoyun, who is fervently supported by Warner, the others do not possess particularly strong abilities. This is precisely why Zhao Xiaoyun enjoys a substantial lead over her competitors, achieving her current esteemed status. In this episode, Zhao Xiaoyun performed a classic sweet love song, a fitting choice given her sweet girl persona, and her heartfelt rendition resonated deeply with the live audience, garnering widespread acclaim. During the judges' commentary, Zhu Tao also bestowed upon her high praise. In contrast, Ling Qingmeng merely offered a positive remark without providing much constructive feedback. Her comments were solely about the song itself.
Given that this timeless piece has already been curated by the market, it hardly requires her critique. Moreover, in her bid for stability, Zhao Xiaoyun chose not to make any alterations to the arrangement, opting instead for the original.
Why doesn't Zhu Tao mention that? Would he dare? Zhao Xiaoyun is a Warner artist, a rising star backed by one of the 4 major entertainment companies in the industry. What gives him the audacity to nitpick? Do you even understand what that entails? She is not a soprano, and besides, her high notes are quite commendable, but this particular song simply lacks them. Chen Shi isn't labeled a high note singer either. Why are the expectations so much higher for her? Zhu Tao is trapped by the fans, unable to backtrack, and can only stubbornly seek faults in Chen Shi. Thanks to the surge in the show's popularity, in comparison, the highest vote count among the other 3 singers in Group A barely reached 130,000. Such a significant disparity naturally elated Zhao Xiaoyun and his fanbase. After Group A's performances concluded, it was time for Group B. Although Zhou Qianshan's support had somewhat waned, she remains the TikTok newcomer champion. In this episode, she showcased her signature skill by performing the song that catapulted her to fame on TikTok. Given the current tally, Zhao Xiaoyun's chances of victory appear exceedingly high, especially with Warner, a colossal entity in the entertainment sphere, orchestrating her campaign. Unlike Zhou Qianshan, who transitioned from being an internet celebrity to a. Conversely, Zhou Qianshan's journey is laden with hurdles, as many internet personalities attempting to break into the Chinese music scene have faltered, often experiencing a decline in popularity compared to their online fame. Nevertheless, Lu Yu, the unexpected dark horse of Group B, delivered a performance that was merely passable. Despite presenting an original song, it failed to captivate the esteemed producer Ling Qingmeng. Ultimately, Lu Yu garnered 300,000 votes, placing second in her group and third overall. Following Group B's contest, the competition progressed to the final group. Group C had previously been underestimated, yet to everyone's surprise, they featured both had captivated audiences in the previous round, leading to heightened anticipation for this episode. Liang Yuding continued to pursue the singing and dancing route, preparing a spectacular performance of a popular girl group S song. With its electronic elements, the song was bound to invigorate the atmosphere, and Liang Yuding's alluring figure only heightened the excitement. Following an electrifying dance routine, the audience erupted in cheers. This is what true sensuality looks like. My goodness, those long legs. Whoa, that fierce energy. If Liang Yuding doesn't become famous, all LSPs have a role to play in that. This is exhilarating. This woman is a siren, a temptress. Some viewers are so captivated that they've opened their browsers. I'm done for the night, I'll be back in 3 minutes. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Many artists had ventured into the realm of sensuality, yet few reached the pinnacle of this style. True sensuality transcends vulgarity, and unlike others, Liang Yuding's impressive physique alone signifies her allure. Coupled with her remarkable dance skills and stable vocals during her performance, she left a lasting impression. I thoroughly enjoyed this performance. I see a rising star in the realm of singing and dancing, remarked the esteemed judge, Zhao Lan, who had previously traversed this path but ultimately. The entertainment industry had not seen a standout newcomer in the singing and dancing category for quite some time, and Liang Yuding's remarkable display delighted Zhao Lan immensely. Indeed, it was impressive. That final high note was delivered with such stability, showcasing her considerable talent. Zhu Tao nodded in agreement. The audience erupted in cheers for Zhu Tao, though a hint of resignation crossed his face. He had merely mentioned the high note issue casually in the previous episode, never anticipating it would ignite such fervent discourse that he found himself cornered by fans, not to mention fellow singers renowned for their high notes openly. Consequently, he felt compelled to persist down this path. Your choice of song is commendable, however, I believe it arrived a tad too early. Your performance was stellar, sensual without venturing into vulgarity. Your innate attributes align perfectly. I recommend securing a talented producer to craft songs tailored to you, which would expedite the development of your personal style, Ling Qingmeng suggested with a smile. Grateful, Liang Yuding bowed in appreciation to Ling Qingmeng, yet a wry smile crossed her face. With her contract with the company expiring and no new label in sight, securing a talented producer seemed a distant dream. In today's market, even a mid-tier producer's song demand. After Liang Yuding concluded her performance, it was time for the next contestant in Group C. The program appeared to deliberately position Chen Shi as the final performer, which was understandable given her inherent appeal. Many eagerly anticipated her song choice, prompting the producers to reserve her for last to maintain suspense. Soon, all 3 contestants from Group C had performed, leaving only Chen Shi to take the stage. She received the microphone from the staff and stepped into the center of the stage. Without any unnecessary words, she nodded to the staff. The song information appeared on the big screen. My Secret performed by Chen Shi. Lyrics Xinghe Music Xinghe. Chapter 87 My Secret. The prelude harmonized with the piano evokes a profound sense of comfort, due to Chen Shi.
This time, however, not only were there numerous stage setups, but she was also accompanied by 2 backup dancers. The lighting technician adeptly adjusted the lighting to complement the song's ambience. Having already performed on such a grand stage once, Chen-Chi was now entirely devoid of any nervousness. She stood gracefully under the spotlight, her gaze steady and unwavering. In truth, the stage lights were quite blinding, rendering the audience. Most of those seated below were fans of Zhao Xiaoyun or Zhou Qianshan, and their substantial backing made Chen-Chi envious, yet she held faith that one day, she too would have fans in attendance, brandishing support signs while listening to her sing. My mood has been exceptionally good lately, though I cannot quite discern the reason. This feeling I possess, I wish to serenade you with. The piano's melody, paired with Chen-Chi's distinctive vocal timbre and enunciation, imparted a wonderfully relaxed atmosphere. This song was simple, a pure expression of a girl's secret admiration. It was not steeped in melancholy but rather conveyed the delicate, sweet confession of a girl's tender emotions. It was youthful and perfectly suited for Chen-Chi's current persona. Looking at the little stars outside. Is it love? I'm still unsure, all I know is that I'm thinking of you. The stage lights gradually transformed into shades of pink, reminiscent of youthful exuberance. Originally, the production team believed Chen-Chi should don a youthful, frilly dress to better match the stage, yet she declined, preferring her on. Nonetheless, her performance exuded a unique charm that suited the stage beautifully. The audience, even those who were not her fans, were gradually captivated by her voice. Many who attended such shows would sway their support placards if the performance was commendable. As the main verse concluded, the atmosphere brimmed with sweetness and youthful exuberance. The moment the chorus began, the drums and other instruments erupted, elevating the ambience to a delightful crescendo.
The distance between us seems to ebb and flow.
How there is a feeling I long to express, the secret in my heart, the sweetness you have given me. Another melodious tune unfolded. At the judges' table, Ling Qingmeng couldn't help but smile faintly. After the last episode, she took the time to research the Xinghe, listening to several of his previous songs, growing increasingly intrigued by him. From The Initial Dream to When the Hasty Years, every melody was enchanting, and Ling Qingmeng mused that had she penned those songs, she might have even claimed the top spot on the monthly hit charts. Yet, Xinghe proved to be quite remarkable. Despite lacking fame, each of his songs consistently topped the new song charts, an extraordinary feat for a newcomer. He's a remarkably perceptive producer. Beside her, Zhu Tao chuckled and shook his head. He had expected Chen-Chi to select a song with high notes or a heart-wrenching ballad, yet he was astonished that she chose a light-hearted love song. Although the chorus posed some challenges, he believed it was still far from impressive. It seemed to him that Chen-Chi would not go far. With this in mind, Zhu Tao felt a sense of relief. During this period, Chen-Chi had gained considerable attention online due to the controversy surrounding him, and he felt she was merely riding on his coattails. If she were to be eliminated, all that attention would revert to him. I hesitate to reveal to you, my secret is that I seem to have developed feelings for you. As the lively and clear chorus resonated, many audience members raised their support placards, swaying in time with the music. Chen-Chi's confidence grew with each note sung. As she began to embrace the stage, though lacking extensive stage experience, she could not yet match the personal, signature movements of Liang Yuting, but she was gradually discovering her own rhythm and unique style. The audience too began to acclimate to her stage presence. Initially, some were put off by her enunciation and pronounced nasal tone, yet with time, they found it memorable, instantly recognizable. Chen-Chi had contemplated making changes, but Sui advised her that a singer's most crucial asset is their distinct style, whether in stage presence, vocal quality, or singing mannerisms. Having a unique character ensures that the audience remembers them clearly. This was not a shortcoming for Chen-Chi, but rather her personal signature, an unmistakable mark of identity. Thus, she chose not to alter her style and sang as she felt. This weary voice is the gentlest proof of the emotional resonance of the second rendition of the main verse was significantly more profound than the first. Coupled with the audience's immersion in the experience, they began to revel in. Particularly, some female audience members attending with friends stole glances at each other while listening to the song. The comments section unexpectedly morphed into a confessional wall, laden with declarations reminiscent of the entertainment industry. Timid in reality yet bold online. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, who can truly discern? Many harbor secret affections for someone, some are acutely aware of their lack of opportunity, while others dread the possibility. Indeed, taking that step requires immense courage. Thus, the emotion conveyed in Chen-Chi's My Secret encapsulates the very mindset that many yearn for.
P.S. My Secret original artist.
GM, lyrics G.E.M, composition G.E.M. Chapter 88, A Harmonious Understanding, Star Dream Studio. Much like the previous episode, everyone gathered at the office to watch Chun-Chi's performance. As they enjoyed the show,
a girl begins to decline after the age of 25.
Although young women typically shy away from discussing their age, Ling Qingmeng was unfazed. Sister Qingmeng is at the age to seek a partner, Zhang Xuan said. Ling Qingmeng was a year older than him, akin to Suhi's former classmates, whose children could already be running errands.
What nonsense, I still wish to relaunch my career and bask in a second spring.
Seeking a man now is akin to courting death, Ling Qingmeng shot a disapproving glare at the two. Sister Qingmeng, what antiquated notion is this? The current entertainment industry thrives on pairing up, and many fans relish in the sweetness of such pairings.
You are a skilled artist, not a mere idol reliant on popularity. You need not cater to husband fans, Zhang Xiaohan said with a smile. Times have changed. In the past, celebrities concealed their romantic endeavors, while now, they often express their feelings openly. However, it is only those artists who rely on their talent who can afford such openness. For those dependent on their looks, revealing a romantic relationship could jeopardize their careers. Ling Qingmeng was no mere traffic star. She possessed genuine talent, and forming a pairing for a comeback could indeed be a worthwhile option. Even if I were to seek a partner, I cannot settle for just anyone, Ling Qingmeng remarked, taking a sip of beer, her fair cheeks tinged. He possesses both charm and talent, dating him would be advantageous for you, Zhang Xiaohan jested, pointing at Sui, then turning to him with a gleaming smile. Teacher Xinghe, having someone like our sister Qingmeng, who is both nurturing. Sui found the intellectual and mature woman quite appealing, yet Ling Qingmeng evidently lacked any semblance of sophistication. This woman could be likened to the hidden talents of Star Dream, not only lacking in intellect but also prone to indulging in fanciful imaginings. She was simply not his type. Ling Qingmeng's response had been a reflexive retort. However, hearing Sui echo her thoughts stirred a twinge of disappointment within her, which she buried. After their exchange, an awkward silence ensued. Why has it suddenly gone quiet?
Xue Liang, the earnest one, inquired while peeling shrimp. There exists a remarkable. However, its popularity will depend on what Zhu Tao decides, Sui indicated towards the judges' table with a smile. Zhu Tao is likely to be swayed by fans and fellow singers, so he will probably remain steadfast in his opinions. Ling Qing. Without Zhu Tao, Chen-Chi's popularity would likely have diminished significantly. He had effectively leveraged his own fame as a singer to catapult Chen-Chi into the limelight, tears welling in his eyes, a true comrade. At the program site, Chen-Chi had just concluded his song. The applause and cheers were notably louder than during the first episode.
Now, let us invite the four judges to provide their critiques.
The host announced, directing the
When you took the stage previously, you seemed a bit nervous, but this time you appeared much more at ease and self-assured. Great job today, I remain very optimistic about your future.
The renowned singer Zhao Lan maintained her usual encouraging critique, primarily offering support to the contestants unless there were. Thus, she was regarded as the most approachable among the four judges. Today's performance revealed another side of you. Your overall ability remains commendably stable, keep it up.
Chen Jinqing's feedback was succinct, yet he also expressed his support for Chen-Chi.
Next came the judge everyone had been eagerly anticipating. Zhu Tao cleared his throat, shaking his head with a smile. Once again, we have a new song, still a piece from Xinghe. Since we have the esteemed Ling Qingmeng providing commentary on the song, I shall refrain from elaborating too much. In terms of performance, while this time your emotions were somewhat fuller than the first, it still did not profoundly move me. Having previously critiqued the music only to be chastised by Ling Qingmeng, he now opted for a more subjective approach, declaring that whether or not he was moved was entirely at his discretion. Moreover, Zhu Tao typically had little enthusiasm for this genre of music, and even if he felt Chen-Chi performed admirably, he could not afford to give excessively high praise, for that would Fortunately, Zhu Tao could discern Chen-Chi's general style. Based on his experience, it was likely that Chen-Chi would not remain in the competition for long.
You performed splendidly, capturing.
It is a very youthful tune, imbued with a subtle shyness. I find myself curious about whether the Xinghe is male or female, as crafting such a beautifully nostalgic piece requires a tender heart.
Furthermore, this is an excellent song for confessions. To all the young boys and girls, you ought to thank Xinghe for this melody. I am already looking forward to your next new song.
Ling Qingmeng, perhaps due to her role as a producer, evidently held a greater interest in. Nevertheless, she offered high praise for Chen-Chi's performance as well. Regarding Zhu Tao's earlier comments, she chose not to counter them, yet her demeanor indicated a stark contrast to Zhu Tao's perspective.
Chapter 89. Is this scientific? It seems our esteemed teacher Zhu Tao remains as strict as ever.
The host, sensing the somewhat awkward atmosphere on set, quickly stepped in to ease the tension. However, he was well aware of the controversy surrounding Zhu Tao and Ling Qingmeng. The station placed significant importance on this dispute, and it was indeed the leadership's desire for Zhu Tao to continue in this episode. Many programs strive to create controversy when there is none, and this time, the renowned Zhu Tao had practically delivered it on a silver platter, which was precisely what the production team longed for. Naturally, for Chen Qi, this was an unexpected boon for her visibility backstage. The chief director Li Guangliang was overjoyed. Truly, he thought, how remarkable it was that a singer personally recommended by Su He could produce such an excellent. His future was undoubtedly bright. Li Guangliang felt immense gratitude towards Su He. The production team had pondered for ages over potential points of contention and publicity stunts, yet had failed to devise concrete strategies. Now, they found themselves in a fortunate position where the competition was already rife with enough controversy without any planning on their part. All that remained was to invest more budget into sensationalizing this topic, fostering a rivalry between the fans of. This way, the visibility for the production team, Zhu Tao, and Chen Qi would all soar, achieving a win-win situation. Director, the strongest female voice has now ranked among the top 5 variety shows, and the station has elevated our program to. He even felt fortunate that Li Guangliang had managed to bring Chen Qi onto the show. Since Li Guangliang was cultivating goodwill with both sides, he still believed it was due to his own efforts that Chen Qi had joined the program, unaware that it was actually Su He who had intervened. Thus, Zhao Wei considered himself quite impressive for introducing such a talented contestant to the team. Unfortunately, he had not managed to secure any favors from Ling Qingmeng. Nevertheless, the success of this program would undoubtedly enhance his or some, providing him with more material to boast about at future reunions or gatherings. Xiao, it was you who brought Chen Qi to the program. Your contributions are invaluable. I will certainly commend you to the station's leadership, so prepare yourself for a year-end bonus, Li Guangliang remarked, patting Zhao Wei on the shoulder in appreciation, rewarding subordinates with bonuses while claiming credit for one's. I will work diligently to elevate the program even further. Zhao Wei felt invigorated by Li Guangliang's praise. Li Guangliang shot him another approving glance before addressing the other staff of this time. Teacher Ling Qingmeng has unexpectedly chosen to side with Chen Qi. A gold medal producer represents immense traffic. We must seize this opportunity. A gold medal producer not only signifies the pinnacle of production expertise but also the vast array of artists she oversees. Although Ling Qingmeng had yet to directly confront Zhu Tao, her unwavering support for Chen Qi and commendation of the producer Xing He clearly indicated her stance. The production team's task was, ideally, they would draw on the multitude of singers behind Ling Qingmeng to assist in promoting the show at no cost. Let us get to work immediately, the group responded in unison. On stage, after the host had successfully invigorated the atmosphere, the tension had notably diminished. Next, please scan the QR code displayed on the screen and cast your invaluable vote. On stage, the lights flickered as Chen Qi stood gracefully, a subtle smile adorning her fair visage. Generally speaking, in competitions reliant solely on audience votes, the quality of the performance takes precedence. As long as the song resonates with the public's aesthetic, the vote count will follow suit. Those who merely showcase their skills through niche songs, no matter how well they perform, are unlike professional talent shows, where judges play a guiding role. The strongest female voice fundamentally relies on audience votes. Given that the competition utilizes a voting format, a degree of professionalism must be sacrificed, for public taste inevitably diverges from it. As for the song My Secret, which had experienced immense popularity in Su He's previous life, though its lyrics might seem somewhat naïve, it undeniably aligned with public taste, which was sufficient for Chen Qi to secure a significant. The numbers on the big screen surged rapidly within a mere 10 seconds. Over 200,000 votes had been cast. In the resting area, Zhou Qianqian's expression grew increasingly grave. She had amassed 39,000 votes this round. Although Chen Qi had performed admirably, Zhou Qianqian shared Zhu Tao's sentiment that without a spectacular live performance, achieving high scores in the competition would be a challenge. However, she never anticipated that Chen Qi's votes would skyrocket as if propelled by. Why were so many viewers casting their votes for such a song? Could there be foul play orchestrated by the production team? If Chen Qi were an artist from a major label like Warner, such suspicions may have been plausible, but how could such a minor entity possess the clout to manipulate the production team? My goodness, this is astonishing. Why are so many people voting for Chen Qi when there are so many online criticisms against her? It resonates with me profoundly. I don't care if she hits high notes, if it sounds good, I support it. After watching this episode, I would gladly put this song on repeat. The public does not, as long as it is pleasing to the ear, that is all that matters. In talent competitions, song selection is crucial, and Su He possessed a globally recognized repertoire, one validated by market success. As long as he wasn't being foolish, he would wisely select songs that appealed to the audience rather than opting for obscure tracks in such competitions, ensuring positive reactions from viewers. Only 10 seconds remained. Chen Qi's votes surpassed Zhou Qianxian, breaking the 40,000 mark. She surged towards the leading position held by Zhao Xiaoyun.
This is not scientific? Both Zhu Tao and Zhou Qianxian wore identical expressions at the judges' table. It is very scientific.
With a producer like Xinghe, it is not difficult for Chen Qi to achieve a commendable ranking, Ling Qingmeng remarked, a confident smile gracing her lips. As a gold medal producer, she too could discern which songs would resonate with the public, and her curiosity regarding this producer was growing increasingly profound.
5. 4.
The host's exuberant voice reverberated throughout the venue, the audience's cheers surged like a tide. She once again secured first place in Group C, second place overall.
Chen Qi! Chen Qi!
The crowd erupted in synchronized cheers for Chen Qi, their cacophony gradually harmonizing. Upon witnessing this outcome, Chen Qi felt little surprise, as it aligned closely with what sister Xiaoran had predicted in the group. As the one directly involved, she felt deeply appreciative. With professionals like teacher Xinghe and sister Xiaoran supporting her from behind the scenes, the competition felt remarkably effortless. It was akin to having a mere dog on a leash winning the